I was dying, a monster's jaws clamped on my neck, when the world went silent. Then, I woke up, not dead, but different. I could command the zombies, their mindless obedience a terrifying new power. Suddenly, I saw the weaknesses hidden in these monsters, their absurdly simple patterns. Revenge is mine, and I'll cleanse this hellscape, one rotting corpse at a time. Family. Long Brother's still out there rooftop livestream, gonna be a wild one today. I shaved my head bald, a big strong guy with a face like a chrysanthemum grinned at the phone. I know you folks are curious about what's happening in Dongshan City. Long Brother's gonna satisfy your curiosity, especially those who sent flowers. I shelled out big bucks for this drone, supposedly flies over 500 meters high. Let me tell you, those higher-ups don't know what's going on. They've strictly forbidden us from getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, but I don't believe in bad luck. If something happens, I'll consider it a gift to humanity. Alright family, what are you waiting for? The show's about to start, the big reveal in 10 minutes. The camera swung and instead of a clear sky, I saw nothing but black clouds. Thick, rolling clouds, like something inside was trying to break free. Black clouds pressing down on the city doesn't even begin to cover it, the oppressive feeling was immense. Across the roof, a guy, maybe mid-30s, fiddled with his phone, his camera pointed towards Long Brother, whether intentionally or not. I looked at the screen a live stream. The title was just 4 words, civilized monkey watching, and the comments were full of no-dolls. Brother Chien, you're a sly one. A skinny guy, phone in hand, said excitedly. Our livestream numbers are almost as high as Long Brother's, with almost no risk. Think we'll get banned? If we get banned, so be it. We're not doing this for the money, I said, taking a swig of my drink. That Long Brother really thinks his drone will fly into the clouds, but this dark cloud just got him a ton of viewers. If it weren't for these clouds, we wouldn't be having so much fun. It's been a week since these clouds showed up, Brother Chien. What do you think's going on? Aliens invading? Several of my relatives already left town. Nonsense. If it were aliens, why would they come to our little backwater? Wouldn't they go straight for the US? Better air, bigger moon, right? Not necessarily. A classmate of mine who lives in the suburbs says the army's moving in. Something's definitely up. Why you gotta be so dramatic? It's all your suspicious minds, I grumbled, rubbing my dark circles. It's been like midnight all day, messing up my sleep. I've got rashes and sores all over, and the medicine isn't working. Go see a doctor. You look awful. Like a vampire, especially with those fangs. I have to watch my neck when I sleep next to you. Hold on a sec. Thanks to Yen Xuanying for the leather jacket and Dage for the super rockets for little brother. 5 minutes later, Long Brother was grinning ear to ear. Sorry to those who missed it, but Dage has spoken. We gotta go for it. Witness a miracle. He started fiddling with the drone. It whirred into the sky, and I focused my attention. Boom! A deafening sound, the ground shook, throwing us to the ground. The drone crashed. Long Brother shook his head, rubbing his bald head. My brand new drone, thousands of dollars gone. Earthquake? But we're not in an earthquake zone. Confused, holding my cracked phone, I asked Long Brother, still got internet? Internet? The live stream's gone. The signal towers probably crashed. He looked furious, then panicked. It's the black cloud, isn't it? Nothing good has happened in Dongshan since it appeared. Is this an earthquake cloud? Wait, look. The clouds are moving. The skinny guy pointed. I waved him off. Anything that moves is better than nothing. You guys are just spooked by a little earthquake, right? I stopped mid-sentence. My jaw dropped. The skinny guy was screaming, the sky's falling. Run! Pulling me along. The black clouds were descending like a huge blanket. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme howled. Telegraph poles sparked. In an instant, the clouds were upon us. A powerful airwave lifted us off our feet. Get down! Long brother yelled. I hit the ground, scrambling to open the door. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme had slammed shut. A roar echoed, and a huge black shadow burst from the cloud. Damn! The skinny guy swore, and we were running down the stairs as long tentacles, like black snakes, snaked around us. Long brother and I fought them off with pipes, but the door shattered, and a monstrous head poked through. Run! I screamed, downstairs. The thing's huge. The door's useless. I've got a car downstairs. Get out of the city. It'll be easier outside the city, the troops are there, and there are no dark clouds. These monsters all come from the clouds. We burst out of the building. Screams erupted around us. The black clouds had turned to fog. Monsters and terrified people filled the streets. Blood stained the fog. Dongshan City became a real-life hellscape. It's over. The skinny guy collapsed, his legs giving way. I thought he was just shocked, but he coughed up blood. I saw a dark claw mark on his chest. Huazi! I roared, but a huge figure slammed into the street. The monster was almost 3 meters tall, short legs, unbalanced, but its belly was like a giant balloon. It inhaled deeply and spewed a torrent of foul liquid at us. What? The liquid sizzled on my clothes. It hit my face, burning my flesh. I screamed. Another monster lunged, its breath foul, its jaws clamped down on my neck. Pain exploded, fear consumed me, and I lost consciousness. Roar! I heard the monster's roar, then opened my eyes to an unnerving silence. The sky was still dark, a reminder that the horror wasn't a dream. I'm not dead? I checked myself. No missing parts. People walked the streets, but their eyes were hollow and vacant like zombies in a movie. But I wasn't dead, I wasn't a zombie, and they ignored me. I was a glitch in the system, labeled owner. Ho! A zombie screamed. I turned, roared back, and the zombie was terrified. Bow! I grinned, mimicking the zombie's sound. The zombie bowed like a sheep. Crap! Cold sweat broke out. A humanoid monster emerged from the fog, noticing something was wrong, and began approaching. Ha! I tried another zombie sound. The monster looked suspicious. My heart hammered. I crouched, ready to bolt. The monster was shorter, black skin, bumpy face, like a giant toad. But its posture told me something, it wasn't thinking. Humph! That black toad groaned, turned, and left. I let out a huge sigh of relief. But then, the zombie kid next to me suddenly went all aggro, scaring me silent. The toad glanced back. That zombie kid, tail between his legs, shuffled after the toad. He finally got the hint, quickly mimicking a zombie and falling in behind. The big guy swaggered along, picking up a dozen zombie brothers in minutes. They seemed to sense my unique aura, my boss vibe, and that skinny kid became my first lieutenant. Dongshan City was a monster's playground, zombies sweeping the streets under their own bosses. Who knows how many humans survived that relentless sweep? Ababa, there I was, leading my zombie army, striding around like an idiot. That black-skinned toad got nabbed by a squad leader, no more faking it. The rest of the zombies followed me around. Hump! Suddenly, a huge monster appeared, muscles bulging like some ripped superhero. He surveyed his troops, a greasy head full of fat. I thought he was holding a basketball, but it was a bloody head, which he tossed to the zombies like a reward. They swarmed it. Even I got a prime viewing spot. Patter, patter, the muscle-bound guy sauntered off. I finally puked. These zombies weren't disgusting until I threw up, and they ate it. Then I puked again. It was awful. This isn't going to work. I ditched the zombies, found an alley, and sat down. These zombies were dim-witted, I could get away with a lot. But the monsters weren't so easily fooled. One wrong move, and I'd be exposed. After all this, I still hadn't found Skinny or Long Brother. The monsters were feasting, turning humans into more monsters. I figured they were probably bone-scraped by now. Ugh! I sighed, pulled out my cracked phone, and used it as a mirror. My face was already scarred. The bite on my neck was still there, but it didn't hurt. My rashes and sores? Gone. Still handsome. I pocketed the phone, sauntered into a supermarket, grabbed food, water, a fruit knife, a screwdriver for self-defense, naturally. And some N95 masks, just in case. These monsters call them the Corpse Clan. Maybe they were aliens. Besides not being detected by them, I had a huge advantage. Nobody knows corpses better than me. No exaggeration. I spent my time around dead things. These Corpse Clan guys did their thing, and I knew exactly what kind of mess they made. Turns out my illness was just disinterest. Humming a tune, I headed out of the city. The dark fog blurred day and night. The slaughter continued. Humans tried to escape, but the Corpse Clan made survival a long shot. What? A woman screamed. I saw a couple surrounded by zombies. I couldn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. But a figure lurked, waiting for its chance. The guy spotted the danger and scrambled up a wall, ditching his partner. What? The black toad leaped, like a frog, at the woman. But its usual agility failed, it face planted. Not so tough, huh, boss? I smirked. The toad was furious, then stunned. My screwdriver was already through its eye socket. Woo, the woman was crying. I could see her clearly now. She was pretty. And well endowed. Her clothes couldn't hide it. You toad thinks you're Spider-Man? I said, without turning. Let's go, before the squad leader shows up. Confused, but alive, they followed me into a clothing store. I closed the windows and doors, grabbed a bottle of cologne, and sprayed everywhere. The guy choked and sneezed. It hit him then, you're masking the smell. Exactly. Zombies rely on smell. They've searched here. They won't be back for a while. How'd you do that? He stammered. I grinned. That thing's just fast. Anyone can blow its head off with a knife. It was half your size, didn't you notice? Thanks, he said, shocked. I'm Li Chao. This is my sister, Li Ro. Nice to meet you. We're already bonding, I said, rubbing my hands theatrically. Li Ro shrank back. Just kidding. I'm Lu Sanqian. Where are you headed? You got guts, wandering around with an axe. Out of the city. Li Chao said firmly. When the fog hit, we hid in a basement, heard a radio broadcast. The monsters can't leave the fog. It's safe outside the city, the army's responding. But it's far. They said Pagoda Mountain is clear, so everyone's heading there. The radio's working? I asked skeptically. Pagoda Mountain is covered in fog, too. You're not going to get ambushed? No. My buddy's SWAT. I heard him. Pagoda Mountain is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the city, we can't even reach it. He sighed. Brother Lou, you seem to know this area. Let's team up. Once we hit Pagoda Mountain, I'll get us out. My uncle's in business, he's got connections. I'll look after you, brother. Let me think about it. I looked at Li Chao, then subtly glanced at Li Ro's assets. Before Li Chao could say more, Li Ro gasped. Your neck, Brother Chao. You're bitten. They both stepped back. No wonder you weren't bitten, you're infected. Clueless. I remained calm. Does that bite look fresh? I got that last week. What bit you then? A babe. A big one. What's the problem? Brother Lou is fierce. Li Chao relaxed, walking over. Brother Lou, you saved us. We owe you big time. Pagoda Mountain is dangerous, but ordinary people won't get priority evacuations. Together, I can get us out. Deal. I agreed. Let's get ready. We need to leave now. Just like this? Li Chao looked dubious. Or should I get some guys to carry you on a sedan chair and play the Swona? I rolled my eyes. Zombies are dumb. Act right, and they'll think you're one of them. I'm a pro. You'll need some props, learn some moves. It'll cost you 8,000 to learn my techniques. We left the store. I looked perfectly normal. Li Chao and his sister followed, heads down. They wore black raincoats, splattered with blood, even a bloody intestine tied to Li Chao's waist. Brother Lu, slow down, quiet. The zombies barely reacted. A few sniffed around, but I let out a blood-curdling shriek that scared them off. It's over, that squad leader's here. We three squeezed into a zombie-free alley. Then, a 2-meter-plus corpse clan member lumbered past like a super-sized black toad, but with bone blades instead of claws. My gut clenched. I wanted to bolt, but the monster's eyes locked onto me. Easy, don't move. I hissed. Li Chao was already gone, Li Ro trembling like a rabbit. The monster slowly approached, death incarnate. What? Li Ro screamed and ran. I snapped, tackled her, and clamped my mouth over hers. Quiet or I'll bite your tongue off. I growled into her ear. She got the message and stopped struggling. Patter patter, the footsteps grew closer. I ignored them. If Li Ro ran, the monster would catch her in seconds. We were at its mercy. Thump! The monster jumped the wall and disappeared. Li Ro patted my back, whispering, "Brother Lu, it's gone, shut up." My throat tightened. These corpses are sneaky. Don't make a sound, okay? She flinched. She closed her eyes. Here, wipe this. I smirked, handing her a tissue. She cleaned herself, blushing, avoiding my eyes. But I seized the moment. That was a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme call. I saved your life again. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level Buddha. You're lucky I'm so selfless. Don't, she mumbled, embarrassed. Behind the wall, Li Chao stared, dumbfounded. What were you two doing? Are you kidding me? I exploded. You almost got us killed. Remember what I said before? I'm out of here. Go find your own damn romance. No, Brother Lu. Li Chao panicked. He looked at Li Ro, who was equally terrified. Say something. We can't leave without Brother Lu. Brother Lu, please take me with you, Li Ro whispered, changing from us to me. I saw Li Chao's true colors then. He'd bolted faster than anyone. Since Roro spoke, I'll help you out. I smiled, turning to Li Chao. Uncle, let's go. Zombies will be here soon. We moved, no problems this time. But I was exhausted, nerves shot. The next day, we found a room, rested. I'm taking a bath. Don't let any monsters in, I said, pointing to a string tied to a can on the windowsill, a simple alarm system set at every entrance. The bathroom had hot water, surprisingly nice. I soaked until I drifted off. I woke up, changed, and went to the living room. Where's Brother Lu? Sleeping inside. What were you two doing? Li Chao asked gruffly. Bathroom. 5 minutes in the bathroom? Li Chao sneered. I bet you were making out. You two look like a couple. You almost couldn't hold back in that alley. I saw everything. He saved me, Li Ro said. Did I need a drawing lesson to save you? I'm to blame. What choice did I have? Li Ro burst into tears. Li Chao, you're awful. You didn't even help me with the zombies. You call me your sister, but you don't care how I feel. Oh, you're so affectionate with Brother Lu. Li Chao raged. Did you see his eyes? He's the only one who can get us out. Don't think he's some saint. You're just a toy to him. Yes, I lied, but I didn't expect you to be so fake. Li Ro, you're pathetic. Yes, I'm pathetic, I'm awful. Li Ro slapped herself, sobbing. Li Chao, we're over. You think you're off the hook that easily? Come here. Li Chao lunged, grabbing her neck. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I need you to thank Lu Sanxian for getting us out of town. Clap clap clap, I clapped, standing up. Great show, but you got her wrong, Li Chao. 5 minutes? Who do you think I am? You're awake? How? Li Chao's face paled. He shoved Li Ro and smiled nervously. Brother Lu, you heard it all. I didn't mean anything by it. Getting out of the city is more important. Bang. The window shattered. A dark eye peered in. My face hardened. I grabbed my bag. Thanks to you, we're not leaving quietly now. The door. Li Chao shoved Li Ro, sprinting for the door. Long tentacles snaked out, grabbing Li Chao, a human-faced octopus. Brother Lu, help! I pulled Li Ro into the back room, locking the door. Stay quiet. Follow me. Kisses don't help. Okay. Li Ro nodded, finding strength. I removed a window board, climbed out, and stabbed 3 unsuspecting zombies. Hide, cover your scent with perfume. Be quiet. What about you? Go. Now. Remember, Lu Sanxian kissed you. I ran. Zombies were confused, they followed me like a train. Help me, brothers. I yelled, blending in with the zombies, hoping to disappear. But that squad leader spotted me. Boom! I kicked a zombie's butt. It roared. A black flash, and its head flew off. I stabbed the squad leader in the head with my screwdriver. It was stronger than the black toad, and dodged. Boom! I smashed a window, bursting into our old room. My own strength felt enhanced. Maybe the corpse poison had upgraded me. The small space was an advantage. The monster smashed in, furniture splintering. I ran upstairs, locking the door, searching for something useful. Boom! The monster broke the lock in seconds. I didn't run. I grabbed a fire extinguisher. Whoosh! The white powder coated the monster's face, making it look ridiculous. It was stunned, eyes and nostrils blocked. It flailed, and accidentally fell out the window. Puff! I jumped down and jammed my sharpened screwdriver into the back of its head. The sickle monster roared, flailing wildly. I braced myself, drove the screwdriver deeper, and finally it crashed to the ground. A bunch of zombies stared blankly. I leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and cursed, bunch of losers. You were human once. Easily brainwashed? I killed your boss. Rivers and Lakes rules. I'm your new boss. Listen up. They didn't move. I yelled, and they scattered 5 or 6 meters. How do these corpse clan guys control you? Brainwaves? The squad leader's dead, it must be some kind of tech. I saw the 2 sides and grinned, dragging the corpse inside like a baby. Those things were heavy. I finally got some zombies to help me lift the sides, which looked like 2 machetes. Sharp as hell, serious weapons. Crap, there's one more. I slapped my forehead. The tentacle monster hadn't followed. It meant only one thing: Li Ro. I rushed back, threw open the bathroom door, and Li Ro leaped into my arms, sobbing with relief. I thought you weren't coming back. Where's the tentacle monster? It didn't get you? I don't know. I was too scared, I didn't hear anything. She sniffed. Li Chao, is he dead? Definitely. He wasn't always like that. We were going to get married. She was clearly heartbroken. I wanted to comfort her, but a loud boom echoed something rising from the ground. My head felt like it was overloaded. Li Ro asked, "Are you hurt?" No. After a long pause, I said, "We need to leave the city. Now. It's too late." The black mist seemed thicker, but my vision was fine. Dongshan City was ravaged, fires blazed everywhere. After the boom, the ground cracked, and something like a giant python emerged, sprawling like a net. Up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. It was reddish black flesh covered in fascia. It was alive, but thankfully immobile. Massive, something that shouldn't exist on Earth. But my fear wasn't about that thing. It was different. A black hole, you know it's deep, but you can't fathom how deep. Brother Lou, something's in the sky. Corpse Clan air support. Rare. I haven't seen many. I wasn't worried. They were thin, winged things, usually scouts. I went downstairs, asking Li Chao made up that Pagoda Mountain story, right? No, I heard it too, she insisted. But he doesn't have any police friends or business connections. He only knew there were no zombies in Pagoda Mountain. Okay, I decided. Something's fishy. Maybe we can find a way to fight back. There are almost no survivors left in the city. If we stay, we're dead. I'll follow you anywhere. Li Ro blushed, whispering. I grinned. Score. I found a wife before I die. Don't worry, as long as we don't run into that squad leader, we'll be fine as zombies. MMHM. I made her some armor iron plates around her waist and wrists, sponge around her neck. She was sweaty after a few steps, but much safer. They're eating meat. Li Ro pointed. Zombies were gnawing on the fleshy thing from the ground. That's what it was for. I felt sick. The zombies were energized, regrowing limbs, even evolving into Corpse Clan members. Hurry up, quietly. We were conspicuous, but the Corpse Clan was resting, not swarming. Hours later, Li Ro was exhausted, but I pressed on. There are fewer zombies here. Pagoda Mountain is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. That information was right. Let's go. I handed her a mask. Wear this. Don't show your nose and mouth. Take off anything you can, you'll need to run later. I still didn't get the mask thing, but I saw more shadows in the fog, exhaling a different kind of smoke. I'd named it miasma, I said, putting on my mask. It's like a monkey, and ruthless. Zombies get paralyzed from breathing it. Masks filter it out. Just be careful. The miasma didn't notice me until I pulled out my machete. It tried to escape, but I cut off its head. Wow, that's awesome. Li Ro's eyes sparkled, impressed by the knife, but actually impressed by me. Don't get ideas, I said. I gave you one, right? The right-handed one's better. Look, that birdman's back. A winged Corpse Clan member landed on a roof, staring at us. I frowned. Run. It's calling for backup. The zombies went berserk, faster, bigger. I had to vent my frustration. They screamed, chasing us. Don't worry, the miasma will slow them down. I dragged Li Ro, sprinting. Look, there's light. Li Ro gasped, pointing to a dimly lit area, a group of people. Hey, what's going on? Did these two beat up the zombie queen? A bald guy with a swagger looked at us. The others laughed, ignoring the zombies. Brother Lou, they've stopped. The zombies formed a line, but I felt a chill, a dark energy seeping into the ground. I rubbed my eyes, it was gone. Weird ghost energy? I muttered. The bald guy approached. Congrats on escaping. You're safe here. I'm Wangvajra, the top dog in Dongshan City. You gotta pay a protection fee. Tens of thousands, nothing outrageous. I'm fair. Li Ro looked at me, I'd refuse. But I pulled out a wad of cash and a card. I've got money. But there's got to be a reason for this fee. What services do you offer? Smart guy. No friends, no party. We're all in this together. Come inside, let's talk. Wangvajra had dozens of followers. Pagoda Mountain was lawless. Survivors were forming their own groups. There were some police, but they couldn't control the situation. So nobody's ever gotten out? I asked. Get out? You'd die trying. Better to wait for rescue. These monsters can't get in, Wangvajra said, lounging on the sofa, puffing smoke. Thousands are up here. Nobody's escaped. There are more monsters outside the city than in. The army got its butt kicked and didn't even come in. You really think we can escape? Don't worry though. The longer this goes on, the better. The army hasn't reacted yet. In a few days, things will calm down. We'll all be rich. We'll have tons of money in the bank, just living off the interest. I just smiled. Why don't the corpses come in? Are they raising pigs? What do I know? Wangvajra grumbled. The corpse clan are weird. Maybe it's the pagoda. There's a saying, you know, the king protects the land tiger, the river demon is in the pagoda. The monsters outside are goblins, too scared to come in. That's ridiculous, I laughed. That pagoda's only a few years old. What's so mystical about it? Maybe we have a special magnetic field that messes with their brainwaves, he said, stubbing out his cigarette and leaning in. Little Lou, follow me. You're not ordinary. Those knives you're carrying, they're from monsters, right? Follow me, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the high life. I am not into that social stuff, haha. I couldn't help but laugh. His expression changed. He nodded gravely, waved, and left. Aren't you worried he'll turn on us? Lee Rowe asked. Turn on us? I told him I have over 5 million in my card. From a rich lady who just passed away. He won't betray me. I ruffled Lee Rowe's hair. Seriously though, the service is great. Hot water, fresh bedding. Seems they set this place up especially for us. Humph, that cost hundreds of thousands. You got ripped off. That's enough to buy a nice house in the countryside. Lee Rowe fumed. I shook my head. It's fine. It was free anyway. The important thing is to enjoy ourselves. Look at all these rose petals, candles, let's shower and get comfortable. Ah, no, that's too fast. Don't worry, we won't. I have a cold. I don't feel well. Lee Rowe blushed, retreating. My hand shot out, I unbuttoned her shirt. A cold? Let me show you what a little birdie can do. Chapter 005 Cock-a-doodle-doo. The roosters were crowing, but not at dawn. The fog messed them up, some were neurotic, crowing all day. One even laid a square egg, unbelievable. It's your fault. My throat hurts. Lee Rowe smacked my shoulder, her eyes loving. I grinned, tossing her some throat lozenges. Boom! Someone smashed the door. Wangvadra's guy, Xiaohe, yelled, Brother Lou, your sweet's up. You gotta go. What the heck? I've never seen anything like this. You charged me a fortune for this? I stormed out, but Xiaohe pointed outside. Zombies are coming. The police captain wants us to evacuate. What's going on? Why the sudden change? The zombies were lined up, a tighter circle than yesterday. Panic spread through Pagoda Mountain. Even Wangvajra, who was dreaming of riches, was frantically gathering food. I saw his neck was full of gold chains, watches up his arm, his wife dripping in jewelry. What's happening? Why is everyone running? The top of the mountain is swarming with monsters. People flooded down the mountain, police trying to maintain order. Ruru, grab the food. We gotta run. We joined the evacuation. More corpses poured in. They were fast, the acid-spitting meatballs attacked the edge of the crowd. I was prepared, pulling out an umbrella. Only a few burns. Society King, your security sucks. Here's my Rolex, keep the change, I said, watching Wangvajra panic. He raged, you think I'm gonna protect you with my watch? A $10 watch and $1 million Rolex both tell the same time. People surged forward, monsters behind. No point in lagging. Everyone ran as fast as they could. Funeral home. Everyone, to the funeral home. Captain Ho screamed. I was thrilled. Perfect. Thousands crowded into the funeral home. The hall was packed. The corpse clan stayed back, but fear hung heavy. Captain Ho and his men blocked the entrances, but we all knew it wouldn't hold. Hours passed. The corpse clan didn't attack. Captain Ho, what do we do? A middle-aged man cried. Even if the monsters don't come in, we'll starve here. You didn't bring food? Seriously? Captain Ho sighed. We'll ration, hang in there. How long will that last? The man whispered, glancing around. We should pool our food, divide it equally. Otherwise, a few people will hoard it, and the rest will starve. I'll think about it, Mr. Wang. Here's $1 million for your food. 2 million. And thanks when we get out. Me too. Wang Vajra suddenly turned sweet, but just earlier he'd been greedy. Sorry, everyone, you're on your own. I'm not selling. People started yelling. Captain Ho stepped forward. Quiet. I think arguments erupted. It started well, but Wang Vajra wasn't cooperating. He yelled, I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. It's kill or be killed. Don't forget where that food came from. Someone yelled. I earned it. The law needs proof. No food, no life. That's the way it is. Wang Vajra sat down. I'm the boss here. Anyone who touches our stuff, I'll hurt them. You. Captain Ho was speechless. The middle-aged man said, let's take it from him. We're all going to die anyway. Few responded. People kept their distance. They had food. Wang Vajra glared at the man. You're on your own, pal. I dare you to try. I'll let you hit me, I'll sing while you hit me. Here's a compromise, Captain Ho said. Those with lots of food, share some. You keep most of it. It's a fair deal. You can't just let people starve. Captain Ho, I'm the first to agree, Wang Vajra said, eyes narrowed, surveying everyone. We're not selfish, but there are rules. If you do good, you should be rewarded. You can't just expect good things from us. The funeral home was creepy, dark and quiet, but safer than outside. After the run, everyone was wiped out, even the sounds outside didn't wake them. But I couldn't sleep. I looked at the Rolex I'd found. It was 2 a.m. Li Ro was on my lap, uncomfortable. I tried to shift her, but I felt a sudden chill. Everyone in the hall, even the cops on watch, were asleep, still as death. A cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme swept through, like some 80s horror flick. We were near the back, behind the incinerators, but that area was now a toilet, reeking. Then a group of people got up and walked backward, like sleepwalkers. I saw a little black tail-like thing flash past. I followed silently, and saw those dozens of people smiling, arm in arm, doing something their eyes never opened. Damn! My blood ran cold. A few more people joined them, cutting each other's wrists with their teeth and nails, blood forming a bizarre pattern. Get away! I broke free, knocking them down, and ran into someone. Wang Vajra. He'd been hypnotized. He snapped to it when I bumped him, realizing what was happening. Run! Something's wrong. What? He only glanced at me, fear in his eyes, and scrambled back, waking his men. Boom! I grabbed a cop's gun and started firing. The noise woke more people, but before I could say anything, a huge explosion rocked the building, the ground shaking. Roo-roo! I panicked, grabbing Li Ro, wanting to shield her. My tough skin might save us. But I underestimated the earthquake. Debris fell, the ground split open. I didn't even register falling into a pool of water. Dude, you passed out before me? I laughed, pulling unconsciously Ro to the side, turning on my phone's light. This wasn't natural, it was an ancient tomb. They should have found this during construction. Hey, buddy, why'd you shoot us? Wang Vajra, battered but alive, emerged from the water. Many others had turned to mush. Now I know why the corpse clan stayed out of Pagoda Mountain, I said grimly. They couldn't handle whatever's in this tomb. An ancient tomb? Wang Vajra stumbled. I escaped death, only to end up in a monster's lair. We're going to be dinner. Let's figure out how to get out of here. We won't get another chance, I said. You're an idiot, Wang Vajra said, why go up? We're dead anyway. Let's find an underground passage. There's water, maybe a river. The monster's probably going upstairs for dinner, so the tomb should be safe. Chapter 006,000-year-old zombie. I didn't know you were so smart. I was surprised. Wang Vajra puffed out his chest. I know my stuff. Let me handle those weapons, I'll be unstoppable. Okay, I said, handing over a knife. Li Ro can't use it, anyway. So based on your expert analysis, where do we go? Easy, bro. We go back. Behind us is Pagoda Mountain, there might be a cave. The front's open, maybe we can find an underground river and swim out. With Wang Vajra's men, we moved towards the back, an ancient tomb corridor. We weren't archaeologists, but the brickwork spoke of age. Wang Vajra was ecstatic, already talking about looting the tomb. Water. There's water in the tomb. A broken passage? No. The tomb's waterproofing is broken, meaning fresh air, and a better chance of escaping. Wang Vajra chattered, his men used to it. Li Ro, on my back, finally woke up, staring at the dark tomb. There must be treasures in here, right? We reached a square chamber, filled with jars and farm tools. Then another room, armor and weapons, mostly broken. Holy crap, that coffin's cracked. A zombie. Wang Vajra stared at the main coffin. I went to the southwest corner, lit a candle. Smart guy. You don't touch gold when the rooster crows and the lamp's out, right? Someone joked. Then the candle went out. You believe that? I asked, amused. Everyone was stunned. I shrugged. I've been around the block. What's a little ghost? I'm raiding this zombie's tomb. I'm not afraid of death, I'm not afraid of ghosts. Everyone got bolder, grabbing what they could. But I was focused on 2 treasure knives in the coffin. They were inside the coffin, not in a side chamber, meaning something special. Tiger tooth? I made out the words on a knife. What does yours say? Is it fighting fish? Let me see. I can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme this. This blade's dull. Yours, Wang Vajra started, but I pulled out the tiger tooth sword. It shimmered, dazzling everyone. I'm so lucky. Wang Vajra slapped himself, tossing his own loot aside. Boss, Brother Lu, there's a secret door. Shao, he exclaimed. Behind it, a small room with a ball on the wall, and a hole for a second ball. What the hell is this? Wang Vajra took the ball. I stared, trembling. What is it, bro? Don't scare me. It's a pill. I've seen this before. You know what I do? Are you a Changsha master? Ha! I run a junkyard. A small business. I collect garbage, I said gravely. I found this in a bucket of water. After I drank the water, I got rashes and sores, and was lethargic. If I hadn't seen this today, I never would have guessed. Then I started, but a roar erupted, the tomb shaking. Wang Vajra cried out, the old monster's home. We ran, the zombie smashing through the wall. I grabbed the pill from Wang Vajra and threw it. The zombie stopped. Up here. We finally found a diagonal upward passage, probably dug by the old zombie. We scrambled up, terrified he'd catch us. A monstrous, almost solid corpse stench rose from below, but our masks helped. The old zombie had eaten the pill, he was undergoing some kind of transformation, crackling with energy. We reached the surface to find the funeral home in ruins, the survivors zombified, fighting alien zombies and corpse clan members. They were outmatched, quickly defeated. Corpse clan captains surrounded the hole. Boom! A figure soared into the air, its power knocking back the lower-ranking zombies. They were old zombies in uniform. The captains charged. We couldn't watch, the area was swarming with monsters. We can't get out. Wang Vedra panicked, but I had to protect Li Ro. Even a black toad would be a problem. I watched one of Wang Vedra's men get tossed aside. We fought and retreated, but the zombies were useless against the old zombies. It jumped tens of meters, clearing out a bunch of corpse clan members, its rotten face dubious, wondering why we weren't zombies. It paused for only seconds. I acted fast. I knelt, holding the tiger tooth sword high. General! Your humble servant presents this blade. HM? A question, like glass grating, from the old zombie. A flicker in its black eyes, a remnant of its former life? It picked up the tiger tooth, examining it. General! Foreign invaders have attacked, burned, killed, looted. Our great nation has suffered such humiliation. You must avenge us. I wailed, like an old eunuch. Wang Vajra and the others knelt, kowtowing. HM? The old zombie saw the approaching corpses, its anger flaring. It swung the sword. Bang! A crater tens of meters long appeared. Damn! I almost yelled, but the old zombie looked at me kindly. It tossed the tiger tooth to me. Then, perched on some rubble, it inhaled deeply. The black mist around Pagoda Mountain swirled towards it. Dude, you can talk to zombies? Wang Vajra stared, amazed. I watched the old zombie, waving my hand. You don't know anything. My ancestors were emperors. The Han dynasty was our family's. This old guy is my ancestor. His troops wouldn't dare to mess with me. But we need to escape now, before he goes crazy. A black hole opened in the sky, spinning like a windmill. I felt a shock, my body falling. Li Ro and the others held me up. Dude, you're trying to find trouble, Wang Vajra said. The old guy might not even know you're related to him. And you don't even know which dynasty you're from. If it's Qin, he'll kill you. The Lord is coming, I muttered. A 5 or 6 meter tall figure floated from the black hole. It wasn't as big as the 20-meter captains, but its presence was terrifying. It had no wings, but floated, sturdy, black leather armor, a long tail, a long, wide face, like a horse's. Boom! A force spread, the corpse clan fell. I knelt. Wang Vajra pulled me back, muttering, "Why do you kneel to everyone?" But a message entered my mind. This floating monster was the corpse clan emperor Qianlong. The old zombie and Qianlong met. Qianlong waved, the funeral home's ruins floated into the air, the ground twisting into a tornado. Run! Xiao, he screamed. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme pulled us towards the funeral home. I woke up, leaping onto a tailless lizard-like monster, stabbing its eyes with a sickle, then pouring some tiger balm into its nose and mouth. It thrashed, like a bucking bronco. I hoisted Li Ro onto my back. Get in! Aye. The stunned Wang Vajra and the others scrambled up. The lizard's back was wide enough for 5 or 6 people. Hold on, I'm driving, I said, holding the sickle. I jammed it into the lizard's rear end. Chapter 007 Wah! The lizard had never experienced this. Even seasoned killers would be moved by such a scream. The stabbing was like slamming the gas pedal, it shot off like a rocket. Damn! That's awesome! Wang Vajra yelled, ecstatic. We clung to the lizard, almost falling off, as explosions rocked behind us, the old zombie fighting Qianlong. I glanced back, the old zombie had been blown away. Drive! Wah-ha! Whenever the lizard slowed, I stabbed it to keep it going. It was like a car, ignoring terrain, taking us to the riverbank. Out. I can't cross. The other side was outside the city. It was night, but brighter than inside. High-ranking corpses lined the city edge, 10-meter-tall things, terrifying. No way we could cross on the lizard. Puff. Blood spurted, I pulled out the sickle. The lizard groaned and fainted. It was relieved. What do we do, brother? Wang Vajra and the others looked to me. I narrowed my eyes. Fight. I'm going across. No other way. Damn it, let's do this. The oncoming zombies were endless, the tougher corpses even harder to deal with. We couldn't even reach the bridge. Wang Vajra suddenly said, "Bro, when the old monster gave you the knife, something fell in. Try it." Really? I pulled out the tiger tooth, swinging wildly at the monsters. Boom! The sword flew out, stopping a flying corpse, even severing some bridge cables. Everyone stared. The power was insane. Crap, I can't control this thing. It's out of juice. Run. Wang Vajra yelled. We sprinted across the bridge. The corpses were tenacious, even with just their upper bodies left, they kept going. They didn't destroy the bridge, maybe confident in their strength. But on the other side, a giant corpse, 10 meters tall, stood like a mountain. A sword had pierced its chest fat, ripping the skin. I pulled out the tiger tooth, swinging wildly. A pathetic chop. It lumbered toward us, the ground shaking with each step. Help me, boss. I yelled, grabbing Li Ro's hand, running, glancing back, terrified of losing her, pulling only one arm. Wang Vajra found a rock and played dead. Just as the giant corpse was about to flatten us, a shell hit it, followed by more. The giant corpse staggered. Run! Wang Vajra yelled, scrambling out of the city. The gunfire was a signal. The giant corpse, enraged, retreated under the barrage. The army's here. We're saved. Li Ro cried, ecstatic. For the first time in days, we saw clearly beyond the black mist. Well-trained troops were providing heavy artillery support. We burst from the fog, reborn. My tense body relaxed, I laughed, falling to the ground. We're out. We're out. Wang Vajra ripped off his clothes, wanting to hug the soldiers. But I was tense, walking slowly towards the army. Boom! A bullet hit my chest. The joyful scene froze. Everyone's faces shifted to shock. We're alive. Xiao He yelled, waving, but the troops didn't shoot him. There was a clink, a bright light flashed over me. Soldiers were holding camera-like devices. Brother Lu! Li Ro cried. I shoved her aside. Before I could explain, I turned and ran back into the fog. The bullet didn't kill me, proving my upgrade. Bullets whizzed past, I covered my head, sprinting to the river, plunging in. Sister, go! Wang Vajra dragged Li Ro away. Zombies chased, slowing only after a distance. The troops probably thought I was a zombie. Sister, keep this a secret. Pretend it never happened, Wang Vajra whispered. He has his reasons. He's not ordinary. He probably ran to avoid being studied. He can't be killed. But Li Ro calmed down. People in hazmat suits ran over, separating us, leading us to the rear. I swam, searching for a way ashore, when a black light flashed from the sky, hitting me. I lost consciousness. Help me. Help me. A withered face stared, hollow eyes wide. I knew it was a dream, but a nightmare. There were no other words, just that face. I cursed it, until it bit me hard. The pain woke me. Puff. I woke to corpse-like frogs on my belly, bulging their cheeks. They spat out water when I moved. I was stuck in rotten wood. Damn, frogs are fancy these days. I climbed ashore, shaking a corpse fish from my pants. This area was far from the city. I gathered my things, including the tiger tooth. I remembered the black light hitting the knife, me caught in the crossfire. I took a deep breath. White clouds floated in the sky, the sun shone brilliantly. It felt amazing. The corpse poison was fading, manageable. But a city had fallen, the country would soon follow. I don't know how long I'd been floating, but I was starving. I could eat the corpse fish, but the smell was awful. I needed to find a village, steal some corn and potatoes. I climbed a small hill. My heart leaped, the area was shrouded in black mist, no escape in any direction. The world was probably a corpse clan paradise. A zombie lurked, probably accidentally drinking poisoned water. Normal people would run, but I was excited, like seeing a delivery. I searched its pockets, finding cheap cigarettes and a lighter. Score. I lit a cigarette, almost choking. The zombie stayed, watching curiously. Poor guy. Your life's over. Follow me. We'll eat well. I patted it, walking towards the river, one zombie and one human. A county seat? I asked the zombie beside me, more statement than question. Ahead, a small mountain-ringed county, a few tall buildings. No black mist, just zombies, a playground for me. I quickly gathered a small zombie army. They were thrilled to see me, sniffing, checking me out. If I wasn't lazy, I'd have taken more. Jichuan County. I'm near Jiangcheng. I was surprised to find an ID in a zombie's pocket. This was at least 100 kilometers from Dongshan. Wow, this is insane. I found a phone, checked the date, and almost had a heart attack. I'd been out for 9 days. People would have drowned. Roar. A 2-meter tall, fat zombie roared at me, looking angry. I laughed. Zombie evolution was simple, strength and speed. This was a low-level one, its fat glistening. Hundreds of zombies formed a circle, clearing a space for a duel. Zombies are smart now? I chuckled, drawing the tiger tooth. The fat zombie charged, its fist like a sandbag, hitting my head. I dodged, leaping, jamming the tiger tooth into its skull. Puff! It crashed. The other zombies froze, but I noticed a subtle black shadow sucked into the knife. What? I swung the knife. No effect, no energy wave. I even chopped off a few heads, still nothing. The zombies got scared and ran. I'd killed 50 or 60. Useless. I sheathed the knife, I was afraid of exhausting myself. But the little zombie was gone. What are you doing here? You think a big guy won't beat you? I found him staring at a clothing store. A thwack. A short arrow hit his eye socket. He fell. Who's that? I looked up at the store, seeing a young man waving. Come up. Quickly. Before the zombies notice. They tossed down a nylon rope, and I finally saw a living person. I climbed up. The young man skillfully closed the windows and curtains, carefully spraying air freshener. This place is a mini-mall? I was stunned, my tiger tooth knife making me look like some kind of tough guy. There were 3 men and 2 women, all young. The crossbow guy smiled. You escaped from Old Street, right? I'm Jiang Huan. We're old classmates, he introduced everyone, but I was distracted, checking out the mall. The ground floor was designer clothes and jewelry, the second floor, miscellaneous shops, the third, restaurants. You couldn't go higher. There was an escalator in the center. But there were far more people than the group I'd arrived with, the 3 floors were packed. You're lucky. This mall was being renovated, I said, pointing to the construction materials. Jiang Huan nodded. The owner got caught up in things, and the mall almost got overrun. He started repairs, it was lucky. Otherwise, it would be filled with zombies. This place is good. Zombies can't get in, I said, heading upstairs. A big-eyed girl stopped me. Hey! We saved you. What's with the attitude? Oh, sorry. I forgot, I said, finally remembering their perspective. My name's Lu Sanqian. Lu is in Lu Bang, 3000 is in 3000 beauties. With a name like that, you're trouble, Big Eyes muttered. I heard it, but ignored her. Who the hell lets people in? A fat middle-aged guy stomped down from the third floor, ignoring me, sneering at Zhang Huan. You keep secrets. This isn't just yours, his food rations are your responsibility. Du Feng, you're a thief. A student yelled. We're running out of food. You hoard it all. Who says we eat like kings? I've lost 5 pounds. Du Feng glared. We're rationing, too. I'm doing this for everyone. The big cities are gone, ZF can't help. Waiting for rescue is hopeless. We have enough for a few months, but we have hundreds of mouths to feed. Plus, I'm not heartless. Remember how many people we started with? I've got a clear conscience. I saw the zombies outside when you saved this guy, it's doubled. That means our careful planning is ruined. And you didn't check him for the virus. He'll eat with us, Zhang Huan said firmly. Du Feng nodded. Fine. But don't blame me if tonight's rations are smaller weight. Why did you let me join without asking? I interrupted. Du Feng grinned. You don't want to? You want to follow me? Who are you? I scoffed. You think you're some big shot? Like those guys who demand seats on a bus. Watch your mouth. Du Feng scowled. A skinny guy behind him yelled, pulling a gun, pointing it at me. I was surprised. Guns weren't common here. That explained his attitude. You should have pulled that out sooner. Then I could have played the part better, I said, then apologized. I was kidding. Anyone can see you're the boss. What I meant was, I don't need to share food with them. Think about that. Don't come crying to me later, Du Feng said, heading upstairs. His lackeys glared at me, then followed. You just insulted Du Feng. You'll regret it, Zhang Huan sighed. I shrugged. He has a few air guns. He might not give me food. Follow me, brother, he's a snake. Two-faced. Zhang Liang said disgustedly. Why didn't you brag to his face? Zhang Liang can stand up to him, can't you? Nope. I shook my head. He can't control us. He exposed himself in front of everyone. Nobody dares say anything. Brother Huan, we shouldn't have saved him, Zhang Liang said. Ryoko, you're rash. Zhang Huan shook his head. Then, to me, Du Feng has pistols. Air guns, but they can kill. I saved you selfishly. We need to stick together to survive. Thanks for the honesty. I pulled out some biscuits. I'm not leaving. Here's some food. Don't worry, I'm a camel. Food's not a problem. Where's the water? I want to make hot pot. Oh my god, this smells amazing. You should open a spicy soup shop. Zhang Liang said, helping me. We're rationing biscuits, and you're making hot pot? I thought you had some instant noodles, but you're loaded with veggies, frozen meat, fish balls. Where'd you get that? We'll give you all our water, I want some soup. Easy. Get a fan. We've got greedy people outside. I fanned the aroma. People from other shops came running, wanting to know who dared cook. What are you looking at? This is a welcome bonus. I had a disagreement with Boss Du. What are you gathering for? I'll charge you if I hear it again. I lied. They left, cursing. Most of the people here climbed in from both sides. This mall is sandwiched between buildings, only one entrance on the ground floor, sealed with cement. The windows are sealed, too. Du Feng's reinforcing the mall, making it a fortress. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be king here for a while. Those air guns give him power over the survivors. Smells so good. The others didn't want to eat, it didn't seem right, but the aroma was irresistible. 6 of us gathered, eating hot pot. Zhang Huan and the others contributed instant noodles. We devoured the soup. Big Eyes even changed her mind about me. But I worried about this idiot's future. After we ate, Zhang Liang couldn't stop bragging. He wanted to turn in Du Feng's gun and get a better spot in the mall. Big Eyes was trying to talk him out of it. She really thought he had the guts. If he did, he'd be a real hero. Jiang Huan said, Du Fatty won't push too hard. He's afraid of a riot. But if things stay like this, we're stuck here forever. You want out? I asked. Who doesn't? Big Eyes said, head in her hands. I do nothing but wait for food. I can't even shower. Some women have gone to the third floor. Things will get worse. Don't worry, Kiki, I won't let them mess with you, Zhang Liang assured her. Jiang Huan asked, Brother Lu, you escaped. What's it like outside? Can we get out of the city? It depends. Easy for me alone, harder in a big group, I said. He's bragging again, Big Eyes mumbled. He's so tough, why isn't he out of the city? Why is he here? You're too young to understand, I laughed. Escaping isn't always good. Jichuan County is safe, no fog. If you're bored, find something to do, date, kiss, enjoy yourselves. But be careful. You and Zhang Liang would be a good match. Why aren't you together? Brother Lu, what are you saying? He's too familiar, Big Eyes said. He's my buddy. That'd be weird. My partner needs to be gentle, like Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan smiled, Zhang Liang looked disappointed. I saw it. Lu Sanqian? Is that really you? A woman opened the door, surprised. I didn't recognize her at first. She wore a trench coat and jeans, light makeup, pretty face, and a decent figure. The only flaw? Not much chest. But she was my type. Plus, there were only a couple hundred people here, few pretty women. She was a rare flower. Miss, did we meet before? I asked cautiously. She scoffed. You forgot? I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme near your junkyard. I sold you some stuff. And you hit me up on WeChat. Let me think. I racked my brain, finally remembering. I slapped my forehead. You were the one with the stones hidden in your bag. You had a nickname. Colgate? No. I'm Gao Jie. Same difference, I laughed. What are the odds? We meet again at the end of the world. What are you doing here? Long story, she waved. You just got here, you probably have good stuff. Share some with an old friend. You're late for the soup, I said, gesturing to the pot. She said shame, then paused, pulling out perfume. I don't know the brand. It's expensive. For the goddess. There's a store downstairs, I pointed out. She laughed. Next time, I'll give you something better. Thanks, Qianqian. She left. Naked seduction. Is that fair? Birds of a feather, the quiet student said, quoting a classic. I gave him a thumbs up. Brother Lu, you like her, don't you? Big Eyes asked. Jealous? I'm warning you. Don't waste your time, you'll get hurt. Big Eyes said. She's a beauty, lots of guys want her, but no one succeeds. I think Yuan Bin on the third floor is eyeing her. Yuan Bin? Who is he? Du Fatty's top guy. A real gangster. Nobody messes with him. I know Wang Vajra. He's my brother. What kind of gangster is in a small town? I laughed, but saw Zhang Liang sneakily taking the tiger tooth. Everyone stared. Zhang Liang's eyes lit up. Brother Lu, your knife is real. I thought you were cosplaying. Having this is a huge advantage. Be careful, it's sharp, I warned. He hissed. I touched it, and it sucked my blood. It's evil. I snatched it back. I saw his blood drawn into the knife. Luckily, nobody noticed. I played it off. I'm stuffed. I'm going to bed. Don't bother me unless it's an emergency. Especially you female classmates. I grabbed the knife and went to sleep. They wondered why I went to bed so early, but they'd understand soon enough. Today had been exhausting. You eat this for breakfast? I pointed at the wilted leaves. Zhang Liang grimaced. We get the wilting veggies on the third floor. It was better earlier, we even got meat. Now it's just dried meat and bacon. You're rationing? They guys said sadly. I had to share with you. Let's get a plate. Mouths are short. Thanks for the hot pot. TSK, I took a leaf, chewing it unhappily. This is ancient. Don't eat it. I'll make breakfast. Sounds good, Big Eyes said, getting a bowl. I went inside, pulling out a black bag. Everyone's jaw dropped. Hide it. Zhang Huan hissed. They stuffed it under the cabinet. They asked where I got it. You wouldn't believe me if I said I found it here, I laughed. Why bother? Eat. Instant noodles, chicken legs, fish, self-heating pots. If you don't want it, fine. I'm starving. I tore open a bag of chicken legs. Everyone's eyes were glued to the food. I almost closed the door, then added, Why are you closing the door? Guilty conscience? Don't worry, just be careful. I brought it yesterday. Zhang Huan said solemnly, Brother Lu, you didn't steal this from the third floor, did you? That's bold. Du Fatty would kill you. So what? As long as he doesn't know, I said. I hadn't denied going out last night. It was too much trouble to explain. Brother Huan, eat. Brother Lu did right. If we're careful, we won't get caught. It's easy to hide. Zhang Liang and the others ate. The others pretended to chat by the door. Zhang Huan shook his head, grabbing a piece of bread. Leave the bag here. We're done after this meal, I said, standing up. Du Fatty can't find out about this. I'm more careful, but you can come to me anytime you need food. I'll be in the small room. No, Brother Lu. It's too risky. Du Fatty is ruthless about food. Someone stole ham once and got beaten to death, Zhang Liang warned. But I was firm. I'm used to being alone. I talk in my sleep, make noise at night. I was a bother last night. And I can't eat this stuff, I need to steal to survive. Chapter 010 Okay then. They saw I'd made up my mind. I turned to Zhang Huan. Tell the groups on the first and second floors I have supplies, fair prices. Tell them to come see me. You're crazy. That's like stealing from a tiger. What am I afraid of? If it's good, who would rat me out? I don't think they can stand it much longer, I said. Then, has anyone disappeared? I suspect something's wrong on the third floor, I hear screams at night. I don't know, Zhang Huan said. We haven't all been together, so a few missing people wouldn't be noticed. Okay, keep an eye out. I gave some food to the people in the room I'd chosen. Food was valuable, other things weren't lacking. Why am I so hungry and thirsty? My tiger tooth knife trembled, like a massager. Something was weird about this mall, but I couldn't just stare around. If I could restore the tiger tooth, I could handle anything, even a corpse clan leader. Whatever's making it react must be energizing it. After a break, someone knocked. A skinny guy with triangular eyes and a goatee grinned awkwardly. Boss, I heard you have supplies. News travels fast. I let him in. He smiled. What do you need? There's nothing here except food. We're barely getting by, but if you have food, I can get you anything. Turkey-flavored instant rice. You wouldn't happen to have any? I pulled out a bag and tossed it. His eyes lit up. He stuffed it into his clothes. I said, actually, I need people. People? Boss, you're not going against Dufeng, are you? Let's just say I'm not happy, I said, lighting a cigarette. Du Fatty slapped me down. Fine. But the food he gives us is scraps. He thinks he's the emperor. I'm bringing people in, living well, while he throws us scraps. That's not fair. Oh, Boss Du is thinking of everyone, the guy said, checking the doors and windows, whispering. We wanted to challenge him. But he has guns. We're scared. I know, I said. Jiang Huan contacted you first, not others. You're in charge of the first and second floors. I'm telling you, I have plenty of food enough to fill this room. I didn't bring it in because Du Fatty would take it. Help me contact the small bosses on the first and second floors. We need to stick together. My food is ours. Where's the food? He asked suspiciously. Boss, I don't doubt you, but everyone knows there's food outside. Nobody dares go out. How did you get so much? Just do as I say. He left, doubtful. Then people started arriving, attracting attention from the third floor. They couldn't find anything, so I told them to behave. Gao Jie showed up, shoving a guy out, sitting down, glaring at me silently. Sister, you're staring, I said, pulling out a big bag of snacks. She was thrilled. I didn't expect you to have this much. You're a survivor. This is all for you. You falling for me? A few snacks doesn't mean love, she said. But I'm fond of you, little brother. Stop talking like that. It gives me goosebumps, I said. When I think of you, I think of your earlier self. You weren't so dramatic. You even put me on blast on your friends list. Are you finished? She shifted, crossing her legs. You can't keep your eyes off my chest, you always want racy photos. You're cheap, you never spend money. What kind of girl do you want? I blushed. Let's skip that. You're a doctor, right? My dream was to be a doctor. Nope. She said coldly. An old guy at the hospital kept hitting on me. I had him beaten up. The hospital punished me. They said flies don't bite seamless eggs. I got angry and had the head doctor beaten. When I got here, I wanted to go to the county hospital, but the biochemical crisis hit. Impressive, I said. You, collecting trash, opened a chain store here? I started to explain, but boom. The door flew open. Gao Jie glared. He cursed at me. You're stirring things up, aren't you? Trying to rebel? I'm innocent, Brother Bin. Who ratted me out? Jiang Huan, probably. He's jealous I'm not messing with him. A bunch of kids want me to play with them. I grinned. This was Yuan Bin, Big Eyes' guy. Someone must have talked, wanting to be a dogleg on the third floor. I'd expected it, no small group would trust me. We didn't. Big Eyes said stupidly. Yuan Bin saw the snacks. He sneered, his men grabbing the food. You came with just a bag. Where did this come from? I went out and scrounged. Haha, Yuan Bin sneered. You think we're idiots? Do you think the zombies eat dry food? I know you're no good. You stole from the third floor. Tie him up. Du Fatty will deal with him. Wait. I raised my hand. No need. I'll go myself. But first, you're all idiots. I tried to help, and you ratted me out. A bunch of ungrateful dogs. Ha ha. You're finished. Even if you don't die, you're done here. Yuan Bin laughed. I poked his nose. You lowlife gangster. You're getting revenge. You're still mad about what happened back then. I told your mother I wouldn't go near you, even if she wasn't involved. Say that again, Yuan Bin snarled, his face turning red. I repeated it, your mother and I were serious. I punched him in the head. You cheap punk. A sneak attack. I was fine, I kicked him back 2 meters, shocking everyone, even Gao Jie. You're dead. Yuan Bin rubbed his head, pulling a pistol. But I was ready. I flipped over and jumped out the window. Remember, I'm not letting those rats who reported me off the hook. I landed from the second floor, fine. Yuan Bin aimed his gun, but he only saw my feet. He couldn't hit me. He laughed. A crowd of zombies had gathered. Idiot. Jumping out won't save you. I thought he was tough. He's nothing. People chatted. I was dead to them. But then, a mix of crying, barking, humming, and screaming erupted. Everyone froze. What was that? People ran to the windows. I was running towards the zombies, terrified, something chasing me. Even the zombies were backing off. Help! Help! There are ghosts. Ghosts underneath. Don't come near me, ah! I hit the ground, crawling away, begging for help. What's wrong? Everyone was uneasy. Zombies were afraid like this? They had no idea what was happening. You all have to die, you all have to die. Lu Sanqian uttered the last sentence, and then an invisible force pulled him back. No matter how much he pulled with his two hands, it wouldn't help, he could only cry again and again. What? A terrible scream sounded, and the bottom finally returned to calm, but the upstairs exploded, and all of them scattered, yelling to seal the windows. Yuan Bin was also very scared, but he still had it. Let the big guy not panic, saying that Lu Sanqian must have been scared out of mental illness. Boss Du is here. Everyone consciously stepped aside. With such a big movement, Boss Du naturally had to come down. A dog leg quickly described what had just happened, but Boss Du laughed. People of all ages still believe this. If there are ghosts, there will be more dead people than living people these days. Talents are a rare species. Ghosts should be afraid of many talents. It's too late to hide. No, Boss Du, you haven't seen it. We big guys have seen it. Not only Lu Sanqian was frightened, but the group of zombies hid far away. One person retorted with lingering fears, but Boss Du still shook his head. Oh, you guys, well, even if you step back 10,000 steps and say, Lu Sanqian really met a ghost underneath and was eaten, why didn't the ghost come up? Couldn't it be that our meat is not good? It's just that more of us are frightening it. In that case, why are you worried about it? It's alright, go back and rest, watch the excitement and waste your energy every day. Do you have nothing to do if you are full? The middle-aged man wearing glasses next to Boss Du immediately said, when Lu Sanqian came to us, he started to engage in trouble, misbehave, and stole our collective food. If he was eaten by a ghost, he would die. Don't worry, God. When it collapsed, Boss Du was against it, and they all fell apart. Everyone went back to each house and looked for their mothers. Zhang Huan and the others sighed together. They really didn't figure out what kind of muscle Lu Sanqian was. It's dead for fun. Gao Jia, are you okay? Yuan Bin squeezed out a smiling face, but the scars beside his eyes made him look weird. Gao Jia was indeed taken aback by Lu Sanqian's actions. Even now, his chest is still floating up and down, which makes him dreamy, but she said blankly, it's okay, I'm a little sleepy now, I want to go back to rest and rest. Then I'll send you. Yuan Bin scratched his head in a naive manner. With so many people, Gao Jia could only give an but Du Fatty coughed, Team Yuan, come with me. What's up? Yuan Bin's eyes fell cold. Who knows that Boss Du said indifferently, your little brother business. He immediately seemed to be electrocuted, but he was still unwilling to give up this hard one time together. Said I am coming. After all, Gao Jia lived on the second floor. It was only a few steps away. Yuan Bin hurriedly walked into Du Fatty's room on the third floor with a calm face. The latter was drinking a little wine and put a hand into it. The woman grabbed her chest, saw him coming, waved her hand to make the woman retreat, and said coldly, you smashed your head, I asked you to beat Lu Sanqian and bring him up. You actually killed him directly. Do you know how much this has had an impact on us? Impact? All I know is that he can kill chickens and monkeys when he is dead. Yuan Bin sat down and said nonchalantly, but Du Fatty slammed the table suddenly, is it so useful for killing chickens and monkeys? Can you use your brain? I think you were irritated by Gao Jia. I don't understand her. What's good? I asked someone to bring you up and you are not happy. It has nothing to do with her. Yuan Bin waved his hand. Lu Sanxian didn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme at all. He has been agitating me ever since I entered, and he was very decisive when he jumped off the building. If he didn't want to die, then he was fascinated by ghosts. Don't find the reason, just do it. I don't have to hold anyone accountable. Du Fatty lowered his voice and said, "Where did Lu Sanxian's food come from? The people below don't know, you and I don't know? He obviously sneaked out last night. Without this ability, he would dare to be so hard in front of us? If we hadn't taken out the gun, he would even dare to shoot me." You mean? You only reacted now. Du Fatty looked like he was cheated by his pig teammates. Let's stay here sooner or later and sit and eat in the sky. He can find food outside, and he must have a way to escape from the city. You don't think about yourself, you have to do it for you little brother. Just think about it? It's a pity that Lu Sanxian is dead now. You can even catch him and beat him half to death. It's all dead, it's useless to say more. Yuan Bin said coldly, he can find a way to avoid the zombies, we can certainly do too, the big deal is to spend more time, from this evening I will try one by one. Okay, what you are waiting for is what you said. Boss Du laughed and said, since I have this plan, I will add more water to the group of pigs tomorrow to soothe them. At the entrance of the mall, the doors and windows were all sealed with cement. The outside could not be seen from the inside, and the inside could not be seen from the outside. However, Lu Sanxian, who was dragged away by the ghost, was unscathed. He even sat on the steps and smoked wildly, and several zombies stupidly standing guard aside, sniffing secondhand smoke. Damn it, fuck me? It scares you to death. All the so-called ghosts were performed by him, and the zombies could cooperate with him, but he was only afraid of him. The acting was quite interesting, but it was a bit of a waste of throat. Fortunately, he had a box of Huazi in his pocket. Smoke this to cure a cough. Oh, people's hearts are cold and warm, and the world is so cold, no one wants to save me when I jumped off the building, and even call me stupid. He was talking to himself and turned into the adjacent building. Now he is a dead man, and it is a bit inappropriate to enter the mall again, but he already has a general plan in his heart, and he has to go up to the third floor to see anything. Look. Dage, don't do it, I am a living person. Fuck, what the hell? As soon as he entered, he suddenly jumped out of him. He raised his hands and almost didn't kneel down. Lu Sanxian was all stupid, and he asked hurriedly, just you? Only me. Did you see it all just now? I saw it. No, I didn't see it. Dage, you won't kill me, will you? The guy nodded and shook his head again. He looked only 15 or 16 years old. He had a very fashionable little middle point on his head. He knew that he was good at playing basketball when he was wearing overalls. Lu Sanxian pretended to smile deeply. If you stop talking, it depends on whether you are worthy of cooperation. Tell me honestly, what do you see? Actually, I didn't see it all. I came out to see it after hearing the movement. It happened to be just to see the zombie light a cigarette for you. The guy was just like hell, and he said nothing. Lu Sanxian smiled and handed him a piece of Huazi. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Tell me why you are the only one here? I don't know how to smoke. The guy said this. His name was Wang Kong. He was also very miserable. It was not easy to get into the mall on the first floor, and he didn't have the courage to go to the second floor. Unfortunately, all the family members were killed. The sporadic food in the house survives to this day. Fortunately, he has never encountered second-level upgraded zombies, otherwise he will definitely finish playing by himself. Although it is easy to encounter in the mall, but fortunately there are many people, the net is blocked, and the second-level speed-type zombies that climb on the wall are used. It can be beaten to death by sticking it around. Brother Lu, how did you make the zombies light a cigarette? I thought I had hallucinations when I saw it. Seeing that Lu Sanxian didn't have any bad intentions, Wang Song's courage grew, and old Lu smiled and said, it's not difficult. First of all, you have to teach zombies to use a lighter. Don't lie to me, you must have superpowers, right? It's written in novels. Can you believe the stories in the novel? The novels are all made by a group of nasty dicks. The plot is not written. I keep thinking about driving all day. The key is to stop halfway and leave an ellipsis there. This is not bullying honest people. Lu Sanxian was filled with righteous indignation and turned around and said, I am traditional Taoist Kung Fu, and I pay attention to turning enemies into friends. What are zombies? To put it bluntly, it is a species of zombies, a large branch. Our traditional Taoist Kung Fu is profound and profound. Moving corpses is just a basic skill. I slightly improved it to control 1 or 2 zombies. Isn't that easy? You are young, don't think about these mysterious things all day long. Our Taoist skills are all about science. Logical. You are a Taoist priest. Wang Song was so excited. Great, I wanted to be a Taoist since I was a kid. My idol is Lin Zhengying. Brother Lu, can you let me be your apprentice? I also want to ward off demons and defend the Tao. Don't drive at a young age. You won't be able to turn to the Guardian Road. Lu Sanxian smiled and said, I am very important to the inheritance. How can I accept disciples casually? Then, I will ask my master for instructions. If his old man agrees, I will accept you. You can't be careless about this. Don't talk big when you see anyone say, or you won't be able to keep up with the heat when you eat shit. Brother Lu, don't worry, I'm famous for being tight-lipped, and I won't tell you about it even if I kill you. Wang Song quickly promised that Lu Sanxian pointed his finger, go and get me some firewood. I'll go out and get some food in. If we eat hot pot, we will be happy. It's okay to deal with. Good. When he heard that he was eating hot pot, Wang Song nodded his head like pounding garlic, and he took the cabinets apart. Who knew it was only a few hours before it was dark? He even thought that Lu Sanxian had run away. After returning with a large bag of things, he threw the ground and said, go a little farther, find something else, I'm going to do something big tomorrow. What's the big deal? Wang Song swallowed, staring wide-eyed and asked. Lu Sanxian angrily said, the people in the opposite shopping mall were crushed by a group of criminals and they couldn't hold their heads up. They lived a stubborn life all day, which I can see. To tell you the truth, I came to Jichuan County to do 3 things, fairness, or fairness. I want to bring those criminals to justice so that everyone can eat, people are clothed. Awesome. Suddenly, Wang Song felt that he still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme 2 little books, and he was not very good at boasting, so he could only suffocate these 2 words for a long time. Chapter 012 What? A few sharp female voices sounded, and the shopping mall at night turned on the lights for the first time. Although it was only powered by batteries, it also gave them a sense of security. In addition, large and small oil lamps were all over the rooms. Regardless of attracting the dense zombies outside, after hearing the screams, a group of people hurriedly gathered next to the girl. The man with glasses who came down from the 3rd floor still got a curl in his mouth. His face was full of impatience, but he still asked, what's the matter? I've run into a ghost again. Why, I never saw it. You guys have come across these few days back. He was a ghost and still frightened people? Whoever engages in these moths in the middle of the night, don't blame me for depriving him of his rations. Several girls were in fright and wept. Seeing me, the boys took the opportunity to take advantage of them. The one that hugged them was called a comfortable one. One of the relatively courageous girls clutched her chest and said, Director Chi, we really saw ghosts this time. We were washing our farts, washing our faces, suddenly a shadow flashed by, and we heard ghosts singing. Sing? What song did he sing? Director Chi looked like he did not believe in evil, and the girl trembled and said, it seems to be like the most dazzling ethnic style. What song are you talking about? Director Chi was stunned immediately. Dare to love this ghost is quite trendy, and ran outside the window of the little girl in the middle of the night, humming, the vast horizon is my love, leaving behind a colorful sea. Boom boom boom. As he was talking, the window was knocked several times, and a white shadow really flashed behind the glass covered by the curtain, like a ghost. Director Chi kicked one of his men in fright and let that unfortunately go over and see what it is. He trembled as he walked over there, and it took a long time to open the curtains. Unexpectedly, with a boom, a fire blazed fiercely, and the pattern formed instantly resembling a skull. It's really a ghost. The unlucky soul flew away, and ran back in panic, but the more terrifying thing was still behind. A person actually clung down, floating like this without landing, and at the same time, his body hit the window again and again. Every sound seemed to hit the hearts of everyone, like the crazy male host in The Shining smashing the door with an axe. Run! Seeing this, they finally couldn't hold back, and ran up the stairs in a panic. Director Chi was also dumbfounded and could only order his men to come and find Yuan Bin. Sizzle, brother Lu is broken, the rope is broken. Wang Song said anxiously. The corpse of the zombie immediately fell onto the road. Lu Sanchen glanced at his watch and said directly, "This way, when I go down, you will hide on the rooftop. Wait for my news. Don't be alone. Run back, and if you run into a zombie, then blame yourself for the idea." After Lu Sanchen ran to the other side, Wang Song continued to attract attention. He climbed the wall twice and reached the third floor, but sadly found that almost all the windows on the third floor were sealed with cement, and he had no choice but to pull it again. Climb down with the rope. Fuck, this is the female dormitory. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a long bra hanging on the line with Shao Nai in the eye. He subconsciously wanted to smell it, but he felt abnormal and thought about it. Who knew that someone walked in without warning and just saw it? He held a bra in his hand, which was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to his nose. What? The woman who walked in hastily yelled. He immediately rushed over and covered the woman's mouth. He turned around and found that the woman was Gao Jia. He loosened and said, "Calm down, it's me, Lu Sanchen." "Brother Lu, don't find me, I didn't kill you." Gao Jia's scalp was numb, and she closed her eyes and begged, "I couldn't help you at the time. If you didn't jump off the building, I could still help you plead. Jean Ingot, if you want to find it, go to Do Fatty and the others. Why are you looking for me as a young woman? You look so beautiful, of course you are looking for your wife." Lu Sanchen smiled, "Don't worry, I'm not dead. If you don't believe me, touch it and see if I have a chin. Don't do this, we are both yin and yang separated, huh? Do you really have a chin?" Gao Jia touched it several times before he could barely believe, "But I saw you jump down with my own eyes, how did you survive?" "I don't want to hide it from you anymore." Lu Sanchen released his hand, dropped his bra by the way, and said solemnly, "Actually, I met aliens, and the zombies were afraid to approach them. At first glance, I definitely regarded them as ghosts. Star people, originally they came to the Earth to travel, but I didn't think we were all polluted like this. After saving me, they ran away in a spacecraft, saying they were going to report to the universe security team. Among them there was a female alien. Your body exploded, and your chest was bigger than your 4+1. I fell in love with me at the time, but unfortunately I didn't. I still like this one of yours better. Who did you say that you have a small chest?" Gao Jia was furious immediately, but before she settled the accounts, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Only Yuan Bin asked outside, "Gao Jia, what's the matter with you? I just seem to hear something from you. Hurry up, no one will save you this time." "Where am I hiding?" "Hiding in the quilt." There were no larger cabinets, so Gao Jia pushed him onto the bed, covered him with a big pink quilt, and then sat down on the edge of the bed and unbuttoned his clothes with his hands. "Don't come in, I'm changing clothes. I just finished saying this sentence." I don't know that Yuan Bin is not particular about this product. He still strode in, fixed his head at the door and twisted his head away, glancing at my apologies. "Sorry, I don't know you didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door. I'm worried that you are in danger. Just a zombie climbed up to the second floor, so that's alright, you go out soon." "I'm leaving now." Yuan Bin did not forget to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door and turn his head to leave, but Lu Sanchen, who had already poked his head out of the quilt, almost came down with a nosebleed, and moved his face forward with a very unwilling face. "You are disgusting, not disgusting." Gao Jia stood up quickly. Lu Sanchen opened the quilt with a smile, but he saw a little yellow pants. "Little Huangya? I didn't expect you to wear this color. It's up to you, I'm happy. Gao Jia immediately stuffed the thing under the quilt. Lu Sanxian said a little bit amused, it looks like Yuan Bin treats you well. He is quite honest in front of you. Why are you not tempted? Is it because you want to hang yourself? Hanging on you big head. To be honest, he was really nice to me, but he is a very wicked person, and he feels that there is a problem with his head. I can't tell you one sentence or two. Anyway, even though Gao Jia hadn't finished speaking, the door suddenly opened from the outside. Yuan Bin stared at Lu Sanxian with a green face, and Lu Sanxian looked at the window and immediately understood that all the debris was opened by him, unless Yuan Bin is blind, otherwise it is absolutely impossible not to see it. Yuan Bin, don't be impulsive. Lu Sanxian and I are fellow villagers. The last thing was a misunderstanding. There is no need to shoot. You really didn't die when you stepped on a horse, so you did all the ghosts in the past few days? Yuan Bin took out his gun and pointed it at Lu Sanxian, but Lu Sanxian was really not a thing. He hid directly behind Gao Jia and yelled facelessly, "Come on, shoot. Let us adulterers and harlots reincarnate together and do the wrong thing underneath." Don't irritate him. Gao Jia estimated that she had never been so speechless in her life. He didn't expect Yuan Bin to be such a good person. He actually put away the gun. Go away, don't let me see you. No, how can I go alone? I want to take her with me. Without knowing which muscle was wrong, Lu Sanxian hooked Gao Jia's neck and approached Yuan Bin step by step. The scene became embarrassing for a while, and Gao Jia's beautiful little face was white as lime at the moment. Yuan Bin was stunned, and suddenly yelled, "Do you want a face? Use a woman as a shield, don't force me to shoot. Brother, next time I have a chance to catch the rape. If you listen to me, you must bring enough people." After saying these words earnestly, Lu Sanxian suddenly rushed towards him, not caring about the broken gun at all. Yuan Bin didn't expect him to be so vigorous. He panicked and pulled the trigger at the same time. Boom! Lu Sanxian, who had been shot, was as if he was okay. A left jab knocked him out. Only then did he react slowly, rubbing the gun and sucking in pain. You got shot? Gao Jia changed color in amazement, but Lu Sanxian opened his clothes and said, "I made a self-made body armor, which is enough for this kind of air gun, but there is a saying, it really hurts to hit it." But in fact, most people wear the clothes and finish playing, and he may be infected with corpse poison. His physical fitness is getting better and better. The key is to be particularly hard. It is hard everywhere. As long as you don't hit your head, it's okay. Otherwise, he would have died in Dongshan City. Then he is all right? Don't worry about it, but everyone else must have heard the gunshots. Lu Sanxian picked up the pneumatic simulation pistol, and it felt like that. The power was not small. It still hurts like fire when hitting his stomach. After only a while, Yuan Bin's men rushed to the scene, but Yuan Bin was trampled on the bottom of Lu Sanxian's feet like a dead body, and they did not dare to act rashly. Damn it, you are. Someone finally recognized him. A boss with two staring eyes, trembling and looking funny. Lu Sanxian immediately rolled his eyes, with a creepy smile on the corners of his mouth, and deliberately rubbed his throat coldly and said, "You all have to die." Ma! All of a sudden fuck. Before Lu Sanxian was happy, this group of people was so scared that they fired indiscriminately without martial ethics. Fortunately, he had quick eyes and quick hands. He pulled Gao Jia away and cursed, "Are you all sick? Shoot the ghost, even if you recite a curse, it's okay to pee on the boy. He is afraid of bullets. He is afraid of bullets." The outsiders suddenly realized that they were ready to fix this guilty stuff, but Lu Sanxian pulled Yuan Bin up and yelled, "I am not dead, but if you shoot like this again, your old age will definitely die in front of me. Don't shoot." A strong man said solemnly, "Brother, you better make sure that Team Yuan is okay, otherwise you won't be able to get out even if you put your wings in." Who said that? Didn't you see that labor and capital jumped back upstairs? I hit 10 of you one by one, some kind of lost the gun, a bunch of scumbags. Lu Sanxian curled his lips and said with disdain, "I don't think I can look down on a dog like you in my life. It's heavenly Tao and Samsara, who has been spared by the heavens. Don't say I haven't reminded you to wake up." With Du Fatty, there is only a dead end. The mall belongs to our big guy, not his Du Fatty alone. If he does this, he will finish playing sooner or later. While talking, all the other people who heard the movement slowly moved over and watched from a distance, especially Jiang Huan and others. It was an excitement. Seeing more people, Lu Sanxian became even more excited and locked Yuan Bin. His neck went out. Give me all the guns down, it's not ashamed, a group of big men, I'm the only one, are you afraid that I will turn the sky? Put away the gun. The brawny man thought that this is indeed the truth, so he ordered. Lu Sanxian stood on the flower bed very arrogantly, and said like a speech, brothers and sisters, I know that you all have questions. Why did I not die when I jumped down? Today I will answer in answer. In fact, we were all deceived by Du Fatty. They have long been able to prevent the zombies from biting us, but they never said that because Du Fatty wanted to put us all in this shabby place, so that he could be the emperor of the earth, sleep your wife, and beat your son. Fart, you are talking nonsense. The brawny man spit, thinking that such a thing would force no one to believe it, but when he turned around, the group began to whisper. Talking about it? Lu Sanxian smiled and continued, then you can explain how I came back alive? Come on, tell the big guy, give a reasonable explanation, okay? Can't think of it, let me help you thinking. Could it be that I have superpowers, all the zombies take me as their own people, do not bite me, and still obey my command? This where do I know when I step on a horse? The burly man's mouth became bald, and the people around him gathered more and more. Lu Sanxian shook his head and said earnestly, you are kept in the dark, I don't blame you, after all, you are not the core of Du Fatty. Apart from other things, just the few people around you, who is Yuan Bin's and who is Du Fatty's, shouldn't you know better? As soon as these words came out, the group of subordinates really divided into two waves and began to look at each other in a complicated manner. Damn it, Du Fatty is really not a man. Yes, these are not good things. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Damn, it really made us anxious. Let's go together and see who can frighten them with their broken guns. I can't stand the anger a long time ago. The voices of the people changed from small to loud, and the crowds were agitated. Unexpectedly, there was a gunshot, and they immediately beat them back to the original. I saw Du Fatty walk down slowly with Director Chi and others, and snorted coldly, who am I? It turns out that it is you. Someone really believes what you said. I don't care what tricks you did before. But in my turf, no one wants to rebel. It's the dragon you have to lie down for me. Du Fatty, you are such a powerful official. Lu Sanxian contemptuously said, you are finally willing to show your head. You are so embarrassed to let me lie down when you take 2 small steps. What's the matter, sleep on the bed with your wife? Come on, just in time for you to explain to the big guy. How did I survive? You are trying to change the concept secretly, and beat it back. Director Chi said first, you kid definitely has a problem. You made all the ghosts and monsters these days, dare you admit it? If you want to add a crime, there is nothing wrong with it. Lu Sanxian didn't blush at all when he told a lie, forget it, I don't think you can tell you are ugly, it doesn't matter, I have a way to let you admit it, sure Yukong, you come out. Oh, feed my brother, why are you calling me out now? The triangular eyes hiding far away heard Lu Sanxian calling him, so he could only bite the bullet and walk out. Lu Sanxian sneered, the little boss who asked you to find me at that time, whoever has a problem, you should clear the door. I have to settle the general ledger. Should know sure Yukon responded vaguely. As soon as these words came out, a large number of small bosses immediately proved innocent, but Lu Sanxian didn't hear a word, and instead threw an explosive news. In fact, there is one thing you have been fooled by Du Fatty for a long time, that is, there is not much food left on the 3rd floor. How is it possible? Except for a small part of the food in the entire mall, almost all is on the 3rd floor. They can't finish eating even if they die every day. Of course no one believes this, even Lu Sanxian himself. Du Fatty's people couldn't help laughing, and even bothered to refute, but he still said, you were so stupid that you have been deceived for so long. I know said, I'm still guessing the specific reason, but it's definitely not much. Maybe it's contaminated with corpse poison. Who knows, you can see some clues in the food they usually distribute to you. No wonder the food was so good in the 2 days after you jumped off the building. It turns out they wanted to cover up this. The big eyes were just right, and Lu Sanchen almost didn't laugh out loud, so he had to suffocate his smile. Of course, there is not much convincing power on this point, and the most critical point is that this group of people will meet every night. When you go out, think about what they are doing. Just go out to collect supplies because you don't have enough food. Yes, I saw it in the middle of the night, and I was still wondering at the time. I have seen it too. Everyone agreed again. Du Fatty's face turned green. He didn't expect that the black could be said to be white, so he had to tell the truth. We are looking for a way to avoid being noticed by the zombies, so that we can all escape the city. Yes, isn't it just to find a way? Lu Sanchen Yin and Yang said strangely, if you don't find a way, you dare to go out. Your courage is really big. Alas, it can't be compared. I only dare to jump if I have a way. Sure, Yukon immediately slapped his head. Hey, don't you still come back here? Boss Du, give us an explanation, is there anything to eat? If you ask him if it's useful, they don't have a word of truth in their mouths. In my opinion, it's better to rush forward. Only seeing is believing. Will you know what is true or false? Yes, you should rush forward. We should have listened to Lu Sanchen long ago. I knew he was a loyal man when I saw him. Everyone was clamoring and was about to go up to the 3rd floor. They couldn't stop them. Du Fatty finally got mad and pointed to Lu Sanchen's head and said loudly, shoot me and kill him. He is in a hurry, ha ha ha. Lu Sanchen was so happy that he dragged Yuan Bin into the house. Yuan Bin's confidant immediately pointed a gun at Du Fatty's person. Director Chi hurriedly shouted, He-Yong, do you want to rebel too? The strong man's face turned dark and he said in a deep voice, I don't care about the others, but the Yuan team is in his hands. You shot that affected the Yuan team, so don't blame us for being polite. It's the other way around, and it's all stumbling to death. Du Fatty went upstairs under the protection of a few people, but no one else would agree to it. The first one was the small bosses on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Various small groups played a huge role. It is estimated that they have long been rebellious. With a self-made shield and weapon, you rushed up. With thick quilts on the table these days, you are a small personal tank, and you can't stop it. What? The mall was chaotic, with screams and screams. A lot of people were injured, and none of them died. It is estimated that they paid more attention to measure. After all, it was not long before the disaster came, and no one had any experience in killing people. Generally just used to scare people. Du Fatty was defeated like a mountain, and own subordinates betrayed a lot. After a short time, they were arrested and tied up by rope into rice dumplings. I didn't do anything to hurt the gods and reason. Let me go. I am not the emperor of the earth. I will be your slave in the future. Please let me go. Du Fatty hurriedly begged for mercy, but a good-looking woman ran over in a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, slapped him hard on the face, and said heartbreakingly, he is not a human being at all. My husband just ran into him a few words at the time, and he found a reason to kill my husband and forcibly assault me. I must kill you. There were actually several others who followed. They came up with kicks and kicks. Some women who had nothing to do with it at all were itchy, and they took the opportunity to join them. It was very enjoyable. Don't fight, fight again and you will die. The little bosses hurriedly pulled them away. As expected, Boss Du was still doing a lot of evil, saying that it was self-hypnosis if it didn't hurt the world, and another wave had already checked the food on the 3rd floor, only to find that Lu Sanchen was the worst. People, food hasn't been reduced at all. But now that Du Fatty has been tied up, naturally no one is accounting for these details, the only thing that matters is the result. Why don't you look at the innermost locked room? I heard that people on the 3rd floor are not allowed to enter, there must be good things in it. Lu Sanchen came over with the Huya knife, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The closer the knife was to the room, the more excited he was, faster than the speed of his hands that he had exercised for so many years. Don't go in, don't open the door. Du Fatty, who was still very angry just now, heard Lu Sanxian's words coming in as if he came in, and roared vigorously, with a terrifying expression on his face, and looking extremely crippled. "That door really can't go in." The woman who had just beaten Du Fatty looked nervous and said, "That room had hanged a woman before. It seemed that she committed suicide after being played by a scumbag. Since then, it has been very evil, even if Du Feng let no one dared to approach anyone when they entered, and ghost screams would come out from time to time in the middle of the night as it's so called." "Ah!" Lu Sanxian suddenly screamed, and the few guys who had been knocked out in the melee just woke up in shock, with a look of bewilderment. Lu Sanxian had never convinced anyone before. The woman heard this. He didn't say anything, and subconsciously kept a distance of 5 meters from him, for fear of being infected. "Where's the key?" "The key is here." Zhang Liang found the key from Du Fatty and handed it to Lu Sanxian after a short jogging. The latter opened the lock without hesitation. The top of the lock was clean and spotless, and he knew that people would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme enter. "Yuan Bin, don't let them in. Stop him for me." Unexpectedly, Yuan Bin woke up. He Yang saw that Dage issued an order and immediately pointed his gun at Lu Sanxian, but Lu Sanxian ignored him and opened the door as everyone watched. "Hey!" There was no light in the dark, damp and cold air, and there was a strong odor that most people might not smell, but Lu Sanxian, who had been with the corpse clan, knew that the odor was actually a corpse odor. "They all hide behind, there is a problem here." Huya was still beating madly, Lu Sanxian reminded back, but he heard Jiang Huan shouting "Brother Lu," and then the door of the room was heavily closed, and the only light that came in was gone. "Yeah, this is trying to make me die." It's noisy and lively outside, but Lu Sanxian is quite self-aware. Except for Jiang Huan and the others, there is absolutely no way anyone will help him. After all, he just cheated this group of people, but Jiang Huan, a few of them are too small to make a big difference. So there is a high probability that the two groups quarreled outside. One is Yuan Bin, who just woke up, and his men are all strong and strong. The other should be the little boss who has just performed the most prominently. Du Fatty's guns are basically in his hands. Snapped. Turning on the flashlight, a large block of blood appeared on the ground. When the light beam passed, it seemed as if something flashed by, like a ghost film, but he didn't panic at all and walked over in stride. There were human bones piled up on the ground behind a pile of shelves. It is estimated that there are at least 7 or 8 people. It seems that Du Fatty has done a lot of bad things secretly. Yuan Bin can safely lock him in here. He must be confident that the contents inside will kill him, but he is not afraid at all. The thing that cannibalizes people, and there is still a bit of bones, you will know that it is not too big when you think about it. Puff! He killed a zombie that rushed forward, but he suddenly heard something rustling on the other end of the shelf. When he walked over, he saw only one head, just like the head of a beauty in a horror story. Help! Although the beauty's mouth hasn't been moved, Lu Sanxian's mind clearly heard what it wanted to say. The key is that the beauty's head is also very beautiful, with clear eyes like a lake, and lips moist like jelly. If ordinary people see it, they will definitely get bad thoughts. But who is Lu Sanxian? It was the man who was watching the movie in the bed and didn't move forward quickly. Such a scene was just a slapstick, so he walked straight over and smiled contemptuously. "Little sister, this kind of trick can't deceive me. If nothing else, you have to have a chest before you seduce me? It's very difficult for me to leave my head here unexpectedly." The woman was angry at first. Maybe it stabbed its sore spot. It suddenly revealed its original shape, hair strands supporting its head like tentacles, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. However, Lu Sanxian lit a cigarette with his back against the wall, and Huya turned on the vibration mode. This thing is really extraordinary. It has thinking ability and can even confuse people. Now he was completely relieved. He was so timid enough to only dare to hide in the trash. Unexpectedly, his teeth shook abruptly, and a handful of hair hung from the wall and tied his neck. The more you tighten it, the tighter it is, like a sweater that your family forced you to put on when you were a kid. Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian fell forward fiercely, making a classic Michael Jackson action. The wire-like hair was overwhelmed and broke. He propped on the floor and threw his tiger teeth up. When Huya rushed into the ceiling, and the beauty head disappeared again. Another sentence appeared in Lu Sanxian's mind: "Don't kill me, I have no malice." Then there was a period of this woman's tragic death. Lu Sanxian became the ex-boyfriend who loved her in a daze, making him confused. I said stop. Lu Sanxian pulled out the tiger's teeth and said depressed, "If you want to wash my brain, it's really useless to do this. Why don't you show me some small movies? Do you know the small movies? That's the kind of coolness to wear. Watching a particularly hot movie, maybe I am happy to watch it, and I can take you by my side as a DVD player." Unexpectedly, the IQ of the beauty head was owed, and a plot of the Flaming Mountain was broadcast. Sun Wukong had a naked redbutt, dressed in a cool, angry Lu Sanxian. However, the beauty head is not a good bird. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he sneaked up to the ceiling, and the steel needle hair was inserted into Lu Sanxian's eyes. Lu Sanxian quickly blocked a knife, and the hair immediately wrapped the tiger teeth. Lu Sanxian had to pull the knife down. The strength of the beauty head was not small, and the hair growth rate was amazing, and it grew to his shoulders in the blink of an eye. A large number of hair strands rushed from both sides. It turned out that the beauty leader had always been secretly operating in a layout, and wanted to come to a one-shot kill, like a spider, cocooning Lu Sanxian into an adult. "Little big sis, I was wrong. Give me another chance, okay? I'm your boyfriend. We are going to get married. We have a fight at the bedside." Lu Sanxian hurriedly begged for mercy like a grandson, but before he finished speaking, his mouth was blocked by hair. Seeing that he was trapped, the beauty head swam down immediately, opened his big vampire-like mouth, and took a bite. On his neck. Boom! Lu Sanxian slammed his head forward and slammed the head of the beautiful woman into a gold star. At the same time, he chopped off the hair that was in the way with a click with tiger teeth, and firmly grasped the head of the beautiful woman who hadn't slowed down with the other hand. Spit out the hair in his mouth and smiled. "Come on, do you try another run this time? Do not kill me." Only then did the beauty head react. This guy originally waited for the moment he got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, but now it's too late to regret. Lu Sanxian didn't bother to listen to it beeping more than a word, and Huya stabbed his forehead. Beauty the first uttered a harsh scream, and the handsome face became hideous and terrifying, like a bone spirit being dismantled. Sure enough, he is a big zombie. Seeing a dark shadow digging into the tiger's teeth, Lu Sanxian was both excited and excited. At the same time, the tiger's teeth seemed to have more power, but compared to the old zombie's charge, it was much less. Boom! The door was suddenly opened, and Yuan Bin rushed in and cursed in panic and anger. "Why didn't you step on the horse and didn't die? Where is my little brother?" "You little brother?" Lu Sanxian's hanger's head can't be touched, and the appearance of the beauty head is not like little brother. After thinking about it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and pointed at the zombies he hacked casually. "You little brother won't. It's this stuff, good fellow, it's not as good as you. I stepped on a horse and killed you." Yuan Bin suddenly became angry and his eyes were red. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Lu Sanxian reacted faster than a dog. When he drew away, he swung a knife. Poorly low, it just made Yuan Bin pause. "Okay Yuan Bin, how many people have you and Do Fatty killed here?" The little bosses simply got a big light bulb over. The light illuminates the whole room immediately. You can see the blood all over the floor at a glance, but Yuan Bin didn't answer at all. Instead, he limped to chase Lu, who was hiding behind the shelf. 3,000. How many times have you said that, every time you bring more people, you must not listen unexpectedly? As soon as Yuan Bin entered, the shelf collapsed. Lu Sanxian put away his teeth, and when he approached him, he fainted again. He had to drag him out with his hair. Fuck, he won't get his sequelae, right? You can get dizzy when you hit the shelf. Who can come and claim it right away? Such an animal is damned on horseback. The headed little boss Qian yelled, "Hiyon, you are not good things. You are helping the zombies. Yuan Bin and Do Fatty use people to feed the zombies. If they hadn't been taken off the stage today, we people on the second and third floors would have to enter the zombie's belly." I don't know, I have never come in. Hiyon backed up again and again, not looking like a pretender, but a little brother behind him suddenly grabbed the gun in his hand and pointed his muzzle slightly at him. It's time to help him again. You alright? He-Yong lowered his head helplessly. Boss Qian saw the ugly beauty head with only a head, and hurriedly asked Lu Sanqian, "Little Lu, what is that thing? Who is Xiao Lu?" Lu Sanqian was immediately unhappy, and left Yuan Bin away as if to show off his strength, and said coldly, "Do you think you can be the next boss of Du with a few guns now? What age are you in?" "Yes, there are all demons outside, and there are people who use a low-level weapon like a gun as a treasure. Nothing else. With this knife in my hand, I can slash from the first floor to the third floor without blinking your eyes. Believe it or not?" I believe, Brother Lu." Boss Qian smiled embarrassingly. They all treat Lu Sanqian as lunatics, but it is difficult to deal with lunatics. Moreover, Lu Sanqian does have the means. Only by his movement technique, which just hides bullets, you say he is yen. Everyone believes in Xuanying. Don't call it Brother Lu. It seems that I am too old, just call the name, don't correct those useless. Lu Sanqian said as he walked into the room and dragged out a headless corpse. The smell of the corpse caused everyone to cover their mouths and noses. Have you seen it? This is the real body of the upgraded zombie. Lu Sanqian pointed to the headless corpse and said, "This is a very rare type of upgraded zombies. Everyone knows that, under normal circumstances, zombies will only evolve in terms of speed and strength, but this zombie is obviously of a spirit type. And the level is very high. If it weren't for the lower body, the people in your entire mall would have been eaten up by it." Yuan Bin's stupid fool was fooled by it. He actually regarded a zombie as his own little brother. I guess Du Fatty is similar to him. Fuck, Du Fatty, you are not dead. Come on, tell everyone what the hell is going on. What's going on? You are right, but you made a mistake. Du Fatty, with a blue nose and swollen face, finally sat up, and said with a negative smile, "That silly boy Yuan Bin does regard the zombie as his little brother, but I am not the same. The high-grade upgraded zombie you call is actually my wife." Oh, it seems that you haven't woken up yet. Just now it said it was my girlfriend. Do you think I believe it? Lu Sanqian thought he was too deep into the play, but Du Fatty shook his head and said, "Lena Lu, 35 years old, after she became a zombie, I personally cut off her head, but she did not lose the ability to move like a normal zombie. So I hid her inside, hoping to send me out of the city with her help. Then you send people in to feed your wife?" Boss Qian said in a rage, "Fuzzy, you are seeking skin with a tiger. The zombies will only think about eating your meat. Are you still thinking about having a relationship with her?" No. As long as the method is right, the zombies have to listen to me." Du Fatty said proudly, "On the one hand, she wants to use me to provide her with food, on the other hand, she also has to listen to me. The body below her head is my best protection and her fate. Besides, I am not sent by everyone to feed her. Only those who are not easy to control. There are some old, weak, sick, and disabled. Living is also a waste of food. It is better to feed her to make her stronger, and then all of us will be able to feed her. Go! But now it's too late. Lu Sanqian ruined your last hope. You still feel stupidly that he is your benefactor. No wonder he said that you are all a bunch of idiots, ha ha ha. Be honest." A strong man just kicked his head, so painful that he sprayed a mouthful of foam. Lu Sanqian smiled and said, "The truth is clear. As for how Du Fatty and Yuan Bin deal with it, how the food is distributed, it's up to you to arrange. He must be killed for the people. Yes, throw him out to feed the zombies." A group of people were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to personally bring Du Fatty and others to justice. Lu Sanqian was too lazy to take care of the mess, waved his hand and picked Wang Tsung downstairs. But looking back, Du Fatty and Yuan Bin, both people are still alive, tied together by nylon ropes. Brothers are not dead yet. Yuan Bin, where is your little brother? Do you see if any of them dare to do it? Yuan Bin smiled leanly. It turned out that no one dared to use this hand. After all, it was from a harmonious society. It didn't matter to him, it was hanging up high. The fact that they did not dare to kill was seen from the time they rebelled. Come out, the pistol is almost a decoration used to scare people. Oh, no help. Lu Sanqian shook his head, but Yuan been ridiculed, aren't you different from them? It's obviously a one-shot thing. I have to knock me out. Don't you dare to kill, persuade me? Fuck, are you just me? When Lu Sanqian saw Wang Bajra, Du Fatty immediately licked his face and smiled on the side. Lu, brother Lu, don't listen to this kid. He has a brain disease. I am different. It's better to die than to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. Woolen cloth. Then you answer me one question. Lu Sanqian leaned over and asked in a low voice, how did your wife become like this? Don't sloppy me, it's impossible for zombies to evolve to this level if they don't do anything. I do not know. Du Fatty looked dodgy and said, I just cut off her head, I don't know anything else, maybe she ate too many living people. Are you kidding me? Lu Sanqian grabbed his hair with a fierce expression, gritted his teeth and said, which zombie outside eats fewer living people, please tell me honestly, otherwise if they still don't dare to do it, I will personally send you on the road. I said. Du Fatty hurriedly said, actually, I really don't know. Hey, don't do it, I'm not going to say this first, you can't beat me no matter whether it's true or not. If you really want to say something abnormal, then it can only be related to that Blackstone? Tell me more in detail. It's a stone the size of a fingernail. The blackness is similar to a coal lump, and there are a lot of crystals in the middle, which is a bit of a small workshop craftsmanship. Du Fatty stretched out a few fingers from the rope and said, I heard my wife said that the stone seemed to have fallen from the sky. I was so busy running for my life that I had no time to pay attention to her. Who knew that one day she suddenly said that the stone was lost? Maybe I accidentally fell into the stomach at night. I didn't take a few words to comfort her. I thought she was ill. Later, she accidentally contracted corpse poison and became like that. It could only be caused by the stone. If you let me know that you blamed me, I'll cut your head right away. Lu Sanqian frightened him, but Zhang Liang hurried over and said, Brother Lu, the director is now being selected. Qian Hongyi and the others have a lot of guns. If there is no accident, it will be him. Boss Qian, isn't that good? What's the matter, you mean to let Jiang Huan be the one? Nor. Zhang Liang said seriously, we want you to be the head of the field, and only if you are them, they can't say anything else. Qian Hongyi and his group are not good things. Let him be head of the field. It is equivalent to only changing people to become rich. Ahem, yes, he was right. Unexpectedly, Qian Hongyi walked out with someone. Zhang Liang didn't pay attention to what Zhang Liang said. Lu Sanqian didn't say to remind him, but Qian Hongyi nodded and said, we all agree that Brother Lu should be our leader. After all, Brother Lu has rich experience, and I believe that the big guys have also seen it, but I still have to make a request for everyone, that is Brother Lu, can you see if you can prevent zombies? Teach us how to bite us? No one really believes what I said before, right? Lu Sanqian Yin and Yang said strangely, I was not trying to mobilize your enthusiasm at the time. Just kidding, zombies don't eat people, do you think it's possible? What? Qian Hongyi's eyes widened, then how did you survive that time? Don't tell me when you stepped on the horse because of good luck. We saw them all at the time. The reason is too complicated, and there are too many things involved. People who understand will understand. If I don't understand, you won't understand. I don't say it for your own good. That's why I understand everything that I understand. Lu Sanqian shook his head as if drinking half a caddy of fake wine and said, let's put it this way, I have a way to get you out of the city, but not now, and I don't want to be the head of the field. You vote and don't get involved with me. Okay, so be it. Well, I'm relieved with your words. Qian Hongyi left with satisfaction, and then Jiang Huan walked over and wondered, Brother Lu, why don't you want to be the leader? I really think no one can be a good one except you. What am I doing as him? Lu Sanqian said angrily, if you want me to be the leader, whoever can listen to me except you, in the end, it's not everyone who listens to it. Why bother? It's better to be free and fuck if you don't like it. Well, I can understand it, you didn't take this place seriously at all. Jiang Huan suddenly realized through his tone. The protruding Jiang Huan actually became the head of the second floor. It is estimated that most of the reason is Lu Sanqian, but the head of the first floor is actually the wretched triangleite Sure Yukon, and he doesn't know what he is behind. Needless to say, how many PYS have been sold on the third floor, the manager is there and there is no need to arrange. Onion, you are 16, are you in the first year of high school? Lu Sanqian asked with a cigarette in his mouth, and Wang Song nodded. I haven't finished the last semester, so it's what it is now. Have you had a girlfriend? No fuck, what's the deal? Find someone quickly, tell me which type you like, I'll help you advise. Forget it, I'm not very good at talking, and I'm still young. Are you still young when you are 16? Lu Sanqian gave him a white look. In our sect, the disciple must be red-hearted. Do you know what that means? You must have a relationship and temper your mind before you can apprentice your teacher. If you want me to be your master, you can immediately find a girlfriend. Row. Wang Song, who had been thinking for a long time, finally made up his mind and looked nervous and said, Master, I don't know if I like it, I just think the big sis named Chi-Chi is pretty long. I don't know, you said big eyes. Lu Sanqian immediately became happy, and said amusedly, Li Chi-Chi, I didn't expect her charm to be so great. Zhang Liang was also fascinated by her. There is one thing to say, and the little girl is really good. Ah, brother Liang likes her, then I'll forget it. What counts, how exciting is this? Lu Sanqian said excitedly, I just want to quit human affairs. No, this is the feeling I want. The matter of falling in love is originally 8 immortals crossing the sea, showing their magical powers. Whoever has the ability to take it, let's talk about it. If the big eyes like Zhang Liang, the two of them would have been well on the scene. They have not been together for so many years, it will definitely be impossible in this life. Episode 016. The mall returned to its usual calm. Someone delivered food early in the morning. The food was not at the same level as before, and the 3 floors were exchanged with each other. There were more young couples in pairs and cuddling. Hurry up, I'm sure you are right. The girl I slapped on is saltier than the way you have eaten. Lu Sanqian, who only got up until noon, didn't eat any food, so he wanted to shove his cheap apprentices to raise his eyes. Wang Kangxingqian is an honest person, and he stubbornly said, Is it really okay? I don't think they are so sultry for their girls. What do you know, a little chick? Do you know why those women are shy when they see me, secretly Sen Xiaobua, flirting? Because you were caught watching them take a shower at night. Fart. Old Lu Sanqian blushed, and said with anger, That's because I left a deep impression on them. The first sight of sultry sisters is especially important. You are a little boy, no one is outstanding, why make people big eyes? Look at you with admiration? Is it possible that you are young and that you have no hair? I can treat her wholeheartedly. Brother Song, you are making trouble, who doesn't say that? I can treat Wang Bingbing wholeheartedly, do you think she knows me? There are too many people who want to treat big eyes wholeheartedly. Zhang Liang is typical, for example. Believe me, no one knows better than me to tease a girl, and promise you that even if you don't, you can make a lot of money in her heart. Okay, I will try. Wang Song tremblingly walked towards the big eyes who were chatting with people, gathered up his courage, raised the corners of his mouth slightly as Lu Sanqian said, and said with a smirk, Yeah, beautiful lady, you have big eyes, have you moved a lot of knives? Blind your dog's eyes. I have never seen such big eyes in my life. I'm sorry, beauty. The main reason is that your eyes are so good. They look like real ones. Can you show me your cosmetic contact lenses? Just take them off. One time she said she was going to get started and take the opportunity to touch her face, but the big eyes are not a habitual child. She slapped her face up and made a crisp noise. The other women were also angry and shouted out, the perverted hooligans. I am not. Wang Song couldn't argue with his mouth, and before long, Zhang Liang, who rushed over, pressed him to the ground. After hitting his fist, he realized that this person was a bit familiar, and said in doubt, Are you brought in by Brother Lu? Yes, all misunderstandings with panda eyes on Wang Song's face. He finally stood up, but Lu Sanqian happily walked over and held his shoulders and said, This is the little apprentice I just received. Didn't I introduce you to you yesterday? If it's not bad, the brain is not normal. I'm sorry, big eyes, young, a little inappropriate desire is reasonable. I don't mention that Wang Song was wronged, the perverted setting was so confirmed by Lu Sanqian, and he later realized the fact that he was deceived. If the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, you are still accepting a disciple. Don't be ashamed. After staring at Wang Tsong with big eyes very contemptuously, he went back to the room with his hair fluttered. Fuck, you're not ready to cry, are you? Looking at Wang Tsong with tears in his eyes, Lu Sanxian held back a smile and said, actually, this is the first lesson I gave you. Remember, anyone can cheat you, and it doesn't need any reason. Maybe it's if you just want to have fun, if you can't help it, then leave as soon as possible. As the saying goes, cultivate the mind first, and only when things like me do not become surprised can they be considered an entry. I see Wang Tsong nodded, but a faint voice came out, how naive are you to believe that Lu Sanxian is serious nonsense? Don't spread rumors, Xiao Huan, what do you say I said is false? Humph, I don't even believe a punctuation mark now what you said. Gao Jia leaned on the fence, her slender legs were still covered with a layer of black silk, but her eyebrows were twisted, and she said angrily, the part you jumped off the building was unclear or not? After coming back, he ran the train with his mouth full. With just one mouth, the whole mall went round and round, and I don't know what it was for. I even seriously doubt that you can take everyone out for fun. Nonsense, if you don't understand that I won't tell you, then you will know. Okay, then you swear now that you can take me out of the city. I swear that I can take Xiao Huanya out of the city, otherwise I will be infected with corpse poison. How about it, are you satisfied? Lu Sanxian put down his four-fingered hand and smiled squintingly, little Huanga, you are a professional man. You won't make a special dress up and come and look for me, right? Onion sees anymore, what is this called? This stepping on horses is called personality charm. The pretty girl tried desperately to get in front of me. This is what it is now. The previous matchmaker broke the door of my house. The people who chased my sister are still in France from here. Who can brag about it? Gao Jia shook his head and said, I'm already disappointed in you. I thought you were still a good man, but unfortunately, I didn't expect you to let a woman block the gun in front of you, and your favorability is considered defeated. I didn't expect you to have a good impression on me before. Are you still a human being? I treat you as a friend, but you want to be on me. Fuck you, big-headed ghost, all men in the world are dead, I can't even look at you. After saying that, Gao Jie turned his head and was about to leave, but Lu Sanxian pulled her by, put the pistol into her hand, and smiled, take it, beware that someone touches your house at night, just turn on the safety and pull the trigger. Be careful not to shake your hands, but it's the same whether you fire or not. This thing is mainly used to scare people. You don't really like me, do you? Gao Jia looked at him with a complicated expression. I'll tell you clearly in advance, I don't like your type, you don't have a proper mouth, it's okay to be a friend, but it's okay to be a couple. Scumbag, I don't believe I don't have a girlfriend outside. What said, can't we be good friends sleeping together? As Lu Sanxian said, he hooked Wang Tsong's shoulders, and walked towards the room where Zhang Huan was with a smile on his face. Zhang Huan, what arrangements do you have if you leave the city? Lu Sanxian asked straightforwardly. Zhang Huan thought for a while and said, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme you just find a smaller village and stay there, or you go to the official resettlement camp. The communication is still available in the few days when the virus first spread. The notice mentioned the resettlement camps near Jiangcheng. I guess that besides the official ones, there will definitely be many survivors gathering places spontaneously. It's not bad to go there. Are there any resettlement camps closest to Dongshan City? There must be, I don't know the specifics. After all, Dongshan City is one of the first areas shrouded in black fog. Now it is almost framed by black fog. You are from Dongshan. No wonder the accent is different. Oh, it's tears if you talk too much, my girlfriend is still in Dongshan. Lu Sanxian shook his head sadly. Zhang Huan suddenly lowered his voice and said, Brother Lu, I now understand where the food came from after you came. At that time, I was a bit wondering why there are so many zombies around you. I was not scared at all there. I thought you were scared and stupid. Seriously, Brother Lu, I don't know what method you used, but I can also see that you can't take so many of us, money. Hong Yi must have thought the same way, and sent people to keep an eye on it 24 hours a day. Oh, I'm all my own, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I am Lu Sanxian took out the set of fooling Wang Song to fool him. Although he was surprised, he could only put his faith in doubt. Lu Sanxian continued, after a while, I will take someone to clean up the nearby zombies. If you can try your best to see if you can take people out, you must keep it a secret to me, and no one will say more. Master, are you really not going to save them? Leaving Jiang Huan, Wang Song couldn't help but ask. Of course he knew that Lu Sanxian was not ready to save people at all. What should I save? If I meet a few high-level zombies, maybe they have to take their lives. What does it matter to me whether other people die or not? I can try it with more than 100 people. I have to send it several times when I ride a horse and drive a bus. A few days have passed in a flash. It's pretty fast to stay in the mall, and it's easy to have fun. You can play chess, poker, or mahjong. If you don't know how to play, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books. You can accept it without a mobile phone. It's just a habit. Unexpectedly, a man ran to the third floor in a hurry. He just ran into Boss Qian, who was walking around with his hands on his back, and quickly said, It's not good for the head of the field. Lu Sanxian ran away. What do you think when you step on horseback? Boss Qian immediately became angry. How did you run? Is the kid with him still there? I don't know, he just went to the bathroom, and I didn't care. It has disappeared for 5 hours now, but the child is still hurry up and find it for me. I don't believe that he can run away alone, rubbish stuff. Boss Qian kicked it, and the man ran downstairs in a piss, and after a while, Wang Song was also brought up, but the boy was also quite confused, and said in a daze, Didn't my master go up to the third floor to find his girlfriend? It's the yellow-haired big sis with a mole under his eyelids. Fuck you dammit, that's my wife. It's almost roaring out. Boss Qian's mentality is the same as that of a crystal. He will explode in the next second if he can't eat it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sound of woo 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 came out of the window, strange and strange. Especially familiar. Fire alarm. Everyone reacted and rushed to the window. A fire truck appeared outside, awkwardly avoiding the car on the road. The zombies were all attracted to it, and they were crushed and unwilling to stop. Fuck! All the residents on the third floor were dumbfounded. The fire truck drove in with difficulty, but it was too big, so I had to push the cars that were blocked in the middle of the road all the way, and finally got outside the mall. I saw Lu Sanxian wearing Armani, a nouveau riche, and combing a slapstick. With a big back, his head poked out from the fire truck like Guangzhou Niaozu. The girls on the opposite side, answer me loudly, do you love me? Love, love, love. Before the girls could speak, Qian Hongyi put on an old face and hurriedly said, You are really my ancestor, really, I beg you, ancestor, hurry up and turn off the alarm. After a while, it will become a zombie den. Sorry, I accidentally pressed it, I said. How noisy. Lu Sanxian kicked a zombie who climbed onto the door of the car, turned off the alarm, and as soon as he did the operation, the ladder behind the fire truck rose up, just on the third floor window. You went out to get this fire truck? Qian Hongyi held back his anger, but Lu Sanxian said angrily, How can the problem of riding a horse come out of your mouth? Didn't I go for a ride to get this fire truck? Oh, I get it. Sure. Yukong, the head of the first floor building on the side, said immediately, Brother Lu intends to use the ladder on the fire truck to connect the opposite side. Have you seen it? It's called seeing. Lu Sanxian ignored Qian Hongyi. He ordered a few men and said, You guys will go down with me to move things. Lao Sure will look for pulleys and ropes for pulling things. Several men cautiously climbed down the ladder and saw the living people coming. The zombies underneath were all excited, but Lu Sanxian came over with a knife and hit them one by one, immediately giving them a booster. Dynamo! When the thing was pulled up, the girls' eyes immediately brightened like big light bulbs. With this thing, they can not only charge their mobile phones, but also watch TV. When the time comes, a group of people will build a projector to play videos, just like it's much better to gather a bunch of people to chat. Do the girls love me now? Love, love, love. The girls' voices were louder than the other, but Qian Hongyi frowned and said, The generator is not too small, right? Will it become a zombie attractor when it is activated? Don't worry, I thought of it a long time ago. Lu Sanxian waved his hand and pulled up a large box of soundproof cotton below. Just find a sack on the first floor and put it on the soundproof cotton. The sound is similar to that of a mosquito. After busying for a long time, I finally used the electricity. The moment the power was turned on, the whole shopping mall seemed like a Chinese New Year. The LCD TV, which looked like a blackboard, was also moved out. Everyone sat obediently on the small bench. Oh, I can tell, you really don't intend to save everyone. I don't know when Gao Jia came over with a goblet, but the glass was not red wine but orange juice. You can find a fire truck to clean the opposite building so that other people can increase their range of activities. The generator is also used for this purpose. Make their life less difficult. If you can take everyone out, you just take off your pants and fart. No way, I can't do it too. Lu Sanxian looked helpless, shook his head and said, I could have left for a long time. Who can stop me if I really want to go? The reason why I stay here is not because I have a virgin heart and I can't change my love to save people. But I really can't save so many people, so I can only help them during this period of time. I can also be regarded as a benevolent person. You always tell the truth this time, right? Gao Jia stared at him straightly, and the latter laughed and licked his lips. Why don't we get together for one night? I know you are not at ease with me, but I have an advantage as long as I have been with me. How about a woman who protects him with my fate? It's a good deal, right? Nausea. Gao Jia dropped the two words in disgust without even thinking about it, turned her head and walked away for a few steps, then stopped and said, Don't forget your oath. Damn it, if I swear to be useful, I have succeeded in transcends tribulation. After spitting on the ground, he immediately found Qian Hongyi and planned to take a few to the other side to clean up the floor. Qian Hongyi readily agreed and praised him for his abilities and gave him a few middle-aged people, plus Wang Tsong and his group stepped on the ladder to the opposite side. Have you all killed zombies? Kill several. No, if you cooperate, I have killed a few, but I haven't tried it alone. To be honest with a few people, Lu Sanxian smiled and said, co-authors are still a few chicks. When you meet me, you are the right person. No one knows zombies better than me. Take this house as an example. What should be the first step? Look in from the window first, observe the internal situation, and then go in without zombies. Zhang Liang said nonsense. He is also the one who is more familiar with Lu Sanxian besides the cheap apprentice. I'll check the protective equipment. Zhang Liang, please make a sample first, don't worry, I will see that there will be nothing wrong with me. Good, even if he was fully armed, Zhang Liang still had no bottom. Fortunately, the red-handled fire axe in his hand gave him a sense of security. After seeing that there were no zombies, he boldly opened the window and went in. It looked like a reception room, and the door was tightly closed. He checked it and turned around and made an OK gesture. Who knew that a thin zombie suddenly emerged from under the table and turned back with his mouth open? Zhang Liang rushed. Puff! Lu Sanxian Huya, who was preparing to leave early, immediately let go and nailed the zombie to the wooden wall. Zhang Liang turned his head unattached and saw that the zombie's head was 1.5 meters taller, but the claws were sharp and terrifying. Ruthless roll. This thing is much more powerful than ordinary zombies, barely counted as a small second-level. Lu Sanxian nonchalantly took out the package of soft Chinese loose cigarettes, and smiled. Zhang Liang just made a wrong demonstration. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, it is full of loopholes. First of all, before collecting materials, you must make a sound. Even if you curse, ordinary zombies have a very sensitive hearing, and they will run out under normal circumstances, which is better than if you just got in. I should have made a lot of noise just now. This zombie still didn't jump out. It's not to blame you. This zombie is an oldie among the zombies. What he likes most is to do inactivities. In addition to his small size, I didn't notice that it was being cleaned up, but Lu Sanxian changed his words. But you overlooked one of the most critical issues, and other people probably haven't noticed it. You haven't smelled such a big corpse in this room? Several people, including them, sniffed vigorously, and Zhang Liang immediately said ashamed, It really is, it's my problem. Brother Lou, you are so experienced. Of course, I said, no one knows zombies better than me. In fact, the smell of corpses was indistinguishable from the people on the road outside. It was because of his special physique that he barely discovered that there was a zombie lurking in it. This was also to simply pretend to be a force. It's too late to give you special training, but you just need to remember 4 points. Look more, listen more, smell more, think more, report something wrong immediately, and don't panic when you encounter the command and follow the instructions. Don't be left behind, there is no problem, the floor sweeping will start in 1 minute. Yes. For a few moments, the brother was high-spirited and full of confidence. If you encounter any good things when sweeping the building, just take it, as long as you don't show it, you can tuck it in your crotch without disgusting, but there is one thing, if I see someone snatching something, then don't play with it. Yes. When I heard that it was still good, a few people smiled happily. Sure enough, everyone was rewarded after scanning a few rooms. Walking and eating, the zombies are not too dangerous. They can be hacked to death by 2 axes, and Lusan is not needed. 1,000 shots. I never thought that killing zombies would be so easy in my life. One of them said excitedly that there were 5 or 6 dead in his hands, but as soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of footsteps downstairs, and the crowd was scared by Lucian Wuju. What are you thinking about? As a last resort, Lu Sanqian had to stand up and shut the door. A large group of zombies behind the door slammed the door frantically. They were fierce and screaming constantly. Old Lu's counterattack was useless. The zombies had been stunned by the breath of living people. Head and head are full of human flesh. What should Brother Lu do? Run? Zhang Liang asked in a panic. Everyone else was a 2-strike war and I want to go first. What run? 2 people come to hold the door. Onion, give me the hemp rope in your backpack. Oh. Although everyone panicked, they still chose to believe him. Lu Sanqian took the hemp rope and let the other 2 pull it horizontally, but the door was obviously unable to hold it. With a clam, it stuck out from the door. A zombie hand cut off his hand, his head came out again, his mouth rattled. 3, 2, 1 release. Without support, the door was knocked open immediately with a boom, and the zombies rushed in, but at the same time they were tripped by hemp rope, and their center of gravity was unstable and all fell to the ground. Cut. At this time, there is no need for anyone to squeak, a group of people lifted their knives and slashed. Lu Sanqian worked hard, and Huya could even chop several heads with a single stab. This is something he only discovered recently. Using a knife to slash a zombie is a waste of electricity. It doesn't have any advantages except that it is more handsome at a distance. The best way to use it is to give Huya a force in the opposite direction, cutting up zombies as if cutting vegetables. There were only a dozen of them, and there were some Carmen on the head. Although it was only a few dozen seconds, they were still out of breath. Has anyone been injured? No, I just got a claw, it's good to be caught on the wrist. The excitement of the rest of his life made the few people leaning on the wall laugh. No matter what they thought, they would never think that they could kill more than a dozen zombies in such a short period of time. It is simply a fantasy. Even if it is to deal with a speed-type second-level zombie in a shopping mall, 5 or 6 people have to surround it with a net, and other people will be guarded by the side. Take a break for 10 minutes. Lu Sanqian looked at them and smiled and said, you only know when you do it yourself. In fact, zombies are not very powerful. Normal people can easily solve 1 or 2. This time they performed very well. If you see the zombies again, your legs will be weak. I'll be ashamed of you when I go out. Not anymore, absolutely not in the future. Episode 018. Brother Lu, come and take a look, there is something weird here. The more courageous people began to sweep the building in groups of 2 or 3, but one group suddenly shouted. Lu Sanqian hurried over, and several people pointed at the bedding on the floor with complex expressions. Lu brother, look here, it seems that people have lived here. Is it weird to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme? All the fuss. Lu Sanqian walked over slowly. He was dumb half of his words. There was a lunchbox on the floor with steaming steam inside. At first glance, someone had just eaten it. Then he touched the cushion. It was actually hot. They kept getting hot. Nearby, there were 2 zombies outside this room before entering. If they didn't see any ghosts, it would only be the people staying here who jumped out of the window. If you jump from here, you must be dead, right? Zhang Liang looked under the window, turned his head and said to Lu Sanxian, "Brother Lu, you have the most say in this kind of thing." Could it be that he regarded us as zombies and jumped out of the building so frightened to the death? Most people are not as ruthless as you. Bar? Impossible. Lu Sanxian shook his head confidently. It's absolutely impossible. My situation is special. You don't understand it. I guess he should have climbed down the window and hid downstairs. It's true that these few of us danced with guns. It was a little scary. He stayed here, and the movement in the mall must be clear. He slipped away early when he saw us coming. Okay, this deflated calf is still an old man. One person took the binoculars and said angrily, "Look, this kid can just see our girl bathing and changing clothes from here, and then look at the toilet paper in this place, damn it, what a beast." Don't say that, he still left a good thing. There were a lot of things on the table by the side. Among them, a mobile phone was not taken away. The middle-aged man was very experienced in opening file management and found that there was almost no storage space left. He immediately smiled and looked like a complete idiot. This is? Wang Song picked up a pile of waste paper on the ground, and when he opened it, he discovered that there was a large number of numbers written on it. Zhang Liang understood it at a glance, and was surprised. He is actually recording the number of people in our mall, even the number of women. It's all written out, the error is not too big. Let's go, it's normal for people to observe the opposite side when there is nothing wrong, so quickly sweep the building again, and go home early after sweeping. Although Lu Sanxian said that, he was murmured in his heart. He always guessed that the reason for not becoming a zombie was related to the pill, but whether he was an exception or not, no one could say. They deliberately scanned several floors downstairs, and found nothing, so the group returned to the mall. At this speed, living in the past is just around the corner. As long as the opposite side is renovated and reinforced, their living space will become larger and larger. The big guys are waiting to pick you up from the dust. No, it should be a celebration party. Come on, Brother Lu, come with me. The 2 brothers Qianhongyi seemed to pull Lu Sanxian, who had just returned. The whole mall was brightly lit. There were already several tables of food in the lobby on the first floor. Everyone stood on their seats with their faces hanging. With happy smiles, the girls are also dressed up and gorgeous, put on the best silk stockings and small skirts. Come here, and sit here unexpectedly. Qianhongyi directly pulled Lu Sanxian into the main seat, and his wife sat shyly on the right-hand side of the ladder. Lu Sanxian was embarrassed and broke, but Qianhongyi was not ashamed of it. Instead, he said loudly, "I believe everyone has seen the strength of Captain Lu. The zombies with their teeth and claws are actually paper tigers. They can be pierced with one poke. It is not to be feared. Today is a beautiful turnaround. I believe that under the leadership of Team Lu, we will be able to leave the city soon and stay away from zombies forever. Today we will gather everyone to have a meal together to celebrate the success of Captain Lu and a few team members. Everyone eats and drinks well, and work together to contribute to the early sunrise city." Applaud. Dog-legged Shiryukong immediately took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. At the same time, a few beautiful girls ran out with flowers in their hands, shyly offering them to the warriors, and the faces of the warriors blushed with just one brush. His eyes went straight into the clothes of the man. Team Lu is amazing, killing a zombie without blinking his eyes. There are several in a single shot. With the leadership of Team Lu and Chief Qian, our hard days are over. Have you heard that in 2 days, we will become a house for one person and one? Several people who could sit at a table with Lu Sanxian immediately began to flattery, but Lu Sanxian, who listened to the kind words, was sitting on pins and needles. Suddenly he felt that people like Yuan Bin still had an appetite for him, and Qianhongyi's wife beside him was full of eyes. It was the fog, and the little hands kept moving around him, but Qianhongyi just ignored him, only knowing to smile at him, with a green light flashing above his head. Push the cup and change. Mrs. Qian's Lu Sanqian caught the evil fire. He looked at it again and found that Mrs. Qian's face was as red as a cooked lobster. Only then did he understand that Qian Hongyi must have given her medicine and the other money. Hongyi was still pouring him wine. After a few glasses of wine, he couldn't be honest anymore. There were back and forth under the table. No way, your wine is fake. He suddenly stood up and said, dizzy, the toilet, the trousers are all wet, who will show me the way? Liping, hurry up and help the Lu team. Qian Hongyi smiled and said without a smile. His wife immediately flushed and took Lu Sanqian's waist and walked to a room staggeringly. The wine bureau has been going on for several hours before it gradually disperses. Everyone has not been so happy for so long. Of course they will not let it go when they encounter a good opportunity. If they have not had enough, they will go back to the place where they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Anyway, no need to work the next day, which is the only benefit of being trapped in the mall. Brother Liang, it's so dark here. Wang Song tremblingly walked behind Zhang Liang, with Lu Sanqian's teeth on his back. Old Lu was hooked by Qian Hongyi's wife, so he couldn't sleep and brought a knife. The lights at this point of the shopping mall have long been turned off, and the dark ones are only illuminated by mobile phones, but somehow, the tightly closed shopping mall with all doors and windows turned out to be overcast and windy, and Wang Song, who was wearing a coat, was frozen. Goosebumps. Why are you so courageous? Zhang Liang sneered, I said that Brother Lu is okay. You have to go to the ward round. He is comfortable with other wives. Isn't it a bad thing for you to find him? No, my master said, there must be a demon if something goes wrong. Wang Song frowned. Qian Hongyi was clearly drinking him, and he was not drunk at all before he left, which shows that he is not at ease. I must send his knife over. He ordered it to follow him. Can't leave. How do you tell that he is not drunk? He has a big tongue. When he stood up, he remembered to zip his crotch. If he was drunk, he wouldn't pay attention. Wang Song said solemnly, and then looked at Zhang Liang, who was stunned. Brother Liang, you are the person I know best here. I can only ask you to come with me. If something goes wrong, you can take care of me. It can be, but you have to tell me first, do you like Li Chi? Like is like, but I will definitely not grab it with you. Wang Song blushed and said, according to my master's words, this is my first love, and I still can't tell what kind of love is. I just think that the big eyes look good, especially when I laugh, they look like a chrysanthemum. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liang was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, if you can't grab something, she doesn't like you, but there is one thing to say, you are quite discerning. There was a revolutionary friendship between the two rivals, and they wanted to wear a pair of trousers, but Zhang Liang suddenly smiled, turned off the light of his mobile phone, pointed to the front and whispered, don't say anything, it seems that a young couple can't stay in front of the gun, let's sneak over to see if the fire has escaped, and move a little bit. This is the first time I have experienced this kind of thing in the darkness. Wang Song really saw the two bodies entangled with each other, and there were strange sounds mixed in them, as if they were gobbling up, as if they were trying to squeeze each other into his own body. This not so good, that's what I said, but Wang Song didn't stop. Curiosity drove him to see. He hasn't encountered such a thing for 16 years in his life, and he must not miss it at this time. It's not right. The closer they got closer, the stranger they became. The actions of the two were too rude. The woman was crooked and not like a human figure. How could ordinary people stand up to such actions? Mom! Zhang Liang suddenly let out a piercing scream. There was no young couple who couldn't help but come out to play with excitement. It was a cannibal zombie who was squeezing the body of a beautiful girl into his mouth. In the true sense of integration with her. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and call someone, a zombie came in. Zhang Liang hurriedly pulled his neck and yelled loudly, but the night watchman was not there on weekdays. Someone heard the door open a crack, stuck his head out and drew back in the next second. Damn it, these dogs! Zhang Liang cursed bitterly. Looking back, it was just a zombie. He was about to go up with the fire axe. But at this moment, there were a few shadowy shadows out of thin air in the air. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme fluttered and looked extremely crippled. No wonder those people didn't dare to come out. Pretending to be a fool, we really think we are chicks. Wang Song shook his head in surprise. He didn't put such a trick to put in one's eyes at all. Zhang Liang also scolded him, thinking that it must be someone who has nothing to do to have fun and frighten Lu Sanxian as a ghost. People play, maybe the scene of zombies' cannibalism is all acting. What? Unexpectedly, in the next second, a few girls ran out of the house in a panic, as if something was chasing after them. They turned their heads subconsciously, and a dark shadow flashed past them like a sharp arrow. Come on. Chapter 019 Perceiving something pierced, Wang Song subconsciously pulled out the tiger's teeth on his back and swung a knife. He didn't expect that the tiger's teeth seemed to have turned on an accelerator, but he flew off his hand without much effort, just cutting the pierced object. Superior. WTF? There was a puddle of black blood on the ground, but they didn't even notice what was moving their hands, but a young man just happened to look at them with horror behind them and said, "Ghost, ghost. Did you just see it? I saw a man disappear in a flash." Then quickly turn on the lights and call everyone up. The light is broken, and the switch cannot be turned on if it is broken. Take a light to see what the hell is on it. Zhang Liang snatched the flashlight from the man's hand, and took a picture above his head but didn't see anything. The blink of an eye disappeared. A group of girls in pajamas also ran up in a group. Gao Jia was in shock. And angrily said, "Where's Lu Sanxian? Isn't he the one who's doing the trick again? He did it last time. Is it interesting?" "It wasn't my master, he is still sleeping." Wang Song hurriedly defended, but Gao Jia didn't believe it at all, and squinted. "You are all raccoon dogs. Of course you said that. If you find him, I have to let him." As he was talking, the zombie that had gnawed on the corpse for a long time rushed over. Gao Jia knew that it was not a joke. Someone is making a ghost, we must get him out. Zhang Huan on the stairs said in a deep voice, and Shi Yukong also ran out sleepy. Several of his subordinates were busy dealing with the zombies. Several of the brothers who came out to the toilet suddenly changed their corpses and told us an eternal change. It makes sense, it's okay to go out to the bathroom all the time. The more people gathered, it seemed that it was safe to stay in the lobby on the first floor, but there was no movement at all on the third floor, and I knew Qian Hongyi had a problem when I thought about it. Appeared again. Zhang Huan was discussing countermeasures with Shi Yukong. I don't know who shouted, and saw those floating shadows flashing past his head. The crowd immediately confided, but suddenly he heard a muffled grunt. The man just fell to the ground, his forehead hit the ground, and a blood hole with big eyes appeared on the back of his head. "Husband, what's the matter with you? You wake up soon, husband." His wife threw on his corpse in grief, and everyone was in danger for a while. At such a fast speed, no one could see how he was missing. Everyone could only cover the back of own for fear that the next one would be himself. What? There was another scream. A man held his eyes, but blood leaked from the back of his hand. Zhang Huan hurriedly asked, "Who did it? Did you see it?" But the man shook his head heartbreakingly. I don't know, please help me, it hurts when I step on a horse, it hurts." "Come and let him take care of it. Don't panic, get together, pay attention to each other, and turn on the phone lights." Zhang Huan tried to stabilize the crowd, but had little effect. Seeing one person after another died in front of him without warning and unknown, anyone would have a nervous breakdown. Zhang Huan shot a shot in the sky, which brought him to the brink of collapse. They are pulled back. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly a sound of smashing the ground sounded, and the frequency became more and more rapid, and the expressions of the people also became strange, as if they were affected by the sound, and I don't know who suddenly shouted, "Don't listen! Don't listen! When your heart beats as fast as this sound, you will be completely fascinated. Run!" Finally, fear overwhelmed their tense nerves, and a large group of people fled in panic. But at this moment, a dangling figure suddenly appeared on the second floor. He dragged a small box and walked down. When Wang Song and others saw the figure, their hearts were immediately placed firmly in place. Excited old tears. Ahem, the figure was Lu Sanxian, who was as steady as an old dog. He didn't know where he had strolled. He didn't forget to clear his throat, and shouted, "Don't get cold, don't get cold, go to DJ first, DJ first." At the same time, press the button of the small box, which is the sound. Then good luck, good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck here, we good luck. Welcome to the good luck and flourish to the world. A strong sound wave swept across the entire shopping mall. You can never imagine that a small speaker has such an explosive power. Whether you are a ghost or a ghost, you have to give me good luck. All kinds of weird sounds. There is no scum that has been covered up, and everyone who looks like a headless fly is not afraid now, and even the goosebumps are automatically disappeared in their hearts. As the so-called good luck comes, 100 evils will not invade, no matter how horrible the scene is. Liu Sanxian has a deep understanding of this. Back then, he relied on this song to conquer countless horror movies. Stand up for me, I want to see who would dare to kill under my nose. If it is a ghost or a ghost, I will accept it for you. If it is a female ghost, I would be happy to be Ning Kaichen. Liu Sanxian sat on the stereo with a fierce expression. Sure enough, someone stood up with a smile. Zhang Liang and Wang Tsong almost vomited blood. This man was the first young guy they saw. He had a scorpion head. No wonder someone was old. It was an unexplained death. It turned out that this stuff was mixed with people. When I was the happiest, you ran out to disturb me. The surname Chen didn't do things neatly. The skinny shook his head while laughing. Liu Sanxian immediately turned off the speaker, pointed at him and yelled, "I can tell at a glance that you are not a human being. The person in the opposite house is you. Female compatriots, it is this beast who peeks at you for bathing. The conscience of heaven and earth. It has nothing to do with me at all. I am not that kind of person at all. This kid also knows transformation art. The face you see is actually not my face, it's his not wanting face enough. I'm too lazy to waste time with you here." The skinny head smiled and said, "Do you feel a bit familiar looking at the current scene? This is all I learned from you, Liu Sanxian. I know exactly when you were outside the mall, and I also know you are someone, but I've been eyeing this place a long time ago. If you know it, get out quickly, don't give your face not wanting face." "Do you know who I am?" Liu Sanxian said with convincing words. "Since this is the case, I will not hide it. In fact, I am the nth generation descendant of Yin and Yang's deceit, a direct descendant of Emperor Han Gaozu. Also, the counterpart profession is to deal with you things that are neither human nor ghost." "Apprentice, come on. Master, go on." Wang Song quickly threw Huda towards him. Liu Sanxian leaped high and drew a beautiful arc in the air, but just when everyone thought he would definitely show his hand with the knife, he stayed on the spot for a long time. Angrily scolded, "What are you doing on horses? If you have a gun, don't you need to wait for me to compete with others? Shoot them quickly, remember to start." Jiang Huan and Shi Yukong hurriedly fired a few shots at the head of the scorpion, but the latter did not evade, and several long tentacles were suddenly born behind them, and all the bullets were blocked during the wave. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme is screaming. The thief who ran away with oil on the soles of Shi Yukong's feet was quick, and the tentacles behind the head of the skinny were like sea snakes. He suddenly stretched out the back of the head of the person who was too late to escape. After a few puff, a piece fell. Liu Sanxian felt bad. Sure enough, the tentacles pierced him in the next second. Bah! Liu Sanxian slashed horizontally, and one end of the tentacle fell to the ground, and a black viscous liquid dripped from the fracture, but it grew rapidly in the second half, and it was intact for a moment, and he was shocked to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close/phoneme his mouth from ear to ear. "Goodbye everybody, ask for your blessings, I just brag." After shouting these words, Liu Sanxian also ran away. The target of Lezitu was not him, but he was just a hindrance. Seeing that he was running, he put aside the thing. "Xianhongyi, get out of me if you step on the horse." Liu Sanxian, who ran up to the corner of the second floor, immediately dragged a big living person tied into a zonzi from the house. The latter was beaten by the fat early, and his skin was swollen and begged for mercy. "Dage, you can let me go, or you can kill me. I really don't know what the bastard is doing here. I want to know if I can't tell you?" Don't use the lighter to burn it." Almost getting used to Qianhongyi's crotch burned to black. Liu Sanxian still didn't stop. He felt something was wrong early when he was drinking, so he left a backhand. Sure enough, after he finished his business and pretended to fall asleep, Xianhongyi took it with him. Someone is coming to kill him. I really didn't expect you to cooperate with something like this in human and ghost. I can't help Brother Lu, I was coerced, and I also have difficulties. Xianhongyi cried and said, if I don't cooperate with him, my young and old will have to be beaten to death by him, and he said he doesn't want to kill people, he just came to find something. If he finds something, he will definitely leave, saying maybe I can take us out of the city. I can't help him. Who knows that he was crazy and killed so many people? I've heard it all here. What is he looking for? It seems to be called black mist stone. I have never heard of it when I step on a horse. Ouch, my ancestor, it's really burning. Xianhongyi screamed like a pig, and then in front of Lu Sunxian's shocked expression, he threw a puff of yellow urine, which was dangerous to save his life. Stand up for me, anyone who moves will die. The skinny head grabbed many people and stood in several rows, separated from men and women. Many people had completely taken refuge in the past, showing their hospitality by his side, rubbing shoulders and beating their legs, but he focused on a few girls. Pointing to one of them, the girl turned her face in shock and immediately cried. Ha! Are you afraid of me when you step on a horse? Liza too knew that the girl saw him as a monster and suddenly became angry. The tentacles behind his back shot all over, and a lively life was so fragrant and lost. Shi Yukong hurriedly pointed to the group of young girls and cursed, will you guys step on horses do anything? Whatever the boss says, boss, you calm down, I will ask a few sensible ones to come and serve you, no need. The scorpion waved his head and squinted his eyes and said, all the women took off my clothes, and the men are all together. I will let you dogs look down on people. In the end, they have to be treated like dogs. TSK, in my life haven't seen such a scene yet. This beast. Shi Yukong could only curse in his stomach, but smiled on his face, the boss is not so good. They are all little girls, so let's let them serve you together. Look, what am I looking at? Without a word, Shi Yukong slapped his head and slapped him. Shi Yukong screamed and was beaten to the ground. The other men couldn't sit still, and they all stood up and said, if the big deal is a big deal, I will kill all of us, brothers. Have you seen it? This thing is no longer human, it is better to fight him. Yes, our women can't be insulted by people like him. Isn't it just a death? I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme a long time since I stepped on a horse. You are all good. The woman was so touched that she couldn't speak, but a short and frustrated thin man said falteringly, you can't do it, but just let us do it together, everyone will not suffer. Laugh. A black shadow flashed by, and the person taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme was ready to die. Unexpectedly, Zizitu killed the thin man. He grinned and said, such a bullshit is disgusting alive. You don't want to do what I said. Actually, my purpose is just to have fun. You make me feel comfortable. Everyone is fine, but now the people here, to be honest, I don't look at them very much. Who can bring the most beautiful woman here, I'll let him go, and I can also give him a little leader Gao Jie. A woman with a pointed chin immediately said loudly, Gao Jie is the most beautiful, that bitch always seduce men. He Lily, how can you say that? The man next to the pointed chin asked in disbelief, but he Lily curled her lips, am I wrong? Didn't you get seduced by that woman too? Maybe she would still like to be seen by Dage, let's go. She won't lose a piece of meat. The man was speechless, but he obviously liked the scene very much. He smiled and said, is she here? No, she just ran away taking advantage of the chaos. Bring her here, I let all of you. The skinny head smiled and said, I don't like to kill people. If there are other things to do, who is willing to kill people to have fun? Don't worry, I haven't had enough fun, and I won't do anything to you and bring her over, who bring him here and I can let him play the rest. I can bring her here, I know where she is. He Lily suddenly pointed to the flower bed and said, she is hiding behind that, I saw it with my own eyes. Unexpectedly, Gao Jia was hiding behind the trash can in the flower bed. She wanted to get dark under the light, but she was betrayed by her own person before she got up. She got up and wanted to run, but a few tentacles swam over flexibly and immediately tied him. Sent to the front of the head. Yes, I have been staring at you for a long time. You know what? My favorite is your big ass. Lei Zita made two disgusting laughs. Gao Jia couldn't get up with the breath tied up by the tentacles. He even coughed. Just when Lei Zita couldn't help but wanted to get started, Lu Sanxian suddenly poked his head out of the second floor and cursed, "Where does the dead man look? Grandpa is here. You dare to move my woman. I think you are a toad playing with a frog. You are an ugly flower that you want to play with. You kabuto practice handstand. When it's super perverted you have to come down, see if I can kill you." The stingy eyes were red. Lu Sanxian put a knife on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, "Why don't you say that you dare not come up, buddy? If you can't do it, you can slip away. It's not ashamed and dead. If you want face to suffer, if you lose your body, who do you count? If you don't come down, I'll take her first." The skinny's head fiercely exerted force. Gao Jia's long legs and silk stockings flopped vigorously in mid-air, his face flushed, but Lu Sanxian said in an unhurried manner, "Then you have to think about it. The big deal is that the fish will die and the net will break, but what black fog stone you want, I will not give it to you if I crush it and feed it to the dog." "What are you talking about? Where is the stone?" Lazy's head subconsciously released the tentacles. Gao Jia was not an annoying woman. The first thing she did when she fell on the floor was not to flee quickly, but to pull the pistol out of her arms and pull the trigger while cursing. Unexpectedly, this gun actually broke the defenseless head of the unsuspecting scorpion, and it hurt him to take a breath, but Gao Jia was relieved by the recoil of the gun, and he could only watch dozens of tentacles spread over him. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce gunfire sounded. It turned out that the tentacles were not directed at her at all, but formed a circular shield to block the bullets from all directions. Lei Zita was not a Superman who was not bad for Vajra. After all, there were two pistols before, but now it is different. Jiang Huan and others each took one, all of which were taken by Lu Sanxian in a plastic bag after he beat Qian Hongyi. "Dead scorpion, don't you want the black fog stone? I won't give it to you if I step on the horse and smash it." Lu Sanxian suddenly took a marinated egg and threw it into the lobby on the first floor. Sure enough, the head of the scorpion was attacked. He separated several tentacles to catch it. After taking it, his face was green. Of course, others would not let this good opportunity pass. Shi Yukong, who was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, shot him in the chest. "I hit him." Shi Yukong was overjoyed as if he had done meritorious service. The wounded skinhead was beaten back in defeat, but Lu Sanxian closed one eye and threw it fiercely with Huya's hand like a bow. The tiger tooth was inserted like a javelin, and the battery was almost used up. Seeing this posture, Lazy immediately panicked, and ran to the side in a panic. The floor tiles suddenly cracked, and the sharp tiger teeth were so straight. Inserted into the floor. Puff! The skinny's head vomited a mouthful of old blood, and the place where he was hit by the bullet also gave up blood. Now he can only run away, with the tentacles on his back instead of his legs. The whole person is like a big octopus, busy rushing to the door. Boom! There was a big hole in the wall, which happened to be the place that was missed during the reinforcement of the first floor. The Lazy's head had been on the opposite side for so long and his heart was clear. When he smiled sternly at everyone, he drilled through the hole. "Come out! What are you doing?" He lily-backed back again and again. It turned out that it was Gao Jia who asked her to settle accounts after the autumn. She sternly said, "I tore your broken mouth." He rushed up and grabbed He Lily by the hair. He Lily panicked immediately and asked her boyfriend for help while being beaten. Her boyfriend couldn't bear it, so she threw herself on her body to block her. Pick her clothes, pick her clothes. The girls are particularly beautiful in fighting, but the onlookers did not have a good bird, and they did not persuade them to fight, and they all booed, but Gao Jie turned around and cursed, "Taking off your sister's clothes, I have never seen you go home and look for your mother." Damn it, let him run fast. The reflex arc slowed for several beats. Shi Yukong chased the head of the leper in 3 steps and 2 steps, and spit in angrily. Unexpectedly, the breach expanded again with a boom, and he was frightened to kneel on the spot. I thought that Liza was making a comeback. However, besides this, other places were also destroyed by the head of the scorpion, and everyone realized that he wanted to put all the zombies outside. It's broken. Go up to the second floor and shoot. Others quickly find a way to plug the gap. Sure, Yukong hurriedly yelled. A large number of zombies rushed in, giving you no time to react. At this time, if anyone dared to go up and plug the gap, it would be tantamount to looking for death. Everyone had to run upstairs through the escalator. Brother Lu, quickly think of a solution, there are too many zombies. Zhang Liang said breathlessly, but Lu Sanxian was also so anxious that he put away his teeth and said, go up to the third floor first. As long as you stop the escalator, it's okay. You guys, help me, I haven't gotten up yet. Qian Hongyi finally knocked open the door and saw that there were all zombies underneath. He was so scared that Qiqiao made smoke. He yelled at his throat, did you hear that you have stepped on horses? Come and help me loosen it. I am the head of the field, the head of the field. But in the current scene, even if you are a high official in the province, no one cares. Everyone has only one life. Qian Hongyi's voice is screaming, but what is waiting is a zombie with a mouthful of blood. Take out the tables and benches and throw them on the escalator. Lu Sanxian hurriedly commanded, and all kinds of items were thrown down to stop the zombies from advancing. The zombies crowded together, and the bold people took out the spears they had made before, and stabbed them with all their strength. As long as a safe distance is ensured, they can still play a big role. Zhang Huan, take someone to block for a while, I'll go and take a look behind. Seeing that the situation has improved and almost stabilized, Lu Sanxian left a word and walked towards the room where the beauty head was. Yuan Bin and Du Fatty have been kept there since they were tied up. They didn't even have a food delivery person. They just wanted to starve them to death. Cao Jia missed his old feelings and sent Yuan Bin some food from time to time. Not dead yet. Hey! Pushing open the door, it was still dark inside, but when he turned on the light, he searched the entire room and found no trace of the two, except for the damaged window with reinforced steel bars. A horseman, Du Fatty still didn't tell the truth. He is now completely sure that the black stone in Du Fatty's mouth is the black fog stone that Lei Zita wanted. This thing is definitely useful. Now it seems that Yuan Bin and Du Fatty are likely to escape through the black fog stone. It's over, master, run quickly. The little apprentice Wang Song rushed in anxiously. Suddenly there was a big fat zombie more than 3 meters high underneath. Those broken guns and bullets are almost gone and can't be dealt with. The guy will come up immediately if you don't leave. It's broken, it must be too loud. I've noticed before. That thing is at least 5 or 6 streets away from our place. Roar! Before the two of them went out, a deafening roar rang out. The zombie was alive and just like a big fat pig. The fat was all over the body, and there was no hair growing up and down, and it looked like a big bald head. It was fierce and evil, with a big mouth grinning like a weird smile. Everyone's legs were weak, and they all ran towards the windows where the fire ladder was stopped. Master, such a big guy, can you still let him light a cigarette for you? When are you thinking about lighting a cigarette? Lu Sanxian said irritably, this thing may be much better than the average corpse clan leader. I light it up and it may not give me a good face. Forget it, it's a big deal. Pinyin, you will have a rat's tail juice, so you guess it will be choking. Facts have proved that the pistol is really useless, especially this kind of pneumatic imitation gun, which is not very lethal, but the movement is not small. People did not kill, but they attracted all the zombies. Let the women and children go first, don't squeeze, come one by one. Zhang Huan has a sense of justice, but no matter how he shouts, it's useless. At this juncture, no one will listen. When the people on the ladder push me, the ladder is already narrow. Several of them fell directly and were buried in the dead. In the group. Broken. A few sneaky figures appeared quietly. They were not as big as children, but their hands were able to stick to the wall like geckos, and their dingy eyes stared at the survivors who fled. It looks like a monkey with a shaved hair. The hair-picking monkey is at least a second-level zombie. It was this thing that attacked Zhang Liang last time. The claws on his hands looked sharp, and they would definitely have one claw when they rushed into the crowd. I didn't worry about it before. I used a net to cover it and poke it to death, but now the scene is extremely chaotic, and few people can make it. What? There were also screams from the ladder, and the escalator could not be held at all. Seeing that everyone in the entire mall had to finish playing, Lu Sanxian suddenly said to Wang Song, "You run quickly, and don't care about anything else with Zhang Liang. Don't be silly to die, nothing is bigger than your own life." "Then you master? Zombies won't deal with me, let me see if I can contain that big fat pig." Lu Sanxian sighed and said, "Oh, I have to be a good person again. I am really a mother who is riding a horse. What are you doing standing stupidly? Run quickly, and be careful not to be fooled." "Good." Wang Tsong decisively agreed. After all, he was the one who had seen zombies light up cigarettes with his own eyes. He believed in Lu Sanxian and ran to the windowsill without looking back. Gluck the furry monkey uttered a weird cry, his legs kicked forcefully against the wall, and he leaped straight towards Wang Tsong, while Lu Sanxian was just a dodge, and the knife was inserted into the furry monkey's head and pulled out and splashed. A face of black blood. "Hurry up!" Lu Sanxian waved his hands and urged, holding his tiger's teeth and struggling to slash the zombies that surged upwards. "Zhang Huan, there are only a few of you left, hurry up." Lu Sanxian killed 7 in and out of the corpse group, and the zombies would not move him. At most, he was scratched by the zombies. Always be careful not to be thrown down by the corpse group that has been rushing forward. You can leave him alone. The hands are sore, and the zombies are still endlessly unable to see the end, and the number has been increasing, making you deeply feel how terrible our population base is. You be careful. Jiang Huan and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that Lu Sanxian, who is usually so full, could be so ferocious. Seeing that everyone was almost withdrawn, he climbed the ladder. There are a lot of zombies, but there is a benefit. The third-level fatty got stuck on the escalator by the corpse group, and it didn't come up for a long time, otherwise there will be more dead people, so the fat zombies had to push away impatiently. The little brother next to him, with such a weight, even the escalator seems to be shaky. "My buddy, what are you talking about $2? Lu Sanxian lighted a cigarette and sat on the side with a hippie smile and said to the fat zombies. The other zombies climbed onto the windowsill and fell off the windowsill, but now he can only delay as much as possible. Although the people who passed by the mall are temporarily, it is safe, but the smell is very fresh, and it can be chased by the zombies' sense of smell. By then, the opposite side is not as strong as a shopping mall. However, the big fat zombie looked at him unbelievably, snorted from his nose, suddenly felt something was wrong, and walked towards him slowly. "What's the matter, buddy? Take a huazi. Take a huazi, cure your throat. If you can't cure it, find a sister-in-law." Lu Sanxian directly handed the cigarette case over, but the big fat zombie suddenly got angry, and slammed his head with the big ears, frightened him quickly and rushed forward and slipped under its crotch. "Fuck, you're really here." If this is the case, if the brains are shot flying, Lu Sanxian is shocked and unable to figure out what went wrong. According to the truth, zombies have no such IQ to tell him that he is alive. Perhaps the third-level zombie had its own special features, or it was simply to divide the territory. The fat zombie turned his head, roared and chased him and started running. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Looking at the posture of the big fat zombie, it was as if Lu Sanxian had gone to his wife, and he had to put him to death, which was different from the starting point of the second-level big fatty that asked him to single out before. Let. There were zombies all around, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to escape. After all, he could do it as a hero. He almost got himself in. The identity of the undercover was also revealed for some reason, and the fat zombie was just a few steps away. Chased over. Ha! Lu Sanxian jumped up and pierced the big fat zombie's eyes back with his hand, but the big fat zombie's arm was blocked by a light block, and the tiger's teeth without electricity were sharper and could not be used. Great use, but he didn't want to kill him with a single blow. Instead, he used a sliding shovel again and rushed to the windowsill through the clean place cleared by the huge body of the big fat zombie. The ladder was destroyed, so he jumped onto the fire truck. Who knew that the big fat zombie boar slammed open the entire window, slammed it on the fire truck with a bang, and forced Lu Sanxian flew down. "My buddy, don't you, I don't have a syrup when I step on a horse." Lu Sanxian, who fell to the ground, jumped up and ran. He didn't dare to delay one more second. When he got outside, he was regarded as a dragon entering the sea. He could go wherever he wanted to. Anyway, it was impossible to chase the fat zombie at the speed of the big fat zombie. On him. Unexpectedly, the big fat zombie pulled out a broken car door and slammed it over at him. He had been among the corpses for so long. The first time he saw a zombie, he would throw things and hit people, but he still didn't react. Relying only on muscle memory to hide, it happened that the car door hit his leg, and he grinned in pain, jumping on the main road with one leg. Damn it, you wait and see for me. After letting out a cruel word, seeing the big fat zombie chasing after him reluctantly, he opened the manhole cover on the main road and jumped down with a puff. What the hell, this is not for shit, is it? As soon as he went down, Lu Sanxian almost vomited, and quickly put on a mask, but he could still smell the stench in the air, which tasted like a pot of soup with stinky socks and rotten potatoes stewed with shit. However, he still overestimated the sewer pipes in the county seat. They were narrow and pitiful, and there were many large and small water pipes. Many insects crawled around on the walls. He died violently, or he had never touched the poison. Fuck, Gao Jie? You didn't squat here and shit, did you? A shadow suddenly appeared in the pit next to him. When he turned on the light of his mobile phone, he was surprised to find that it was Gao Jie, and subconsciously lowered his body and looked at her ass. I didn't. I thought some zombies had climbed down, so I didn't dare to move. Gao Jie's voice trembled, and she was shocked when she heard it, and stood up carefully. Lu Sanxian looked to the ground without giving up, and asked in wonder, did you really pull it or did you not pull it? Why didn't you get here? I don't want it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. I was already on the bridge, but the dead bitch he Lily actually pushed me down. I jumped in here by mistake and didn't dare to go down, Gao Jie said angrily, then grinned again in the next second. Fortunately, I saw her being squeezed down by a man, so I immediately closed the manhole cover and told her to say that Tian shouldn't call the ground. The ground is not working. Don't be happy, it's too choppy to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here. The entire sewer is full of toxic gases. Prolonged inhalation can definitely poison us to death. Lu Sanxian handed her an N95, and then took out a small first aid kit from the bag. Aren't you a doctor? I should be able to bandage. Help me deal with it, God. What did you do? You almost see the bones. Gao Jie, who opened his trouser legs, was dumbfounded. There was a big opening in Lu Sanxian's calf. It was scary to look at it bloody. No wonder he sweats on his head and his expression is very unnatural, and it hurts. Of course I was injured by the big fatty after breaking off at the back. Otherwise, why do you think you guys escaped so easily? Really? It doesn't look like your character, Gao Jie said very seriously, and the angry old Luo went straight up. It's hard to be a good person, but you still don't believe that an old good person like me has been turned into a bad person by you people. Well, I believe it. Fortunately, the blood on your leg has stopped, otherwise it will be more troublesome. Just bear with me. I will disinfect you with alcohol first, Gao Jie said as if to coax the child. Lu Sanxian frowned. Don't, alcohol won't hurt me. The child has to be rewarded for the injection, or you can do it, let me touch the transfer. Attention, maybe it won't hurt anymore, it's really Lu Sanxian let out a wolf cry, and Gao Jie bandaged him in a couple of strokes. He smiled and mocked him. Look at what you are so good about. You can't stand this little pain. What a man, you want to touch me. Next life. Boom. At this moment, there was an explosion from the top of his head, and Lu Sanxian's wonderful face changed again, and he said in a panic, that big fat pig is here again. Seeing that this posture may be able to trample this place, both of us have to quickly slip away. Can you do it? Gao Jie glanced at his leg worriedly. The simple bandage didn't work in a short time, but Lu Sanxian said in awe, women can't say anything, men can't say no, although my leg is injured, here is it. Don't you still have you? From now on you will be my third leg, and you will be my crutches. Are you happy? Looking at him as he took it for granted, Gao Jie even had the illusion that he had earned it, so he sighed, pointed at him and said, I can warn you, hold you on, keep your hands clean, don't take the opportunity to take advantage of it. I'm cheap. Trust me, I'm the famous Lu Chevalier, a gentleman, and I can never do such a disgusting thing. Wow, your hair is so fragrant, yous rejoice. Lu Sanchen leaned his head on Gao Jie's slender fragrant shoulders, but no matter how nice and righteous he said before, he still stretched out the evil salty pig's hand with the idea of being cheap and not taking the bastard. Wow! Unexpectedly, Gao Jie kicked his knee fiercely, and a bell immediately rang in his mind, almost cutting off his sons and grandchildren. With all his strength, he collapsed and fell to the ground. How about it, you're still old and dishonest? Gao Jie smiled triumphantly. It took Lu Sanchen a long time to relax. He rubbed his hands like no one, untied his pants and checked if there were any major problems. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a sad face, "Big sister, didn't take you to play like this? Did you know that doing this would kill people? That's your fault. Don't worry, I am a doctor. I have a sense of measure. If you try again, there will be no death. I can help you stop the bleeding." Gao Jie smiled without a smile. Lu Sanchen gritted his teeth and said, "You are ruthless." When she was held back by her, she was well-behaved and well-mannered. "Sister, you have to treat others well. Can you speak well? No matter how disgusting you are, I will leave you alone." "Okay. Sister goes east and I go east, and sister goes west and I go west. Whatever sister says, I belong to sister." Lu Sanchen acted brazenly, and even a duck like him could win a place. The two of them walked forward for more than 10 minutes, and had to stop and rest from time to time. There shouldn't be zombies here, right? Suddenly there were a few squeaky voices in front of him. Gao Jie's little heart immediately fell into the eye of her throat. She naturally didn't need to say, Lu Sanchen was half crippled again, and both of them would die if they encountered a zombie. It shouldn't be, maybe it's sewage. Lu Sanchen also looked nervous, and moved forward slowly. A little gadget that didn't know anything hit an iron plate with a boom, scaring them, and ran away quickly, but when they turned around, they realized that it was nothing but it. Just a mouse. Be careful, this thing may also be infected. You will become a zombie if you bite you. With an exhortation, Lao Lu quickly pulled out the tiger's teeth on his back, but the mouse staggered and fell off the iron plate. When the two of them passed by, the mouse was full of heads. Weird, he was wondering. There was a sudden chi on the top of his head, and a rotting zombie rat rushed towards Gao Jie fiercely. Gao Jie squatted down hurriedly with a cry of exclamation. Luckily, Lu Sanchen just had trouble with his legs. The zombie rat hacked to death. It turns out that this mouse was chased by a zombie rat, accidentally fell to death. Lu Sanchen lifted the little mouse and said in surprise, "This is a good thing. This mouse is definitely not infected. Its meat is genuine and fresh meat. Xiao Huang, can you eat it?" "I don't eat it." How disgusting! Gao Jie slowly disliked and refused. It wasn't that he didn't eat anything in his backpack. Isn't it silly to eat the mouse to death? But Lu Sanchen carefully wrapped the mouse in his pocket and smiled. "Have you never heard a word? I wish you a good harvest of mushrooms. The mouse is full, and the mouse meat is precious. I will find a place to fire and roast you to death. Wait, there should be a lot of rats in the sewer. You can handle a dozen or 20 of them. What if there are hundreds of them suddenly? Die, what else can I do? It's not bad to die with you. At any rate, it's a beautiful woman. So, let's kiss first for the sake of safety. There is only one wish in my life. I'll be honest. Haven't kissed a girl yet." Lu Sanchen. Gao Jie didn't fight with anger. "Can't you be more serious? I've been trapped in such a ghost place with you after 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Relax, what are you afraid of when I have me? Besides, there are more rats than humans and ghosts. This dead mouse is proof. They know better than us whether there is corpse poison in the water. It took us so long to meet 1 or 2 of you. Why are you worried? I hope it's the same as you said." Gao Jie rubbed his head and said weakly, "We must go up quickly or find a vent. I will faint if we stay here any longer." "It's okay, I'll give you artificial respiration then." Lu Sanchen chuckled and smiled. The two of them continued to walk forward. Most of the roads were horribly dirty. They had to step on the foul-smelling sewage, which contained everything, Lusantian. Even when I saw 2 sanitary napkins, I didn't know if the ones that were black, yellow, or yellow were shit. No way, I'm going to throw up. After suffering for a long time, Gao Jia took off her mask and vomited. After spitting out and gargle, she drank a few sips of water. Finally, the road in front seemed to be much wider, and there was also an upward sewer well above the distant passage. Lu Sanxian unexpectedly threw her off and went ashore. You all right? It hurts, but it's not a big problem to walk. Gosh, are you still a human? Gao Jie said in shock. How long is this? It stands to reason that it takes 3 days for your wound to get to the ground. Can I be a normal person? Lu Sanxian replied. In fact, he was able to walk a long time ago, but he didn't say anything when he was leaning on Gao Jie to feel comfortable. But Gao Jie suddenly pointed behind him in horror, as if he had seen some demon. Ghosts. Sister, don't scare me. Lu Sanxian turned his head slowly, and saw that there was a child with a hood in the middle of the empty passage just now. There was still a distance from them, and it was hard to see who the child was. Life is death. Hey! He yelled to the child, but he still squatted in the middle of the passage, saying that it was a big living person. Gao Jia couldn't believe it. According to the general routine, this kind of weird thing is definitely not simple, it is very possible. It is a senior upgraded zombie. He had no choice but to whisper to Gao Jie in a low voice, hide behind the wall and don't make a sound. If it doesn't work, just run away alone. I'll go over and see what's going on. Forget it, we don't pass here anymore, there should be a wellhead when we go back. Gao Jia retreated worriedly, but Lu Sanxian said in a deep voice, you will definitely die in the sewers if you walk again. It's okay. The fat zombies can't kill me, so a child like this is even more impossible. Then I'll go with you. Anyway, if you die, I won't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme alone. Good fellow, are you planning to die in love? Xiao Wangya, it's all for this, it's hard to end without getting married. After thinking about it, Gao Jia was right. Lu Sanxian confessed again, then you have to follow up, don't panic in any situation, yelling is not only hurting me, if you were lucky, it won't. Pay attention to both of us. Good. Gao Jia nodded and agreed. The two approached the child step by step as if they were driving a train when they were young, but the child kept his head down and couldn't see it. A mouse crawled over in front of the child, so dying, the child suddenly stretched out his withered hand, grabbed the mouse, and stuffed it in his mouth. With a puff, the mouse's blood splashed on the wall, and Gao Jia hurriedly closed it. Closed eyes. Don't be afraid. Lu Sanxian patted her on the head. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, seeing only less than 5 meters, but Lu Sanxian is very surprised. That little the lower half of the child's face is strange, even after the corpse, it shouldn't look like that. Unexpectedly, the child raised his head abruptly. Lu Sanxian's mind seemed to have exploded with a thunder. Even when he saw the old zombie, he was not so horrified. The whole person was stunned for half a second. I couldn't say a word even when my mouth opened and closed. That thing is not a kid at all. The face under the hood is long and pointed, bumpy, big black eyes around, and the skin is gray-black with wrinkles and hair. Whereas a human, it is clearly a big black mouse in human clothes, even a beard. A large piece of white. Ho! The big black mouse's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards him viciously, so fast that he couldn't see his movements at all, but Lu Sanxian had prepared to block the tiger's teeth across his chest. When the big black mouse was even more ruthless, and a few sharp teeth would not let go. Lu Sanxian wanted to recover the knife and it was useless, so he had to kick his belly with a kick. The big black mouse really let go, but the next second he looked at his neck. Fuck! He was already injured, but he reacted slowly. A big black mouse bit off a large piece of flesh on his neck. It was shocking. Fortunately, Huya gave the big black mouse a vicious shot and stabbed it in the stomach. Gun, use a gun. Oh. Gao Jia remembered that he still had a gun in his hand, and quickly pulled the trigger, but it was not fatal to the big black mouse. Hiss. The extremely fast big black mouse bit on Lu Sanxian's injured left leg. The bandage suddenly became red, revealing the rotten meat inside. However, the big black mouse was still reluctant and vowed to bite his bones off. Fuck you, damn it. Lu Sanxian yelled with pain, raised his tiger teeth high, urged the last trace of electricity remaining in the knife, and stabbed the big black mouse fiercely. It was too late for the big black mouse to escape without a wailing. Cannot afford to fall to the ground. Dead, it's dead. Gao Jia was about to jump up happily, but Lu Sanxian still had a solemn expression, panting heavily. The wounds on his legs were terrifying, and the bleeding almost covered the passage. How are you? The first aid kit, I will bandage you. Gao Jia asked cryingly. I will let you touch, let you kiss, don't die. After this time, I will agree to any request you make. But Lu Sanxian shook his head, his eyelids started to fight, and her vision was blurred, but he still squatted and said, hurry up, I can't die, it won't be too late if I don't leave there. Still before the words fell, a familiar sneaky voice came from around. Gao Jia once again felt despair, tears could not stop falling, dragging Lu Sanxian towards the sewer well. On horseback, I let you go alone, do you really think I'm polite? Lu Sanxian spit out a mouthful of old blood, and said dizzy, except for that mouse sperm, how can a little mouse bite me? Have you forgotten that ordinary zombies don't bite me? This is all right, you can leave if you want. No more, cough cough, but you are like this, leaving you here by yourself will definitely lose blood and die, Gao Jia said anxiously. The surrounding zombies came out from both sides of the passage one by one, densely surrounded to form a dividing line, and as they moved forward, perhaps the deterrent power of the mouse essence was too great to dare to rush it. Lu Sanxian hurriedly said, drag it along, maybe I can hold it for a while. How are you? Gao Jia said in a pleasant surprise, but Lu Sanxian shook his head and said angrily, Huiguang fans how doesn't understand, I'm riding a horse, this time I really lost it. What are you doing? Just drag it. Stop dragging me, right? Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian's cleverness finally overturned the car. As soon as Gao Jia dragged the mouse sperm, the other zombie rats seemed to immediately confirm that the mouse sperm was dead, and yelled arrogantly and rushed towards them. 3,000. Gao Jia yelled anxiously. Lu Sanxian was limp, but he still sat up halfway, and slashed at the group of rats with his newly charged tiger teeth. A flash of sword flashed by, and the small zombie rats were all lifted off. Up! Gao Jia's exclamation point, she didn't expect Lu Sanxian, who was about to die, to be able to hang up. He actually used a trick that was only available in Xiaoxian's novels. Run as fast as you can. I know. This time Gao Jia was not stunned at all, but the zombie rat that was blown away still rushed over with fear of death. Gao Jia used the strength of the milk to drag Lu Sanxian up the vertical ladder of the sewer well. Hurry up and chop again. Lu Sanxian cursed secretly in his heart, you think I'm fighting a lot, and you want to chop? But seeing the zombie rat rushing over, he had to use his full strength to wave the tiger's teeth again, and at the same time his body had reached its limit, as if the whole person fell into the cold water. As the manhole cover was opened, the surrounding zombies tilted their heads to look over, and only the voice of wake up, don't sleep came from his ears. I closed my eyes and passed out, Ruoro? Didn't you go to Sugar Daddy? Why did you come here? The dazed Lu Sanxian suddenly found himself on the back of his ex-girlfriend, but when he rubbed his eyes and looked again, the man became Li Ro again, the neighbor's little big sis, who had not seen each other for many years. His high school girlfriend, the lonely aunt who lives next door and so on, etc. He is guilty of facial blindness that looks like a marquee, and none of the good guys have innocent relations with him. In the end, the man turned into Gao Jia. He stared at him and scolded him. He didn't care what the scolding was, but he was very puzzled and said, no, I haven't done anything with her yet. Is it also released? As long as you want, you can do whatever you want, not just her, I can help you get it for anyone you like. Suddenly a very familiar but terrifying voice came from behind him, and the surrounding scenes became extremely dark. He didn't need to think about knowing that he was caught in a nightmare. When he looked back, he saw it. Zhang has exactly the same face as himself. Some people imitate my face, some imitate my face. He thought of a slogan in an awkward manner. The man saw him stupefied and thought he was frightened, and quickly smiled with his head half lowered. Don't worry, I have no malice, I just want to make a deal with you. What deal? Do as I say, I can give you unrivaled strength and supreme power, and the whole world will belong to you alone. How about it? Be touched. Speaking of people, don't step on the horse like a second-degree sick offender. The cold temperament that the man tried to create instantly collapsed, and he could only smile awkwardly and said, in simple terms, it is to let you have endless girls and endless money. As long as you have to listen to you, you are Nan Bowen. You really think I'm a lie, there is such a good thing that can turn my head? Lu Sanchen curled his lips in disdain, and said without turning his head, I think you must be surnamed Ma, saying so much as to allow labor and capital to replenish money. To tell you the truth, I will never marry a wife in my life. Don't want to let me charge a penny, want to make money from me, die this heart. Don't go, let's talk again, package discounts, don't miss the opportunity. It's not I operate with integrity. However, Lu Sanchen had already woke up from his dream and sat up to see that he was lying on the bed at this time, his whole body covered with bandages. Stroller, why do I keep thinking about recharging? I guess it's still ingrained in my thoughts, my head was confused, and when I heard something good, I immediately thought of charging up, but this time the dream is real, and it's not a skull anymore, but it's long with myself. The exact same tone is not a good bird, and it is absolutely impossible to not lie to him. Where is this? He didn't know what happened after fainting, and the windows were sealed tightly. When he stood up wearing a few casual clothes, he happened to bump into Gao Jie walking in with a basin. Little Huang Ye. You are not dead. Should I say this? Gao Jie put the pot of hot water heavily on the small table, and said angrily, I have slept for 3 days, I thought you were a vegetable. What are you talking about? I slept for 3 days. Lu Sanchen thought he had been dead for a few hours, but Gao Jie rolled his eyes and said, otherwise, even if you were a Superman, you can't be so fast. Did you know that your blood was almost drained at the time? It's like a trailing tail as I walked all the way, my God's flesh has grown back after only 3 days. I think you're definitely not a human being. You don't look like it from your body temperature alone. One piece is hot, and the other end is cold? He knew that his body temperature was abnormal. It was estimated that it was because of this reason that he escaped from Dongshan and was regarded as a corpse clan by the army. How did you come here after I passed out? How else can I come? Gao Jie said depressed, didn't you say that zombies can't bite you? I put you on my back, covered with your blood, and walked all the way like a tortoise. At first, the zombies found something was wrong and got together. Fortunately, there was a hapless guy who drove by just passing there and attracted the attention of the zombies, so I finally carried you here. Clever. Lu Sanchen thanked him sincerely, thanks to you. If you didn't carry me back, I would definitely die there. If you don't say thank you, I will agree with my body don't. Gao Jie quickly refused. How good is your old man? Good guy, all the teams in the football team with the name that I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme on my back can still have the rest. It's all my best friend and good friend, a proper pure friendship. Lu Sanchen's face didn't blush. You can't be shameless, I could hear clearly at that time, as long as I don't die, any request will be accepted, let me touch, let me kiss, now it's not good to change my mind, believe if you don't believe me, I'll die right away to show you. Die now. Gao Jie obviously didn't take this set, and turned around and said, if you can go, come out and see if you can. Okay, my little bitch. Lu Sanchen followed her out. Gao Jie seemed a lot more courageous after this time. A wandering zombie appeared in the corridor and she didn't blink her eyes, and took a self-made spear and stabbed the zombie to death. Clean and neat, beautiful. Look outside. Lu Sanchen listened to her and looked down. The floor they were on was not low. The manhole cover that climbed out was still waiting in place. The zombies moved slowly, but they didn't see the corpse rat. The corpse rat didn't catch up? No, I guess they may not dare to come up. They should not be in the same group as the zombies, and both have territorial awareness. Gao Jie turned around and pointed to the distance. Look there is the mall where we stayed, and the opposite is the building where other people fled. I thought we should be far away after walking in the sewer for so long. But in fact it is only a few blocks away, and now it has been destroyed. Just the day before yesterday, even the roof of the building was full of zombies. It's broken. Jiang Huan and my little apprentice are still there. Lu Sanxian only remembered the incident at this time, but a few days have passed, and now there is no effect at all in anxiousness. 3,000, we should also go, and if we don't go, we will end up like them. Gao Jie frowned, and said solemnly, I seem to have seen the head of the scorpion the day before yesterday. If I guess correctly, it should be he who led the zombie to him. That person is a lunatic. I'm afraid he will find him in time. You still can't beat him. Fart, as long as he dares to come, I can definitely hack him, and then cut off his tentacles for wine. Old God Lu Sanxian was saying, don't worry, it's not easy to get out with me. I have 9 ways to take you out, 9 ways. Before that, there were so many people, you would die when something happened. You are such a small physique, I dare to pack a ticket to take you out. 3,000, I think you seem to be sick. Before he could finish pretending to be forced, Gao Jie said abruptly, I didn't mean to scold you. I am a doctor. I said that if you are sick, you are sick. You are too much like you. I feel that you two are the same people, and when I came into contact with you, I found that your mental state is not very stable. You seem to be doing so much for fun. The difference between you and him is only the difference in restraint. Oh, maybe I really have a mental illness. Somehow, I always feel that there is an extra person in my brain. Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian did not refute, but nodded and said, maybe Lezitu and I are both upgraded people. The zombies have all come out these years. Are humans still alive without being upgraded? But my situation is more complicated. I can never realize the feeling of having 2 voices in my head. I understand, this is the most obvious symptom of schizophrenia. I have taken courses in this area during university. $3,000. There is a high probability that schizophrenia can be cured. Your condition is not too serious. It is not difficult to cooperate with drugs. Don't comfort me anymore. I don't know about my own body? I feel uncomfortable. Do you know how difficult it is for me to restrain myself? Lu Sanxiao was quite big and the old man actually cried out. It is hard to imagine what he has experienced. Gao Jie was also affected by his emotions. Lu Sanxian has always been in his eyes a lack of formality and idiots. His old color critics, I didn't expect that this was actually his protective color. It's okay. I have met many patients with schizophrenia, and I know many psychiatric doctors. As long as you cooperate with treatment, it is possible to cure them. Impossible. I checked the information. Many people have to take medicine for the rest of their lives. Only a handful of people can get better. Lu Sanxian rushed into her arms aggrievedly. She struggled subconsciously, but couldn't bear it, so she had to pat his back with her delicate and smooth hands. Lu Sanxian, who was crying like a child, continued, sometimes I know that what I did was wrong, but I can't control it. They all call me scum, but they don't understand how much pain I have endured. Is scumbag my intention? Who doesn't want to be an honest person? But once I have this idea, I will hear another person swearing, all bad things are done by him, I can't help it. Ah, really? Sometimes I really want to die, but doing so hurts the girls' hearts even more. In the end, I can only be responsible for them. That's not to blame you. You are sick. Gao Jie was suddenly dumb after half talking. It was only then that she realized that this product had been choking on her chest, increasing in magnitude, and her hands were also wrapped around her waist, and she was about to move downstream. Lu Sanxian, it was almost a few words squeezed out of her teeth. Gao Jie was really angry this time. Lu Sanxian felt a murderous aura and suddenly felt bad. He quickly left her warm embrace, rubbed his eyes and squeezed out 2 drops. Tears, a grateful expression said to her, thank you Gao Jie, I feel much better when I say these things. In fact, I am not afraid that others will not understand me, and I am afraid that I can't find a place to talk. Haha. Gao Jie smiled and adjusted his clothes without a smile. This time it will be my promise, and the next time I will interrupt all 3 of your legs. Hey, can't I help it? It was done by another person. When I look back, I will talk about him. Lu Sanxian pointed to his head and broke the topic, go and pack things first. We are just out of town while it's early today. After breakfast, Lu Sanchen bought a mobile phone, pen and paper, and while looking at the photos he had just taken, he wrote and drew on the paper. Look here, if they are lucky, they should get out of the city from here. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and there is a big mountain behind. There are definitely not many zombies.
My things are packed, shall we go now?
Gao Jia put on a lightweight sportswear. Even the loose style has the contours of her figure. She tied a ponytail on her head to make it more capable, but Lu Sanchen smiled. I think the double ponytail is more suitable for you, and has a sense of direction.
It is easier to find the way out of the city.
Where do you hear the crooked truth? Gao Jia didn't understand in a daze. Lu Sanchen hurriedly pushed her and said, Leave this alone, I have to pretend to be something for you. This time I don't have so much blood to cover up the smell. After a few more minutes, Lu Sanchen pushed a small cart and walked out. There was a large wooden box on the cart with a layer of plastic film on the outside, which was almost sealed, and the whole box was covered with zombie blood. After dragging something inside, I don't need to say anything, Gao Jia curled up in the box for a while, and he was hot in sweat.
3,000, can you hurry up? I feel like I can't breathe. Be honest and don't talk. I can tell you that there are zombies all around you now.
Don't worry, you won't be suffocated to death.
I will leave you a vent, and you will pass after a forbearance.
Although the smell is not leaking, the zombies are not blind. One by one came over as if it was lively, but Lu Sanchen was ahead with one knife, and he cursed after he was cut. Even if the zombies are stupid, they know that they shouldn't be. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme.
This crazy dog.
At this time, Gao Jia finally understood that no one dared to use this method except Lu Sanchen. Otherwise, even if you pretend to be a good one, the zombies will still notice something wrong, and if you scold the zombies and run away, she is also the head.
See you once.
Just as Lu Sanchen said, this trick is only effective if there are too few people.
If there are too many people, the zombies will come up instead of scolding them.
If you scold you, they eat them, and there are too many people in big goals.
It's very easy.
Attracting high-level zombies, such as the third-level fat zombies last time, as if there was a sea of blood and deep enmity with Lu Sanchen, they chased him tightly. Come out and rest for a while, otherwise I will lose my life if you really suffocate you in it. Randomly found a residential building, Lu Sanchen stopped the cart and said, I have to go a long way later.
There is a second-level fat corpse in front of me. I'm afraid it will come to me single-handedly again.
Things with simple minds and well-developed limbs are the most troublesome, but I'm fine. I'm afraid it will just smash the car.
So fast, it's all here.
Gao Jia got out of the box and patted the ashes on her ass. The fleshy flicks looked pretty good. Lu Sanchen wanted to help her flick, staring straight and smiling as she said, That's not it, I'm not blowing it with you, just this little cart. No one dares to stop it when I push it on the high speed. How fast we drive, anyway, I'm an old driver.
Old driver? Huh, haven't the old driver ever seen the butt? Be careful to get your eyeballs out. One said one, I have never seen it before. Would you like to open my eyes?
However, Gao Jia ignored him at all. Instead, stared at the other side in surprise. When he looked back, the two-story window of the opposite residential building had two big words Save me.
Gao Jia, why did you forget what you told you before you came out?
Lu Sanchen hurriedly said, You promised me that you don't have a lot of empathy. Even if someone dies in front of us, don't worry about it, big sister. Can you figure out the situation, please?
We are not here to go shopping of. No, I've been to this place.
Gao Jia held her small hand and pouted her mouth and begged, 3,000, please, let's take a look at it, then just take a look, okay, don't come to this stinky little sister, I won't eat yours now. I promise, just take a look, no matter what the situation, just take a look and leave. Gao Jia held up 4 fingers and shook Lu Sanchen's arm in the other hand. In this way, if you promise me, I will promise you one request, as long as it is not too excessive.
Oh, I am so big.
The beauty has been begging you for so long, you are still not a man, the opportunity is missed, but it is gone. This is what you said, trotting on a horse, this is the last time, and the next time, I will kill you little fairy.
Lu Sanchen reluctantly compromised, still whispering on his lips, so caring, wouldn't it be your ex-boyfriend? How is it possible? You will know when you go. Unable to bear Gao Jie's urging, the two went to the opposite side. There were not many zombies in the corridor. Lu Sanxian 3 hits 5 and divided them by 2. Then he stopped his hand on the door of the article and said to Gao Jie uneasy, "You can't lie to me this time, it's just that I'm so stupid, this time you will be a beauty. Trust me, how could I lie? Open the door." Boom! Lu Sanxian smashed the door a few times. "Trouble, open the door, I'm checking the water meter." But there was no movement inside for a long time. "Look, I'll say there is no one, you don't believe it. If you leave, you will never leave the city until dark. Who dares to open the door if you are so fierce?" Gao Jie squinted at him and knocked softly on the door. "Is anyone there? What do you hear?" "Yes, wait a minute." Suddenly a girl's voice sounded, and Lu Sanxian's head became bigger immediately, and he quickly pulled Gao Jie and said, "It's all right, we can go, you can't go back on what you promised before. Teacher Gao." But the door has been opened. Standing at the door is a little girl, about 15 or 16 years old. She is not very tall. She has short sassoon hair and dresses like a little girl. The long one is pretty good. He hugged Gao Jie tightly, which was a treatment he didn't have. "Don't be okay to climb relatives casually, I have never heard of her as a teacher." Lu Sanxian was not angry, but Gao Jie explained with a smile, "She is Li Yajing, I am also from a famous university. I have been here as a tutor during the winter and summer vacations. She is my student, and didn't I tell you before, I want to entrust my relationship to the county hospital here. This relationship is the bridge her dad gave me. By all accounts, her family and I are also relatives. I just wasn't sure if she was here, so I just wanted to take a look." Then she turned her head to Li Yajing. "Didn't you move? Why are you still living here?" "My dad's work hasn't been done yet, so they have been busy during that time and they have been procrastinated." Speaking of this, Li Yajing's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Teacher Gao, my father and mother have all become zombies, what can I do?" Uncle Li and the others. Gao Jie was also stunned, but Li Yajing wiped her tears and said, "It's okay. It's been so long. I've already walked out. Teacher Gao, you are the first acquaintance I've seen in such a long time. I'm so happy. How did you come here?" Introduction: His name is Lu Sanxian, my neighbor in Dongshan. Gao Jie introduced to her as he walked in. "He is so capable, we are now planning to escape all the way out of the city. Whoever rides a horse is a neighbor to you." Lu Sanxian was angrily wishing to twist his ass and leave, but after thinking about it, he walked in and watched the two people on the sofa chatting fiercely. He could only sit by and say nothing. Chapter 025 Gao Jie, "What do you mean, play with me, right?" Lu Sanxian found a space, pretending to be ferocious and said to Gao Jie, but Gao Jie looked like a dead pig, was not afraid of boiling water, and smiled. "What's wrong? Why did I play with you?" "Oh, you mean Yajing, don't worry, I said that just looking at it is absolutely not a lie. It doesn't matter if you take her with me, and you won't take me with you." "Blame you, right? Everything is voluntary, and no one pushes you. I haven't mentioned this since I entered the house. Don't be with me here. Yin and Yang is weird, don't think I don't know what little abacus you are doing." Lu Sanxian gave her a wall bang, and said forcefully, "Don't you think I'm cruel to this heart? Don't you think it doesn't matter if you bring one more, then I'll be soft-hearted, but you can't help but make a request. I just have to kiss, the kind of kiss." "No." Who knows? Gao Jie immediately refused, and broke free. "Didn't I say it? It's too much, kiss is too much, at most let you kiss the forehead. Colgate, you are deceiving too much." Lu Sanxian was anxious. "Whether you want a kiss or not, and you want the horse to run, but you don't give it to the horse, you really think of me as a stupid kid. What are you arguing about? Isn't it just a kiss? It's so troublesome." Li Yajing walked out wet, with a bath towel all over her body, and did not put Lu Sanxian, the old gangster, to put in one's eyes. Unexpectedly, the old gangster consciously looked away, but she greeted her with a small mouth. He pecked on Lu Sanxian's face and said openly, "Hey, isn't that enough? What the fuck are you doing?" Lu Sanxian suddenly became anxious. The little girl would go to high school at most, and he turned to the color. He really didn't have any thoughts for such a small girl. "What is your reaction?" Li Yajing squinted her eyes while wiping her hair and said, "It's okay to have a kiss." I can call your uncle. You will never try to do anything with me. I warn you. I am a student of Teacher Gao. She will support me.
Okay, I'm afraid of you too. Lu Sanxian rolled away dingy, causing the little girl to giggle.
Uncle, all my things are packed and I can go. Li Yajing dragged a suitcase and wore fresh clothes.
She looked youthful and beautiful. Now Lu Sanxian looked big when she saw her and said directly, "Sister, let's not go on an outing or a trip.
You brought such a large box purely to deliver it by express delivery. Are you really a relative of your zombie?
Then I have to bring clothes, shampoo, facial cleanser, cosmetics, these are all usually used.
When you want to go out, I can install these things in a car for you."
Lu Sanxian rolled his eyes, and Gao Jie also smiled. "You can just bring the person on.
Also, wear more clothes. Look at the delicate skin on your wrist. The zombie touches you with your hand. NS. All right." Li Yajing deliberately changed her clothes without daring to delay.
Lu Sanxian took the two of them downstairs and pointed to the big box and said, "Sister, what I said to you is clear, and you know what you should do and what should not be done.
Try to squeeze in without squeezing in. Zio Wanjia, what are you doing in a daze? Just change posture. Little yellow duck? What is this name?" Li Yajing looked at Cao Jie suspiciously, and the latter blushed. "Why do you care so much? Go in quickly. You are not big and you should be squeezed." Two big beauties, one big and one small, finally squeezed in. The box was like a big coffin.
I had to trouble Lu Sanxian to wipe the corpse blood outside again before dragging the box on the road again. After half an hour passed, Gao Jie almost fainted inside, so he hurriedly asked him to stop for a while, but Lu Sanxian was too lazy to answer, just deliberately trying to rectify her. Gao Jie said a few words and did not dare to talk again, for fear of being heard by the surrounding zombies.
Afterwards, it was smooth sailing. As it got dark, they finally entered the forest.
Lu Sanxian, who was outside the city, seemed to have mixed feelings. At the beginning, he didn't expect that he would go so deep in Jichuan County.
"Let's just go around. What do you think?" Gao Jie patted the back of his head, and Lu Sanxian immediately jumped away exaggeratedly. "It's over, your body is too stinky, isn't it supposed to be fragrant when a girl sweats? Have it?" Gao Jie sniffed left and sniffed right.
Li Yajing immediately said next to him, "Teacher, he lied to you, I saw him smile."
"Okay, dare you lie to me, I'm so stinky to you."
Cao Jiejia laughed, waved her small fist, and rushed over. She hooked her hand around Lao Lu's neck. Lao Lu was not to be outdone, and started arguing with her. It took a long time to remember that there was a light bulb next to her.
Noting that Li Yajing's Gao Jie sorted out her clothes, she asked as if she had nothing to say, 3,000, what are your plans next?" "You must find my apprentice first. My apprentice has a lot more conscience than you," Lu Sanxian said as he walked. "If you really don't find it, then go back to Dongshan.
At any rate, you have to pay attention to the roots of fallen leaves. Even if you are eaten by zombies, your family may bite lightly.
Why do you find your apprentice in such a big place?
Just look for it. Where is the nearest resettlement camp to you?"
"The nearest one should be Jiangcheng Resettlement Camp, but it's far from here."
"Then we can only see if there is a gathering place of survivors spontaneously formed nearby." Lu Sanxian said in a deep voice, "There must be a lot of people in Jichuan County who have escaped."
"If there are too many people, you will definitely gather together. You too should pay more attention to see if there are any signs. 3,000, come and take a look, this seems to be your disciple's stay."
After walking for a while, Gao Jie suddenly waved at Lu Sanxian, and when he leaned over to take a look, a tree was carved with a knife with two characters to the west. A simple pen onion head was drawn below. Lu Sanxian.
"It's fun to see, that's right, he wrote it. What a kid, he actually ran out. Who is your apprentice?"
Li Yajing asked suddenly. Gao Jie said as if thinking of something on the side, "Maybe you still know his apprentice, he is also in the first class, called Wang Song. Do you have any impression?"
"I have no impression, I have never heard of it. I have gone to the first middle school. How can I know thousands of people?" Li Yajing shook her head. "It's dark,
go out and find a place to rest, and then go on the road tomorrow to find someone. The three rushed through the woods quickly, and it took almost an hour to pass through. Then they found a house and drilled in. With Lu Sanqian by their side, they naturally didn't have to worry about zombies inside.
Wait a minute, there is someone in here.
Lu Sanqian, who had just opened the window and entered the room, suddenly stopped what he was doing, shining the flashlight in front of him, and sure enough, under the light, there was a transparent line horizontally in the air, and a can was tied to the other end.
It should be the homeowner. Impossible.
If the owner of the house has been here for so long, he would definitely stare the window with a wooden board.
At least he would have to move something to block it. How could he hang a can?
In this case, he would be a passing person. Then let's go, we don't have to change the house. Cao Jie said with a worried look, but Lu Sanqian didn't care. Look at it, maybe I'll run into an acquaintance. Laugh. Unexpectedly, as soon as the voice fell, an arrow flew over.
Lu Sanqian's reaction speed was faster than that of a dog. Cao Jie pulled away and hid.
At the same time, the can ping pong sounded, and a voice came from the stairs. Take a horse, get out of the labor and management. Sneaky, really, when the gun in the hands of labor and management is to eat dry food?
Sure, yuck on?
Lu Sanqian reacted as soon as he heard this wretched voice, and immediately cursed at him. Even Grandpa can't recognize it.
I think you are really tired and crooked.
You are sure? Yukon was stunned when he heard these words, opened his big triangle eyes and turned on the light.
Brother Lu, Brother Lu. My good brother Lu.
Sure, Yukon almost didn't kneel down and knocked on 3 big heads, then ran home and engraved Lu Sanqian's name in the ancestral hall, and ran down respectfully and sneered, It's really you, Brother Lu. Whoops, when I see you, my heart is completely stabilized.
Come, let me quickly get my brother Lu some supper to eat. What are you doing in a daze? Waiting.
It turned out that there were quite a few people brought out by this product, 7 or 8, all of whom were familiar faces.
Okay, you leave me behind whenever something happens.
Li Yajing only crawled in from outside the window at this time, but Lu Sanqian ignored her and asked Shi Yukong, the arrow in your hand is Zhang Huan's, right?
How about them?
Don't mention it. Shi Yukong frowned and said, a lot of people died at that time. It's all because of the zombies who were attracted by the gangster. You don't know that Zhang Huan, he was too straight. In the end, he had to be a good person and stay at the end. Alas, I guess it's a lot of good fortune. This thing was easy for me, but many of us still went out of the city, among them Zhang Liang and your apprentice.
I hope he is a lucky person. Lu Sanqian shook his head regretfully.
Thinking about this kind of thing, you know that Zhang Huan has no way to survive.
Why are Zhang Liang and the others, why aren't you with you? Originally we were really together.
After taking a sip of tea, Shi Yukong continued, at that time, we were walking all the way west. I heard that there was a gathering place over there. I thought that the gathering place could guarantee our safety.
Look at how we are now.
It can be said that there is no ammunition and food, and it is impossible to scare people with a few empty guns.
The first reaction of ordinary people when they see a gun is fake. Where can they go if they don't go to the gathering place?
But it didn't take long for us to regret it.
I ran into a monster on the road.
I was not in the same car as them, so we were separated from the middle.
We shouldn't be tough. I'll take them.
I'm back, ready to stay here to see if I can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme one more day.
I stepped on a horse to see you ran away ahead of time. Lu Sanqian, who raised Erlang's legs and smoked, said angrily, you guys, I don't know?
They run faster than rabbits, and they slid away if they were a little turbulent.
If you take more people to support you in the mall. In a while, not so many people will die.
I'm not that timid. Shi Yukong slapped his chest and said, in this way, in order to make up for our fault, I will show you the way tomorrow. You don't know Brother Lu, I know we are saved when I see you, you are our god, you are don't step on the horse, and get something to eat quickly.
We can eat and sleep well.
Okay, I'm going to urge, these people are not a little swift. The room will also be cleaned up for us, and I will clean up you if it is not cleaned up. Lu Sanqian put Huya aside, and Shi Yukong's face paled by the flashing cold light. However, Lu Sanchen knew that Shi Yukong did not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme the way to make up for his mistakes. He just wanted to hug a thigh. It is really stupid to stay here. No one of them can be trusted. Just come and say a second-level zombie. Maybe they can all be wiped out. After eating, the 1-year-old and the 1-year-old took a shower and ran to Lu Sanxian's room with 2 quilts. No, 2 people are scared when they sleep. Xiao Wan, don't you have any thoughts about me, do you? You are really big-hearted, so don't you worry about letting us sleep in the wolf's den? Gao Jie said angrily, but Lu Sanchen lay down on the bed and said confidently, of course, don't worry, Shi Yukong and the others are just a mess, and they don't have the guts to attack you. That won't work, who knows if they will come over in the middle of the night to take a peek. While talking about Gao Jie, he smashed the quilt on Lu Sanxian. Lu Sanxian sighed and said as if he was at a loss, okay, let Xiaoya sleep on the bed. Let's sleep together on the floor. Beautiful you, I sleep with Xiaoya on the bed, and you roll me up. Oh, I did it all by myself. Lu Sanxian was also honest. After making the bed, he fell asleep without waiting for the 2 of them to whisper. It seemed that he was really tired. Sister, he won't secretly take advantage of you later, will he? Li Yajing asked with excitement. Gao Jie thought she was scared, patted her and said, relax, although he is lustful, he is still measured, and he is not guilty and guilty. Episode 027 Damn. The small cart hit a low wall. Shi Yukong hurriedly climbed up, the zombies rushing over grabbed his but just tore off a piece of cloth, revealing a pair of bright red underwear, and finally climbed up, but the zombies started. Our hut was stacked up, and he was frightened and hurriedly shouted, Brother Lu, help me. Don't worry, you go up and climb to the roof to hold your hand, I will bring people in first before I come to rescue you. Lu Sanxian turned his head and left, and Shi Yukong greeted him in a low voice. Brother Lu, can Brother Kong be there alone? A man frowned and asked, but Lu Sanxian smiled, I don't think it will work, but you can go with him. I'll just talk about it, nothing else. The man immediately shrank his head, and Lu Sanxian urged, run faster, don't wait for the zombies to react and wait for death by yourself. Several people ran fast after hearing this, for fear of falling behind, but after running for a while, they stopped unanimously. After all, the zombies were not all drawn away, and they still had to rely on Lu Sanxian. Look at how useless you are, don't you know how to take the knife? Lu Sanxian said contemptuously, patted Gao Jie's shoulder by the way, and Gao Jie twisted a self-made short spear and walked over, facing the zombie with its teeth and claws without fear, and methodically prepared for action. Roar! The zombie's center of gravity seemed to be completely pressed on the upper body, and rushed viciously, but Gao Jie drew away briskly, stabbed with a short spear, hitting the zombie's eye socket, and the zombie fell stiffly to the ground with a chick. Sister, you are so amazing. It's just a zombie. As long as you look at the right time, you can too. The zombie is not powerful in the first place. What's terrifying is its contagious ability. Have you seen it? Women's physical fitness should be much worse than that of men, but Gao Jie is much cleaner than you in killing zombies. I am ashamed of you. Lu Sanxian sneered, but did not stop. After easily killing the 2 zombies, he quickly opened the window, tied a nylon rope on it, waved to let Gao Jie and Li Yajing go first, and touched Gao when it was Gao Jie's turn. A handful of ass after a hand addiction. You find a house first. There are so many gaps above the factory building. There must be zombies running in. I will bring in the hurriter. Please pay more attention. After talking about Lu Sanxian, he turned it out again. Most of the zombies had lost interest and rushed back. After all, Shi Yukong had already dropped the plastic bag. There were just so many people at the door. They were stupid, and they weren't blind. There was a handful of zombies who couldn't bear Shi Yukong, so Shi Yukong had to climb higher and higher. Brother Lu, I am here. From a long distance away, this guy started shouting. For fear that Lu Sanxian could not see him, Lu Sanxian asked him to jump off, but this guy was obviously frightened and said to him, Brother Lu, can you hold me down? I am afraid of being so tall. Are you disgusting or not jumping? I will count 3, 1, 2, 3. I jump, don't worry. Such an old Shi Yukong was a little bit shy when he spoke. Lu Sanxian suddenly regretted coming back to look for him, and then abandoning his old energy for a long time, and finally brought him in. "Brother Lu, can you discuss something? Don't let me be the bait next time. I've been as a bait anyway, and it shouldn't be me anymore." Shi Yukong spoke while putting on a pair of pants again, but one of the middle-aged people joked, "Don't, Lao Shi, you all have experience now, you still have to come next time you specify." Ha 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 ha! Several people laughed together. Shi Yukong narrowed his triangular eyes, staring at the middle-aged man and said, "That's right, Guozi, Lao Shi's shouting is quite smooth." "Why, what's wrong? You're still angry?" "Just kidding." Guozi was stunned for a moment, and then glanced at Lu Sanxian. He immediately became more courageous. "Lao Shi, it's almost done. Now you are not a layer leader anymore. You are still thinking about calling people. Brothers are not following you to listen to you. But there is a saying, Lao Shi, this time you really did meritorious service. Brother Lu praised you just now." Guozi was joking, "Don't take it to your heart. He is just like this. He didn't rush to anyone. This will happen again in the future. Let's take turns, and if it doesn't work, we will catch lots." "Who said the lottery just now?" Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian, who had been talking about meaty jokes in front of Gao Jie, suddenly opened his mouth and said with a smile on his face, "Women don't need to participate. Men can grab one other than the old stone. Old stone, you come to write a note. At this moment, it's just a simple fight for character. I wish you a great personal character." Brother Lu really want to be a bait? The happily Guozi now looks like a joke, and no one dared to sit. Shi Yukong glanced at the people happily. The more he looked at him, the happier he became. He couldn't help but laughed and went looking for him happily. "Paper and pen. If not?" Lu Sanxian asked back, "You have half a dime with me. Why don't I use you as bait to bring you? If I really bring you, I am afraid, who knows if you will suddenly stab me in the back. A knife? It doesn't matter if you don't want to catch lots, just get out of the way, and don't step on the horse and get an eye in front of me. We catch now. Are you still wondering in your heart?" Lu Sanxian, who raised Erlang's legs, said slowly, "The most annoying thing in my life is people like you. I don't use them at all. You can lick whoever is awesome. It's understandable that you're done licking. It's a bit of a principle when licking a dog. I guess if you go abroad, you will definitely curse our country for nothing, for fear that your family's grave will not be blown up. But you licked the wrong person this time. My favorite thing to do is to scold people like you with bloody heads, and finally give you a word. Licking the dog will not kill you," I said. Then he moved his hand to Gao Jie's knee, gently thumped her leg, and smiled flatteringly. "I'm right, little bitch." Puff. Gao Jie squirted out a drink with a smile. Li Yajing also broke her strength in an instant, and she smiled, but Guozi and the others couldn't laugh out of life and death, and even silly Chong Shi Yukong said, "Kong Kong brother, are you finished? Can I get lots? Catch a fart." Shi Yukong shook his head and whispered, "Can you still see it? He doesn't mean it at all. It's just that you licked the horse's ass. I can figure it out for him. There is no sand in his eyes, even if he is not a good person. And don't allow other people to behave like a good person." However, Shi Yukong didn't know Lu Sanxian's abnormal hearing, so Lu Sanxian immediately pointed at him and cursed, "You thought you were Yang Xiao, and you played psychology for me. Come, guess what I will do next. If you can't guess, let you kiss Guozi tongue." "I guess you will let me kiss Guozi with tongue." Shi Yukong was anxious to be wise, but Lu Sanxian smiled and said, "Okay, old glass, I wanted to do this a long time ago. I agree that Guozi can't agree. Get me out and stand guard. The farther you go, the better. This is a shoe factory." The room they stayed in was a lounge. Except for the water dispenser, there was only a row of cabinets for clothes. Enough rest and rest. Lu Sanxian stood up and said, "Keep going inside. Zhang Liang and the others should be in the office area or the staff canteen behind." "Okay." Several people gathered together and followed Lu Sanxian. As in the current situation, these people did not take him away in order to survive. Shi Yukong's concubine just secretly moved his mind and wanted to be intimate with Lu Sanxian. Contact, but Lu Sanxian righteously refused, and only said, "We will talk about it another day." Gluck, however, when they walked through the aisle, they found a hair-picking monkey suddenly yelling, and suddenly jumped down and threw a lucky audience down.
Lu Sanxian quickly took a knife and threw it in the past. Fortunately, the man was precautionary and he wore it on his neck.
After several laps of the trouser legs with the wire clipped, he almost became infected.
See that?
Lu Sanxian rushed to Li Yajing, who hated iron and steel, and said, "Let you wear more, and then put on gloves, hats, and scarves.
You are not happy to feel too hot.
Then you will cry if you bite you."
Didn't I wear this?
Li Yajing spit out her tongue playfully, and at the same time tightened the scarf around her neck.
Brother Lu, that's not right. Since this thing is inside, why don't you pry open the window to let other zombies come in?
Shi Yukong, who was fiddling with the paws of a furry monkey, was puzzled, but Lu Sanxian cursed badly. "If you fucking find a place where it's all money, would you like to share it with others?"
You ask this. Do you think it's a zombie's appetite too much for snacks or something? That's right and right.
Shi Yukong smiled awkwardly, and the group of people continued to move forward, looking into the workshops through the windows. The workbenches were full of tools and materials for making shoes, but both the underground and the walls had large spaces. A large piece of scarlet blood adds a lot of horror to the broad daylight.
Huang Jiayu, find a plastic bag and put your ass around, otherwise it's easy to make trouble. Ah, do you want to take this one?
Huang Jiayu, who was still Shi Yukong's concubine earlier, subconsciously covered his pants. Shi Yukong immediately scolded, "You don't have to listen to Brother Lu.
Where is there so much nonsense? Can you not understand yourself? Shi Yukong, you have enough. What are you?"
Huang Jiayu couldn't control it this time, and pointed to Shi Yukong's nose and said, "From today, I will never rely on your men again. I will kill the zombies myself. I will find the ones that I eat. I can do what Gao Jie can do."
Do it. Follow someone like you and die in your hands sooner or later. Who can't say big things? Whoever believes it, go ahead if you have the kind. Just leave. I just want you to know that you are not as good as a woman.
Huang Jiayu walked forward angrily, thinking that Lu Sanxian was all targeting her and did not listen to him at all. "Smelly bitch, what a look, you can stand it with clothes." Shi Yukong walked in the middle position, still beeping Lai Lai. "Gao Jie can do it, so can I." However, Huang Jiayu silently cheered herself up over and over again in her heart. The more she walked, the bolder she became. The initial cowardice was swept away, as if she was a little proud of being a study committee member.
Ugh, Lu Sanxian sighed. Although Huang Jiayu's starting point is good, how can she kill a zombie in one step?
She may have never killed a zombie before by a single person, with the steel spear in her hand.
Holding down the zombie and stabbing her may not necessarily kill him in one shot. Episode 028 Roar.
Unexpectedly, Huang Jiayu hadn't been happy for a while. Suddenly there was a roar of corpses in front of him, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. As soon as the others heard it, they hurried to the next working room. But Huang Jiayu seemed to have to fight for a sigh of relief, half closed her eyes and stupefied the steel pipe spear in front of her chest.
The zombies ran out swarming from the corner. Obviously, they smelled humanity.
A dozen heads, even if she doesn't bite her, just hitting her can send her to the west.
What?
When she reacted, her hands and feet were all soft, she kept shaking and couldn't move half a step, and the zombies had already rushed over. She could even smell the stench coming on her face, and the disgusting mucus in the zombies' mouths.
Come in. Boom.
The zombies rushed into the air, and all fell together one by one, but this was like a tickle to them, and they got up and hit the door.
Are you stupefied? Just now Lu Sanxian yanked Huang Jiayu in.
Huang Jiayu immediately fell to the ground limply, as if she was scared and stupid without a bloody face. She couldn't say a word, and her eyes were blurred.
You can do it, why don't you do it?
Almost killed us.
Shi Yukong smirked and smiled.
The others looked at Huang Jiayu as if they were watching a joke, but Huang Jiayu didn't even mean to talk back. Bring the table over, I will personally teach you to kill zombies today.
Everyone has to be killed by labor and capital.
Lu Sanxian instructed Shi Yukong and the others to arrange the table in 2 rows. As long as the zombies came in, they would be surrounded by the table. If this couldn't kill the zombies, then they might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide. Open the door. Following his order, all the zombies squeezed in from the door, and their upper bodies rushed out, trying to grab the living person on the other side of the table. Sure, Yukon quickly stabbed them with their weapons, even if they were poorly accurate. No, but fortunately, the table is high enough and long enough that the zombies can't do anything about them for a while.
Leave the last end for me.
The zombies were killed quickly, but Lu Sanshan left one of them specially and asked everyone to take the table and circle him in the middle, for fear of it hurting others, and spreading a piece of white cloth on top of his head.
Get up!
Lu Sanshan walked in front of Huang Jiayu, but Huang Jiayu was still motionless like a bastard. He directly screwed her up like a baby chicken, and handed her own tiger tooth
knife, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know how to use the knife?
Don't make me look down on you, pay me back as soon as you finish killing, my team won't raise waste." The desperate Huang Jiayu only came back a little bit, glanced at the knife in her hand, and then at Lu Sanshan, her face full of complexity.
"Take all the tables to me, no one is allowed to help her."
Lu Sanshan said nonsense. A few people moved the table away with a smile. The zombies quickly tore off the white cloth, and screamed and rushed towards Huang Jiayu with a blank face.
Puff! With just a stab, Sure Yukon's eyeballs were almost shocked.
The zombie's eyes popped open, and the tiger's teeth fell to the ground with a clam. Huang Jiayu knelt down and cried, not knowing whether it was joy or fear.
"Fuck, you dare to lose my knife? Can you pay for it if it breaks?"
Lu Sanshan scolded furiously, quickly picked up the tiger teeth and rubbed and touched them, and the others scattered, leaving Huang Jiayu to cry for a while.
"Cry and cry enough, can we go now, sister?"
Lu Sanshan said something funny. Huang Jiayu glanced at him, stood up expressionlessly, and the group of people continued to walk in. It didn't take long before they saw a red arrow, which seemed to remind them to detour.
"This isn't right, isn't it just for us?"
Sure Yukon looked worried, but the tiger teeth in Lu Sanshan's hands suddenly trembled twice, as if there was something terrifying at the other end, not much more than when he met the beauty head before.
"Follow the arrow." All right, hearing Lu Sanshan's words, they could only be obedient.
To tell the truth, the shoe factory in this ruined place is quite big.
It is estimated that it was run by a foreigner. Sure enough, there are not many zombies following the arrow. After a while, they actually saw the face. Mirror, stained on the aisle. Fuck, there is a head. A person's head flashed past. Sure Yukon yelled in shock, thinking that he was another monster like the beauty head, but Lu Sanshan laughed. "Is this a self-made periscope?
Let's go in through this hole, and there will be living people in it."
"This hole is so narrow, can you go in? If there are more people walking, you can go in."
Lu Sanshan replied Gao Jie with a smile, and Gao Jie was angrily about to pinch him, but Lu Sanshan was prepared early, ran forward, and jumped flexibly and grabbed his hands on the edge of the hole. This hole should be dug manually.
When he came out, he climbed up and put down a rope. "My buddy, where did you come from? With so many zombies outside, you are capable enough."
The guide who just looked down through the mirror asked in surprise, and Lu Sanshan coaxed and replied, "All the zombies outside have been killed.
Folks, let the big guys come out soon, we can go home." Real? The guy wasn't that easy to deceive. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Lu Sanshan asked with a smile, "Have you been to many people here in the past 2 days?"
"One of them is Zhang Liang."
"You are here to find someone, let's say it earlier."
The guy dispelled his worries. "Come with me, they are all in the office building, and Zhang Liang knows us well, and his spicy soup is very delicious."
"I don't know what this ruined place is for."
The space is short and small, but as soon as they went out with the guy, they suddenly became enlightened and unknowingly arrived at the office building. There were a lot of people inside, and they were all very friendly. It's not like when I first arrived at the mall, I had to be forced to talk.
"Brother Lu, I knew you were all right."
Zhang Liang, who hadn't seen him for a long time, ran over and gave him a big hug. There were big eyes and familiar faces in several other shopping malls behind him.
Pulling aside, he asked in a deep voice, "Onion, how did it die?" What are you talking about, Brother Lu?" However, Zhang Liang was surprised.
Before Lu Sanshan could continue to ask, Suddenly a figure ran over while lifting his pants. "Excuse me, master, I just you go on a horse." Lu Sanxian was a big-eared man without saying a word. Wang Song, who came over, was stunned. He grieved and said, "Master, I just went to the bathroom. I really don't blame me. I have eaten my stomach. Why didn't you die when you stepped on a horse?" Lu Sanxian, who thought he had been eaten by zombies a long time ago, was so angry that he was so sad, and the Great Compassion curse was put on several times. Even when he was resting, he didn't forget to burn some paper money for him, who knowing that he is still alive and kicking. "Brother Lu, isn't this a trivial matter?" Also confused, Zhang Liang hurried to persuade Gao Jie to come over and explain the ins and outs, and Wang Song said in embarrassment after hearing this, "The situation was too critical at the time. We don't know where there are so many zombies here. We didn't have time to mark them in a hurry. I was afraid that you could not find us, so I just threw the backpack on the ground. You see, can you lose some of them? Even if you lose your backpack, don't you know how to take out the contents and then throw it away?" It wasn't too late. Wang Song made a mistake and looked honest. Li Yajing giggled when she saw it, and Sassoon's short hair also swayed very beautifully. "Sister, this is Uncle Lu's apprentice, how come you look so stupid?" Lu Sanxian was immediately unhappy. "The little girl, pay more attention to the wording. Call Uncle Lu for anything. Call me Brother Lu or Daddy Lu, but I can't be called Uncle. How can I call my uncle if I am a big man? If you want to be called uncle, then you have to call Gao Jie aunt. My sister is young. If you don't believe me, ask other people. You will be old when you look at it, and you are not serious." "Hey, my petty temper." Lu Sanxian suddenly became angry, and everyone was suffocating. Only Gao Jie's smile was ecstatic and gorgeous. "The people here are pretty good, there is no intrigue, and they are not aimed at outsiders. Almost everything is discussed, and it is harmonious." After greeted each other, the people from the mall gathered together, and Zhang Liang said, "Actually, I feel that this is the right way. I still can't figure out how the mall became like that. We didn't lack food at the time. There is no danger, but why is the difference so big?" "Because there are guns and someone is chanting." Lu Sanxian clicked on a cigarette and said, "This is different from the mall. They still have an illusion. They think that zombies will always disappear, and ZF will come back sooner or later. There is no good news about the news. In that case, no one can talk about the law. The people upstairs just think about how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme longer and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme better there. It's weird if it's not messy. Then Brother Lu, what do you think of this place? Or let's stay here." Zhang Liang said excitedly, "Although there is not much food here, but with you, it is easy to go out and transport a few carts of food to come in. We can develop this place into a gathering place for our own. As long as it is well established and safe, people will definitely do it. More and more." "That's true." Lu Sanxian nodded. "I have built a gathering place by myself. I had this idea before, but the terrain here is not very good. You have to say that just a few hundred people are okay. More people will not be enough, and I have to go back to Dongshan. Let's talk about it, but if you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here, I will definitely help." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Obviously Zhang Liang had made up his mind, but Wang Song suddenly slapped his head. "By the way, master, I just thought of something and I was going to tell you just now, but say quickly, don't run into bullshit." "Okay." Wang Song scratched his head and smiled. "Before we came here, we saw a big black bug that you said about it. It should be the corpse monster you told me about. Listen, Brother Lu, I'm not lying. You are ashamed to say that you run the fastest." Zhang Liang said mockingly, turning his head to look at Lu Sanxian again. "Brother Lu, if that thing is really something in the black mist, according to your estimation, if all the corpses in the black mist run out, we humans still have a way to survive?" "There is no way to survive." Lu Sanxian smiled bitterly. "This is what I am worried about. I escaped from the black fog. No one knows the horror of the Corpse Clan better than me. Let's put it this way, a small team leader of the Corpse Clan can kill all of you. There are squadron captains, and so on, and so on. The corpses who guard the black fog boundary are at least 10 meters high, and the artillery shells can't be killed.
Tell me, what about that stuff? Why are we going to run out? Fight with it? Then are we over?
A group of people started to sweat, but Lu Sanchen laughed and said, "It's not over yet. Where is this? The corpse giants of more than 10 meters will have 2 more shots if they can't die.
But if it's the king of corpses, if you can come out, then we are really finished." The corpse king?
Everyone was reluctant to blink their eyes, for fear that they would miss the wonderful details without paying attention. They all approached as if they were listening to the story. Even Li Yajing, who always likes to pick things up, closed her mouth obediently, and she missed her hands.
Here are 2 melon seeds. Fuck, it's a bit too much to talk about. This is all internal information. You really don't wanting face. Don't you want to be a prostitute if you don't give money?
Don't say it, give money to money. We give money, don't stop talking about it. Where people are willing to miss this great opportunity, these are all knowledge points, and maybe they can save their lives in the future.
Well informed.
For what money? You are a group of poor people, who don't even have baowazi in your pocket.
Lu Sanchen curled his lips and sighed, "Forget it, today I will make an exception and let you prostitute for free. No, let you listen to it for free."
Where did I just say it?
The corpse king.
Right, King Corpse. Lu Sanchen, who specially drank a sip of tea to moisturize his throat, recalled the fear of being dominated by the corpse clan, and continued to popularize science like an old expert. Speaking of the corpse king, that's terrible, it's a serious corpse emperor. The 95 Supreme, as soon as he comes out, he has to kneel down. The corpse king I met before can flatten a mountain with a wave of his hand. I suspect that the missile can't handle it.
Listen to you, more than one corpse king?
Shi Yukong asked. Who knows, maybe there is only one head, maybe there are hundreds of heads. I am not a corpse clan master, how can I know all? While thinking, Lu Sanxian's head suddenly stabbed for no reason. At the moment when Dongshan Corpse King appeared, he didn't know what was going on.
He couldn't help but wanted to kneel down.
At the same time, there was a sudden extra message in his mind. Clearly told him that the monster floating in the air was their emperor, and also had a resounding name, Qianglong.
But other than that, I didn't receive any other information.
If I think about it, my brain hurts.
It's over.
According to that, no one can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme.
At most, it's just lingering.
It's not that there is no conclusion yet, but I think the corpse clan should still not be able to get out. At least there are restrictions, otherwise we will not only encounter the big fat bug.
Zhang Liang said earnestly, and Lu Sanchen nodded in agreement. Zhang Liang is right. You only need to remember one. The corpse clan is the dark one. Don't panic when you run into it. Just look at it, and run away anyway. No, it's better to have dignity than death.
Then I'll give it a try. By the way, what are the arrows you drew on the road?
Are there many zombies on that end?
Oh, when you mentioned that, I suddenly remembered a big event.
Brother Lu, come and see with me.
Zhang Liang suddenly greeted everyone to follow him, saying, there are indeed many zombies there, but there is a more important reason. I don't understand the specific situation, you will know if you come to see. Not knowing what he was selling, a group of people went to a room on the second floor of the office, where there was a special guard, who was playing poker and bragging.
Are you new here? The headed young man smiled and said, why come here if you have nothing to do? You don't want to see a woman, right? Qianzi, please help me.
Dage, who is me, has seen the world, and there is nothing he hasn't encountered before. Zhang Liang seems to be familiar with everyone, and that person seems to be used to this situation. He smiled and said, okay, but pay more attention to safety, don't make noise, it won't be good to excite the zombies.
After talking about Qianzi, he moved the empty cabinet against the wall. A simple wooden door appeared on the wall immediately.
The door was opened carefully. The glass window behind the door was packed with dozens of zombies like a can of sardines, but fortunately, this glass is one way, and the zombies obviously didn't notice the people watching them. That is. Gao Jie suddenly covered her mouth in horror, and saw a weak figure in the group of zombies that was extremely conspicuous. She was only wearing a thin and tattered gray dress. Although her arms were dirty, she could still see the delicate skin, and her face was pale, but there were scarred scars on the neck, chest, and arms, which was shocking. The girl was probably in her early 20s, but she stood in the middle of the group of corpses with a dull gaze, helpless and pitiful, but even with her appearance, she was still more human-like.
Bring some canned food, I guess she is hungry again. Shanzi beckoned, holding the can and threw it from the corner of the window. The can was rolled to the girl's feet with 2 booms.
The girl slowly bent over to pick it up, prying open the can with no expression. I took a big bite.
Fuck, is this thing a human or a zombie?
Shi Yukong stared at Lu Sanxian dumbfounded. Lu Sanxian had never seen such a strange species, but the trembling tiger teeth resembling goats were obviously telling him that this girl is not easy to mess with, but Xiangzi laughed.
It must be a living person. Which zombie have you seen eating canned food? This girl has appeared here a long time ago.
She stayed with us for a while at first, and then ran out.
I don't know why. I have to stay with the zombies.
Brother Lu Zhangliang came over and touched Lu Sanxian, and said in a low voice, I was wondering if this girl would be like you. Maybe she was a normal person, but then she became mentally disordered. Perhaps. Lu Sanxian nodded, but his eyes were staring straight at the woman, as if the bastard looked at Meng Bean, and when he met his eyes, he suddenly said, she looks like a game like this, and she looks a lot like it, so she almost stood next to a profiteer.
It's a bit like what you said like this.
What is it like? What is it? I heard you say it should be a girl cultivating game, right?
The big masters actually play the game of nurturing, a dead otaku.
Li Yajing pursed her lips and said contemptuously. Zhang Liang immediately nodded her head repeatedly. Right, develop a game, seriously. Changzi smiled and said, I know, this girl is very good looking, so many people come to see her when she is fine.
Let it go, let it go.
Everyone had no choice but to dissipate in excitement.
Zhang Liang still persevered in Lu Sanxian and said, Brother Lu, are you interested in communicating with her? You too should call us. Fuck you, damn it, AC.
Lu Sanxian said in a huff, come to poke me about everything. Let me remind you, that little girl looks harmless to humans and animals, so pitiful, watch out for her to show her true shape to scare your soul away. No way. Zhang Liang's expression changed immediately, but Lu Sanxian believed what he said and he could only dispel the idea. Back to the office again, everyone else has already started to eat dinner, everything is done by yourself here, you can eat whatever you want, and you are not afraid of others taking more.
Zhang Liang asked suspiciously when he first came, but those people seemed even more. Confusion, if you are full, you can get it. Who will take more? Isn't that sick? Brother Lu, why don't I think the people here are not right? If they eat like this, it won't last long, right?
Shi Yukong took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and raising the question, but Zhang Liang shook his head and said first, there is a whole truck of grain in the warehouse, which was brought in just a few days after the corpse poison outbreak.
At that time, there happened to be a grain truck passing by here, otherwise do you think they are all fools? No wonder. I just made a little bit of food and didn't even ignite the fire. After all, the big guys are all tired. They just want to rest early. Fortunately, the office is big enough, so I can find a place to take a few clothes and put them on the floor. Can sleep. Lu Sanxian found an independent office to sleep alone. The reason is still the same, I am so murderous in my dream. The other people in the office dare not sleep with him. After all, no one is seen holding a person while sleeping. A broken knife. There was not a gleam of light in the night, and even the moon could not come in. Gao Jia, Li Yajing, Huang Jiayu, and the others slept together, next to old Lu. They didn't know where the woman had so much energy. They kept talking, noisy Lu. 3,000 hearts and minds. The horse riding finally stopped. He finally fell asleep when there was no sound. He didn't know how long it had passed. In his daze, he suddenly heard the door open with a creak, as if someone was twirling in. He was about to see what this guy was doing, but he felt that there was a lot of softness around him, and he couldn't see his face in the dark, but there was no one else except Gao Jia. You don't want to punish me when you step on a horse, and make me angry. If you want to run again, there will be no way. I'm not sure what this little fairy wants to do, but it's a bastard if I don't take advantage of it. He stretched out his hand and touched it, and the round touch was as exciting as touching a switch.
Shy. Unexpectedly, Gao Jia wanted to refuse to welcome him. She trembled slightly, curled up and drilled into his arms. Old Lu suddenly realized that there was a show today. Perhaps Gao Jia had specially found this opportunity to reward him. He smiled when he thought of this place. She picked up her clothes very skillfully with both hands, and as expected she only wore a thin piece, not even a piece of underwear. "This is what you brought to your door." Gao Jia snorted, and the two merged. "Get up early." When Lu Sanqian woke up in an awkward manner, there was no one around him. He didn't expect Gao Jia to be so shy. He had to be sneaky to dare to come. He seemed to have an affair, but there is one thing to say, which is really exciting and has endless aftertastes. "Damn it, my waist is sore." Stretching, putting on his clothes, he went out of the independent office. A long distance away, he saw Gao Jia washing the dishes with the rainwater he received. He walked over with a smirk and quietly stretched out the salty pig's hand. "Are you crazy?" Unexpectedly, Gao Jia's reaction was too great, his face flushed, and he slapped him with a slap in the face. Lu Sanqian immediately said with a full face of surprise, "It won't happen, I will hit you all? Take care of your paws, I won't be able to slap you next time. You have taken the wrong medicine. You won't lose a piece of meat if you touch it." "Where did I not touch it last night?" Lu Sanqian gave her an annoyed look. She had already pierced the last layer of window paper without understanding. She was still pretending to be something, but Gao Jia cursed in anger, "You have stepped on a horse and have a spring dream. Don't rely on me. What does it mean you touched everywhere yesterday? Are you hysteria?" Early in the morning, Gao Jia didn't give him the slightest expression, and when he smashed away, he took the washed bowl and walked to the big eyes watching the play. Chapter 030 Hundreds of giant bugs. She took gunpowder. Why is it all the same for a while? Lu Sanqian can't figure out where the problem is. It stands to reason that his technology is not bad. Is it because the little fairy can't let go of it when it's daytime? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He simply found Huang Jiayu secretly and asked, "Do you know that Gao Jia came out last night?" "How do I know this?" "Since Huang Jiayu cried once yesterday, her whole personality has changed drastically, and she doesn't look good with anyone." Among the men, Lu Sanqian also said a word or two. "Don't you know that you slept with her?" "Sister, think about it, if I slept with the wrong person, it would be ugly. Should never go out." Huang Jiayu, who lowered her head for a moment, said unsurely, "I sleep very lightly. If someone goes out, I will definitely be awakened, unless she doesn't make a sound. Who else can she have?" Although Lu Sanqian had noticed something was wrong last night, but the figure of that person is no different from Gao Jia, and there is no possibility that there are such similar people in the whole shoe factory. After all, most people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme have big breasts and big butts, or small breasts and small butts. How can there be a small chest and a big butt? Let me ask you again, did she wear a skirt yesterday? No, none of the clothes she brought was a skirt. Damn it, what a mistake. Lu Sanqian regretted that he had known that he should turn on the light bulb to recognize people. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liang ran over and patted him on the shoulder and smiled, "Brother Lu, it's not a shame to have a spring dream. They are all men, I know you. You know a basket." The depressed Lu Sanqian waved his hand to let him go directly. Although he was definitely not at a disadvantage, there was an evil spirit in this matter, and his good mood was completely destroyed. Soon it was time to eat. Staying here, there were only 3 meals left in the hope of the whole day. Gao Jia obviously didn't care too much about what was just now, and Lu Sanqian has not taken any less in the past few days. He is cheap, but this time he didn't even look for a reason, so he acted directly. "Everyone is here, take a little time for the big guy." While eating, a middle-aged man with the appearance of a person in charge walked over with a spring breeze and smiled, "There are newcomers among you, and you may not know our factory well. There are not so many rules here, but everyone has an obligation. Patrol vigil, some particularly important places, such as exits and entrances, have to be watched 24 hours a day. I will say hello to you in advance, and the watch will come out in the afternoon. Good leaders, we must abide by the rules and regulations of the factory. As soon as he finished talking, Sure Yukon licked his big face and started nodding and bowing, but the person in charge was really here to say hello, and he turned and left without a few polite words. Onion, what do you think of this place? Ah, it's good. Why, master, are you not going to Dongshan anymore? Wang Song was stunned, but Lu Sanchen said, it's not that you don't want to go. You guys, to be honest, I'll be a little troublesome with you. Isn't it said that Dongshan has a resettlement camp, and there are troops there? We can't stay in this small place forever. Don't worry, I'm going to explore the way. If there is a resettlement camp, I will pick you up again. The distance is not far anyway. Lu Sanchen coaxed the child and said that Wang Song was indeed pitiful. There was only one person left, and almost all of his relatives and friends were gone. The key was that he was too honest, and Lu Sanchen was embarrassed to lie to him. Master, where did you meet Li Yajing? Wang Song suddenly asked in a low voice. Li Yajing is quite famous in our school. She is a man of the world, and she spends time with those gangsters all day long. There is no such thing as a gangster in school. Lu Sanchen waved his hand. They are all little kids who have not grown up. When they are a little older, they will know how stupid they are, and the little girl is not too bad-hearted. You are not after her, are you? Impossible, I don't call her at all. Wang Song's face didn't even turn red, which was obviously really boring. After 5 days, it was gone. Lu Sanchen didn't do anything in one day, and he gained a few caddies even after the end of the world. But at night, he and Sure Yukon finally found a job to do, according to the schedule. It's written above, they should get the place where the strong sun was to watch the night. Brother Lu, you can go to sleep later. I will help you watch this evening. I have a good night's sleep during the day. Sure Yukon smiled happily. Lu Sanchen suddenly realized that this product was really good, and immediately patted him on the shoulder. Interesting brother, you did this, and I will cover you in the future. Speaking in this way is a matter of fact. It's not part of the business. Pull the board aside first, and observe if there are any problems with the zombies. After a routine check, the little girl was still confused among the zombies, but Lu Sanchen suddenly got her hair straight and stared at her with an open mouth. Sure Yukon also looked over in shock and fear. Brother Lu, don't scare me, isn't it normal? Broken Lu Sanchen squeezed out 2 words in his mouth. His forehead was sweaty in the blink of an eye, and he suddenly knew who had entered his room that night because of the little girl in front of him. I only wore an off-white dress. No, she is not that good in figure. He shook his head abruptly for a while. The figure can't be faked. Even if he wasn't completely awake at the time, he wouldn't even make a mistake about his figure. However, the little girl seemed to sense his arrival, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she smiled at him, just matching her white face, like a ghost in a horror movie. God, she actually laughed. Sure Yukon's reaction was slow for a while, but Lu Sanchen had calmed down and immediately closed the wooden door and pulled the wooden cabinet to block it. It's not good, Brother Lu. Before his but was hot, Zhang Liang, who was on duty on the other end, ran over in a panic, and said anxiously, the big fat bug has come in from the passage. I don't know how to deal with it. Our bullets have already been used up. What? Didn't you say that the thing is the size of a minibus? How can it get in through such a narrow passage? I don't know what's going on. The bug seems to have shrunk a lot, and it has crawled towards us now. Let them not act rashly. I will go and see. Without further ado, Lu Sanchen could not sit still, and ran over in a hurry. All the people in the office gathered together like an enemy, and the back door was opened. As long as they waited for someone to speak, they would take risks. Escape to the mountain. Everyone has seen upgraded zombies, but they have never even heard of 100 giant insects. They are not sure how powerful they are, but fortunately, this thing is extremely slow, allowing them enough time to gain insight. Looking at the passage through the reflector, I saw a familiar monster. It was as dark as a dung maggot. It is estimated that after piercing that layer of skin, the explosion can drown a person. Fortunately, this one is compared to him. In Dongshan City, I saw too many people, otherwise he was not even sure. All back. Zhang Liang shouted out of breath, but some people saw the giant insects bloated slowly and didn't take it seriously. They looked at it and commented, but the giant insects had already climbed up, and they didn't know where the strength came from. With a boom, the entrance was knocked open and continued to crawl towards the crowd.
Fuck, it has a face on its head.
At this time, someone was surprised to find that the front end of the 100 mouths had noses and eyes, and with a wretched smile, the pus dripped from the mouth and fell on the ground into a filament, which was extremely disgusting.
Don't move, everyone, protect the woman, protect my woman.
Lu Sanxian stretched out his hand and yelled. The little apprentice skillfully pulled the tiger tooth from his back and handed it to his hand. A faint white light appeared. Although the giant worm was much smaller, it was still the size of a fat pig. Lu Sanxian slashed without saying a word and raised a knife. Who would have expected the giant worm to slash it directly on that disgusting face? Puff, puff. A stream of pus spurted out like a column of water, like the essence of a giant worm. Those who were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it were suffering, and the sticky and smelly pus couldn't shake it for a while. Lu Sanxian was ready to cut again, but the mouth of the giant insect's body suddenly trembled, opening and closing, like a car motor, and he could hear the sound of sizzling.
Lu Sanxian just cut it up with an electric current.
It was uploaded from Huya, and Lu Sanxian swayed like Bangdi.
What?
Behind him screamed again and again. It turns out that this giant worm actually uses high technology. No one would believe a worm that can emit such a strong current. Moreover, the pus seems to have super electrical conductivity and can even produce. Ordinary people couldn't handle the double reaction at all, and all those who were contaminated with pus in the back were not spared, and several collapsed. Slightly jumped up to the disco. The people standing far away didn't even know what was happening here, and thought that the current was who turned on the flash. Even if Lu Sanxian knows all kinds of corpse races, he was still caught off guard by this trick. It's not that he cut it wrong, but even if he doesn't cut it, 100 giant insects can still be ejected. The pus comes. The right hand was so numb that he lost consciousness. Lu Sanxian held back the pain and changed his hand. Hundreds of giant insects were startled, and the strange faces on the front were deformed.
It also did not expect anyone to withstand the current.
Not to mention being so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it, it was too late to resist. Huya stabbed in fiercely, and pus sprayed Lu Sanxian all over.
Puff.
As the saying goes, the vitality of the corpse clan is usually in the head, but the giant insect has not completely died. Instead, it sprayed a lot of pus, and the stench immediately covered the entire floor of the office building.
Master, it's going to run away.
Wang Song suddenly shouted, and saw 100 giant insects shrunk into thick skin, but the original but looked like a row of small legs, running fast against a basketball-sized head.
Fuck, ass.
Lu Sanxian stared at the escaping but in a daze, but his feet were unable to chase after him. Hundreds of giant insects are like abandoning the car to protect their handsomeness, showing their true colors.
The 2 rows of small hands are smooth and tender, and they are very fast.
They are full of joy. Who would have thought that there is such a big fat insect hidden in it? As for the gadgets, the 100 giant insects are really ghosts, and they know that they have made a fake face to attract firepower. Can't let it go. If it does, it will definitely come back for revenge next time. Lu Sanxian didn't care about the tingling body, and carried his tiger teeth to catch up. It was just that 100 giant insects dropped their helmets and abandoned armor at this time. Not only did the speed become faster, but the size of a basketball allowed it to jump casually. No trace. Yes, the big guy hastened to chase, and can't let it escape. Sure, Yukong shot an arrow like a joke, but other people couldn't even chase after him. After all, there were so many zombies outside, and they were not all Lu Sanxian. Boom! Unexpectedly, a cold figure suddenly hit the fragile wooden wall of the office, and landed firmly in front of Lu Sanxian, holding a head in his hand. It was the real body of 100 giant insects. Chi, the little bug made a rat-like sound with a painful expression, but the imposing and majestic it had no power to bind the chicken at this time, and could only struggle, but it still couldn't escape the applause of that figure. She. How are you? Someone recognized the figure, but Lu Sanxian was like a big enemy. The one called she was the abnormal little girl. At this time, she was still expressionless, but the strength in her hand was increasing. The bigger it is, it directly squeezes the bug to explode. The body of 100 giant insects immediately turned into a puddle of mud. She actually opened a smile, and deducted a piece from the mud with his right hand. Lu Sanxian looked intently and his expression immediately changed. Black mist stone. But she seemed to be here for the black mist stone, and he couldn't wait to send the small coal-like stone into his mouth. Lu Sanxian felt bad and hurriedly shouted, "Don't!" She slowly turned his head, and suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he knew him. He actually licked his lips with interest with his small tongue. Lu Sanxian laughed in shock. "Little big sis, the broken stone can't be eaten. If you eat it, it will cause stomach trouble. Be obedient, give me the stone," Lu Sanxian said as he walked over. "Who knows?" She smiled and pointed his ass with a finger. Under the surprised eyes of a group of people, his ass became as big as Gao Jie. Fuck! Lu Sanxian was secretly surprised and finally determined who the person who sneaked in at the beginning was, but she seemed to be just showing his hand, regardless of his obstruction, opening his mouth to eat the black fog stone. Laugh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and only a tentacle suddenly appeared from behind He. The target was the black fog stone in her hand, but He's speed was not slow, and he dodges the attack of the tentacle as soon as he dodges. Patter! But Lu Sanxian took advantage of the chaos and used the electricity stored in Huya these days to make a blade of light. Although it was almost no lethality, he suddenly shot down the black fog stone in her hand and played golf while the stone fell. It seemed to be photographed in the aisle. You! She was instantly furious, but unfortunately she could only say one word and couldn't express the anger in her heart. But Lu Sanxian smiled and looked behind her and said, "Sick head, why don't you please peace with your father?" Lu Sanxian, long time no see. A familiar voice sounded, but who thought it was not the voice of the head. The person slowly walked out. Sure, Yukong and others were all dumbfounded. Yuan Bin. You are not dead. The tentacles belonging to the head of the skinny were transplanted to him intact. Yuan Bin sneered, "Who said I am not dead? Only the dead can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme with the corpse clan. Not only me, but this little girl, including Lu Sanxian, are all dead. Jing Tama is nonsense." Lu Sanxian waved his hand angrily, and his body paralyzed by the electric current had begun to return to normal. The head, "Don't tell me you were living with him, Tusk, it is really dead glass. What symbiosis is talking about? Your mouth still smells like before." Yuan Bin grinned and said, "I killed the head of the tiger a long time ago, otherwise you think I have this ability. Keep talking, and the little girl will get the things." Sure, Yukong did not know where he was hiding and reminded them that she moved suddenly and moved to the aisle in an instant. Yuan Bin could only dance with a dozen tentacles to chase after him. Lu Sanxian slowed down a bit. "I just didn't keep up, sitting on the ground and swearing, speaking faster than playing rap." A group of people looked at each other. In this kind of fairy fight, ordinary people like them couldn't get in at all. The ground rumbled straight, and I didn't know who had the upper hand. Who would have thought that she looked like Lin Dayu and started fighting? The frame was extremely ferocious. "Ma Yurong." I don't know him." Ma Yurong immediately yelled in a panic, and got on the ground and grabbed a man's leg and said, "Dage, help me, I'm your girlfriend, just ask you to help me now." Lu Sanxian glanced at him. He also knew this woman. She escaped with Zhang Liang. She is usually transparent and no one pays attention to her. She looks average, but there are several in factories where women are scarce. Licking the dog, the man caught by him was one of them, but the man kicked her in disgust at the moment and cursed, F***ck, I think of me at this moment, I really don't want to lick the dog? Don't look at what you look like, die a little longer. Brother Lu, I know you are a good person, please help me. Ma Yurong, who died as a living horse doctor, started to ask Lu Sanxian for help. However, Lu Sanxian ignored him at all. He frowned and looked at that end. The voice of the person who had just spoken couldn't be more clear. It was exactly what they thought. Zhang Huan is dead. Zhang Liang's big eyes and the others had complex expressions, surprises and surprises. At the same time, they didn't understand how Zhang Huan got together with Yuan Bin. Zhang Huan seemed to pause for a while before he walked out and smiled. Looking at the people he knew. Brother Huan I my Euron was trembling all over, but Jiang Huan strode straight to him. It was contrary to his character. He grabbed my Euron's hair with one hand, as if torn her scalp, and pressed her to the ground fiercely. Tell me, should you die or not? Jiang Huan asked without a smile, but my Euron grinned in pain, and quickly begged for mercy. Brother Huan, I didn't mean it. I was too scared at the time. Ah! Sizzle! Do you think I'm particularly cruel? Kind of Zhang Liang responded with a trembling throat, but Jiang Huan shook his head and took out a small knife, and slashed my Euron's mouth with a single knife. My Euron finally lost consciousness, and he continued, At that time, I asked you to go first and I will break it off, but there are too many zombies. I can only fight and retreat, but I actually saved this bitch. I rescued her from the zombie's mouth, but she came in after she entered the door. I locked the door, even if I was only one step away from her. I really didn't expect that. No matter how I slapped the door, she didn't react at all. I could only watch the zombies throw me down. At that time, I suddenly realized that being a good person is an idiot who steps on a horse, and only a bad person can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme longer and longer. Ryoko, you know, every day I dream about how to cut her meat with one knife. I didn't expect this. It feels really good. Jiang Huan became more mad as he talked, his face became more and more abnormal, and his big eyes couldn't help but say, Brother Huan you are too no, you can try it, Kiki, don't I remember you like me? Come, you also try, or who you want to kill, tell me I will help you solve it. Brother Huan he covered his mouth with big eyes, but the tears couldn't stop streaming down, but Jiang Huan seemed to be addicted, and rushed to the flattering Shi Yukong at an extremely fast speed. Shi Yukong couldn't move and was choked by him. He lifted it up by his throat. You tell me you should die? Dude, I didn't mess with you. Shi Yukong used all his strength to break his fingers, but he sneered and said, You should have died if you stepped on a horse early. Have you done so few bad things? Boom! Unexpectedly, when he was about to start his hands, the wooden wall that had broken through a few large holes a long time ago opened a large hole, and the dazzling tentacles fluttered like a flowery hand in the society. Each tentacle has a front end. Sharp mouth, biting the petite body fiercely. Although she has been suppressed, her physical fitness is not normal. Every wound is quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and bone spurs can be produced in her arm, which makes Yuan Bin afraid to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme. Fighting a woman, Yuan Bin, you are so realistic, not wanting face. If you have a kind, you will single out with labor and capital. What is the ability to bully a woman? Lu Sanchen ran fast while cursing, for fear that the two would accidentally hurt him by fighting. Jiang Huan, do it! Yuan Bin forced He over. Everyone fled and was injured. Jiang Huan stabbed He in the back of the head with a stab at the time. He was broken, and he couldn't hold on to it, and was wrapped by his tentacles. Up! Damn it, there is only so much left. Yuan Bin seemed unsatisfied. Hearing what he meant, the black mist stone would keep getting smaller. For fear of new branches, he immediately swallowed the black mist stone, as if he was even more majestic. Hi, it's so refreshing to ride a horse. As if a veteran client had just relaxed for a while, Yuan Bin stretched his waist refreshingly, and she had been beaten up by him half mutilated, lying in the corner like a rag. His amazing recovery ability disappeared. Not see. Run. Lu Sanxian hid behind a desk and communicated with others with his lips. The others understood and hurried away secretly. Lu Sanxian, what are you doing there? Yuan Bin walked with his tentacles and slowly moved over. Old Lu's sweat came down, and he hurriedly said with a smile, Yuan Gu, is the concubine admiring your dancing? No, I am admiring the concubine. Ha! 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 A few tentacle arrows flew over, and the sturdy desk immediately cracked a big hole. Lu Sanxian hurriedly separated his thighs, almost severing offspring. Unlucky Lu Sanxian, who got up, jumped up and down in the office, but Yuan Bin seemed to be teasing him deliberately, playing a cat and mouse play. Fuck, you're perverted on horseback, are you addicted to chasing me? He didn't dare to fight back when Huya was out of power, so he had to run and curse, but Yuan Bin suddenly urged all his tentacles and blocked all his routes. Laugh. After cutting one stick, another one came, just like an endless leaks. After a while, Lu Sanqian was tied up and sturdy, covered with scars from his tentacles, and he was very ashamed of him when he was tied in mid-air. Brother Bin, I just said casually, you're not really a gay guy, then I'll be counseled. I'm really counseled this time. Your sir does not care about the villain, you can kill me, don't mess with me. You also know that you are afraid? Yuan Bin contemptuously said, waving his tentacles and stripping off his clothes, leaving only a pair of Calvin Klein's black pants. Fuck F***CK, you are dead. Lu Sanqian was ashamed and indignant for the first time. Zhang Huan hurried over and said, Brother Bin, don't make it difficult for me. Rest assured. Yuan Bin nodded and threw Lu Sanqian into a pile of scraps. He sneered and said, in the mall, you are letting me go. Today I will let you go, but Gao Jia, I must take away, and she will follow. You will die sooner or later. You have a kind of horse to come at me. Gao Jia is my woman, what are you? Lu Sanqian spit out a mouthful of blood. The old and new injuries were all packed together, but Yuan Bin shook his head, not wanting to entangle him more, turned his head and said as he walked, you don't understand anything at all. Let me tell you one thing. The black mist stone has the same effect as the black mist. It can provide the corpses with the conditions to move outside the black mist. Do you know what this means? It means you are riding a horse. It won't protect anyone, and it won't take long. The entire earth is the world of the Corpse Clan, and there is only one way to survive, and that is to become a symbiosis of the Corpse Clan. I'll go to Malgobi. Lu Sanqian stood up with a knife and limped towards the back door, but before Yuan Bin went out, Shi Yukong walked out with a knife against Gao Jie's neck, and said angrily, come on, aren't you trying to kill me? Anyway, labor and capital can't get away. It's a big deal to kill one. Yuan Bin, aren't you awesome? I want to see if you really like this stinky girl. Are you threatening me? Yuan Bin's eyes were blood red, but Shi Yukong laughed and said, yes, I'm threatening you, don't act rashly, I can wipe the corpse poison on this knife, even if she can't kill her, he can turn him into a zombie. 3,000, save me. Gao Jie shouted as if grabbing the last straw, but Lu Sanqian couldn't think of a way to do it. Yuan Bin also sighed and said, let's talk about it, what do you want to do? It's very simple. Seeing him relieved, Shi Yukong grew courageous, and said complacently, arrange for me an off-road vehicle, bring me some food, and I will leave a mark along the way. When I am safe, I will naturally leave Gao Jie. A place you can find, it just so happened that we brought an off-road vehicle full of grain. Yuan Bin smiled gloomily, but Shi Yukong's smile stopped abruptly. A knife suddenly pierced his chest from behind. Lu Sanqian stared at the accident in front of him with a stunned look. Shi Yukong vomited a mouthful of blood in disbelief. With one last breath, he cut Gao Jie's throat with the knife in his hand. Horse. Yuan Bin cursed in a low voice, blood dripping from the noble white snow-like neck like rose petals. Zhang Huan took the knife and quickly tore a cloth tape from his clothes and tied it to Gao Jie's neck. But the wound was not deep. What was difficult was the corpse poison on the knife. Yuan Bin. Lu Sanqian's eyes were bloodshot, and he had already decided to go desperately, but Zhang Huan left Gao Jie and stopped in front of him, saying, Brother Lu, don't worry, give it to Yuan Bin, he can save Gao Jie. Zhang Huan, you are really not a thing. No way, I tried it, it's useless. Zhang Huan smiled and shook his head, it's too hard to be a good person. It's easier to be a bad person. Anyway, I've been a person who died once, and it doesn't matter anymore. Lu Sanqian, who had been thinking for a long time, didn't know whether he should believe Zhang Huan's words, but now there is really no other way. I saw Yuan Bin pierce Tishi's head with sharp tentacles. A stone the size of a bottle cap was deducted. Green. Lu Sanqian, who originally thought it was a black fog stone, was very surprised. Zhang Huan seemed to have seen his doubts and explained, don't think that the thing is called black fog stone, and you think it has only one color. Black fog stones have different effects. Can the green one breathe fire? You are playing with me here, brother Calabash? Go away. Lu Sanchen didn't give him a good face, and Yuan Bin didn't care if the thing was hot and dirty, so he walked directly to Gao Jia and let her eat it.
I will not eat.
Gao Jia looked like he would rather die than surrender, but Lu Sanchen reluctantly said, "Little Huangya, eat it, otherwise no one will save you.
Hurry up and eat it."
Yuan Bin urged again. Gao Jia simply tore off the cloth strips, frowned and said, "I don't even wash the horses, do you want me to eat them with juice?
Quickly get a basin of water.
There is mineral water here, so I can take a shower." After washing cleanly, Gao Jia finally ate the green stone, but as soon as he swallowed it in his throat, Yuan Bin suddenly chopped her into a faint with a hand knife. "Lu Sanchen, goodbye, next time I run into it, I won't spare your life again."
"I'll spare your mother."
Lu Sanchen hurried over, but Jiang Huan did his duty loyally and had to stand in front of him.
Although he didn't do anything, Lu Sanchen still inevitably slowed down. Buzzing the off-road vehicle increased the throttle, and then went out of the front door in a blink of an eye, bringing a large group of zombies. Lu Sanchen stopped unwillingly, and said angrily, "Jiang Huan, why didn't I find that you like being a dogleg so much? What benefit did Yuan Bin give you to make you work so hard? He saved my life, isn't that enough?"
Jiang Huan smiled rather than smiled. "Brother Lu, in fact, what Yuan Bin said is not completely wrong. You don't know how many people are symbionts of the Corpse Clan now.
Lizatu is not an example.
What exactly the Corpse Clan sells? None of us know the medicine, but what is certain is that humans have no room to fight back in front of the corpses."
"I don't know if we humans have nuclear bombs."
"It's a big deal to finish playing together." Lu Sanchen said cruelly, "If you put this in the past, you will definitely be traitors and traitors. I only know how much I don't want to die until I die once." Jiang Huan turned his head and said as he walked, "There is nothing wrong with being a symbiote. It is better to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a different way than to extinct humans."
"Don't look for Gao Jia. Yuan Bin is not kidding. You still go home."
"Got it."
"How did Brother Huan become like this?" Zhang Liang walked to Lu Sanchen's side and asked in a puzzled way.
Lu Sanchen let out a long sigh of relief. "Who knows, maybe he's a good old man, that's not bad."
"Then what shall we do?"
"The shoe factory has broken a dozen big holes, and people have died and injured. First count the number of people and see what they want to do. You can fill up the holes here and you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. The big deal is to clean up the zombies, but I can't help.
I am going to go to Dongshan City tomorrow. What? Are you not going to control Gao Jia?"
Zhang Liang looked stunned, but Lu Sanchen said firmly, "Jiang Huan's last words just reminded me that he asked me to go home, which actually meant that the next place they went was Dongshan. Master, I'll go to Dongshan with you." Wang Song, who had not seen anyone, jumped out, as if he was afraid that Lu Sanchen would leave without him in the early hours of the morning. There is a small chapter later. I wish you all a happy New Year's Day.
Chapter 033. Returning to Dongshan, 24 people died.
A large part of them were bitten and infected by zombies.
The number of injured people is not counted. It is estimated that they accounted for half of the total number.
Several persons in charge died completely. After the corpse bug enters the door, they are the closest to them. Zhang Liang slowly reported the situation to Lu Sanchen. By this time it was early morning, but not many people were willing to follow Lu Sanchen. By all accounts, they were a group of outsiders. People in the factory had great opinions on them, and even thought that if without them, 100 giant insects would not find here.
Of course, this is totally nonsense.
The 100 giant insects came from He et al., and He was also pitiful. Not only was he cut off halfway, but he also lost his life in vain.
Not many people go with Lu Sanchen. He is more willing.
Although Zhang Liang has the heart to stay here, he still thinks it is better to follow Lu Sanchen after thinking about it. At least there is a caregiver, and Jiang Huan must have gone to Dongshan too. I'll find a car, so others can have time to regret it.
Lu Sanchen went out and gave them plenty of time to think about it.
They still left the old team,
but Sher Yukong was already dead and couldn't die anymore.
No one wanted to take care of the corpse.
In the end, Wang Jiayu ran away.
Go and chop his corpse into dregs, which is regarded as helping him to make ashes.
Put your own things and go, everyone.
Lu Sanxian came back with a bucket of instant noodles, kicked away the frozen brains on the ground at will, and said as he ate, "But the shame is ahead.
I don't collect waste here. I confiscate the money and confiscate the gifts. It's unnecessary. Be your nanny. Don't worry, Brother Lu, we all understand." Guozi bowed his back and smiled.
The group of people didn't bring much, so they got into the car lightly. The two cars could barely sit in. The people who had fled many times, no matter who they were much bolder. I didn't react much when I watched the car hit the zombie, and even dared to sing loudly while sitting in the car. Fake cigarettes, fake alcohol, fake friends, fake love, fake gentleness, coax me to your house, and drive me away in the middle of the night. Lu Sanxian broadcasted a folk song of unknown age. He didn't expect that the more he listened, it would become more emotional. A group of people couldn't help but follow the rhythm as they listened, just like more than a dozen unseen buns.
I didn't rest much along the way.
I drove almost 2 shifts in a row.
The tires burst twice and the water tank was about to explode.
At noon the next day, there was still nowhere.
"Zhang Liang, how did you drive the car? How do I feel farther and farther?"
Li Yajing put her hands on her chest and said in dissatisfaction that the little girl actually fainted and was clamoring for a stop along the way. But Zhang Liang's slow speed is really no wonder. After all, the road is full of twists and turns. When there are too many zombies, you have to change the road.
You have to pass a section of black mist in the middle. To be honest, they are lucky. There was no accident on the road. It was quite an accident. "It should be here soon, Brother Lu. Have we reached Dongshan already?"
"I don't know, I will go down to find a zombie and ask."
Asking for directions also requires know-how.
Most people don't carry their ID cards with them when they have nothing to do. However, there are 2 types of people who must bring them. One is a company employee who runs business, and the other is a young man who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme goes to internet cafes. Lu San Shen found a young man and found his ID card in his pocket. "It's here." Lu Sanxian looked at the dark fog area in the distance and said in a deep voice, "But this is a county within the jurisdiction of Dongshan City, called Hongsha County."
"Now I am not sure where Yuan Bin took Gaojia. Didn't you hear that there is an official resettlement camp? Find it on the map quickly."
"Is it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close /phoneme to here?" "Hongsha County, right, I'm looking for it." Guozi took out a map, glanced at it with a wry smile, and said, "Broken Brother Lu, we came to the wrong place. The Dongshan resettlement camp is on the other end, which means that we must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme go directly through the black fog area or go from there."
"Go around."
"Forget it, find a place first, let alone Xiaoya complaining, even I can't bear it." Lu Sanxian waved his hand, and the group continued to drive forward. Unexpectedly, halfway through, Guozi pointed to a telephone pole and said in surprise, "Stop, it seems that there is a gathering place nearby." The car stopped, and when they took a closer look, they saw a few simple characters: "The gathering place for survivors in Hongsha County, 3 kilometers ahead."
An arrow was drawn by the way. Assembly place?
Then there must be no settlement camp.
There must be someone who has a tough fist and a strong one in it. Zhang Liang looked at Lu Sanxian with a worried look, but Li Yajing was full of mockery. "Look at your courage, what are so many of us afraid of?
Besides, isn't Uncle Lu here, as long as it's not like a tentacle monster?"
"Monster, who has beaten Uncle Lu?"
"That's what it says, but Zhang Liang is still not at ease." But Lu Sanxian said, "It's okay, this kind of gathering place will definitely not be the only one, and these people are at most for the food we brought.
The food is not expensive. Any supermarket can hold us to death."
Now that Lu Sanxian had spoken, the others would naturally have no opinion. It didn't take long for the distance of 3 kilometers to get to the place.
A huge sign had a few big characters written on it: Dongshan City No. 2 Resettlement Camp. Zhang Liang laughed and said, "Now it has become a resettlement camp again. Are you fake?"
"This kind of broken place can be called the second resettlement camp." Guozi curled his lips in disdain, but there was a saying that the scale of this gathering place was not too small. A wall of several meters high encircled the whole gathering place in the center, but at first glance, it was known that this was built before the corpse poison broke out. At most it is a little bit taller. In the open space outside the gate, dozens of cars were parked densely, and there was not even an empty parking space. They had to reverse their cars and parked on the side of the road and walked over again on foot. This is an industrial park. It seems to be full of factories. Not many, there are only 3 or 4, and the scale is not large. This is the case for industrial parks in such small places. It's good if it's not much. The place is a little smaller and the wall is so surrounded. It's okay if you come to a lot of zombies. If it's a big deal, you can run away. There is a forest area behind this, and you can't find the zombies when you get in. A few people were talking about it, and there were a few people guarding the front door. When they saw them coming in, their eyes were bright, and they whispered and didn't know what they were discussing. "Brother, how do you get in the resettlement camp?" Zhang Liang would hand over a few cigarettes, but the man waved his hand and said, "Whoever steps on a horse wants your cigarettes." Are laborers in capitals like people who can't smoke? Give me registration, birth name, age, etc. You have to write all of them, and check everything you bring. Zhang Liang hurriedly took out a whole cigarette respectfully. "My buddy, this cigarette is worth a few points for my brother. I have just arrived and I am not sensible, so you can bear it." What smoke, 1916. All right, the man squinted his eyes and said, "Come here to register, and after registering, go in and find a dormitory to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. If you don't understand anything, ask the housekeeper." A few people filled in the information honestly, but another simple wooden house just separated by a wall said, "A bunch of poor people, there are no fun, why are you here?" Chapter 034. It's not right, Brother Lu, if we bring such a few bags of rice, it will be a locaria, and after a long time we have collected some useless things. Zhang Liang asked inexplicably, but Lu Sanxian didn't want to understand, but the guards didn't have trouble with them. They let them in and asked them to find a dormitory to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. There are no rules here. Can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme if there is a vacancy? The newcomer went to the 3rd floor to look for it. The 3rd floor has never been full. The keeper is an elderly aunt. He doesn't even look at them when he speaks. It seems that the words are coming out of his nostrils. If he can be a keeper, he will know that there is a relationship behind, otherwise such an easy job will definitely some are robbed by people. Yes, on the 3rd floor, thank you, aunt. Lu Sanxian thanked him very politely. When he first arrived, he also wanted to be a low-key person. These dormitories were all staff dormitories of the electronics factory before the disaster. Some did not even have a separate bathroom. A dormitory had 6 beds, all of which were bunk beds. Style. So as soon as I walked in, I smelled a smell of stinky feet mixed with leftovers and leftovers. I rushed out not only to choke people, but also to my eyes. It took a lot of work for a group of talents to go up to the 3rd floor. For Lu Sanxian, the smog of the miasma smells much better than this. Uncle Lu, I think let's forget it. It's better to run to stay with the zombies for a night if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here. Li Yajing had to cover her ears while wearing a mask, her brows frowned into the sky, and other people were not optimistic. Her big eyes were even smaller, for fear of Berry. Guozi was dissatisfied and said, "Brother Lu, it's not that we are picky. This place really can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. It's troublesome to take a bath and pee. I just saw someone running over and throwing a bottle." The ghost inside knew it was. "What kind of stuff? Staying like this will force you to get sick if you are not sick." "Yes, master, I used to hear my grandmother say that if you raise too many chickens and don't maintain a clean environment, you will easily get foul plague. People should be similar. I guess the plague happened in ancient times because refugees got together. You are all about people, you really don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and sleep on the road." Lu Sanxian replied with no anger, but he almost broke his gong by accidentally exhaling a breath. He could only turn his head and said with a bad face, "It's really not good, so let's make do with one day. Let's go out and look for it tomorrow, and we have to grab a good place." Finally let them find an empty dormitory, but it makes them feel like they have found a treasure. Brothers are here to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. Unexpectedly, when they just put the things in, a brother from the dormitory next to him walked out with a bucket of instant noodles, and saw them smiling immediately, screaming at the dormitory. "What do you mean? How do I feel that his eyes are like seeing a long-term meal ticket in college?" Zhang Liang looked at Lu Sanxian dumbfounded, but 1 or 2 dozen people came out immediately from the dormitory opposite. They surrounded the door of their dormitory with cigarettes in their mouths and a double word on their feet. Procrastination, opening and closing are all foul language, saying hello as you step on the horse, through cursing to show that they are all good brothers, and Lu Sanxian dreamed of going back to high school. The scene of being blocked by a group of people. The comber is not good. Lu Sanxian babbled and said something, but Guozi said inconsiderately, "Brother Lu, you are the one who came, why are you squeezing at the door? Find someone to come out and say, see where we are doing it wrong. How many brothers need help with education?" "Yeah, kind of crazy." Fatty, who had shaved a bright bald head, stood up and said, "Brothers are new here. If you don't understand the situation, you can. If you pass the Jiang Raptor, let's try it out. We are new here. Diaz will take care of what is wrong." Lu Sanxian dealt with it casually, but Fatty took it seriously and said with a smile, "Ordinary people come here. The jargon is called cutting meat, cutting the skin at the door, cutting meat in the dormitory building. This is called using a knife to not hurt the bones. Once at the door, and again here, this is all the rules. If you don't obey it, we definitely have a way to make you obey." "Then what if we are not ordinary people?" Lu Sanxian smiled. Fatty disagrees. "Then what are you?" "I'm asking what should I do if I don't cut the meat?" "That's easy, get out and sleep on the main road by yourself, and I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here and I see you once and every time." The big fatty squinted his eyes and said fiercely. At the same time, a few small men got in, lying on the bed with their upper body naked, and said directly, "Sorry, we occupy this place. I want to sleep in another dormitory. If it doesn't work, we will go to the 4th floor. We also occupy the other dormitories." "You are riding a horse." A group of people suddenly became angry. Although they didn't want to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here, this thing is like the camera on the laptop. I don't need it, but you can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme without it. Besides, there are a lot of them. There are more than a dozen of them. Power, no one can pinch them as soft persimmons. Fat brother, take a look. Don't say I'm not happy anymore. My brothers don't agree. What's the matter, can you sell me a face? Then I will give you a bag for smoking. Lu Sanxian yin and yang said weirdly. The big fatty immediately burned with anger, and yelled, "You step on the horse to send the beggar, and give you one last chance, don't say I bully people, when you die, you don't know where to die. You will die tonight, what I said, is it useful? You are riding a horse, bragging about who will not, my ancestors had emperors, do you think I'm okay?" Lu Sanxian smiled like a hob, and Fatty would surely sweep the floor with dignity if he didn't do anything, and immediately slammed his fist at Lu Sanxian. Puff! Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian suddenly came and slashed with a knife. The light of the knife flashed, and a few drops of blood splashed directly on the face of the little man lying on the bed. He jumped up like a spring and ran to the small balcony to hide. What? Fatty was almost the same as a rooster, but Lu Sanxian had just saved his strength, and it was just a bit of a cut. After all, killing people as soon as they meet is not good, not to mention Lu Sanxian doesn't like killing. But other people moved their swords and took out all kinds of weapons. Guozi on the side was ready long ago, and immediately closed the door. The big fatty and the thin boys are left. Hit him! Guozi yelled, and the others pressed and beat on Fatty, ignoring the curses outside the door. At first, Fatty was very hard and cursed. After a while, he cried out and begged for mercy, but the quality of the break too many times, it didn't take long to be forcibly broken open. It's a pity that the pistols they brought were confiscated at the door. Even if there were no bullets, the gathering place would definitely need it. Now it's not easy to scare people. Stay on the horse and don't move, otherwise Fatty will definitely die in front of me. Just as the saying goes, to capture the thief first to capture the king, Lu Sanqian directly placed the knife on Fatty's neck, and the outsiders were immediately stunned. They did not dare to act rashly, but Fatty trembled and said, "My buddy, I admit it, you are really a dragon. I take it and stay aligned for work. I will meet in the future. Your lord will let me go back. I promise you will be useful to me in the future. Little brother is a bit capable of bending and stretching." Lu Sanqian helped him up regardless of the prejudice, patted the ashes on his clothes with his hand, and was very grateful to Dade for his cupped hands. After saying a few words, he hurriedly escaped. Lu Sanqian, you are stupid. This Fatty is not a good person at first sight. Believe it or not, he will definitely come back to avenge you at that time. Big Eyes opened the mouth and said, before Lu Sanqian could speak, Wazi smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? As long as Brother Lu is here, you don't have to be afraid of how many people come. Haven't you seen that Brother Lu didn't actually do it? Okay, don't slap my horse and flatter me. Hurry up and tidy up the house, wash the bed, and there is a bottle of air freshener in the backpack." Although Lu Sanqian didn't care about this episode, he didn't expect the big fatty to be found so quickly. They just washed the inside and out, they saw the big fatty go aggressively. "Come here. Brother gang, this is the group." Fatty bowed his knees next to a slightly sturdy middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had shaved his arrogant and flat head and had a nouveau riche temperament. He wore gold and silver and wanted to have work and money tattooed on his face. Entering the door disdainfully said, "That's it? I'll pass Jianglong, it's not that I said you, then what's your name? Forget it, just call you Fatty. You can't deal with such a few people on a horse. How can I hand it over to the third floor? Here you are? As the saying goes, you can eat as much as you have a big mouth. If you have a big mouth, you can pretend to be as big as you are. If you don't make a noise." One sentence after another in the social quotations of Brother Ping 2, the whole rhyme, the big fatty quickly defended, "No, brother gang, these are not ordinary people, the one with the knife behind his back, I suspect that he will be able to draw the sword. The speed is very fast, it may be the island country's dagger funny mud go pee." Lu Sanqian uttered a rare sentence in English, and said angrily, "I'm a serious demolition, don't link me with the island country, you are insulting my personality. This is indeed your fault." Brother Flathead touched his flat head and said fairly, "Swearing is okay, but it's not good to scold it like this. Turn around and apologize to others. We are not afraid of making mistakes, we are afraid of admitting mistakes. This is called being beaten and standing upright. You have to admit it if you are wrong. Brother gang, why are you still helping him speak? He's not abiding by the rules, didn't he hit you in the face? Otherwise, who would persuade you in this entire dormitory building?" This is also Brother Flathead nodded, and Fatty immediately smiled triumphantly, but suddenly his leg became sore that he knelt on the ground. He looked up and saw that Brother Flathead smiled and said to him, "Things have to be prioritized. You don't apologize this time. Who knows if there is another chance next time? Maybe you will have a hard time. Listen to brother's words, kneel down, and apologize to Dage Chapter 035 The King of Society. Brother gang, what are you?" Fatty almost burst into tears, but the flat-headed brother smiled heartily, "Don't understand, little brother, hurry up how far you go, this is your brother Lu." Brother Lu? Fatty wanted to cry without tears, but the flat-headed brother had already given Lu Sanqian a big hug, and said with a smile, "I knew it when you came. I knew that you would not die in a catastrophe, so I deliberately let the gatekeeper. My brother, pay more attention to whether you are carrying a black long knife. I didn't expect it to be you. Otherwise, I won't be here at all." At this time, the big fatty didn't dare to say a word anymore. Just now, when Wang Vajra came over, he was very excited. He thought he was taken seriously, but because of this, he quickly knelt on the ground and went out of the door in a panic. "Run! Then you don't know how to let those little brothers leave us there, so it won't be as troublesome as it is now. I didn't dare to say your name, and there are a lot of people carrying knives and swords now. Every time I come, I will let people hold them and have a look. Then I am not stupid? How nice it is to come to the dormitory. Anyway, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme places very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lu Sanxian to be related here. It looked like the two brothers. Lu Sanxian's hippie smiley said to the King Vidra, awe-inspiring, I can't do without mixed society wherever I go. I have taken care of a lot of people. Let's listen to a couple of social quotations. First, say that it must be new. Don't you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme say it? Social quotations are copied online. Watch out for the iron rods to float on. Two sentences. Wang Vidra took out a box of huazi from his pocket, and gave Lu Sanxian a point and said, Brother, I have a dragon head stick in my waist. It's not easy to be a dage. All the little ones eat and drink. Pressing on me alone, how could I get over on my horse? Then you can't allow them to bully the newcomer. Seeing Wang Vidra's good talk, Li Yajing immediately said irritably, but Wang Vidra said indifferently, isn't it normal for old people to bully newcomers? You go to a university, so the sophomore and juniors don't bully the freshmen like that. The key is in yourself. If you are awesome, who can bully you? You really deserve to be bullied by others, as long as you don't do things that hurt the world and don't drive people to death. To support them in doing this, I am not doing a charity. Do you see how few people are bedded outside the dormitory building? Li Yajing was ashamed of his temper, but Wang Vidra followed with a smile and said, I have no other meaning. It's not right for people. You are all brought in by Brother Lu. That's your family. Let's all come to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme with me in the office. This place is really not good. I still have a lot of free space. Thank you, brother gang. Huazi hurriedly jumped out and became familiar. The group of people didn't need to clean up their things. Wang Vidra asked them to make up for it. When he came to the office building, the air was immediately cleaned, and he didn't know where the beds came from. It was big and soft. You rest first, I'll tell Lao Wang something. After arranging everyone, Lu Sanxian pulled Wang Vidra aside, and hurriedly asked, Li Ro, why didn't you see her? Don't tell me you lost her when you step on the horse. I was about to tell you. Wang Vidra said embarrassedly, I'm sorry Sanxian, Li Ro she was taken by the ZF people to study. What do you mean, why do you study her? What can she do to study? Is it possible that she was also upgraded after I slept with her? No, listen to me slowly. Wang Vidra looked left and right to see that there was no one, and then he dragged him to the office and sat down and said, Did you not jump into the river suddenly and commit suicide? All of us were frightened, but it didn't take long for us to be caught by the troops. I was rescued. At the time, I thought you might not be exposed, but who knew that they had recorded the video, and then I realized that you were a big living person, and Li Ro was a silly girl. It was useless to give 1,000 warnings, no flicker. It was revealed that she was your girlfriend, and then a few researchers took her away. After all, you have been in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with each other, so you know it well. After all, you didn't do anything about it, then you don't know if you step on a horse to stop me? Dage, you wonder if there is anything wrong with what you are saying. Wang Vidra said in a huff, I want to be able to stop me but not. Everyone is holding guns, so let's fight with people on that side. Oh, it's okay if people are okay. People in the research institute shouldn't do anything to her. How about you guys, how did you come out? In fact, we were treated very well at the beginning. First, we can all escape from the dark fog area at that time. Second, I still have a sickle-like scythe in my hand. I'm appropriate. After blowing a few bullshit, I immediately bluffed them all, and I had to let me teach the soldiers with the other people who had escaped from the black fog and had a very comfortable life. Speaking of this, Wang Vidra sighed, it's a pity, we were in the official settlement camp. The troops were right there, but who knew that the dark fog would expand one day, and it wasn't that it didn't expand before then. I did, but the speed was too fast that time. There was no way I could only evacuate with the others. The troops broke up and dispersed. Now I have established a Dongshan resettlement camp just across from the Black Mist, but I got it here with the man and the sickle. In the second resettlement camp, there are still many policemen and veterans under my hand. I don't brag about it. I'm here to cover the sky with one hand, but the people under my hand are always restless. Alas, the boss is hard to deal with. To be honest, you are not good at a broken place. Lu Sanxian said sternly, the surrounding area extends in all directions, and there will only be more and more zombies. It will be difficult for you to run around this place at that time, and such a little wall can't stop it at all. Of course I know, but I can't do anything else now, just run away fast. When something happens, I immediately ran back up the mountain, and the zombies came in and it was useless. Wang Vajra was smoking a cigarette with a smug look, but suddenly he thought of something and said to him, by the way, do you remember the last monster that flew out of the sky? That thing is actually the king of corpses. How did you know? Lu Sanxian was shocked. The news I heard in the army, otherwise you think I didn't do anything inside. Wang Vajra continued, you really got the right name. They are called corpses. They are aliens. Anyway, they are not species on our planet. I told them about the part in the funeral home through art processing. Only then told me, most people don't know the news. Moreover, there is more than one corpse king. At that time, several countries also had places that were shrouded in black mist in advance like Dongshan, so these countries are more or less connected, but it's okay now. I heard that several corpse kings or I went to the US, and said that I was looking for something. In other words, our country should have no corpse king now. Lu Sanxian was overjoyed. The hands that Xianglong exposed at the beginning can be vividly seen, just like what happened. Wang Vajra nodded, but I don't know what the old zombie is. It must be not a group with the corpse clan, and the enemy's enemy is a friend. It's not easy to kill the corpse clan, but it must be cold now. It's good for the corpse kings to gather in the United States. The Americans are awesome, and they are good at saving the world. It's a big deal if you lose a few nuclear bombs and blow up all the corpse kings to death. I don't believe they blocked the nuclear bombs. Lu Sanxian spit out a mouthful of smoke, and the conversation turned, the people here are not quite right. I was ready to be slaughtered when I came in. Who knows that they didn't even notice the rice we were carrying? Who is still short of rice these days? Wang Vajra laughed and said, you don't know how rich the food we have in it. There are more than 1,000 or 2,000 people in the gathering place. It can't consume much in a day, but I just go to a granary and there are several. I don't even bother to pile up tens of thousands of caddies of grain, let alone sweep up a few small supermarkets. If you think about it this way, after the outbreak of corpse poisoning, humans will not have 1 in 10, and the relative food must be a lot more. What we are short of here is not food, but the more rare things, such as anti-inflammatory drugs. No one is interested in taking a bag of rice. Of course, I am different. I never refuse. If you want to plan for the long term, you still need to save more food. No wonder Lu Sanxian suddenly realized and talked about other things. It happened that Xiuhua also ran out, which made him feel more cordial. Although we hadn't known each other for a long time, they had all lived and died together. This kind of friendship is no less than one. Good brother to wash your feet. Let's go for 3,000, you pick a building at will, and I will let you take care of it. Suddenly Wang Vajra said seriously to him, but Lu Sanxian shook his head, forget it, you might as well let me go and help you drag some food back. You don't have bad food here, just let's hang around here. In fact, I'm here to find another person. I have to leave after a while. 3,000, I didn't mean to let you fuck under my hands. We are all brothers. Just stay with me. To tell the truth, I feel more at ease with your god tier staying here. Wang Vajra said from the bottom of his heart. Lu Sanxian waved his hand, when the time comes, help me contact the army, Li Ro has been there for so long anyway, so it's time to pick it up. Don't worry, I have always been in contact there. Back at the office, the joy of a group of people was beyond words. After all, the environment here is so much better.
There are backing mountains behind and there are many people living.
At least it is safe to find a girlfriend.
It is better than a shoe factory everywhere, but Zhang Liang said to Lu Sanqian, who was worried, is Wang Vajra reliable? How do I feel that he is not reliable? There will be ghosts if he can be trusted. Lu Sanqian smiled and said, but you can rest assured that he doesn't have any major problems. At least he talks about loyalty. I saved his life. He will definitely find ways to repay him. Good morning, girl, do you want to touch Big Brother's big knife?
Very interesting. Lu Sanqian stroked the tiger's tooth and knife like a pervert, squatting at the door of the office, staring straight at the little girl, like a weird kid who abducted a little girl. The key is the little girl who lives in this building. The long thing is that the needle does not poke. He has seen several girls with good cheeks and statures. Anyway, it's okay for these 2 days. It's better to be seductive. Scientific research shows that seeing more beautiful women can help prolong life. According to this logic, as long as if you see enough beauties, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme the bastard. I'm sick, but the little girl who came and went didn't give him any good expressions. She looked arrogant as she was saying how a pheasant can match Phoenix, glanced at him, the bun, twisted her waist and walked away.
Li Yajing suddenly came over and said angrily, are you squatting here to look at women again? I don't understand. Why are you men like this? Is it because my sister is not good looking?
Even if my sister is not here, Huang Jiayu, it's fine. Why do you have to see these wildflowers?
You don't understand, I can't fix this problem for so many years.
Lu Sanqian took a cigarette, feeling lost as if he was ill, and suddenly saw a plump woman walking by wearing hot pants. He immediately concentrated, his face was full of smirk.
Li Yajing gave a cut, walked to him, and suddenly pulled off her little skirt without warning. Don't you like to watch it? Let's see. Enough. Don't you men know that there are safety pants?
It's no use, but you still have a look of excitement.
Hurry down.
Lu Sanqian hurriedly got up and rolled his eyes. A child will look like a child, so I am a serious person, otherwise you would have to help others to count the money if you were sold.
What? Do we like to look at that rag? We look at feelings.
If these women are all stripped and standing on the corridor, I promise not to look at them.
Just blow it. Li Yajing snorted coldly, I can warn you, don't mess around with flowers all day long. My sister is not here now, I have to look after you for her. Where do you hurry up and stay cool? Isn't it okay to find Wang Tsong to play cards?
Your apprentice is a fool, he only knows that he is smirking, and he can't hold back a word for a long time, so Zhang Liang can get together with him as my sister in Dongshan or not. Don't you overinterpret it yourself.
Definitely, I guess Yuan Bin intends to take people to the Dongshan resettlement camp.
Then he is sick.
Knowing that it is an official settlement camp and dare to go there, the military can't arrest him for anatomy? That's not necessarily true.
Who knows what's going on in the resettlement camp? I see Yuan Bin's meaning. There must be a lot of symbiosis.
Lu Sanqian guessed. Li Yajing entered the room thoughtfully.
Old Lu was relieved when she looked at her back. The 16-year-old girl is now slim and graceful, and in time it will be another beautiful beauty.
Brother Lu, go out for a stroll.
He walked over with a smile, and Lu Sanqian followed him out of the building without hesitation. This place is big or small, and there are a lot of people who don't have a dormitory.
Just get a few cardboards and start the house. It really can do it.
Anyway, in one sentence, I would rather freeze to death than go out to get food. Wang, although Vajra is not a good person, he still provides porridge for these wastes. In this way, some people are still dissatisfied and feel that the porridge is too weak to eat. What do these people say? Pitiful and pathetic, and hateful of riding a horse. Seeing Lu Sanqian looking at the people outside the dormitory building, Xiaoyi angrily said, I won't talk about the old people and children.
Basically, no one will embarrass them.
After all, they are really incapable.
How many are young guys?
There are many people in their 20s and 30s who can't support a do, and the mud can't help them on the wall.
They are the ones who are talking about.
Last time there was a student from a first-class university who came to me and asked me to give he changed jobs. I stepped on a horse and asked him to sweep a toilet. He was still not happy.
I don't know how many people were rushing to ask for it.
They had to ask me to transfer to a civilian job.
Where did you say the civilian job here?
Then I just let him go. You look, he is the one who pulls the clods on the ground. Lu Sanchen looked over and took a look, and he saw a big and small group wearing glasses lying on the cardboard board, and seeing a strong man walking over and licking a big smile on his face, but as soon as he walked over, he immediately fell to the ground.
Spit out thick sputum. This is called pretentious bouffon, with good eyes and low hands.
What's more, Xiaobi continued, I didn't dare to go out looking for supplies for no use.
He was so courageous.
He thought everything was the fault of our gathering place and didn't leave them a way to survive. He didn't even have any serious work, except all day long. To blame the sky and you people is to gather together and talk about some arrangers. In their eyes, the women in the office building are all bitches and prostitutes. Women, you can eat with a little bit of food, and the men are all kinds of prostitution baskets, none of them are good.
Thing isn't this riding a horse the keyboard man?
Lu Sanchen smiled and said, it used to be a time of peace that saved them. Now the times are different.
Let them continue to mix. After a while, they won't be able to mix anymore.
No matter how good the social king is, it is impossible to keep a group of them.
Uncle. Who would say no?
If it weren't for too much food now, they would definitely starve to death.
Let alone this, I will show you the city wall we built.
The two came slowly to the side of the wall.
Lu Sanchen had seen it before he came, but he didn't see it comprehensively.
Now when he came to the gate again, he found a small diallo above the gate with 2 crossbows inside. Listening to Xiaohe's words, it was actually scattered arrows. The front was all densely packed small holes, which was a bit of Wagong's eye. As long as someone controlled it, it would immediately be a rain of arrows.
This thing is a good thing, how did you make it?
Brother Gang found a great craftsmanship. The old man does have something.
Zhuge Lian Nu can make it.
I heard that he would like to build a wooden ox next time, so that we can transport food.
Little Zhuge in troubled times?
Lu Sanchen laughed and said, in fact, it's not difficult to make this thing. The difficult thing is to design, otherwise no matter how good a craftsman is, there is nothing wrong with it. Xiaohe added, in fact, there are still a few guns in our gathering area, and some of them are short shots.
They were all brought by Brother Gang in the army.
We are now in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme contact with the army, but the Dongshan resettlement camp is already large.
It's not as good as before.
There is not much left in the army, and it is overwhelming to take care of itself, no matter where it can take care of us.
Is there a way from here to Dongshan resettlement camp? No.
Xiaohe shook his head and said, accurately speaking, it has not been cleared. The black fog area is too large, and there are too many zombies around the black fog area. They are not at the same level as ours, and we dare not take people there.
Find the way, otherwise, what should I do? If the road passes through, it will be fine.
The troops must at least support a batch of our weapons.
Brother Lu, don't you want to go to Dongshan to settle the camp?
I'll just mention it, and I'll talk about it when the time comes. Not wanting to talk more about this issue, Lu Sanchen waved his hand and continued to walk along the wall.
Many workers are working hard and continue to raise the fence.
Among them, there are young people, but most of them are middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s. You can even see old people in their 50s and 60s helping out and showing up with them. By comparison, the group of people waiting to die is a group of dead pigs.
Is it useful to increase this height?
With such a thin layer, a few third-level zombies can push this wall. Lu Sanchen frowned and said, he still feels that this place is not good enough to stop the zombies, but Xiaohe said, I was wondering at the time, but Gang said that it will gradually thicken in the future. In order to block the zombies, it was built for the people in the gathering place. The more at ease they are, the more stable the gathering place will be. Yeah, it's a pity that the king of society doesn't study psychology. Brother Gang is very smart, but it's a pity that the family was poor back then and there was no money for him to study, otherwise who would want to go to society? Xiaohe sighed and said, don't look at Brother Gang always talking about social quotations. In fact, he hates mixed society more than anyone else, and he admires those college students from prestigious universities. He said that his junior high school grades are particularly good. All 10 in the next grade. No wonder, he always told me before that he had been a college student. Lu Sanqianyan said calmly, I don't think of him. Although I have never been to college, and my family was poor back then, I don't regret it or regret it. It's just a pity that my girlfriend is in high school. She swears. She was going to be with me for the rest of my life, and then she went to a garbage college, and I started to pick up garbage. That's because you have a good mentality. I really admire you for this. No matter what big things happen, you are calm and composed. Even if the sky is broken in front of you, you have to finish the last sentence. Xiaoyi speechlessly said, when the old zombie caught up with us, none of us dared to talk. I almost peed my pants, and only you were the only ones who dared to climb relatives with the zombies who had been dead for thousands of years. No, my relatives made a mistake. There was an emperor from my ancestors, and my family's genealogy is clearly written. How can it be faked in black and white? The more real Lu Sanqian hurriedly corrected. The two of them walked and talked, and they met everyone respectfully along the way. They shouted Ping Gu very smoothly. Only then did he know that Xiaoyi's full name was He Biping. The vision here is the clearest, and there is no clear view of the movements of the zombies in all directions. The two climbed up the wall. As Xiaoyi said, this wall is in the best position, with almost no dead ends, but Lu Sanqian frowned and said, it's not right, there were not so many zombies on the day we came. How come we are getting together more and more? This is normal. Looking into the distance, Xiaoyi explained, there are the most zombies in the dark fog area. When there are basically no living people inside, the zombies have to run out. They are different from the corpse clan. I got used to it for a while, so we will only have more and more zombies here, and we have to clean up every few days. Master, it's been so many days, can you teach me something, otherwise I feel like I went out to throw your people. Wang Song, who was teased by Li Yajing, was crying and crying. They have been changing tricks for several days. From poker mahjong flying chess to the Three Kingdoms killing truth or dare, Wang Song has always been in a state of bewilderment, including Lu Sanqian couldn't help but cheated him several times. What to learn, how to slash zombies. You have to take a knife with your small arms and legs. Lu Sanqian, who secretly squatted to see her sister, said with a hatred of iron and steel. Wang Song said, didn't you say that our sect is called Yin and Yang? You also taught me something real. Even if it teaches me how to be smart, I feel more and more that I am a fool. People, it's self-knowledge. You can do this to show that you are a good person, but since you have entered this door, you must not know how to pretend, and you have to brag about yourself first. The old god Lu Sanqian was saying, the so-called Yin and Yang sophistry is actually Yin and Yang sophistry. Isn't the little girl Li Yajing able to speak with a small mouth? As long as you learn the Yin and Yang sophistry, you can guarantee her. I don't want to argue with you about anything in my life. Master, teach me. Wang Song, whose eyes were glimmering, was just like the grandson monkey who went to seek the art of longevity. Lu Sanqian was naturally not the person who was hiding and tucking. He said unhurriedly, the techniques of Yin and Yang sophistry are too complicated. I only teach you 3 tricks to make you rare. Just like the 3 axes of the Wagong Demon King back then, it is enough for you. The first trick, no matter what you are when you see Xiaoya say anything, you use 2 words to reply to her. This is it? That's it? Yes, these 2 words are immediately invincible. Seeing Wang Tsang's unbelievable expression, Lu Sanqian continued, but Xiaoya is not so easy to dismiss. She will definitely say a lot of things that you don't understand at all with your IQ. At this time, you have to use the second trick. Said in an exaggerated tone, no. She must be like a knuckle in her throat, like a light on her back, like sitting on pins and needles. For this reason, Xiaoya's temper is sure to be annoying, so you can quickly use the third trick, point to her nose and look at other people and say loudly, she is in a hurry, she is in a hurry. Make sure she won't dare to hit you. Isn't this Yin and Yang weirdness? Then I will tell you, Yin and Yang will be weird when quarreling. Lu Sanqian smiled and said, these 3 tricks are done in one go. It is the core of our Yin and Yang tricks. As the so-called cultivator, as long as you have a thick skin, no one can crush you. Master suddenly Wang Tsong said with a serious face, I won't learn this anymore, you can teach me to kill zombies. Co-author, I said so for a long time that I said it for nothing, it's a horse. Lu Sanxian stood up and said with no anger, forget it, you can bring other people here, take this opportunity to teach you, you can't stay here every day. 5 or 6 days have passed since I came here, and there is still no news of Gao Jie. If a good friend is snatched away by another man, he would be very anxious and dare not delay a little time. And Lu Sanxian just came out of the shoe factory. It was really anxious that day, but he was patronizing the girl these days because he suddenly remembered a sentence Gao Jie once said. Brother Lu, are you really going to take us to kill zombies? Guozi ran out and asked, he was puzzled by what he said. It was safe to stay in the gathering place, and he ran to kill the zombies. Isn't that asking for trouble? Go if you want, I don't force it. Lu Sanxian pointed to the outside of the dormitory and said, if you want to be like them, you can stay in the office. I'll go, isn't it just killing a zombie, I am definitely better than those trash. Guozi hurriedly said with a smile, Lu Sanxian said without turning his head as he walked, I will find some useful weapons for you first, and see what you are using. All the knives for cutting vegetables are used. Several women looked excited, especially Li Yajing. This little girl didn't experience the horror of zombies very much. She always felt that killing zombies was as easy as cutting vegetables when she was around Lu Sanxian. Outside of the electronics factory, because of Wang Vajra's relationship, they were unimpeded all the way, and it didn't take long for them to see a cheerful old man playing a small model cow. Come to find the weapon, Wang Vajra told me, find it by yourself. The conditions are limited, the most common thing is the steel spear, and it is the easiest thing to kill the zombies. The old man looked amiable with a smile on his face. Lu Sanxian walked over with Huya and said with a smile, you're the little Uncle Zhugagui in troubled times, right? Don't dare to be, my little Wulong electronics factory. Uncle Guo raised his head and replied, his eyes lit up immediately, and he said in surprise, your knife not ordinary, why is this unusual? Uncle Guo can't see the date of production of this knife? I'm not master appraiser, how do I know when your knife was made? Uncle Guo rolled his eyes, however, this knife is very smooth, and it looks like a good knife. Nonsense, can you have a few useful sentences? Lu Sanxian thought that this man was a hidden master, who knew it was not true. Uncle Guo smiled and said, I know you overestimate me. In fact, I am just a little old man who likes to tinker with these gadgets. I have a much closer relationship with Lu Ban than with Zhuge Liang. I was a carpenter when I was young. If it weren't for eating in the gathering place, I wouldn't make these things specially. Do you have a fighting horn? I feel a bit familiar. Big Eye suddenly said in surprise, who knows that Uncle Guo smiled and said, it was my son who registered for me to shoot. It is estimated that there are millions of fans now. Uncle Guo is still a big internet celebrity. Big internet celebrities aren't counted, young people just look at me just for fun. Uncle Guo waved his hand modestly, but he touched his teeth and squinted his eyes and said, although I don't understand this, I can also touch it out that your knife is not a modern thing, and the feeling of fake old things is not fake. The material that comes out is definitely steel, but if something else is added to it, I don't know your knife is very sharp. Uncle Guo withdrew his hand abruptly, and there were blood stains on his index finger. Lu Sanxian knew that Huya was uneasy, and said quickly, Uncle Guo, you rest first, let's go first. When they arrived at the gate, they found that Wang Vajra had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as they saw Lu Sanxian, he said, 3,000, just coming for a few days, you ought to help my brother to clear the way. Why do you make me old face? Let it go. Whoever steps on a horse wants to clear the way for you, you are getting more and more thief every day. Lu Sanxian scolded with a smile, since you have said so, let me do you a favor. Let Xiuhua find me a map. What are the roads from here to the Dongshan resettlement camp? I will help you. Explore first. Brother's holding us so, I definitely can't treat you as a fool, the key is that I can't walk away here, so I will let Xiaoyi take a group of good hands to lie down with you, and let them follow you and I can rest assured. Okay, hurry up. After a while, Xiuhua found 7 or 8 strong guys. Just looking at his eyes, he knew that he was much stronger than ordinary people.
Wang Vajra even handed Lu Sanxian a pistol, which is a good one in the army. Thing. Have you ever been a soldier?
Sitting in the car, Lu Sanxian asked at a handsome guy who was covered in tendons and shaved his head. The man said blankly and said, I have been on the border for a few years.
How about you, have been into the chicken shed?
He turned his head to look at a dangling guy, but there was a sulky guy in his eyes. The guy was surprised when he asked him, and he quickly squatted and said, How come I'm just a little bastard, I haven't been in.
Really? I don't believe it. Lu Sanxian Lolala shook his head angrily, and the man admitted, the robbery has been in, and he has been educated for several years.
It was only released this year. You haven't changed your sitting posture.
When I first came out, I was exactly the same as you.
Lu Sanxian handed a flu. Don't worry, no one cares about your past now, as long as you don't feel bad in my hands. I see. The man took the cigarette with trepidation, and his posture became more correct.
Pay attention to Brother Lu. We haven't been there before. Then stop for a while and find a place to teach them.
Okay. Xiao Himeng turned the steering wheel, found an intersection where there were not many zombies, and stopped, and immediately got down a car of bakers. They had everything, but almost everyone had a steel spear in his hand. Roar, smelling the popular zombies running towards them with their teeth and claws, Huang Jiayu was already eager to try, twisting the steel spear and stepping forward.
You don't want to go?
Lu Sanxian said to the people Xiao he had brought with him, watching by the side and helping them appropriately. I'm here to teach them specifically, not for you to kill them for fun.
Puff.
Who would have thought that Huang Jiayu stabbed a zombie? Her movements are so good that it hurts, and she knows that she is secretly practicing alone, and her big eyes quickly rushed over, but she almost did a bad job, and she got Huang Jiayu's help.
She makes a relief.
What?
However, Li Yajing was not so easy.
She used the steel pipe spear to be awkward. After a long time, she didn't kill a zombie.
She was so anxious that Lu Sanxian yelled and asked Zhang Liang to protect her.
Ha 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 ha! Several people on the side laughed, but this kind of thing cannot be learned all at once. No matter how well you practice your movements, it won't work if you haven't experienced actual combat.
Killing a few more zombies will make you proficient. Lu Sanxian is just acting bodyguard to prevent accidents. Second-level zombies, take out the corpse net.
Suddenly a plucked monkey was lying on the ground and staring at him. Without Xiaohe's words, all his staff were well trained to take out the equipment behind them. He was still a little excited, and wanted to show his hands in front of these novices. Gluck giggled. The plucked monkey jumped over and flew in the air like a large grasshopper, but the handsome guy had already figured out its landing point. The guy who had followed the chicken shed set up the corpse net and plucked the hair.
Sure enough, the monkey was deceived, trapped in the net and squeaked. Laugh.
Although the plucked monkeys struggled hard to poke their eyes in it, these people didn't even think about it at all. They could poke wherever they were, and they stabbed the plucked monkeys into a beehive alive.
Brother, we are from the 3rd resettlement camp in the west. My name is Su Gang. This is my wife.
The others are all refugees who escaped with us in the opposite room. A burly-looking brawny man smiled and rushed in. They said that the brawny man is about 30 or 40 years old, but the woman around him is beautiful and moving, saying that he is 30, and there are a few pieces of thin cloth up and down.
It seems that it is only used to cover up shame.
If it weren't for the good old Lu Dingley, he would have been awe-inspired long ago.
Is it a serious wife?
Look at what you said. Of course, it's a serious wife who only needs to get a certificate.
Su Gang chuckled and said, Are you from the 2nd resettlement camp? How are you there? Are there many zombies, and are the walls high? High, have the attacking giants seen it? It's taller than the ones inside. Lu Sanxian slapped casually, Where is the 3rd resettlement camp? What does it mean to escape? Don't mention it, the whole gathering place is gone.
Su Gang greeted everyone to sit down and ordered the others to pour tea and water, but he said with a heartache, The 3rd resettlement camp is in the western suburbs, not far from the Dongshan resettlement camp. It was swallowed there and tens of thousands of people were displaced.
We were lucky. We came here all the way. We heard that there is a second resettlement camp in Hongsha County. Dude, is it real? Don't be fools.
Of course it's true.
Lu Sanqian asked suspiciously, what did you just say about the corpse tide? Is it the same as in the movie? Let me tell you this.
The scale of the corpse wave that captured our resettlement camp is small, but there are also more than 100,000 zombies. Several corpse waves are all gathering in the Dongshan resettlement camp.
I don't think it will last long there. NS. 100,000?
The few people looked at each other with wide-eyed eyes. Although the concept of numbers is not very deep, the number of 100,000 is still beyond their imagination. 100,000 ordinary people stand together and they can't just jump.
Why can I lie to you?
It seemed that he was satisfied with the reactions of the people, or he felt that he was knowledgeable. Su Gang was a little proud, but Lu Sanqian was a person who had seen big scenes. He had not passed the math test, and he was not entangled in numbers at all, so he refuted directly.
Road, impossible. Do the zombies still get together? Even if it's a dinner party, there won't be tens of thousands of zombies together, right?
Zombies only care about themselves. They don't even know that whales shit in but pain. How could they think about being with others? The zombies share the gourmet together, unless the upgraded zombies with high IQ have evolved among them.
No, you didn't see it. Su Gang asked back, you should know the classification of the corpse clan, the team leader, the squadron leader, and then the director, the general manager, and the corpse king.
These are the official classifications of the corpse clan.
It is not a secret? Hearing why bipping Lu Sanqian looked suspiciously here, the latter immediately smiled awkwardly. Didn't Brother Gang be a tutor in the resettlement camp?
He used you when he introduced the corpse clan back then.
The classification mentioned above will be used in the resettlement camp.
Oh, fucking, it turns out that it's the level you assign to the corpse clan, but you have met an idol. Su Gang looked excited, and then he took a breath and said, but there is one thing to say, this classification is not perfect. For example, the muscle ripper in the official information is stronger than the sickle monster, but they are both the team leader.
This is not the case. Appropriately, it should be more detailed.
For example, for the sickle monster, it can be divided into 3 levels and no access is allowed. The abbreviation is 3 bands, and there are 4 bands, 5 bands, 6 bands, etc., which can be ranked up to 18.
Forbidden, at a glance. Fuck you, dammit, why is there so much nonsense?
Guozi said in a bad mood, hurry up and continue talking, don't say that there are none.
Okay, Su Gang continued, you only need to understand the classification.
This 18th prohibition this corpse tide is actually led by the squadron leader of the corpse clan. According to official sources, there is a kind of stone called black mist stone that can play with the black fog has the same effect. It is precisely because of this that the corpse clan carrying the black fog stone can escape from the black fog.
Of course, these squadron leaders can control the zombies. We don't even have a cannonball. Chao did not guard, all abandoned the city and fled. Does the official news say that other colors of black fog stone have any effect? My buddy, aren't you talking about it? It's called black mist stone. Isn't it black? Is it possible that there are other colors?
Su Gang rolled his eyes, and Guozi immediately glared at him viciously, his mouth crooked in shock.
It seems that there is not much official information.
Lu Sanqian squinted at him and said, it stands to reason that you should go to Dongshan No. 1 resettlement camp.
Why are you here?
Hey, there are a lot of people going there. After all, there are relatively strong soldiers and horses, but there is also the biggest goal.
As I just said, the next goal of the corpse tide is the first resettlement camp. By that time, it will be more than 100,000. Now, I guess they're pretty tough to hold on.
It's better to run to a place with fewer people to see the situation. It's really not a big deal and then ran to other places, hiding for a while.
Anyway, I think human beings are really quitting this time.
Su Gang shook his head in disbelief, but Lu Sanqian was puzzled.
He couldn't go to the Dongshan resettlement camp anymore. Why did Yuan been run over? It is estimated that only he and Zheng Huan know. Su Gang smiled and asked again, you are here to collect supplies, that's great, we just happen to be able to go back with you. Well, rest early, we will go back early tomorrow morning. Lu Sanxian replied, not salty or indifferent. Everyone went back there from where they came from.
After a whole day of tossing, a few little girls were depressed and broke. They knew how tired they were, and they didn't come out to say anything.
Don't step on horses and don't enter my room. People who just met me may not know the rules. Zhang Liang told them that I will go back to my room and sleep first. After the explanation, Lu Sanxian found a room alone and locked the door.
Why did he get confused, thinking he had any quirks, or secretly using traditional crafts in it, and listen to Zhang Liang's explanation? If you want to kill someone in your dream, you will immediately understand that this person is really sick. However, although Lu Sanxian entered the room early, he could not fall asleep until 12 o'clock. He suddenly realized that he was dreaming, but his body came to an unfamiliar place, surrounded by paste.
Get out of the labor and management. How many times have you stepped on horses? You are a different woman, don't you understand the seduction?
Lu Sanxian scolded angrily, but a person who was exactly like him came out of the paste. This guy was quite familiar, and he was busy apologizing. I'm sorry, brother, these 2 days are very busy.
I don't have time to come and play with you. It's still not good to change women. Firstly, I really don't have the ability. Secondly, it's easy for you to pee on your pants. Then Xiaoya won't be a joke. You? Fuck off.
Lu Sanxian yelled, if you have something to say quickly, if you have a fart, do you know how long I haven't had a spring dream because you squeezed my dreaming time?
TSK Tusk, look at your talent, whoever can't find it, you have to hold it yourself? The man said contemptuously, isn't Xiaoya looking at me for no chance?
Then you stepped on the horse and finally came out and took her with her. If I were to get Su Gang's wife now. However, Lu Sanxian didn't have any thoughts to force him, and he lay directly on the ground, closing his eyes and preparing to have a dream in a dream. Don't sleep, I have a business to look for you this time. The man drew a few ear scrapers, and Lu Sanxian jumped up and fought with him, but in the dream he was always unable to fight in the fight. His fists were fluttering, and he was pressed to the ground not long after.
Aren't you insulting yourself? The man smiled and said, okay, don't waste your time. First thing, don't look for Gaojie.
You will die if you are forced to go.
The three-legged toad is hard to find, and the two-legged woman is not. Is it too much? At that time, I will give you 3,000 beauties in the harem. Is your mother inside?
I'll agree if your mother is inside.
Don't worry, I don't have a mother.
The man was not at all annoyed, and continued, the second thing, pack my things and go to Jiangcheng, help me find something.
If I find it, I won't have to pester you anymore, and it will give you a lot of benefits. What if I don't agree?
If you don't agree, I will dance God tier in your dreams every day, so that you can't sleep. I will watch you go to bed with someone, so that I can feel a little involved, so that you can cuckold and be the bastard. You are riding a horse. Rao was Lu Sanxian, who was also so angry with the brazen anger of this guy, but old Lu had been prepared for a long time, and said with a smile, threaten me, do you believe it or not, I will throw the tiger teeth into the pit when I wake up.
You lost it, you don't think I still feel bad for the knife, do you?
The person's face changed slightly, but he immediately recovered. Lu Sanxian immediately figured out the origin of the goods, raised his head laboriously, and laughed, I'm here for acting, labor and capital are really against you.
NS. I'm doing good for you, don't bite Lu Dongbin, don't know good people.
The man stood up in a panic, and the surrounding scene changed instantly.
He sat down abruptly, only to find that he had woke up with the tiger tooth knife beside him.
Horse.
I took it in my hand and touched it.
After all, I didn't lose my heart. After all, it is indeed a divine armament weapon. Without it, Lu Sanxian died early, but this time he put the tiger tooth in the corner for a long time.
Distance, then dare to start sleeping again. You are going to go home, why can't you bear it?
Early in the morning, Lu Sanxian got up and started to call people, but there was another person in the living room who also woke up. It was a soldier who had served as a soldier. This big brother probably did not change his work and rest schedule, and sat on the bench straight.
I don't know what it was.
On the way back, it was much easier to walk. There was no need to remove the obstacles. The three cars drove slowly in the direction of the gathering place. Unexpectedly, a convoy was approaching on the way. It looks like a car in a gathering place. Bipping saw the logo on the top of the convoy from a long distance, and was puzzled for a while. Unexpectedly, the convoy stopped immediately and got off an acquaintance from the car in the middle.
Wang Vajra grinned at them with a grin. "Brother gang is here."
Bipping and the group said in unison. They got out of the car one after another. Wang Vajra came over and smiled. "I just received the news that a settlement camp in the western suburbs was captured by the corpse tide.
Seeing that you haven't come back for a day, I was scared to take someone. Come to find you, fortunately there is nothing wrong. I knew I shouldn't have let you out."
"You are the leader." Su Gang squeezed out of the crowd, and hurriedly stepped forward and held Wang Vajra's hand. "Leader, I found you and I have found a way to survive."
The third resettlement camp is completely destroyed. How can this let us young people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme? You are from the third resettlement camp? Wang Vajra was a little unresponsive.
He was the first time he met such a passionate person, and Su Gang immediately nodded and said, yes, I came from the third resettlement camp."
"My name is Su Gang. You can call me a cannon. At first glance, I think you are very kind and look like my second uncle. F***ck off."
Wang Vajra pushed him away, and said in a huff, "Looking at your appearance, it is estimated that your second uncle is also embarrassed. The so-called weather is hot and irritable."
"I don't smile. Don't make trouble. Come to my relatives."
"Go away." "Okay Dage, I'm just here for a stroll." Su DePeo stepped aside, nodding and bowing like a dog, but he reached out his hand and didn't hit the smiley person, let alone anything else.
At least Wang Vajra knew such a personal name.
It was always good to be thick-skinned. Walk around, go back to the city first, and then the gathering place will be messed up.
I'm waiting for things to do. Without time to speak more, the group hurried back to the gathering place.
It has to be said that Wang Vajra is indeed a good Dage. He made a special trip to find someone, at least it made people feel warm.
Fuck, why are so many people gathered?
Good fellow zombies have no place to stand. Gazebo was dumbfounded, and saw that there were many long queues outside the gathering place, one by one going in, and everything was simple to check. As long as there were no obvious scratches and bites, they could go in, and there were a lot of them. The refugees are very experienced, so they simply set up a shed on the edge of the wall of the gathering place, set up a fire and boiled water to make tea.
Let me just say it, I'm so busy here.
Wang Vajra said helplessly, hurried in to preside over the overall situation. It seems that there are quite a few people from other places, and some of them must go to the countryside.
It's over.
I thought your place is quite big.
I didn't expect it to be so small.
It seems that this wall was built in a hurry. Su DePeo said depressed, but no one paid any attention to him. Lu Sanchen directly let the goods go in line, and his group entered the gathering place through a special passage.
How about it, wasn't it exciting when you first went out? Lu Sanchen smiled and said to Li Yajing with a decadent face. The latter shook her head, I won't go out again.
You are here.
My sister is away, you are my only relative.
Don't worry, call my brother-in-law to come and listen.
No, my sister hasn't agreed yet.
Li Yajing suddenly lowered her voice, Uncle Lu, you should go to the psychiatric department. I heard you swearing in the middle of the night last night.
The movement is very loud. If you do this, you will not find a wife in the future. You will kill people in your dreams. Who would dare to be abed with you? Too much to go. Lu Sanchen squinted at her, isn't it just talking in a dream? Who has never said a dream? I have been under too much pressure these days. I am in a normal spirit.
There were countless new faces in the gathering place, but for Lu Sanchen and the others, almost all of the gathering place was made up of fresh faces.
There were too many people in the gathering place. There were too many people to scramble for territory. There were not many rules in the gathering place.
Fights are not good looking. All the survivors who have experienced the end of the world are blood chiffon gang, maybe they will have to fight with you if they don't please your eyes.
As the leader of the gathering place, Wang Vajra has a head and two heads. His current position is very awkward. No one listens to his words. He dare not even send someone to guard the gate at the gate. Newcomers who have bad tempers and queuing up dare to throw them inside. Blade
Originally thought that his worth would increase with the number of people in the gathering place. Who knew that the gangsters turned out to be only a small group in the gathering place? The reason is that the hard power of their group is not very strong. A broken gun can't bluff anyone at all, let alone those who already carry a gun.
Apprentice, come with me.
Lu Sanxian, who had a very moist small life, suddenly surreptitiously called away Wang Tsong and asked him to take a rope. Lu Sanxian didn't say a word all the way, and then he pointed to a place and said, "Tie the knife with rope, and then help me throw the knife in."
"I heard you right, master, this is a cesspool." Wang Tsong said in astonishment that the place was just a big cesspit, smelly, and the black layer was still bubbling with two bubbles from time to time.
"Of course I know, I'm not blind, just listen to me and ask so much why." Lu Sanxian didn't want to explain too much, and flicked solemnly, "Don't worry, this thing smells bad, you can just eat it, and this is an old manure, much cleaner than the fresh one." But Wang Tsong struggled in his heart for a long time, but thought that the master must have his reason for doing this. In the end, he chose to believe him. He clutched his nose and ran to the side of the pit and quickly threw it away.
The tiger's teeth sank in with a grunt. The density of the cesspool is not too high. No response?
Lu Sanxian also counted on the person in his head to run out to stop him. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement, so Wang Tsong had to pull Huya up.
Huya has no other changes except dirty and nausea, but Lu Sanxian said, "Go and wash it, bring it back and put it in your own room. I will go back to sleep first, and remember to be careful not to be knifed." Scratched.
Wang Tsong suddenly cried and said with a sad face, "You're not making fun of me again, master, don't be like this, isn't it good for us to have a little more trust between us?"
"You stupid boy, how could I make a special trip to have fun?" Lu Sanxian frowned and said, "If I am having fun, I will definitely find a group of people to come and see it. Otherwise, what's the use of being happy alone? This is all to hone your mind. Go ahead, don't lose the knife to me, don't come back if you lose it."
After speaking, Lu Sanxian turned and left, leaving only Wang Tsong, who was at a loss, and the dung knife he was carrying with the rope.
"I see how you came in today."
Lu Sanxian slept with confidence and boldly. Unexpectedly, even if Huya wasn't by his side, he still came into a fuzzy paste, and a handsome man just like him walked out with a laugh, happily covering his stomach with both hands. "People can't stand up straight."
Unexpectedly, you stupid really threw tiger teeth into the dung pit, and it smells stinky. You stepped on the horse as if it was stinky tofu, it won't work anymore, I almost laughed over you were playing with me.
At this time, Lu Sanxian suddenly realized that this man and Huya weren't one at all. He immediately ran over to punch and kick him in anger, but there was no power at all. The man was also busy and happy, and he had no time to fight back.
"My buddy, can you tell me where you come from? I really took you. If I continue to do this, I will definitely be insane." Lu Sanxian convincingly begged for mercy, but the man kept silly and happy. "Wait a minute, let me slow down, cough cough, haven't I told you so many times? Look at me, and I grew up with you. A mother was born, because I am you and you are me, and have a relationship with the broken sword. My buddy, speak up. You are honest and I am also honest. I will definitely follow your request when you, the great immortal, have a little more trust between people. Don't feel like I am uncomfortable like this. You also find it troublesome." Lu Sanxian intends to know it with reason and move with affection. He is now 100% sure that the person is a great immortal or ghost in his upper body. He wants to occupy the magpie's nest, but he is overwhelmed by his tenacious will. "You don't believe it, it's no use." The man sighed and sat on the ground to beckon Lu Sanxian to come. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme 2, but he took out half a pack of cigarettes from Lu Sanxian's pocket, and said, "You will know from now on, but I didn't lie to you. Think about our personalities. Isn't it obvious enough? You have to believe me, anyone can harm you, but I can't, because we are one.
Yes, you are strong and I am strong, so I want you to go according to my plan, otherwise you will have to catch up with me if you die. Then I will take the liberty to ask, according to your plan, can you be a capable corpse king? The corpse king is a ball. The last time I was when the words came to Linmen, the person realized that he had said too much, shut up quickly, and turned the subject away. Of course you believe I can do it. You old zombie, do you really think I'm a stupid? Going around for so long, you finally got your foxtail out. It's a pity that Lu Sanqian is not a fool. From this half of the sentence, he understands the identity of this guy. It must be the old zombie soul in the funeral home that came out and attached him to him. I'm riding a horse. The man slapped himself with a big mouth, and the crisp sound seemed to hit Lu Sanqian's face. If you talk too much, you will lose it. Let's go. I'm actually the zombie's Hunanpa. I don't know what's going on. I'm stuck in your body in a daze. Do you remember the black light after you jumped into the sea? That's me, because you brought tiger teeth, Hun, and just fleeing for their lives I came to you automatically. So which dynasty and generation are you? Depending on your clothes, are you a general anyway? How could I know? The old zombie said depressed, I almost don't remember anything about my life. I don't even know what I look like. Only the funeral parlor still has some impressions, but fortunately, after attaching to you, I have all of yours. Memories. It took me more than 10 or 20 days just to receive these memories, so I was exactly like you. It can be said that I am a copy of you now. You should listen to me. We are roommates. Then what are you trying to do to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme me to Jiangcheng? Don't you have no memory? Lu Sanqian asked suspiciously, and the old zombie smiled slyly, because there is a map in my tomb. I saw it before I came out. It records that there is also an ancient tomb near Jiangcheng. If I were to take another immortal medicine. If you don't, I'm not blowing it. You can do as many old ladies as you want. Wait. You said that is the elixir? Lu San stared at him in shock, and the old zombie laughed and said, of course it's the elixir. It's because of the elixir that I survived, but there is still a large part of the reason for the black fog. The appearance of the fog has caused a great impact. It stands to reason that those undead medicines should be failed products, and they have succeeded in matching with the black fog. In that case, I didn't become a zombie because of the elixir? Otherwise, do you really think you are different from ordinary people? Chapter 041. The old zombie bombed the soot, and said funny, originally, if you didn't do anything, you would slowly become a zombie like me, but because you were infected with the corpse poison of the corpse clan at the same time, neither of these two kinds of poisons would be accepted. Let 1/3 of you be a zombie, 1/3 of you are a zombie, and the remaining 1/3 are humans. To be precise, you are actually a yin and yang person. You are the person of yin and yang when you step on horses. Just talk well, don't be old-fashioned. Lu Sanqian immediately said angrily, but the old zombie continued to laugh and said, we are the grasshoppers on the same boat. Listening to my brother's advice, it is the last word to grow your own strength as soon as possible. It is true that we can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme an extra day. Can't we find an ancient tomb with a drill like this? Can't we also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme for hundreds of years? What you think is too simple? Don't you know why the corpse king appeared in the first place? Lu Sanqian curled his lips and said, it is because you are too arrogant that you are tweeting it out. As long as you let it notice that you are awesome, it will have to find you even if you go to the South Pole. You can't hold it with a single trick, so are you still pretending to be your mother here? Fart. The old zombie said angrily, I was careless, and I lost my horseshoe. You call Qianlong and see if I teach it to make a corpse and it's over. It's boring to listen to you bragging, just like me, send me back quickly, it's still broad daylight on the other end. Lu Sanqian shook his head. The old zombie didn't know what he was cursing in a low voice, kicked him, and he woke up suddenly, still holding a half-pack of cigarettes in his hand. As soon as he left the house, he saw Wang Tsong and others gathering together to chat. He walked over and first smelled the smell of tiger teeth, and discovered that it was a faint smell of washing powder before he dared to put the knife behind him, said hello and left the house. A lot of houses were built outside the office building. It is estimated that if this continues, the newcomers will have to grab the site. The dormitory was killed last night. It is not surprising how many people died this year.
He went straight to Wang Vajra.
Where he lived, Wang Vajra smiled as soon as he saw him. You are here just right.
I have good news to tell you.
There is a letter from the Dongshan resettlement camp and I am going to send Li Ro back.
I guess it will be there in 2 days. So the situation of Dongshan resettlement camp is not too bad? Lu Sanxian asked in surprise. He came here to ask what is going on in the Dongshan resettlement camp.
If nothing happened, he would go and look for Yuan Bin's trace first. No, the water that has been surrounded there can't escape.
I can say whether you can hold it. Li Ro is not actually in the Dongshan resettlement camp. I don't know the exact location. It's probably a hidden research institute.
Wang Vajra explained, I heard that the institute has made new discoveries.
Li Ro hasn't worked there for so long.
I raised a lip that day and they simply sent her back. That's good, otherwise I don't know how long I will see each other again.
Lu Sanxian nodded, and then joked, the status has declined in recent days. I have already looked away.
Wang Vajra said relieved, what we pay attention to is that everyone has a glorious moment. Don't take a moment forever, as long as we can hold our 3-center acre of land. Boom boom boom. Unexpectedly, just after talking, the people who were looking for things came, and the door was suddenly messed up.
The noisy people didn't know what they were doing.
The two looked at each other and hurried out. They saw the passage from far away. It was all surrounded, and the two parties were in a quarrel. A yellow-haired boy had the loudest voice and roared fiercely, call out your person in charge.
What's the matter if you hide in there?
I'm in charge, what do you think? Wai Bipping was the first to stand up, and the man continued arrogantly, I heard that this gathering place is yours. Why don't we even have a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme when our brothers come?
You are the ones who eat dry food?
I said there is no place.
I think it's very big.
Brothers, let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme here tonight.
Good.
A group of people shouted scumbags, and they were in a position to overthrow this place. The key is that the numbers of the two groups are almost the same, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 1 or 200. The average survivor comes over at most and makes a few noises. No one is willing to let go of the evenly matched situation.
Don't be noisy.
Wai Ping has a big head, and said angrily, whoever came in is not the place you found yourself.
If you don't have the ability, you can blame others.
If you don't want to be a gathering place for labor and capital, you can get out.
Brothers, did you hear me?
Find a place for yourself. Huang Mao grinned and said, labor and capital are interested in this place. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme half of them will be allocated to me, or you will clean up the bedding and leave.
You are ashamed to say that you built the gathering place?
If you can't hold back the blame, don't you blame yourself.
It's useless.
You have to fight it all at once, right?
Wai Bingping is not a good temper.
If you speak well, it is not impossible to give you some points, but doing so is to slap them in the face. All the people are ready for the guy's business, and they just wait for an order.
And many more.
Wang Vajra sounded like Hongzhong's yelling, so Wai Ping stopped immediately, brother, call you Dajover, I'll talk to him, and it's not impossible for me to leave. Who are you? Pretend Huang Mao scolded, but was pulled by a young man. The young man was probably less than 30 years old. He was not big, but there was an indescribable evil spirit on his face, which made people everywhere. The body is cold, and you are not a good person at first glance. You are the King Vajra, I heard that, escaped from the black mist. The young man nodded and said with a smile, my name is Zhang Tao. I came from the 3rd resettlement camp. Actually, I am very embarrassed about the move today, but I just want to tell you that this gathering place was taken over by me.
Now, you can leave. Why don't I believe in this evil?
Wai Bipping suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at him. Unexpectedly, the people behind Zhang Tao also took out a few pistols at the same time and pointed them at Wang Vajra. Zhang Tao motioned them to put it down, pretending to smile, let's do it, the one who was able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live / phoneme,
one of you here counts as one. As long as I can beat me, I will leave here immediately. Otherwise, this entire gathering place will belong to me. Brother Wang, do you think this is okay?
My brother said so, of course I agree.
Wang Vajra was a little confused at once.
Normal people would find someone to stand up as soon as they came up, but why bother? Ping was the first to stand up, with a distance between the two sides, leaving a flat ground in the middle.
Boom!
Unexpectedly, Wai Biping was beaten back after a face-to-face encounter. He fell a dog and ate shit with a face full of dissatisfaction. The group on the other side immediately laughed, and the faces of the people on their own side were a little uncontrollable. Several people were eager to try, but Lu Santhousand whispered to Wang Vajra, "This person is not quite right. Others think it's choking enough to let your soldiers fight him."
"Soldier, you go?" Wang Vajra pointed. Song Jun walked out blankly, standing still unprepared. "Fuck the military, brother."
The guy on this side pulled his throat to cheer Song Jun, but Jiang Tao was certainly not an ordinary person to have such a strong confidence. He was so fast that he couldn't blink at all, and his fist slammed into Song Jun's face.
However, Song Jun's reaction speed was not simple. He even avoided it. It was a side kick.
Both sides played back and forth, but it was also obvious that Jiang Tao was a wild way, only relying on fast speed to complete the fight.
So, not good.
The little bastard suddenly yelled, and saw that Song Jun was abruptly stunned. Jiang Tao immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and kicked him in the chest.
Next.
Although Song Jun can continue to fight, according to the traditional kung fu point, he has already lost.
Others still want to hold on.
Even if it is a wheel fight, Jiang Tao would have to be consumed, but Wang Vajra stopped them.
At the same time pretending to go forward deeply, his mouth did not move, but the voice popped out, 3,000, help brother find a face, I'm sure I can't beat him. You can do me a favor. Dage, let me come.
Lu Sanxian stood up very sensibly, with a little brother appearance, and said to Jiang Tao very contemptuously, "It's okay, don't say I bully you, I will fight when you recover, or else we will say we are playing tricks. Don't worry, let's fight, just your small body, I will make you regret your birth." Jiang Tao smiled confidently. Lu Sanxian took the tiger teeth off and put them aside, but his eyes lit up suddenly, and he was excited as if he had met an acquaintance in the kiln, and said, "What kind of knife are you?"
"Famous knife Si Ming."
Old Lu babbled, "Whether to fight or not? If you don't fight, I will treat you as a loser."
Si Ming?
It sounds familiar. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tao really believed it, frowning and said, "I'm interested in this knife, you can make a price, food, gold and silver jewelry or women will do, as long as you speak."
"Is it really okay to do anything?"
"Trust me, I will never go back on what I say."
"Actually, I don't lack anything. I am missing a wife now."
Lu Sanxian smiled and said, "Do you have little sister?"
"Uncle, marry me little sister."
"I promise you won't treat her badly." "It really can't work. If you have big sis, I can do it, but let me talk about it first."
"Okay, your mother."
"It's two, don't say I didn't give you a chance." Jiang Tao interrupted him and said coldly, "If I let me grab it myself, it won't be that simple."
"Let's do it.
For the sake of the knife, I promise not to kill you." "Oh, I'm so scared, labor and management will stand in place to make you hit, and I will be your wild father." Lu Sanxian was not even prepared to give him a chance to pretend. Jiang Tao really rushed over in a rage, just plainly. With a punch, what everyone did not expect was that Lu Sanxian took it abruptly, but a left jab forced him back several steps.
"You can't do this, elder brother."
As expected, Lu Sanxian stood still and didn't move a step. Jiang Tao grumbled and said something.
He attacked again.
"Fuck!" Lu Sanxian suddenly exclaimed, a tremor that didn't know where it came from, as if it caused him hun and put to sway violently, swinging his skulls in the sea.
Boom! Like Song Jun, Lu Sanxian had a strong kick in the chest.
042 Goodbye Li Ro. In the eyes of other people, Lu Sanxian was like an old-fashioned DVD player suddenly stuck, but who knew that Lu Sanxian looked not strong enough, and he was okay after being kicked hard. It's just one step retreated.
Jiang Tao's face changed in anger, and he couldn't care about his demeanor. He cursed loudly with anxiously pale face. What are you hiding after riding a horse? Don't worry.
Lu Sanqianyan gently took out a self-made iron chest protector from his chest.
This thing was made by Uncle Bua 2 days ago. It's too panic and ordinary people can't control it, but you will never know where the accident will be tomorrow. One will arrive first, so even in the gathering place, he always wears it. In addition, the clothes he wears are thicker than ordinary people, so it can't be seen from the outside. You didn't say you can't bring this before you fight. I think you are awesome. Just here, come, I see you continue to scare me to try.
Although I don't know what tricks Jiang Tao used, Lu Sanqian knew that this trick would definitely not be able to be played continuously.
Shaking his head, if you don't fight anymore, it's still the same if you continue to fight. How many brothers will go? This time I'll admit it.
Walk all the way without sending it off, brother uncle.
Lu Sanqian waved his hand again and again.
In fact, he couldn't even know whether he could do it before Jiang Tao. He wasn't so confident without a knife in his hand, but he was curious about how Jiang Tao saw that the tiger's teeth came out of nowhere.
It's impossible. Just like collecting. Brother Lu. Wai Biping sought his revenge, and he immediately leaned over and said happily.
Who knew? Someone suddenly popped out from the side, and looked at Lu Sanqian from the side and said in a low voice, "My buddy is amazing, Jiang Tao was beaten away by you. He was not a good person in the 3rd resettlement camp before."
It's not an eel, he's a loach? Lu Sanqian laughed and said, the person who jumped out was Su Depeo.
He seemed to be standing with Jiang Tao's people just now, but he ran over at this moment, not embarrassed at all, and said something quite honestly, "You don't know, there are more than 10,000 people there at any rate, that's a lot. Jiang Tao is almost known to women and children, no one does not know him."
Who knows why? Biping frowned and looked at him. You were so embarrassed to say that you just called the most ferocious, really when I didn't pay attention. Get out quickly, how far and how far away? Brother Ping, you can't say that, I'm abandoning the dark and making it clear.
Su Depeo smiled, now it is the time when you are employing people.
You can ask me if you are useful. The most important thing is because I know that you are all good people. It was you who brought me in. At the very least, you have to be conscious. If you pull it down, you will have a long mouth.
Why bother to give him a flat look, then waved back and scattered the crowd.
Su Depeo was also fascinated, and he came and left quickly.
Lu Sanqian asked in puzzlement, why is Jiang Tao doing this, just to grab this building and establish prestige?
No, he came for the radio.
Wang Bajra said in a deep voice, I'm the tentative management of ZF, and only I can contact the Dongshan resettlement camp through the radio in the entire gathering place.
Sodesler Lu Sanqian nodded. There are more and more people in the gathering area, and at the same time it is gradually divided into the southern area and the northern area, a mixture of fish and dragons, but the 2 largest groups belong to the King Bajra and Jiang Tao. However, on the 3rd day, a special modified car finally came to the door. Upon receiving the news, Wang Bajra quickly called Lu Sanqian. Sure enough, a familiar figure got out of the car and rushed into Lu Sanqian's arms.
Here, weep with joy.
Brother Lu, I thought I would never see you again.
Silly girl, am I not good? Lu Sanqian hugged Li Ro tightly in his arms and gently stroked her back, a touch of softness hitting his heart.
Drink a cup of tea before leaving, are you so anxious?
Unexpectedly, the staff of the research institute who was in charge of divvying off the people in that car didn't even meet them, and hurried away after sending the people down safely, just like this place is bad, or Li Ro smiled sweetly. They also acted on orders, and the institute asked them to go back as soon as possible. They were worried about accidents on the road, so they couldn't stop for a moment.
TSK Tutli Yajing suddenly said in a cold voice from the side, I didn't expect you to be a scumbag with big eyebrows and big eyes. Let's go.
It's useless for you to have such a master.
Master, you suddenly, Wang Tsong didn't know what to say.
He glanced left and right, and then he suddenly realized why Lu Sanqian always said that Cao Jia had a small chest. It turned out that the problem was here.
Don't talk nonsense, Roro and I are getting better, and it was an accident with your sister.
Lu Sanqian's ironclad defense said that Li Ro's eyes dimmed a bit, and she whispered against him, it's okay, I actually thought about it in the car. Now the soldiers are in chaos, and it's hard to survive.
You have a new love. I'm not surprised at all. After all, we only met for a few days. You won't be. Lu Sanxian suddenly had a bad premonition, but Li Ro pushed when he saw his appearance and laughed. I mean, as long as you have me in your heart, I don't want to ask too much. You don't care. I'm already very happy about my previous things. You got me. Old Lu suddenly felt that he was really not a thing. To be honest, he did not have much deep feelings for Li Ro. However, for Li Ro, Lu Sanxian, who had saved her so many times, was different. No woman had a Prince Charming in her heart. There have been countless people from ancient times to the present. This big sis, your heart is too big. If I had broken him up long ago, you don't know how many women he has outside. Li Yajing continued to add fuel and jealousy, but Li Ro shook her head with a smile on her face, saying that she didn't care about these things at all. An angry Li Yajing splashed, pointing at Lu Sanxian while crying and cursing. It's this scumbag, a scumbag. Even a 16-year-old girl of mine, cheated my money, cheated my body, pua me all day, and is still deceiving other people. Everyone come take a look, beware that his own wife is hooked by him. You are too much. Lu Sanxian suddenly became angry. Unexpectedly, the people around him will gather more and more, but as long as you have no face, you are not afraid of being ashamed. Lu Sanxian doesn't care about your reputation at all, and directly confronted Li Yajing. Happy other people he laughed. None of them dared to stand beside them for fear of being regarded as a mature person. You little liar, I saw how much money I have, how beautiful my wife is. She is pregnant. You still don't let it go. You ran to the hospital and asked someone to scare her. My 6-month-old child has not yet. Are you still a human being at birth? I have to beat you to death here today. Gosh, everyone, listen to what he said is human. Li Yajing, who pretended to be something like this, twitched her nose, crying with rain, and said bitterly, I am such a little girl, lonely and helpless. I thought I met a good person, who knew he was greedy. My body was taken away by him for the first time. You judge, I'm only 16 years old. How could I go to the idea of a married man? I was not deceived by him. Naching wanted to watch one of the crowds but suddenly said loudly, Little sister, leave this beast alone, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme with me. I don't think you are young, and you don't think I am old. I raise you. Fuck you, damn it. Li Yajing immediately changed her expression. You don't look in the mirror, Lao Diaomao, you are still thinking about these awkward things. Go back and look for your granddaughter. Li Ro, go inside first. Wang Vajra, who was watching the excitement on the side, said depressed, these two are really not wanting face. Let them scold for a while. When they are tired, it is almost the same. All right. Li Ro was also full of black threads, and now he could only do that. After they entered for about half an hour, Lu Sanxian grabbed Li Yajing's hair and walked in. Come on, aren't you very pompous? Why don't you call out now? Are you still a man? You hit a woman. Li Yajing, who was caught by her braid, still refused to admit defeat, kicked it with her foot, but couldn't kick it at all. Lu Sanxian immediately laughed and said, Little short legs, you are a duck. Now everyone is equal, and men rely on it. What can't beat a woman? As long as I have no morality, don't think anyone will kidnap me with morality. It's alright, stop making noise, I'm ashamed for you. Wang Vajra said in a hurry, come over for dinner. I made a special trip to get such a big table. It is almost in time for the new year, just to celebrate Li Ro's return. Squeeze it all, you won't get pregnant if you squeeze it. Why bother? Smiled and said. The round table was almost too much to sit down. Wang Vajra got up and took a glass of wine to continue and said, maybe you all don't know. The only one who escaped from the black mist was me. 3,000, and Li Ro who just arrived here, and 2 brothers who accidentally disappeared, so we had a fateful friendship. I will do this first. After drinking it, others couldn't watch. Lu Sanxian let go of Li Yajing, and she was immediately slapped in the face by her, but Li Yajing was so thief, she sat down next to Wang Vajra and said with a small mouth, Uncle Wang, save me. 3,000, I'm a few years older than you. I'm your brother. There's one thing I have to say. Don't look at my usual dreadful appearance. In fact, I take feelings very seriously. Look at your sister-in-law. I never said to find 2 more. Are you embarrassed to say?
I was not the same sister-in-law when I was in biotition. Besides, the little girl at desk 38 in the office downstairs has nothing to do with you? Who told me that after she fell asleep it's cute, shrunk like a kitten? Lu Sanxian curled his lips, but Wang Vajra smiled. Can it be the same? Didn't she die at the time? Moreover, Xiao Zhang and I are a serious colleague. She usually likes to take a nap on the desk and was bumped by me several times. Now, can I be like you? I'll just say a word to you, if the bat flies, it is not a bird, no matter how good the new shoes are, it doesn't follow the foot, understand by yourself, let me go first drink all. After a while, Zhang Liang's tongue was numb. He was also young. The old fritters had a strong drinking posture, but when he arrived later, he basically took a sip, so he swallowed in his stomach. The key amount of alcohol was not good enough, and he blushed. Like a monkey, but he also opened Wang Song to say some heart-wrenching words, from trivial things to the Middle East pattern, and from the dream goddess to poetry and philosophy of life. I was drunk in broad daylight. In the end, women had to come out to clean up the mess. Several women smiled bitterly at each other, dragging people onto the bed one by one. I'm a small top, pump me quickly, I will spin. Lu Sanxian was also completely silly, and turned around alone in the room, spitting out the filth of the place with a wow. Chapter 043. Get up quickly, someone stole your knife, stupid. Lu Sanxian, who was sleeping well, was suddenly kicked by the old zone, and when he stood up dizzy, he was facing a man in black. The man in black was stunned. There was a flash of light fluttering at the little eyes. Lu Sanxian got out of bed hurriedly, not knowing who was lying on the bed, one on the left and one on the right. He couldn't turn on the lights for a while, and he was so dizzy that he couldn't use his energy, so a big horse fell down on his stomach. Angrily, he cursed, F***CK is not running yet. The man in black reacted, but he still had to take the risk to snatch the tiger's teeth on the bedside table, stumble and ran out of the door. Old zombie! Help out now! Lu Sanxian chased out without wearing any shoes. He regretted that he shouldn't drink so much wine in the afternoon. Although he woke up, he didn't need any energy. The dog is fast and can only be anxious behind. What? Unexpectedly, the man in black suddenly threw the knife on the ground, as if he had been burned, and screamed, clutching his hands. He ran over quickly, and the man in black gave him a glance, and he didn't dare to pick up the knife again, panicking. In a panic, he ran to the windowsill and jumped down. Damn it, it's still a gang committing the crime. When he leaned over to take a look, a few figures quickly fled to the North District. He didn't bother to chase him. He looked at his watch and it was just early in the morning when a group of night watchmen who heard the movement came over to apologize again and again. It's not a big deal. Keep going and let the people below stop chasing. It's useless to chase. People ran away early. Lu Sanxian waved his hand and swayed back to the room, but Li Ro was awakened, and asked him with a worried expression about what had happened. He smiled and said, "It's just a few little thieves. I found out that I didn't steal anything. They have already run away. By the way, you put your flashlight on the bed and take a picture. Let me see who the other person is." Xiaoya, she is also drunk, she just finished her drunken crazy not long ago. Li Ro shook her head helplessly, but Lu Sanxian walked over and said anything to wake up Li Yajing. Li Yajing was wearing only thin white clothes and her pink underwear, lying on her back. On the bed, he woke up after being shaken for a long time. I thought she was terrified and covered her own small chest, and said in shock, "Lu Sanxian. What are you doing? I'm only 16, don't be like this, I'm afraid. F***CK, get me up quickly. I won't get up. This is my first time. You can't do this." Li Yajing's cheeks were flushed, and she saw that she hadn't woken up yet. She didn't dare to look directly into Lu Sanxian's eyes, but she saw Li Ro dazzlingly, and quickly said as if she had grasped the life-saving straw, "Sister Ro, stop him, don't let him do stupid things, he must be drunk. You can go to sleep next door. There is a bed." Lu Sanxian said in a bad mood, "It's not a shame to be such an adult. Don't blame me if you can't marry then. Go to the next door as soon as possible. I want Sister Ro to have a long conversation." "Where is this?" Li Yajing looked around blankly. Before she could react, Lu Sanxian pulled her out of the bed, reached out and threw her clothes over, and said, "Hurry up.
There is an empty bed in the room, and I will know what is going on right away." "It's disgusting." Li Yajing glared at him and went out unhappily. "Now only the two of us are Ruru." Lu Sanxian smiled lustfully and couldn't wait to put his arms around Li Ro.
The latter blushed and lightly bit her translucent lips, as if squeezed out of the water, but she shook her head and said reluctantly, "Oh, goodbye.
I haven't slept yet. I'm too sleepy. Wouldn't it be better tomorrow?"
"Alas, what is on your shoulder? Why is it so sticky?"
"On the shoulders?"
Lu Sanxian tilted his head in wonder, touched it with his hand, and really touched a sticky object. After shining it with a light, he found that it was an unidentified object with white flowers. He smelled it, puzzled.
"Oil?"
"I'm not surprised that there is blood, but where does this oil come from?"
"It should be your knife."
"Knife?" Lu Sanxian picked up the tiger's teeth on the side. There was really a layer of white grease on the blade. It seems that he accidentally caught the knife when he just picked it up, but he didn't wait for him to look more. Suddenly disappeared, as if sucked in. "Don't worry about this, we only met again after a long time. What are you afraid of staying up all night? Don't worry, I have a sense of measure."
"Don't you know me?"
Lu Sanxian, who didn't take it seriously, turned his head and pleaded with Li Ro in a good voice. Li Ro also pretended to be reserved. Not saying a word was considered a tacit consent. When the lights were off, the two fell on the bed. "You pressed my hair. Wait a minute. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shines into the gathering place. Whether it is cloudy, sunny or rainy, the sun rises as usual and sleeps endlessly.
The survivors are like grasshoppers in the field, sometimes jumping for joy, sometimes unable to move, but in any case, the grasshopper has never disappeared, and the omnipotent human beings from the heavens and the earth cannot completely eliminate it.
However, the human beings today have just adjusted all of them, but they are still stubbornly living in the cracks, even if the hope is slim. I heard you threw up on me yesterday, right?" The refreshed Lu Sanxian screamed at the King Vajra and said, "That is, I was not awake at the time, otherwise I would definitely spray with you."
"Don't mention it, both of us have been videotaped."
Wang Vajra brushed his teeth and shook his head. "It's too disgusting to ride a horse, and it's nothing serious."
"As for drinking to death?"
"A group of women are screaming, and while we are drunk with disgusting people, I am also careless for a while. Ping kissed her, and I can't drink with your sister-in-law next time. This girl is too bad."
"No, next time, I will quit from today."
Lu Sanxian smiled and said, "No one knows that the thieves have gotten into the house, and someone else may have their throat cut secretly next time. At first glance, you know that Zhang Tao's group did it, and he was the only one who liked your knife.
Why was I so lucky at the beginning?"
I can pick both knives that are bad. Sometimes fate must be there, but there is no time to force it. You, just take a sickle. When it's time for dinner, everyone wants to eat light food to nourish their stomachs. Most people woke up hungry last night, and now it's quite comfortable to drink some gruel. Now the gathering place is getting more and more chaotic, and the number of people guarding the gate is also much less. Basically, they are all sweeping the snow in front of the gate. However, Zhang Tao's North District is well managed, and there are more and more people under him. It's over, the Dongshan resettlement camp has collapsed. Unexpectedly, at noon, Wang Vajra suddenly walked over and said in a deep voice, "I just received the news that the Dongshan resettlement camp has completely fallen, and the tide of corpses has reached nearly 1 million.
Just kidding. Are there so many people in Dongshan?"
Zi was dumbfounded, and everyone else seemed to have a thunder in his head. Only Lu Sanxian seemed to have expected it a long time ago and said, "There should be more than a squadron leader, at least there is a large team leader who can break through." Yes, fortunately, they focused on fire and used missiles to kill the captain, but the number of zombies was too large.
There were so many third-level and fourth-level zombies. How many people?
Wang Vajra sighed again and again, but Guozi heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it's okay. Nearly 1 million zombies have gone there.
We must be safe here."
"Fortunately, it's okay, it's too early to be happy." Unexpectedly, Wang Vajra smiled bitterly again. "I'll tell you the bad news again. There is a wave of tens of thousands of zombies coming to us, and there is at most half a day, that is, more than 10 hours.
How is it possible? It's not a mistake. Maybe it's just crossing the road. Maybe it's not for us at all.
Then I don't know. This is still the news from Sudapeo.
Wang Vajra continued. Sudapeo did a good job under Jiang Tao.
This kid is going to be the top of the wall, wherever he is going to fall. The key is that no one can offend him. We also know that here, you guys know that they are on their own.
Jiang Tao is different.
They also sent a team of people to investigate the movements of the zombies. If it weren't for the news from Sudapeo to Hebiping, we still don't know.
Then what are you waiting for? Just run away. What can we do with these 3 melons?
Guazi was just about to pack his things, but Wang Vajra said, wait and see, there are tens of thousands of zombies.
There are also a lot of people here.
See what Jiang Tao means. If he wants to guard, he will definitely come and look for it.
People discuss it. There are tens of thousands of zombies, you don't have to kill 10 by one person.
As long as you prepare well, with the help of the city wall, the possibility of defending is very high.
Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. As long as there is no squadron leader, there shouldn't be tens of thousands of corpses. In fact, everyone is reluctant to drift away anymore.
They can't escape for a while, and they still can't hide from the omnipresent zombies at the next place. On the contrary, as long as they can hold on, the gathering place will be more stable.
Prepare with both hands.
Lu Sanchen lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, I guess Jiang Tao doesn't know what the situation is.
The key is that there are tens of thousands of zombies. Where do they come from? There are not many high-level zombies. I figured it out.
If we talk about whether we can keep it or not, or else I will be thankful if a person can kill a zombie with the waste of cardboard outside. Then pack up things first, and be ready to run away at all times, and hide in the mountains if it's a big deal.
Having said that, Lu Sanchen has no hope of defending the city. Let alone a few third-level zombies, it's not enough.
Moreover, the people in the gathering place are not harmonious enough.
Part of it slipped away first, who can stand it?
I'll go directly to Jiang Tao, and Sanchen will come with me. Wang Vajra sighed. Lu Sanchen immediately took the knife and prepared to leave, but Wang Vajra secretly stuffed him with a grenade and said, you should put this thing in your hands for a little insurance, so you can use it, and you can blow it up with a knock on the insurance.
Good stuff.
Old Lu's eyes lit up immediately. He used the pistol very well.
This thing is different.
A real man has to play with Marley.
There is a good saying, art is an explosion. Even a small explosion.
It can make a man's blood boil. Even little boys like to play with firecrackers. Looking at his appearance, Wang Vajra quickly reminded, my buddy, take a moment, I think you are going to send us to the sky.
Come on, we don't need to go there, they will come first.
As soon as Wang Vajra walked out of the gate, he just happened to see Jiang Tao leading a group of people walking over in a leisurely manner. He had no choice but to wave his hand and say, be ping ready to prepare, and you can't neglect the distinguished guests. Leaving his subordinates outside, Jiang Tao, who was radiant, took 3 or 2 people into the door. As the saying goes, entering the door is a guest. Those who should be seated, and those who should watch the tea, but Jiang Tao laughed and said, Brother Wang, to make a long story short, I believe you should have also received the news that a wave of corpses is coming towards us. According to the detection results of my people, this wave of corpses may only be broken up soldiers, barely
10,000 or so. You mean ready to defend the city?
Wang Vajra said directly, let's do this, you say what we are going to do and how to cooperate. I will definitely not reject the major issues related to the entire gathering place. We have no major conflicts before, at most small frictions. If really enough, there are only 30,000 corpses, so it shouldn't be difficult to guard it. Then I'll be straightforward, Jiang Tao said with a smile. From the perspective of the direction of the zombies, the first thing to reach is the main entrance to the south.
I have brought people over. Before the zombies have come, I will dig a few deep holes first. If the effect is good, I can kill them directly.
Thousands of zombies, but it's definitely too late now. It's not bad that the pits dug in such a period of time can be effective.
Then send everyone out to dig the pit. Wang Vajra said loudly, regardless of men, women and children, as long as they can resist the hoe and shovel, they have to dig. If they don't want to dig, let them go straight away. There must be a command during the defense of the city. If you have many people, it will be handed over to you. My people, please tell me what you want. Then I won't be polite. It shouldn't be too late.
I'll go to the front door to arrange manpower. It was for this reason that Jiang Tao naturally agreed very quickly. Why equal people are not happy, but Wang Vajra has already spoken. They are not good to say anything. They can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme people outside to drive out the waste. Dig a hole. I don't dig. Just leave, whoever is willing to stay in this broken place. I am a graduate of the *** University. I have not even moved bricks in my life, so why let me dig a hole? Unexpectedly, there are people who would rather leave than work. This young man has a bookish face and a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He packs his things and prepares to leave. It is a pity that he is inside the cardboard hut like a doghouse. There was nothing but a ball of waste toilet paper. Instead, he took the book pretentiously, but it was still the collector's edition of Jean Ping Mei. Hurry up, step on a horse, and let me see that I can't kill you again. Zhang Liang waved his hand in disgust, but Wai Bipping suddenly stopped the man. The young man was a little frightened and insisted, "What's the matter? Don't let me go. You come here for labor and capital." Why bother to force him to the front door, and point to the same young man and say, "Look for yourself, he also came from the university. He doesn't even know how to kill zombies. He can dig as many heads as he has, why can't you dig? Do you have fewer legs or a longer basket than others?" "I don't know him, you can say anything." The young man curled his lips in disbelief, "So why bother to sneer, believe it or not, but since you are going out, we have to settle this account." "What's the bill?" "What's the bill between us? The rent has to be confiscated from you, right? The money for your food is confiscated?" Wai Bipping grabbed him and said cruelly, "The rent is calculated on a daily basis. You can eat cheaper. You have to hand in the same amount of food. Do these have to be settled? You are compelling to buy and sell, and I didn't say to collect money when I came." Only then did Xiaoyang know that he was anxious. "In this way, I don't have anything on my body now. I'll come back and pay the bills at that time." No, I'm digging. I'm going to dig now." "That's too late." "Why bother?" Pinyin said ruthlessly, "What you just said is correct. We are trying to buy and sell. Brother Gang asked me to catch someone out to kill the chicken and the monkey. I just picked your chicken. I haven't taken care of you for such a long time. I thought we were two idiots. I stepped on the horse early to see you not pleasing to your eyes. Don't, Brother Ping, let me go this time." You show mercy to help the young man who was crying for father and mother knelt down directly, but Wai Bipping waved his hand, and a group of people carried him to the back. There was a harsh scream immediately, and all the lazy people outside were refreshed. If you don't obey the command, this is the end. The so-called people are not ruthless, stand unsteady, and corpse poison has been erupting for so long. These people's thinking seems to be stuck in a harmonious society. When they are so scared, they immediately reacted. "Isn't it just digging a hole? You said earlier the Grand Canyon can be dug out for you." The entire gathering place was like a large machine, and it started to operate quickly after repairing the problem. A large group of people who had basically never worked were also doing it in full swing. The trenches became wider and deeper, and the progress was very rapid. "Look, people are cheap, and it's not honest if you don't force one." Wang Vajra stood on the fence and looked at the busy people underneath. They were all racing against the zombies, fighting for time, but Lu Sanxian said, "Jiang Tao is leading people to collect gasoline, and the surrounding cars have not been let go. The kid does have a set, when the gasoline is poured, the zombies can be burned alive. I just hope he won't be cautious." Wang Vajra looked worried. "My right eyelid is always twitching, I always feel something is going to happen. Alas, let's take one step at a time. Brother, sister-in-law, they have all arranged." Wai Bipping climbed up and said, "Fuck, dig so fast. Who arranged to protect them?"
There are soldiers in Guazi. There are soldiers. It's safe.
That's good. Several rows of deep pits have been dug underneath, and ladders have to be used to come and go. Uncle Gua brought a large number of weapons, from steel spears to corpse nets with steel wires, which boosted confidence. At the same time, the people who dig trenches are also divided into 2 waves. After all, they have to give them some time to rest, otherwise they will have no energy when the tide of corpses comes over.
With water, no one is embarrassed to take time off.
Even at night, they are still working overtime, but who knows that just in the early morning, there are a lot of zombies in the distance of the gathering place, rushing over with their rotten bodies, and there are even a few second-level speed zombie.
The corpse tide is not like the zombie group in Plants vs. Zombies. There will be no zombies holding up flags to report early.
These zombies are the vanguard of the corpse tide, because they are much faster than the big troops.
Why are you here so soon?
After a while, Jiang Tao's people also ran back to report the letter, and the Nat people were called up one after another. On the first team, pay attention to cooperation and give priority to killing the second-level zombies.
Jiang Tao commanded loudly while standing on the fence of the main entrance.
A group of people ran over from the ladder, carrying all the equipment.
A few second-level zombies were just appetizers.
Just use a corpse net to catch them.
It can be stabbed to death easily.
Everyone is in their place, the corpse tide will be here soon.
I don't know who yelled. Everyone checked their own equipment.
What's more, they started to beg the gods.
Many people trembled and sweated.
There was no blood on their faces, and they felt nervous.
Urinating panicked. Come on. Lu Sanqian and Jiang Tao said unanimously.
On the hillside in the distance, one after another zombies popped up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The roar of the corpses gathered together seemed to be screaming in your ears, and people couldn't help but shiver. It only took a moment for the zombies to move forward slowly, and a dense swath of mountains rushed over like a mountain torrent bursting. By the moonlight, the mountain torrent seemed to form a black line, accompanied by heavy footsteps and terrifying roars of corpses.
Expansion in the direction of the gathering place. Mom!
The faint-hearted had already urinated his pants. Bang dang, I don't know how many scares, even the weapon fell to the ground. They had never seen such a battle in their entire life, but Lu Sanqian looked calm. After all, in the dark fog, such a scene is still small.
Don't panic, play the war song. Following Lu Sanqian's order, several cumbersome speakers were also activated by Zhang Liang.
However, I don't know who broadcasted it in advance, and I would love it if I died, and the next group of people were bewildered. I thought I had to accompany Lu Sanqian in his death. Zhang Liang quickly shut down and asked, "Which song should I put first, Brother Lu?"
You have to ask. Let's start with the superstars in troubled times, what inspiring people to worry about. Okay. A dynamic and fierce prelude immediately sounded.
Before singing it, many people were already courageous. It seemed that it was not the zombies that rushed over, but the people who ran over and chopped up on the opposite street.
Screaming like wailing. Well, I'm looking up to everyone at will. I never need to look back.
Earth-shaking, I decided to write a law that respects myself. This ferocious wolf with twinkling eyes. As soon as the singer's voice came out, all the people underneath sang along with him. It's really like a wolf, even the eyes are green. No wonder there are assistants in the game, there are drums in ancient wars, and warsong priests in Western novels. These can indeed improve people's combat effectiveness, and they have a huge impact. If you change the Great Compassion Curse, you may be able to directly overtake the zombies. Brothers fucked his mother, we won't have the turn of these outsiders to run wild in Causeway Bay.
If it's a brother, just chop it for me. The sentiment was enthusiastic, and the scene was chaotic for a while.
Fortunately, the zombies could not understand the song, let alone be affected by the song. They only knew about eating meat, but when they just came over, they fell into the trench inadvertently. Go, a pit more than 10 meters high, they don't even want to climb out. Chapter 045. The zombies smelled humanity, and they all rushed to the gathering place madly. Numerous rotting claws were floating in the air, and the torn mouth was only fascia connected.
Every zombie's face was crazy, out of control and irrational.
Like a group of wild dogs going crazy in a rape field, the fishy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme they brought up rushed toward people's faces. But the foremost zombies fell into the trench without any accident, and the zombies behind them all jumped down one by one, like sows lining up to fall into the ditch. Guru the young guy's throat shrugged, and he swallowed the air in his belly as if he was relieved. The zombies were only a few dozen or hundreds of steps away from the gathering place. Even if the battle song had a bonus effect, they could not avoid being afraid. Originally, they thought that the corpse tide was a long line, and that was the fact, but they ignored the number of corpse tides. A team cleans up second-level zombies, and can't let them climb up the fence. Ordinary zombies can only stare in the trenches, but the plucked monkeys can easily get up and even jump over with good luck. But a team of people have been prepared for a long time, and a few people are familiar with the cooperation, and they did not let the plucked monkeys. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the city wall. Pour the oil, hurry up. On the city wall, Zhang Tao's men yelled at their throats. Many people twisted their barrels and went up to the wall. They poured into the trenches through the pipes that had been made long ago, and the fire suddenly went up into the sky. Roar the rotten zombies are almost as squeezed dry. The corpse oil on the body is a natural burning aid. There are flames from beginning to end. The black smoke rises into the sky like a black mist. It smells of barbecue. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blows over, and you can't even open your eyes. Fuck, this is too much. Why did Ping exclaim that there were more and more zombies in the trenches? Even if they were dead, there was no way to clean them out. They were about to fill up. At the same time, third-level zombies also followed, especially that. Several large fat zombies, the huge size is very conspicuous in the center of the corpse tide. Brother Wang, send a few people to deal with third-level zombies. Zhang Tao shouted at them, and Wang Bajra could only pat Lu Sanchen on the shoulder and said, "It's up to you." Why should Ping bring in several boxes of fire extinguishers immediately, and the homemade lime powder is also incredible. They were all stolen from Lu Sanchen. The third-level plucking monkey took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and jumped straight to the front. At the door, he jumped on the fence again. Laugh the fire extinguisher showed great power and sprayed the plucked monkey solidly, and then fell down with a boom, and rushed out boldly to stab him to death. The first team is back, the second team will pick it up. The fighting team can be regarded as a super negative operation. Zhang Tao quickly called them back and let the second team take over. The second team rushed out after listening to the battle song, and continued to stab them in the trench with sharpened spears. Zombies. The time passed quickly, and the killing was so happy they could not feel it at all, but the preparations were not enough. After all, the trench was filled alive. The first thing to bear was the big fat zombie over 3 meters high. The shiny big bald head looked unusual, becoming stronger when he was bald. All come back. Raise the gate. Those who ran out hurriedly ran in, and the gate made of steel also slowly raised with a chain turntable. Both dead and alive zombies acted as stepping stones, allowing the top batch of zombies to step on. Come over. Roar. The two big fat zombies came with their heads high, and they were like two warlords on the left and the right. The little zombies were like little chickens beside them, and they rushed into the wall. All on the fence. Regardless of the teams, they were all on the fence, and they could only stand on a high place and stab them with a spear, but if the big fat zombies were rushed over, they didn't know how many times this tofu dregs project had survived. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tao jumped directly on the rope, followed by Lu Sanxian. The others were shocked, thinking that these two goods were excited by the song and rushed to die. Zhang Tao's expression was also a little shocked, but he returned to normal within a second, as if he smiled as it was. Lu Sanxian was not surprised at all. If Zhang Tao weren't an upgraded person, it would be impossible to fight him. Tied. As soon as the two of them landed, the other zombies just ignored the blind. They only knew about smashing the door and the wall. Except for those who knew about it, everyone had their eyes widened. The sound of fuck was endless, but the big fat zombie had 2 eyes. The shining ones came in interest, and the violent ones rushed towards them, just one by one, and no one could rob them.
Fuck, who is the idiot who lost the lime, and he also lost it?
Lu Sanxian suddenly cursed in anger, and a cloud of lime smeared his face. However, this trick worked well for plucking monkeys, but it did little to deal with big fat corpses. Even if the big fat corpses were invisible, they kept going.
Rushing forward, Lu Sanxian used a sliding shovel to drill in.
The big fat corpse rushed over and hit the wall. The wall seemed to be crumbling, which shocked the people on it.
Hurry up and take it away.
Fool, you've blinded it, how can I get it away? Lu Sanxian cursed in a bad mood, knowing that the big fat zombie had a particularly strong resilience and would be able to regain the light soon. He immediately rushed over and slammed the chrysanthemum that was aimed at it.
I have saved so much electricity on a horse, but I can't deal with you?
I haven't used the electricity in the tiger's teeth for such a long time. This hard blow directly caused the big fat corpse to pierce the stomach, and the knife burrowed in it. The pain caused the big fat corpse to die and become fat. Without a little effect, he collapsed to the ground with a boom, shocking the dust on the ground.
Puff!
Lu Sanxian sent it the last pass with his teeth that didn't know what disgusting thing, and pierced its brain.
Wang Tsung's heart was washed away.
At the same time, there was a shadow that no one else could see. I got into the teeth of a tiger, and the battery has been much more after this time.
Boom!
Just like secretly competing, Jiang Tao also killed him, not much time difference, and smiled at him again, and then killed other zombies. But it didn't take long for them to climb up angrily.
After all, there are too many zombies. Even if they don't bite, they can't stretch their hands and feet.
They almost didn't squeeze them to death, and the people on the wall are easy to accidentally hurt them. Hurry up and continue to get gasoline, and the car must be drained. The fire is getting smaller and smaller, and many zombies can even rebirth from the fire, dragging their coke-like bodies to move forward, at best a little slower. The 10,000 arrows made by Uncle Guo was also launched, but it was a pity that it was difficult to shoot a zombie in the head. The battle situation is getting more and more fierce. It can be said that corpses are everywhere, but the tide of corpses is still invisible at a glance, and it can be seen that the number is definitely more than 30,000.
Jiang Tao clearly lied to everyone. But the matter has reached this point and can't stop halfway.
As long as they can fight on the wall and relay each other, many people are already numb.
I can't hold on here anymore. Come on.
Zombies are coming up, push them down quickly.
Substitution, I can't hold it.
The zombies climbed up like a human ladder, forming a slope made of zombies outside the fence. Several old dough sticks tried to sneak away but were shot to death by random guns. This happened to be a typical example, making people feel uncomfortable. Dare to follow their old ways. Human beings have already used all their best at this time and desperately resisted.
Jiang Tao himself even drove an excavator and slammed out from the side.
The huge head swooping was a pile of zombies, even third-level zombies. Moreover, this work can only be done by people like him. If ordinary people are surrounded by zombies and are determined to be done, Jiang Tao immediately shouted, Lu Sanxian.
There is a bulldozer behind.
I can't ride a horse, so hurry up and teach me a little bit. Lu Sanxian likes to drive, but where did he drive that thing? A brother in the crowd immediately stood up and said, I am a professional bulldozer, I will teach you. After figuring out how to move, Lu Sanxian said to the brother, it's almost done, you go in quickly, otherwise I won't be able to save you after the zombies come around. Then Lu Sanxian drove into the tide of corpses as if driving a tank, and worked with Jiang Tao to solve a large number of zombies.
Even if they were not killed, the zombies would normally not be able to move.
The bones of the whole body were broken and broken. Fold. However, as the so-called quantitative change caused qualitative change, even if the zombies did not want to attack them, they knew that they had to get rid of this thing first after so many brothers and sisters died. He jumped to the back of the cockpit, ready to break the glass and kill them both. The most important thing is that there are more and more corpses.
Excavators and bulldozers are not as flexible as before. More plucked monkeys jumped up.
They both had no time to take care of themselves, so they drove the car back and abandoned the car and fled. There are fourth-level zombies who step on horses. Just about to go back, a large zombie with a hideous-looking, 2-meter-long zombie jumped over very quickly. It was different from the skin of a plucked monkey, but it was faintly colored in blue, and the claws on the hands of the green-skinned monkeys were also long. It was terrible, and he drew it from behind Lu Sanxian.
OM.
He hurriedly used a sword light, used all the electricity used to kill the zombies, deliberately increased his recoil, and his body flew out.
The green-skinned monkey cried out and was hit by the sword light.
Fortunately, the responders were not slow, and surrounded the green-skinned monkey with lime. Lu Sanxian quickly took the opportunity to climb up the wall, not dare to gamble his own life to kill this 4th-level zombie.
The squadron leader is here, Wang Vajra said suddenly and heavily.
The hillside in the distance suddenly showed a huge body, which was 6 or 7 meters high. It was like the last straw that had crushed the camel, making the people defending the city even more powerful.
I feel hopeless. Book QQ Group, 984985016, brothers who have a need for a dragon set quickly get in the car. It's over. It's over. There is no way to survive.
A group of people had their heads blown up, and their eyes disappeared. They were betting that there should be no squadron leader for such a small-scale corpse tide. Who knows that not only was the gambling wrong, but even the scale of the corpse tide did not exist. I figured it out. God knows how many zombies are behind, but Lu Sanxian, who climbed up dingily, believed in himself. Brothers, hold on for a while, and the squadron leader has come out, proving that we have persisted to the tail of the corpse tide.
As long as we continue to end this last wave, we will be completely victorious.
By then, there will be no zombies nearby. We think whatever you eat or what you want to play, you can take it directly, no one can control it.
Damn it, bah.
The big guy threw his hat on the ground, spit, and said loudly, I'm afraid it will do a ball, the big deal will be dead. How long have we been guarding? Not bad at this moment and a half, labor and capital are all on the run. I fled from the Dongshan temporary resettlement camp to the 3rd resettlement camp, and then escaped from the 3rd resettlement camp here. This time I won't escape.
I have to guard whatever I said.
I don't believe that the corpse clan has a few more heads than the zombies.
Fight. What happened to one or the other?
It seemed that this way was more imposing. After the 4th-level zombies got on the wall, they died completely under the siege of everyone. For this end, they used more than 10 pieces of steel wire to catch. Sure, Wang has also scrapped several pieces. It's like the sun passing through the night, and the dawn quietly across the horizon, whose figure shuttles between samsara. Suddenly a familiar music sounded, which was extremely exciting, as if you could feel the sun shining in the big night. Even if you hadn't heard it before, the elders were attracted by the atmosphere and muttered to the music. The road to the future is at your feet, don't be sad, don't be afraid, look forward to tomorrow with confidence.
The zombies swarmed and got on the fence.
There was no empty space on the whole line.
People kept screaming and fell from the fence.
Although there were some people who fled, they were only a few, and more people were not affected by them. Instead, they fought and became brave. The new storm has appeared, how can it stand still? Travel through time and space, do my best, I will come to you.
Smile in the face of danger, and dreams will not be far away.
If you muster up the courage and move forward firmly, a miracle will surely occur. As if there was a miracle, as the tall and terrifying figure slowly stepped forward, there were fewer and fewer zombies in the distant mountains, as if they had reached the end of the tide of corpses, as long as they killed all the zombies in front of them.
The gathering place is really guarded.
Both labor and management are turned into light.
Riding horses.
Zhang Liangli stood on the fence and yelled. A group of people also got red eyes after seeing the hope, but Lu Sanxian followed Zhang Tao and drove 2 cars from the side.
Minotaur?
After cleaning up the zombies crawling on the bulldozer, who knows, he took a closer look. The corpse squadron had 2 huge horns, but his face was like a horse-faced elder, but he was covered in pitch-black skin.
There is no other possibility besides the corpse clan. This thing has been hurt.
A big hole suddenly appeared in the Minotaur's chest, like a pit that was blown out by a bomb. No wonder this stuff came out until the end, it turned out to be scared.
Zhang Tao, hit him to death, take advantage of his illness to kill him.
Good. Zhang Tao readily agreed, but the excavator moved forward like a turtle crawling with ants. Lu Sanchen knew that this product was unreliable at first glance, but he had never seen the Minotaur before, and he didn't know how much it weighed. After a few too, he drove over tentatively, preparing to hit it to death with the big shovel of the bulldozer.
Fuck, something is wrong.
However, although his bulldozer is not small, it looks like a children's toy in front of the Minotaur. It is almost 2 heads shorter. Even if the Minotaur does not count the pair of horns, it will go up by 5 meters, and its black skin is more like armor. I don't know if the tiger's teeth will stick in. He hurriedly slowed down, but who expected the Minotaur to rush over in big strides? He stepped on the accelerator pedal to the bottom and made a big turn, but the bulldozer was so heavy that he couldn't turn around, so he had to face the Minotaur. The direction greeted the past. Boom! The bulldozer smashed into it, but it failed to push it. The Minotaur was just like a wrestling stalemate with the bulldozer, and the black skin rubbed on the shovel and chicked.
But the good times didn't last long.
The big fist of the Minotaur sandbag slammed into the cockpit with a boom, and with a violent effort, the bulldozer's wheels slipped and blue smoke came out of the ass.
Boom!
The Minotaur smashed the cockpit for his life, and the cockpit burst open.
The bulldozer stopped even the wheels of the bulldozer.
The Minotaur stopped when he saw that the thing was completely dead.
Ho ho ho! Lu Sanchen rushed happily while panting.
Fortunately, even if he jumped out of the car, otherwise he would definitely be smashed.
The Minotaur immediately looked at the excavator again. Zhang Tao saw that Lu Sanchen hadn't escaped and he went straight. Grease the soles of your feet and get out of the car and run. Boom!
The Tofu Dregs project finally failed to hold up and collapsed, and the speakers that had a huge effect were bitten into tatters by a group of zombies, and they could no longer sing.
However, in fact, it was Wang Vadra's decision to abandon the wall. Putting all the remaining zombies in can reduce unnecessary losses.
Anyway, the old, weak, sick and children have already been safely evacuated.
Put the Minotaur in and kill it together, it's useless, it's just a little stronger.
Lu Sanchen hurriedly yelled, but Zhang Tao shouted, let's hold off for a while.
No matter what method, it will take a while for a while. My people are preparing explosives.
For those who step on horses, sooner or later labor and capital will be killed by you. Lu Sanchen hid and fled, but fortunately, the senior zombies were almost completely wiped out, and the remaining ordinary zombies would not care about him. After he ran far away, he began to shout to the Minotaur, Tauren, look here, I'll take you to the heifer on a plane.
But the Minotaur didn't care about it.
After all, there were a lot more people in the gathering place, and it couldn't understand people.
Lu Sanchen's mouth was like a fly in its eyes.
He had to run behind the Minotaur's ass and hit the head of that guy with the only grenade. The grenade exploded with a bang, and the Minotaur turned his head back. Zhang Tao, hurry up, labor and capital can't resist for long.
Almost soon.
I don't know what Zhang Tao is doing.
Lu Sanchen can only attract the Minotaur's attention first.
Who knows that the Minotaur is not running fast enough, but it grabs a bunch of zombies and smashes it in Lu Sanchen's direction.
Constantly narrowing the distance with Lu Sanchen. Well, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme it to the mountain again. I'll phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme you uncle. Lu Sanchen didn't hit a place with anger, and was accidentally hit by a zombie's corpse.
Seeing the Minotaur chased after a few strides, he quickly got up and continued to run for his life.
Fool, didn't you see that the dog day was playing with you?
Suddenly a voice came out of my mind, and the old stupid one didn't say something in a dream, if labor and capital don't come out again, you will kill me together.
I slept well. Who can tell? Then you quickly think of a solution. Think of a chicken way, don't listen to Zhang Tao, that kid is not at ease, just waiting for you to die.
Lao Zhang said in an angry tone, oh, let me do this, give me the control of the body, I will take you out first, or we will both die. If you step on the horse and don't fool me, I know you want to borrow a corpse to revive the soul. Lu Sanchen scolded angrily, who knew that Lao Zhan was more anxious than him. Don't worry, I don't have the ability to control it for more than 10 minutes.
You think I can hardly recover a little bit, so I do it again. Got to start again. Then you control it. What should I do? Relax and don't resist, it doesn't hurt at all, trust me.
The old Zangbian said, and I don't know when a large grey mist began to appear around him.
Most people can't see it at night, but the Minotaur is affected by the mist.
The speed is much slower and his face is also a puzzled look appeared.
I didn't ask you to relax to keep you still, you stopped me when you stepped on the horse, and the brain relaxes, okay?
Run quickly, and my corpse energy just started to work.
Lu Sanqian relaxed and almost fell.
Hearing that, Lao Zhang said that he hurriedly continued to run forward.
At the same time, his brain didn't think about anything. It was almost like sleeping.
In a few seconds, he only felt that Hun and Po were both following a joke. He found that own body was actually out of control, and the whole person seemed to be taking time off.
Look back for yourself.
Zhang Tao hopes that the longer you drag the better, it's best to let you die here, Lao Zhang said to him with his body. Unexpectedly, the speed was astonishing. As if he had turned on the accelerator, he immediately threw the Minotaur far away, found a slope and sat down, and said with pride, "A small squadron leader told you to almost finish playing. I was going to put my hand before, that is, waved."
In fact, the relationship between the two of us is almost the same as Ultraman. You are equivalent to my human body.
Alas, don't say it, you can go back to the original position. I have to go back and rest. As soon as old zombie finished speaking, Lu Sanqian fainted suddenly, and when he woke up, the Minotaur was about to reach the edge of the wall. Apparently he hadn't been in a coma for long. But Zhang Tao, the deflated calf, had already arranged everything, and saw a few boom 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 explosions, and the smoke and dust formed by the explosive explosion from an unknown source enveloped the Minotaur. A few brain damage. If this ordinary explosive is useful, the Minotaur would have died before. Lu Sanqian curled his lips in disapproval, and the smoke dispersed, and the Minotaur shook off the mud all over his body. He rushed towards Zhang Tao and the others, and was blown off a lot of black skin, but the Minotaur was the same.
The inside and outside are the same black. However, Zhang Tao and the others couldn't believe the emu in front of them.
The carefully arranged serial explosives were not powerful enough, but they had no other good tricks, so they could only hurriedly fled into the gathering place. But apart from Zhang Tao, wherever they ran the Minotaur, before they could climb on the fence, the Minotaur waved his hand, smashed them into meatloaf alive, and threw them into the big mouth.
Shell didn't bother to vomit. The black fog stone is the key.
As long as you destroy the black fog stone, you don't need to do it, and the Minotaur will finish playing slowly by himself. Lu Sanqian muttered to himself suddenly, and other people could ignore it, but Wang Vajra and Zhang Liang and others could have a lifelong friendship with him. No matter what, he couldn't get past the hurdle in his heart. Chapter 047 Fighting Minotaur. But having said that, it was impossible for him to desperately. As long as he didn't attract the hatred of the Minotaur, he would still be easy to run.
A bunch of rubbish.
How long have I arranged for this time? I can't even take the beasts with no brains down. Zhang Tao stood beside a pile of waste and cursed unwillingly, but the Minotaur smashed the wall with an arrogant hammer, patted his chest and screamed, really like a silly second fool.
Brother gang, it's time to withdraw. We can't fight this Minotaur now.
Why bother? The rushing King Vajra said. Wang Vajra can only give up when he sees this. In this situation, whoever wants to survive can only see who runs faster.
Boom!
There are very few ordinary zombies left, and a full fight is not more than 1 or 200, but the Minotaur entered the gathering place and ran rampant. The big tree with the thick wash basin snapped and snapped, and the latter half was held in his hand and waved.
The fierce face is wicked. 5 teams continue on.
Don't run away if you step on horses. Zhang Tao suddenly yelled again, and a group of people immediately stood up with a variety of weapons in his hand. Without a word, he threw it at the Minotaur. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with the Minotaur, and he rushed forward. Who knows that an iron chain suddenly stretches straight?
Boom!
The iron chain was about the same thickness as the thigh, and both ends were tied to the steel pillars of the electronics factory. The Minotaur was unprepared and fell to the ground without any preparation.
Give it to me.
If you slaughter it, I will reward 10,000 caddies of grain alone, and the woman will pick it up.
Zhang Tao shouted loudly as if he had seen hope.
The guys in the 15 were so courageous, they rushed up immediately, and according to the rule that their weaknesses are basically in the eyes, they started to poke with a spear around the head. But who knows that the Minotaur stood up immediately, yelling in anger, almost exploding the cochlea, and banging the ground at the same time. A group of people couldn't even stand still. What? It's not bad to be able to scream, and some of them directly become meat foam, which sticks to the wall with a pop, and the buckle can't be buckled. Trash. Trash. Jiang Tao beat his chest like a madman, and the Minotaur finally noticed this fly that was always jumping around and had a different breath, and immediately looked at him. Jiang Tao's eyes were cold, and he gestured to the distance. Submerge into the night. Boom. Brother gang. I just fled to the north gate and I was about to run out. Suddenly even the north gate's door was blown into the sky, and the bricks fell all the way down. It happened to hit the King Vajra, who had gone on his back. It is generally uncomfortable to follow the break. It must have been Jiang Tao who stepped on the horse. Where did the nasty dynamite come from? He must be trying to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme the thing here. Wai Bipping hurriedly tore off his clothes and tied it to Wang Vajra's arm, but the latter said in a huff, "Where did you learn to step on horses? Do you stop the bleeding when you see blood? It's not your job to fix it." Bar. Many people who fled were caught off guard. The key is that they didn't kill them directly. Most of them had broken arms and hands. Those with broken legs couldn't even escape, so they could only cry for their father and mother in the same place. As Bipping said, the Minotaur who heard the huge explosion turned his head immediately and rushed over in 2 steps and 3 steps. Run, it will be too late if you don't run. The two of them hurriedly ran outside the gathering place, but the speed of the Minotaur at this time was incredibly fast. Every step was several times that of ordinary people. No matter what they picked up, they threw it here. Go? Where else do you want to go? Jiang Tao didn't know when he ran over, and stood on top of a pile of ruins and said disdainfully, "It's all you have disrupted the labor management plan, a bunch of waste. If you hadn't all run away, labor and management would have gotten the black mist stone. Want to run? I will be buried with this gathering place on horseback. Why bother yelling, 'Fuck you, damn it, no wonder you gave us false news.'" It turns out that there was another plan. If we evacuated early, there would be no need to die so many people. What if I know now? Jiang Tao said triumphantly, "By the way, Lu Sanqian of your group was also lost by me. Even if they are both upgraded people, but the brain is a good thing, giving him strength does not necessarily make him useful. Black mist stone, it's a big deal, labor and capital are gone, but you must die here today." Boom. Wang Vajra fired several shots, but they were all easily avoided by Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao proudly said, "It's useless, my perception ability is not on the same level as you ordinary people." Unexpectedly, he didn't finish his words, his face suddenly changed, and he hid behind a low wall in a panic, a flash of swords whistling towards him, slashing the bricks under the place where he had just stood. "Lu Sanqian, you didn't die when you stepped on a horse." Jiang Tao lost his voice in amazement. Wang Vajra laughed immediately, "Big bragging, you guys. Don't be too sloppy. Beware of getting a knife behind your back. Now the retribution is coming." "Impossible, I saw with my own eyes you were killed by the Minotaur." Jiang Tao shook his head again and again as if he was hell, and Lu Sanqian realized that this guy had just watched the first half and left with confidence, thinking that the Minotaur would definitely solve him if he could run back. In fact, just now, he suddenly discovered a good way to get rich. The electricity in the corpses that were just killed can still be hot. There are quite a few third-level zombies on the ground, and there are 1 or 2 rare ones. A 4th-level zombie, he had never encountered such a good opportunity before, and he was a bit forgetful, otherwise he would have already rushed over. Lu Sanqian held up a knife and laughed and said, borrowing a sentence from Brother Gang, "My wild horse doesn't know the way home, but you villain, I must get rid of it. Labor and capital are just charging up for a rest. You can be so filial and run right away. Come to announce the death. Impossible, you can't become so powerful so quickly." Jiang Tao was obviously still in an unbelievable mood that couldn't be relieved, but the Minotaur had already rushed here happily. Seeing these people seemed to regard it as nothing, he was furious and smashed the ground. The nearest Jiang Tao rushed. "Why are you still stunned? Run!" Oh. Wang Vajra and the two were agitated. The scene seemed to have returned to the time when they fled in Dongshan City. As long as Lu Sanxian was beside them, they were immediately full of hope. Kowtowing and run away? Where is this? Jiang Tao hit its forehead. As long as you destroy the black fog stone in the center of its forehead, the Minotaur will die. I don't want you to teach me. Jiang Tao tried to dodge, and suddenly his eyes flashed with a faint blue light, like glaucoma on TV. The Minotaur was stunned for half a second like Alzheimer's. Jiang Tao went directly behind him, climbed on its back in a few steps. Fortunately, the Minotaur's back is pitted and bumpy, with all kinds of protruding backstabs. Jiang Tao stretched out his hand agilely, and soon climbed higher and higher. When he reached his shoulder, he used the sharp spear in his hand to hit the Minotaur's forehead fiercely. Inserted right in the center. When? But the Minotaur is like the Ironhead baby. How could it be chopped over so easily? The spearhead of the spear stopped immediately, and it didn't even penetrate. However, the Minotaur is not so easy to talk. Even if you just scratch your head, you can't climb on its head and shake your head a few times. Although Jiang Tao was prepared for a long time, he was still flung out and broke a room. Windows. Roar. The Minotaur was completely angry. It didn't know where these little ants had the courage. It didn't even have some commonly used artillery and dared to single it out. Obviously, it didn't take it seriously. Seeing that there are still a few running here. Quickly, he immediately turned his attention to Wang Vajra. 3,000 quickly think of a way, or you can kowtow to him. Wang Vajra screamed as he ran, and his soul almost flew away. Regardless of Jiang Taoming's batch, it actually lasted more than 40 seconds. After that, the mountain was still a big uphill, and it was difficult to run faster. It's your relatives, there is an egg for kowtow. Lu Sanxian ran faster than them, and Wang Vajra hurriedly told him to slow down. The furious Minotaur rushed up like a locomotive. Lu Sanxian shouted "Get out of the way," and slashed back with a knife, attracting all the Minotaur's attention, and ran to the left. Swish! A series of branches lay down, but among them there are many big trees more than 10 meters high. Although the Minotaur is powerful, it is still slowed down by the trees and watched. Lu Sanxian ran faster and faster. It's just that the forest is not dense enough. The Minotaur is on all fours and rushes forward like a cow. The speed suddenly rises, but Lu Sanxian suddenly turned his head back and shoveled behind its ass while it inadvertently, imitating Jiang Tao, jumped onto the back of the Minotaur. The Minotaur suddenly felt bad, and quickly stood up, but Lu Sanxian was already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to its head and plunged into the back of its head. Puff! The charged tiger teeth actually got stuck in, and the back of the Minotaur's head was almost like the eye socket. If Jiang Tao saw it, he would be so angry. Didn't your kid say that he was going to chop his forehead? Why did he change his mind now? It's just that Lu Sanxian just guessed it casually. After all, where the black fog stone is hidden, he has no perspective. How could he know that it is worthwhile to lie to Jiang Tao? Why don't you have no brains? He now uses his tiger's teeth with ease. The second half of the battery is turned into a sword light after it is inserted, and it rushes into the Minotaur's head. It is also extremely hard on the outside, and very fragile on the inside. It directly exploded in the skull. Roar! The Minotaur swayed madly, like a young man in the disco. Lu Sanxian could not avoid flying out and hung on the fallen tree branch, while the Minotaur was damaged by the brain tissue, and finally paralyzed with a boom fall to the ground. Hurry up and kill Jiang Tao. You won't be able to keep it for a long time. Lu Sanxian shouted as if he was getting out of the water, and walked over with a knife propped up, looking at the big head of the Minotaur. Chapter 048 The Third Black Fog Stone. Something's wrong. Labor and Capital hacked a squadron captain to death, and just returned such a call? He didn't understand the mechanism of Huya's knife charging. Even if it was a high-level zombies of the same level, there were few and many, but now he was too lazy to figure out the reason, and he was ready to break the forehead of the corpse clan. Why is it so big? After finally digging out the black fog stone, he held it in his hand and found that it was still only the size of a piece of coal, but it was much darker than the previous piece of 100 giant insects. He hurriedly put it in his pocket and went to the north gate go in the direction. Wang Vajra looked for it and said, I haven't found anyone. Isn't it possible that this dog's fate has slipped? Looking for it again, it's not a good thing to force the basket, and it will be troublesome to get it back when he recovers from the injury. Lu Sanqian suddenly a cold voice sounded like an evil ghost. Zhang Tao led several of his men to stand out abruptly. The corners of his mouth were full of dried blood, and he even grabbed a person in his hand. Lu Sanqian almost exploded at the sight of his lungs. Now, angrily said, Zhang Liang. Didn't I let you run early on my horse? I don't want to wait for you anymore, I want to stay in the factory much safer than outside. Zhang Liang was restrained by Zhang Tao. He was not convinced and was crying, but Zhang Tao stabbed a spear in Zhang Liang's stomach without saying a word. Zhang Liang immediately screamed, and his veins were so painful. Fuck F***CK. Nothing else, just to remind you, I'm not the kind of person who just talks and doesn't do it. Cough cough. Zhang Tao said to Lu Sanqian with a sullen expression, this kid is your little brother, hand over the black fog stone, I will spare his life, don't delay the labor and management, and I will cut him if it takes a minute. One hand. Good guy, I still have a back hand now. Lu Sanqian exclaimed, and took out a cloth ball casually, what you want? Wait, don't play tricks with me, take the cloth away. Good. Lu Sanqian took out the black mist stone. Zhang Tao was immediately overjoyed. His eyes were full of greed, just like an old prostitute who had been abstinent for many years entered a massage parlor. He quickly said, give it to me, give it to me. The one who took me and left immediately. You know, I only stayed here for this stuff. I don't have a rare gathering place at all, and there is no deep hatred between us. Throw it away, if this thing is accidentally broken, it will be troublesome. Take it over, hand in hand, and deliver the goods in the other hand. Then I will come here. Lu Sanqian slowly leaned in, while Zhang Tao's subordinates pointed a gun at him, for fear that he might have something unusual. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, Zhang Liang said reproachfully, but Lu Sanqian shook his head, it's nothing serious, isn't it just a broken rock? While talking, he handed the black fog stone over. Zhang Tao quickly stretched out his hand to get it, but Lu Sanqian suddenly yelled fall down, drawing a knife as just a sharp light, and the results instantly turned out that those few didn't respond at all. The men who came over. Zhang Tao had long been expecting to lie down, escape the fatal blow, and threw the black fog stone in his mouth while holding the black fog stone that he had just snatched. Fog stone. You are deceiving. Zhang Tao scolded in anger, and at the same time he took 2 steps to retreat. He was dangerous to avoid Lu Sanqian's ordinary knife, but Wang Vajra's bullet came over and hit Zhang Tao in the chest. Fuck it. Puff. Lu Sanqian hurriedly stepped forward and slashed Zhang Tao's neck with a knife. The blood flowed out like a spring. Zhang Tao was already at the end of the crossbow. He stared at him bitterly. He stumbled and wanted to run back, but he had 2 legs. Soft and knelt on the ground. Brother Gang. Quickly find a doctor for me, I am afraid I will lose too much blood and die. Zhang Liang finally lay down on the ground like a shrimp in relief. Lu Sanqian quickly picked up the black fog stone and said with a smile, you didn't get the knife in vain. Anyway, I let him out and gave you some pork belly. Make up. No, I want to eat pork kidneys. Zhang Liang smiled miserably. Wai Biping also ran over to help Zhang Liang stop the bleeding, but found that it didn't flow at all. He didn't know that everyone who followed Lu Sanqian had protective measures, let alone Zhang Tao didn't use too much force, he just touched the tip at most. Blue. After Lu Sanqian chopped off Zhang Tao's head, he took out a blue stone from it. If he hadn't seen the green one before, he would have been even more shocked this time. Fuck, there are still stones in this dog's brain? Wang Vajra asked in a puzzled manner. Lu Sanqian shook his head, this blue one is also a black fog stone. I don't know what exactly it does, but Zhang Tao's so awesome must have something to do with this.
Lao Lu put the blue black fog stone and the black fog stone together and put them in his pocket, and said in a deep voice, "Almost all the troops are gone, what shall we do? Find a place to stay here. Let's find the big army first." Wang Vajra thought for a while and said, "It's hard to keep it down. I can't just leave it alone, right? Even if it's a granary."
"Wait until I smoke a cigarette, rest." Lu Sanxian tremblingly took out a cigarette, and his tired feet were swinging.
Wang Vajra also ran into the factory looking for food.
At the same time, the sky gradually rose to the east. If the fish belly becomes white, the world will become white in a short time, and this city defense battle that lasted for a few hours has finally come to an end.
Fuck, I fell asleep just like this? As soon as Lu Sanxian opened his eyes, he saw Lao Zhang's ugly face, but it's not quite right to describe it. "I'm here to remind you. Don't eat the 2 black fog stones in your hand.
The blood of the zombies and the corpse race has reached a balance in your body. If you absorb the black fog stones, you can definitely get you directly.
Become a zombie. What is the purpose of that blue one? Can I give it to Wang Vajra? Don't be afraid of death, let him use it. Old Zong didn't have a good face, how do I know what is the use of that thing? Just save it.
When the 7 colors are full, you may be able to transform you into a calabash, little Vajra. But during this period of time you have to ride the waves, because you are a hero. Labor and management have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme door training.
Closed door training. I can't save you at the moment of life and death. Don't let me in too.
Not much to say, get out of here, I will get angry when I see your face." After speaking, he gave him another kick. Angrily, he twisted the big fist of the sandbag and wanted to make 2 moves with the old stiff, but who knew that he heard a scream? He shook his head and beat Zhang Liang.
Panda eyes.
"What are you doing so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, forget that I wanted to kill in my dream.
You deserve to be killed. I really believe it this time."
Zhang Liang covered his eyes, his tears almost came out, and a group of people ate something casually, took the remaining hundreds of people in the gathering place and set off on the road, slowly arriving at noon and finally catching up.
Nearly more than 2,000 survivors didn't dare to flee far.
They climbed the top of the mountain and set up camp in a depression. After all, the county seat is the county, and there may be how many zombies are left. Hearing that the gathering place was guarded, the cheers of the crowd resounded across the sky, but Wang Vajra frowned when he looked at the 2,000 people. At least 1/3 of them are old, weak, sick, and disabled. Although it's not good to say that, in this world, these people don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme long without protection, and they can only do simple labor. At that time, how to arrange them will become a big problem. You can't let them go out to collect supplies, but raising them is not a long-term solution. Unexpectedly, Guazi ran over excitedly and said, "Brother Lu, we have just sent someone to the front to see it. There is a place where there are almost no zombies, and the terrain is particularly good.
There is a mountain behind and a river in front. This is a piece of farmland.
Even if we don't have food in the future, we can grow our own land. The talents of our nation's people and races are placed here. It's impossible to starve to death.
Go and see."
It took about an hour to get to the place, and it turned out to be the same as Guazi said. Although there are a lot of zombies, but fortunately, it is far away from the city and cleaned up. Guazi immediately asked for his credit. "This place is not bad, definitely much better than the previous one. The industrial park is not bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme.
The geographical location there is too bad. Zombies can come from 3 sides. This is different, except from this mountain. Down, that is the main road. Society King, what do you say?"
I think Wang Vajra thought carefully and said with a serious face, "It's really good, and the river can be used well.
The zombies can't swim no matter how powerful they are. Then we can transport the food from the industrial park from the mountain. Do it."
"B-flat, you can still fight, clean up the zombies inside first."
"Okay."
The survivors who have experienced the big scene immediately became a little fluttering after seeing such a small number of zombies. All of them were as if they were beaten up with chicken blood.
Many people also bet to see who killed more. On the contrary, Lu Sanxian and the others sat on the top of the mountain like a landlord in the old Kai, and all the beauties beside them laughed when they talked about a few bad things. Lu Sanxian made a few bragging speeches appropriately. Combined with the fact that he killed the Minotaur, many beautiful women have little stars in their eyes. In their eyes, Lu Sanxian is simply a perfect hero, strong, loyal, and kind, plus a bit of lust, and Li Rou and Li Yajing both stare at each other, trying to scare the little fox spirits to death. It's getting dark too, soft and soft. Let's spend a night on the mountain tonight. I want to experience the feeling of a mountain breeze. Lu Sanxian said with winking eyebrows. Li Rou blushed in an instant, with a mosquito like cry, but Li Yajing was unwilling to say, I don't want it, a lot of mosquitoes at night, my ass hurts. As soon as the words came out, everyone else looked at Lu Sanxian weirdly. Old Lu immediately cursed, whoever stepped on a horse called you can get me down and find a house to sleep, Jiayu, take good care of her, don't let her go everywhere. Ranging around. King Vajra, who was about to go down the mountain, also laughed and said, you guys are ready to blow your ass. Beware of the haunts on this mountain at night. I can see no fewer than 20 graves alone. The young man is full of energy. I don't know when I'm young. Chapter 049. I'll say there are no mosquitoes. You still don't believe it. The mosquitoes have been drugged these years. Lu Sanxian got out of the tent contentedly, only to find a few sneaky figures peeking beside him. When he passed by, he immediately caught a few little kids, and then he was finished with one person and one kick. You don't learn well at a young age, so be careful not to grow hair when you grow up. Next time, one person will play the chicken. The chicken! Brothers, now this gathering place is built from scratch by our own hands, brick by brick. Busy in the early morning, Wang Vajra stood on a high platform and said with a smile, there is a good saying. From the high-rise buildings on the ground, the glory depends on ourselves. We big guys work together and rely on this natural geographical advantage. We can still be bigger and stronger without AK or for blessing. The zombies are coming the less, this is a good thing. The surrounding city allows us to collect supplies. It will be fine for decades. The corpse is a ball. I promise the big guys that tomorrow will be better, and the future will be better. Good. Applaud. A group of doglegs took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and clapped their hands fiercely, and more than 2,000 survivors followed closely behind them. Aside from anything else, at least the place where they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme is now richer, and the food is richer. A wave of people began to clean up the corpses of the zombies in the new gathering place, and by the way, they cleaned up the houses. A wave of people started to build the fence, and the last wave of people returned to the industrial park, somehow letting the brothers who died defending the city into the land for safety. Master, why do these corpse fish even eat zombies? Wang Tsong asked in puzzlement, only to see that they actually got a few zombies and threw them into the water. The zombies immediately floated up and down with their arms, and a few pointed-billed corpse fish also swam over and surrounded the zombies. Child's bite. That's not right, none of the corpse fish I encountered at the time bit me, let alone a zombie. Lu Sanxian also looked puzzled, maybe the corpse fish are extremely hungry. They are not a species. Not surprisingly, this is better. We can dig a canal and pass through it, and it will be able to deal with the zombies. Lu Sanxian, come here and I will tell you something. Li Yajing suddenly changed his name, and Lu Sanxian waved his hand immediately. What can I say to you, little girl in the movie? Hurry up and have fun. You won't forget why you are here. Li Yajing angrily stepped on his foot, even though he didn't hurt him, she pretended to be hurting to death. Li Yajing continued, if you have a new love, forget your old love. My sister is still in that tentacled hand. Here, you are not busy looking for him back to the gathering place all day long, do you still want to be the emperor of the earth? After 2 days, don't worry about finding someone. Lu Sanxian gave her a white look and said, did you not hear that Dongshan resettlement camp is gone? Yuan Bin will definitely not go there again. I guess that Dog Day is now a Black Fog stone hunter. Where do we go, won't he come when we build the gathering place? Why doesn't he go to Jiangchen with a lot of people? You just forget my sister now that you have one. Good idea, let's go to Jiangcheng in a while.
Lu Sanxian was able to flicker for a while. Li Yajing looked unhappy, but there was no way. Who knew that a young man suddenly rushed over and hurriedly shouted at him, "There are upgraded zombies."
Brother Lu, Brother Gang asked me to come over and have a look.
Lu Sanxian, who was worrying about nothing to do, immediately became interested. Of course, Wang Song and others would also follow along, but even if there are many third-level zombies, they can easily solve it. This time, calling him over is definitely not ordinary. Which type of upgraded zombie, speed type or power type, or is it just for fun?
I don't know, we don't even know what that thing looks like. Go in 1 and die, and go in 2 and die. The guy said unclearly. The monster was in the basement. Those who survived by chance didn't know anything about it. We reported on the situation. As a result, Brother Gang said that you have a lot of knowledge, maybe you know it.
It's demolished there. There is a high probability that it is a mental type, and it can create hallucinations. This kind of stuff likes to hide in these rooms and engage in all sorts of things, and they will die immediately when they see the light. Lu Sanxian pouted his lips in disapproval, and arrived at the place not long after.
Sure enough, there was a large group of people around.
Wang Vajra frowned and said, "Are you sure? Don't fold yourself in when the time comes. I think it's better not to take the risk. We have a big business now, we can't make it." "Try it, I can kill the squadron leader, let alone an upgraded zombie."
"Then I will let the soldier go in with you. He is about the same as you."
Row. The two of them walked in without hesitation, and Lu Sanxian asked, "Soldier, if something happens, you can quickly slip away."
Good.
Song Jun is still a capable style, and he doesn't say much about things that can be solved with one word.
The owner of the house is a wealthy man.
The one he built is a style, with a European style.
There are gardens in the front and back of the house. He didn't visit much.
He walked along the old wooden stairs to the basement. Raising a gun and walking in front of him, he looked like a sincere man.
Oh, many people have died.
The ground was full of scarlet blood, and the corpse was dragged together like a ration for the winter. It can also be seen from this that this zombie is very smart. When other zombies only knew how to eat hesai, it had already learned have a planned diet.
Beware!
The soldier suddenly covered his nose, but Lu Sanxian had prepared a mask out of his pocket and handed it to him. "There is something, it can be smelled, rest assured, the quality of N95 is still good. The thing is to use this scent to hypnotize us, so I feel more at ease, and the old Ian will be so capable." Crunchy. There was no phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and the wooden door turned automatically, and the two of them exchanged glances and walked towards there slowly. Shashasha. The white veil floated slowly.
The owner of the house didn't know what it was.
He had to turn the basement into a haunted house, but when they walked in, they found that it was just an ordinary cellar with a wine cabinet next to it. A lot of wine with foreign characters.
Good stuff.
Lu Sanxian's eyes lit up immediately. Even though he didn't like to drink this kind of wine, Song Jun said indifferently, "These are all fake, and the imitations are not true enough.
These bottles of Matai are always real, right? There are true and false, the owner should be a nouveau riche."
Song Jun didn't know if he was going to confront him deliberately, and he said a lot of words. Lu Sanxian directly smashed a bottle of wine in his hand, but Song Jun watched the liquor that flowed into the wine cabinet fell into his mind. And then went to the wine cabinet and said, "The ground is not level, there is a secret door behind this."
Real or fake? Lu Sanxian walked over and knocked without believing in evil.
Sure enough, he heard that it was empty. He immediately moved the wine cabinet with Song Jun and pushed the secret door open without much effort.
"I'll go in first." There was no dust on the secret door.
There must be people coming in and out. Phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme.
Lu Sanxian got in right away.
Who knew there was a drop of 1 meter high on the ground? However, when he just landed, the secret door behind him was closed, so he hurried. I scanned the surroundings with a flashlight, but found that the whole darkroom was full of various talisman papers. Among them there was even a large red lacquered coffin. Even the lid of the coffin was not closed, and I knew it was a corpse.
"Soldier! What's the matter? However, Song Jun did not respond. He moved the secret door and found that it was not blocked. He hurriedly climbed up. There was no such thing as Song Jun's shadow. Even the cellar just now changed the scene and looked extremely empty. Like the parking lot underneath, mixed with gusts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, he suddenly realized that he had been hit. It is impossible for Song Jun to disappear silently from such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme distance. It can only show that something has affected him and affected his vision and hearing. Ghost blinding is just that, and masks are not very useful. But he had no sense of direction now, so he had to retreat, and then saw that there was an incense burner behind the coffin. The special smell was the smell of incense, which was not used by monsters to hypnotize it. He simply took off his mask and tore a piece of talisman paper in his hand. The real touch made him no doubt that it was true, and he hurriedly said, "Old Zone, come out quickly, let's come to your relative's house, this big red coffin is a family with you, hurry up and educate the children." However, Lao Zhang didn't say a word. Without Lao Zhang, he couldn't tell which hallucinations were. People had reminded him to take a break, but he just didn't believe it, so he had to look for excitement. What suddenly there were a few breaths, and with the sound of tick-tick-tack dripping water, he quickly searched for the sound, but saw a small figure flash by. He had to walk a few steps forward, but he expected something dripping on his head with a click. He touched it with his hand, and it turned out to be blood that was about to turn black. What above his head, a big-headed child with purple skin smiled grimly. Blood dripped from his mouth and eyes. At the same time, his shoulders became cold, as if something was lying on it, beside his ears. Exhale. F***ck finally couldn't help but jump out, thinking that these few kids could scare me? Believe it or not, I played their chicken? Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian, who had just looked terrified, didn't see the slightest fear at this time. He let the little devil lie on his shoulders, and took a bite of mua by the way, as if he really regarded it as a child. Old Wu. The little ghost suddenly became displeased, and immediately opened his big mouth full of fangs and still bleeding, and his cry was exactly the same as that of the female cat called Chun, and he bit Lu Sanxian's neck viciously. Fuck! Even if Lu Sanxian had thick skin and was bitten by such a kid, he still cursed his mother in pain. Only then did he know that this kid was not an illusion, but something real. F***ck off. I grabbed the little ghost and trampled it to death, and slammed on a leather pocket. I don't know what the red, white, and green are sputtering out like pus. I still lack a large piece on my neck. Meat. Give it to labor and capital. He cut the head on the top of his head directly with tiger teeth, and he quickly tied his torn clothes around his neck, and cursed fiercely, "I want to see what tricks you have when you step on the horse. I'll cut your broken coffin first." Unexpectedly, when he got to the edge of the coffin and looked inside, his scalp immediately became numb, and his head seemed to have crawled countless ants, only a few words tremblingly squeezed out from his teeth, "Gao Gao Jie?" Chapter 050 Gao Gao Jie. Lu Sanxian was so shocked that his tongue was unsuccessful, and Gao Jie appeared in the coffin, and he was dressed in a red bridal outfit, with a gold and silver phoenix crown on his head, and the carmine on his mouth was as bloody, even if the scene was weird. People can't help but want to kiss. However, Lu Sanxian hurriedly closed his eyes and shook his head, then smashed his own Tian Lingai fiercely, and then opened his eyes. The Gao Jie in the coffin immediately became a terrifying strange female corpse, his eyes stunned. Opened. Fuck me, labor and management, see what tricks you can do. Lu Sanxian cursed angrily, and stabbed the female corpse's eye sockets with tiger teeth. Unexpectedly, the female corpse actually sat up, and the sudden impact immediately caused him to fly upside down and sit on the ground. Without a word, the female corpse rushed towards him with a grin. Fuck, it's a corpse. Lu Sanxian quickly climbed up and fired 2 shots at the female corpse, but the speed of the female corpse was extremely fast, and the seemingly weak body was like iron, and slammed his shoulder on his shoulder. Suddenly it was as uncomfortable as the dislocation. Sister, take a good look, I'm your little brother. Knowing that this thing was unusual, Lu Sanxian immediately slipped aside and started climbing relatives. The female corpse must be something like a zombie.
He looked at Lu Sanqian blankly, but he didn't have the old stalemate to speak, and he didn't even say any polite words. When he rushed over, he was ready to slap his mouth. However, the darkroom was so big that there was nowhere to run. Lu Sanqian could only run to the back of the coffin. Fortunately, the quality of the red lacquered coffin was good, and it was safe to withstand the blow of the female corpse. Ha! Lu Sanqian picked up the incense ash and smashed the female corpse on the face. The female corpse rushed over in anger, but he had expected to drill under the coffin. Unexpectedly, he heard a scream. A man was kicked by him. Kicked out from under the coffin, he was shocked to think that a male corpse had jumped out again. "Eat it for me." The man stood up and pointed at him and said fiercely. It was only then that he realized that it was the ghost of the dog, and he immediately jumped into the front of the man from under the coffin. The man didn't expect Lu Sanqian to come at him regardless, and ran back in a panic, but Lu Sanqian had already threw him down and hit him with a knife in his leg. What? I didn't think that the man actually got out of the shell, and his clothes slid down like peeling a banana. The whole person was like a mudloach, slipping on the floor and then got under the coffin again. Boom! The female corpse immediately rushed over from the air, but Lao Lu was waiting for her, and he stabbed her backhand with a knife, just in the female corpse's eye socket. The female corpse suddenly screamed in madness, and covered her bloody eyes. Die to me! Lu Sanqian pulled the trigger with his left hand and fired several shots in. The female body finally trembled and fell to the ground without a sound. Hey! Song Jun just jumped from the top at this time. He didn't get any better. There was still a wound on his neck. Unlike Lu Sanqian, his wound was dark and purple. What's the matter above? There are zombies turned into children, and they can also create illusions. Then how do you? Lu Sanqian asked in a puzzled way. Song Jun pulled out the dagger from his thigh. Lu Sanqian immediately praised him again and again. This horse riding is really a ruthless person. Let's take a look at what the black guy behind the scenes looks like. Old Lu strongly kicked the coffin twice, and said with a smile, "Buddy can't come out yet, your wife has a dead ball." But the person under the coffin still did not speak, as if he could hide for a while, but Song Jun frowned and said, "You have hallucinations again. Where is anyone under the coffin? Fuck. It must have gone away." Lu Sanqian hurriedly got in. There was no one inside. He knocked on the floor and turned out to be a secret door. He was so angry that he came out. "You said there are living people in it? Otherwise you think I'm acting here?" Lu Sanqian said irritably. He made the little ghost and the female corpse on the ground. "You can see the wall of talisman paper." "Wait, you don't say anything, I seem to I heard something else," as he said. He searched for the sound and walked to the incense stand behind the coffin. There was a picture of an unidentified god hung on the wall. Looking at it, he seemed to have strength to pull you in again. He directly took the tiger's teeth. The picture was sparsely drawn, and then he stuck it on the wall and listened. Good fellow, this dog must belong to Gophers, and all the holes he dug in a good villa. Fortunately, his hearing was super normal. He heard the whimper inside the wall, but couldn't find a way to get in. He had to say to Song Jun, in this way, "You first go outside and let people surround the villa. Don't let that person. I'm running away, I'm here to block the door, and you can ask a few people to come in and help me open the door." Good. In a short while, a group of people gathered around, took everything, and demolished the entire wall in twos. For fear that the dark room would collapse, they also found some pillars on top. Dage we are also victims. The men inside immediately kowtowed their heads begging for mercy, but Zhang Liang was angrily. "Heavenly Tao, you really ride horses and beasts, are you still human? Animals can't do such a thing." I saw that behind the man was actually crowded with unclothed women. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme tied with rope or chained. There was a disgusting stench in the air. Various cold tools were placed on the cabinet, the one on the right. Several large buckets were placed in the corner for excretion. A few of the women in the back had their eyes dull. Seeing so many people coming outside, there was neither a trace of hope nor a trace of fear on their faces, and some even stretched out their legs with a smile, completely unable to imagine them.
What has gone through? Women in normal spirits were gagged with a cloth ball.
The sobbing sound Lu Sanxian heard just now was from them.
In comparison, their clothes were cleaner.
Maybe before they came here, these women just be locked up. Cough cough cough. Why bother? Ping and Zhang Liang untied them, took off the cloth ball from their mouths, and a woman in a cat-maid costume immediately cried and said, "Please, please help us out. Just take me out of here and let me be a cow and a horse. Don't be afraid, we are here to save you." Why bother? With a gentle smile, let your subordinates bring a bunch of clothes to cover them, point to the trembling men, and ask her, "Have they bullied you?" They while the woman howled, she couldn't say a complete sentence. Wiping turned around and said fiercely, "Take a few of them to the death. Just leave a breath. It's so dead. Sheep them." The subordinates couldn't help it for a long time. Hearing this, they immediately screamed. The men screamed heartbreakingly. The women in the dungeon cried and cried like venting. "It's wrong, we are all under the instructions of the 10,000 Taoists. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Lan." One of them shouted as hard as he could. Lu Sanxian stopped the beating crowd and asked, "Wan Dao sure is the one who directs the little ghost outside, isn't it? Who is Zhou Lan?" "I am Zhou Lan." A woman in the corner stood up. She didn't suffer much injury all over her body, and she was in the best state of mind, but her clothes and pants were full of filth. "I used to be the disciple of the master of 10,000 Dao, she, and hers too. These men are all his male disciples, but apart from the person who just talked to us a little bit better, even if they all of them are beasts, and death is not a pity." "Okay, then let him go, the others can't take it wrong." Lu Sanxian waved his hand, and the boy who was spared immediately knocked his head gratefully, and at the same time looked at Zhou Lan gratefully. "Take the people out first, here let's burn it. Burn it clean." Wang Vejra shook his head inside. As soon as the men left, his men immediately brought a barrel of oil, which instantly ignited a raging fire, and burned away all the filth. "A few have already had a mental breakdown, and I don't know if they can get better," Wang Vejra said angrily. The beautiful people stayed on it and played slowly. Those who were not beautiful or disobedient were tortured to death in various ways. In order to make them obedient, these people still kill people in their presence. Divide the corpse. Tell me, can you not be crazy if you do this? Bring Zhou Lan and those men, I'll ask them carefully. Lu Sanxian drank a cigarette but didn't smoke a mouthful, but Song Jun came over and caught a man in his 40s and 50s behind him. The man's coat was gone, and he had an 8-faced beard. Knowing that it is the 10,000 Taoist priest in their mouths. The man was caught, he was about to flee to the back mountain, and he happened to be seen by me. It just so happened that some of his apprentices also came over. Zhou Lan immediately gritted his teeth and cursed when he saw the master Wan Dao, but the master Wan Dao looked like a fool, pointing at the crowd, shaking his head and saying, "You must die tonight. You must die tonight. Chop him a finger for me." Lu Sanxian said coldly. "Ouch." Master Wan Dao yelled in agony, "My fingers, you guys who ate my food will be cut off for me. Honestly, don't mess with these silly heads and you won't have to suffer, or I will let you not have a finger left." Lu Sanxian said angrily. As expected, Master Wan Dao didn't dare to say anything. The men hurriedly said, "It's him, if he didn't let us do these disgusting things, how could we do it? I don't think you are like a Taoist priest. How could a true Taoist do such a damaging thing as you, a pig and a dog, and weaning off children and grandchildren?" Lu Sanxian asked suspiciously. Without waiting for the Taoist priest to speak, Zhou Lan replied for him, "His status as a Taoist priest is not recognized at all. But he didn't know where he learned a few real things before staying in Dongshan. It's famous, I was tricked into admitting him as a master. In fact, he didn't even have a Taoist certificate. If you want to check it down, he will definitely go to jail. But you should have heard of him, others call him Jinshan Daoist." "Kinyama Daoist?" "I seem to have heard of." Zhang Liang said uncertainly. "It seems to have seen the land for a few big bosses and gave them fortune-telling. One of them is after the fortune-telling, and his name is also heard.
Coming. 051 Female soldier team swagger and deceive. Wang Vajra said disdainfully, I've heard his name, which was picked up by a group of people. The bosses who engage in real estate are all the same way. You and I are profitable. Why not do it? If he is really awesome, why didn't you figure out the corpse poison outbreak? Zhou Lan also agreed, except for these evil ways, he doesn't know anything, including those drawn rune papers, which he searched on the internet, and he also took advantage of his popularity to take over hundreds of apprentices. Almost every house was deceived by him, and the female apprentice was also given to buy him. They are voluntarily taken by me. What can I do? Wan Daoshi's horoscope was awkward, and laughed. Besides, you are all your blessings, Zhou Lan. I have never treated you badly. You are my favorite female apprentice. To tell the truth, I will take it. It's called a water spirit. Even if you let other people go to you, I told them not to make you hurt. Do you need to be here now? There is a good saying, one day for master. I've been a father all my life. I've been living so many times. Poof. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Lan couldn't help punching him fiercely. After exhausting all his strength, the back of his hand was swollen, but at the same time, Wan Daoshi also vomited a spray of blood. What's your real name? To call you a Taoist priest would be an insult to the word Taoist. Lu Sanqian asked in a cold voice. After having a cough for a long time, Master Wan Dao answered honestly, Wanahai, a native of Hongsha County. Let's talk about it. How are those illusions made? I don't know this. It's all the credit of the little ghosts. Raising those little ghosts abolished my boss's kung fu. Who knew it was so easy to be solved by the two of you? Wan Nahai looked at Lu Sanqian bitterly. Then the coffin can also make people hallucinate, but it still didn't play a big role. Is that female corpse a zombie or a zombie? Is there a difference? Wan Nahai asked with a puzzled look. Aren't they all the same? They are called differently. Some are called zombies, some are called zombies, and some are called living corpses, but they are different from those outside. I can control that female corpse. That's fine. Can you still make the same female corpse? That's not necessarily. Wan Nahai said sternly, although the corpse is very easy to handle now, there are very few that really meet the requirements. Moreover, this thing depends on the place and the time to form is slow. Of course, we have different methods for your different needs. The price is high and low. Are you thinking about doing business at this time? Wang Vajra slapped him severely, and said to Lu Sanqian, 3,000, doing this kind of stuff is damaging to the heavens and the morals, and I will never agree if you want to do this. Don't worry, you still don't know who I am? Lu Sanqian waved his hand and said, let's go ahead. Take the people down first. Give me this Wan Nahai right here. I have something to tell him. Then watch it carefully, don't let this dog go away. The corpse who stepped on a horse really changed? A young guy who had just turned into a corpse rushed out with Hiratsi, even if Lu Sanqian had him infected with 2 corpse poisons at the same time, but he did not stabilize as the old zone said. Not as easy as he thought. Wow! Cut off the neck of the young man with a stab. This young man was one of Wan Nahai's apprentices, and he was guilty of death before he used it as an experiment. Wan Nahai immediately changed his face and begged for mercy. Dage, I have cooperated with you very much. I don't know why. Just let me go. Anyway, both of my legs were interrupted by you. I ran and ran. No, or you will give me a good time. No, I still have a great use for keeping your dog's life. Lu Sanqian patted his cheeky and asked, to be honest, have you used the same method to get zombies before? No, it was only after the corpse poison broke out, and I also infected her with zombie poison. Then you stepped a horse and said it early? You didn't ask, didn't I tell you earlier, zombies are called differently, but you have to say that I am a zombie. Wan Nahai's face was green and he looked wronged. If it weren't for knowing that this dog day is a complete abnormality, Lu Sanqian might have relented. In this case, then you have no use value. Don't dage, business is not righteous. Wan Nahai cried, maybe it will be done again in the future. No one will know after killing me. Wait, then. Lu Sanqian was too lazy to pester him more, shut him in the house alone, went out to find his only apprentice who was released on bail and said,
didn't you say that you were wronged, but you have done bad things, so let's go, I'll give you a chance to commit crimes and meritorious service, and inside is your master. You only need to learn all his methods in the shortest time possible. Just do it. If you can't write it down, just take notes. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to hide it. If both legs are broken, he can only count on you. Okay, I promise to learn. The young man replied in fear. Lu Sanxian patted him on the shoulder with encouragement, turned and left. Well, do you like this guy? Turning the corner, I saw Zhou Lan secretly looking at the guy, but Zhou Lan shook his head into a rattle, and said flatly, Zhao Peng went in with me. We had a good relationship before, but I am already like this now. What else can I ask for? But Brother Lu, he is really good. I speak for him without any personal emotions. You can ask other people about this. I know, otherwise, how could I give him this opportunity, or I will send you to join him? Lu Sanxian asked tentatively, but Zhou Lan shook his head again. No, as long as I see the beast in one eye, everything that happened these days flashes in my mind. I can't wait to eat his raw food. Meat. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how long I can last. Well, then, there are so many women in the gathering place. I will let you set up a women's team. Lu Sanxian smiled and said, the old saying is good. Women can hold up half of the sky. Don't be too inferior. The dirty crowd is gone. You are the victims. If your heart is not dirty, you will be really clean. There may be a group of people. Men still have to ask you for help. Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you agree or not depends on your own wishes. Thank you, Brother Lu. Zhou Lan's eyes moistened immediately, and she said with gratitude, I really don't know what to say. Thank you, you are all good people, and I will repay you well in the future. Don't say that, it's like my daughter. Lu Sanxian subconsciously touched Zhou Lan's head, but Zhou Lan shrank back in a panic. It is conceivable how much humiliation she has suffered, and it is difficult to change it for a while. Sorry, Brother Lu, I didn't mean that. I know. You go and bring a few other people and come to me in the clearing. The gathering place returned to normal, and the workers were building in an orderly manner. Many children were chasing and snarling. When they saw Lu Sanxian coming over, the girl was happy, but the boy was like seeing the king of the mountain, running better than anyone else. Quickly, for fear of being caught up and taking off their pants, parents dare not control, they can only cheer for their children. Jiayu, come over and I will tell you something. What's wrong? Huang Jiayu walked over with a look of puzzlement. Lu Sanxian smiled and said, seeing you are quite free these days, I will arrange a few tasks for you. You can see the women rescued today, let you set up a woman. How is the army? What do you mean, let me be the captain? That's for sure, isn't you? Who else can have this ability? Lu Sanxian complimented, I don't usually have anything to do, so I take them to practice, and from time to time I take them out to clean up the zombies, collect supplies, and it's very easy. I have dozens of people under my hand. If I may, I bring both women. Huang Jiayu looked Sundara, let me take it, but you can't intervene in anything, and the women's team must have the same status as your men's team. Then I can't control it anymore. It depends on how big you can be. How can I go around on horseback? Isn't this job rushing? Who can't you find? Speaking doesn't count, right? I said it was me, and you still want to go wrong? There is no door. Huang Jiayu said triumphantly, but Li Yajing also ran over. I have heard what you said, and I want to be the deputy captain. Otherwise, I will arrange for you to have adultery everywhere. What's the matter with you, the little girl who doesn't have all the hair? No, Lu Sanxian, you even peeked at me in the shower, you are still not a human being. Li Yajing raised her voice, but everyone else knew about her urinary sex, and they followed up. Lu Sanxian said seriously, I can't control it. If you have to, go to the king of society and see if he agrees or disagrees. Agree, of course I agree. Wang Vajra also watched the excitement and walked over, and smiled, there are a lot of women in the place where we gather. The idea of setting up a female soldier team is very good. Whoever says that women should do chores? Do you really kill zombies? Must be worse than men. Zhou Lan and the others also arrived at the scene. The few standing behind shrank in fear, but all came except those with a nervous breakdown. The leader Zhou Lan smiled and stepped forward and bowed deeply at the crowd. Bow. Others followed, even kneeling on the ground. Wang Vajra pointed at Huang Jiayu immediately and said to them, "From today onwards, she is your captain. What are you still doing? Hurry up and line up in 2 lines and listen to the captain's arrangement. I'm not very good at it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, brother gang. Should I let them stand at attention or let them rest for a while?" Huang Jiayu looked over as if asking for help, and Wang Vajra laughed and said, "Have you never done military training? So let the soldiers take you 2 days first. Others who want to join should also hurry up. This is a formal official resettlement camp." How to be formal. Chapter 052. It's here. Oh, it's so big, it seems there are still a lot of people. There are still people repairing the wall. It is estimated that it has just been established. I don't know if there are any troops stationed. You don't know? There are too many people selling dog meat these days. I heard that there was a 3rd resettlement battalion last time. This time another one popped out. A few survivors came to the 3rd resettlement camp by wading through the mountains and rivers through the signs along the road. This was also due to the large number of zombies swept away by the tide of corpses. They did not dare to go out at ordinary times. But from top to bottom revealed a sense of impropriety. What? Suddenly, there was a soft drink from a distance. When they followed the sound, there were several rows of female soldiers wearing military green shirts, training under the leadership of a handsome guy, and a bunch of men gathered next to the open space to watch the excitement. Oh my god, they still have female soldiers here. This is too formal. A girl covered her mouth and said in surprise, but the uncle with a small beard just now curled her lips and said contemptuously, "What female soldier, you still have too little knowledge. Pan Liang Tiashan, this is not a soldier, it is clear that the drunkard's intention is not to drink, which big man used to pick the harem." No wonder. The girl nodded suddenly, but the soldier in a camouflage uniform, big brother, should be real. Cut, you just see him look good. The mustache lowered his voice and said, "Don't look at his muscles, he also showed his arms. I knew at a glance that he was eating creatine in the gym, training dead muscles. It's all fist and embroidered legs, I don't want to brag. It's a pretty good one. It's a little white-faced embryo, but I can tell you, this kind of rabbit is usually contracted by someone else, otherwise, how could it be mixed with a bunch of women? It makes sense, I'm still knowledgeable." A young man quickly picked up his stinky feet. Unexpectedly, a group of female soldiers started running around the mountain. When they passed by them, the girl fell down with a weak ah and ran to the back of Song. June happened to hold her in a hurry, and she was speechless. The girl didn't say thank you, but her eyes were like 2 little peach hearts, and she looked like spring is coming. It was clear at a glance whether the female soldier was pretending. The mustache stopped talking, and quickly walked towards the gathering place. Wow, there is actually a moat. This canal seems to have just been brought in. The gathering place took a lot of effort to bring the river water over. The amount of work is not low, but Wang Vajra did not say that the moat was beautiful and high, so he just sent all the workers who built the wall to dig the canal. Although it looks like a small river ditch, on the whole, it seems that even feng shui has changed. Feng shui is not just one phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, one water. Routine inspection. Passing the wooden bridge, several staff in uniform smiled and said, "Before entering the city, we must first check whether you are infected with corpse poison, and then check whether you have brought some contraband. If any, we will confiscate it. There is no rule to make a circle. With the previous failure experience, they no longer dare to let people in casually, otherwise no matter how strong the fortress is, it may be broken from the inside. You are also a coincidence. In the future, you will have to submit all the materials for valuation. The simple inspection is also for everyone's safety considerations. I hope you can understand." Understanding, a few people walked into the gathering place in a daze, followed by a wave of survivors. The staff's service attitude was still so polite, making them seem to be back before the disaster, and instantly felt that the entire resettlement camp had become reliable. However, the girl's eyes lit up and she ran in one direction like Sahuaner. It was useless for her mustache to stop her, she only saw 3 words written on a table: recruitment office. Master, what use are you fishing for? You can't eat it. You don't understand, fishing can cultivate sentiment, exercise patience, and become more calm. Of course, the most important thing is that you can see many survivors who have entered the city from here. You only see me fishing, but you don't know the route of my fishing. It's not the fish pond in front of you. Learn something, apprentice, you should learn more. Lu Sanxian was not talking about it, but suddenly a voice appeared in his mind. Don't go fishing, you hurry up and give me sleep, I have something important to tell you. Are you resurrected full of blood? The old zombie stopped speaking again when he finished speaking, but Lu Sanxian was so happy. The old zombie was still there, which meant that his life was guaranteed. He quickly dumped the fish and the bucket into the ditch and flushed. Wang Song said, if you have nothing to do, go play, I can't teach you fishing today, you. Unexpectedly, Lalu suddenly felt dizzy, tilted his head and fell down. Wang Song hurriedly grabbed him and didn't let him fall into the water. Fuck, master, don't scare me. Are you having heat stroke? Are you sick? Lu Sanxian rushed to the old Zong in a rage, grabbing his collar and shouting, I can't wait for a while, what's the matter? Labor and capital almost fell to feed the corpse fish. But old zombie looked excited and said, I really have good news. I have news from Gao Jia. She is in Jiangchang now. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Lu Sanxian said inexplicably, you will know the news of Gao Jia as soon as you are resurrected? Don't tell me that you can still hun and believe the body. It happened to be a trip to Jiangcheng during this period of time. Listen to me slowly, don't worry, we are all civilized people. Old zombie broke off his hand, and at the same time a group of small floating black spots suddenly appeared among them. Old zombie pointed to one of them and said, this is Gajia's location. You can see it by comparing it with the map. She happens to be in Jiangcheng. What's the meaning? To put it simply, any woman who has ever slept with you has a mark for them, no matter they reach the end of the world, you can know where they are immediately when they come to me. Lao Zong explained in an unhurried manner, look, this spot is Li Ro, this spot is the little internet celebrity who just entered the gathering place 2 days ago, and these little black spots, I don't remember it. Whoever is there, we will clear them one by one when there are too many. This is just hanging up. Lu Sanxian was shocked and said, according to you, as long as I have enough heads, theoretically I can get a map of the world? In theory, this is the case, but your body can't hold it, and I will regularly delete some irrelevant. Why didn't you say it earlier? F***CK. Don't scold your mother. Old Zong winked and said, isn't Gao Jia in Dongshan? I'm afraid you would have lost your life in the past and hurt me. Who knows that when I woke up, she arrived in Jiangcheng so soon. 3,000. God helps me too, you can get the elixir by the way. That's really smooth. Lu Sanxian squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth, just as the old Zong recovered, and he asked why the use of zombie blood could not have the slightest effect. Who expected the old Zong to immediately contempt? How can the problem of riding horses appear in your mouth? You forgot that I released so much corpse energy back then, and I didn't see ordinary people immune to corpse poison. The key point is the immortality. Only stuff can really restrain the corpse poison of the zombies. If you think about it, as long as you go to Jiangcheng to get the elixir, survivors from all over the world have to come and lick your ass. Bubble water alone has such a sufficient effect. If you just soak a few cups for your relatives, friends, wives and concubines, it is not much better than some symbiont upgraded people? Lu Sanxian was silent, and Lao Zhang knew at a glance that he had specified that he was moved, and smiled. You go back and think about it, I won't say more, lest it affect you. Go back, sleep outside and be careful catch a cold. F***CK off. After scolding the last sentence, Lu Sanxian opened his eyes, only to find that a group of people appeared in front of him. He quickly closed his eyes again, only to hear Li Yajing asked anxiously, what's the matter? He has never done this before, there is no secret wound, right? My master was fine when he was fishing, and suddenly said that he wanted to sleep, and then he couldn't wake up. It may be due to overwork or fainting due to temporary ischemia and hypoxia caused by excessive exercise.
Song Jun frowned and said, but Wang Song said anxiously, why don't you give my master a personal breath? I watched this on TV. Maybe it will be useful? Good apprentice. Lu Sanxian wanted to jump up and give Wang Song a big hug.
Li Yajing said shyly, he is my brother-in-law, I'm definitely not allowed. Sister Yuchi, you two come? Wang Song hurriedly said, no, Shichi is too young to know this.
It is easy to hurt my master.
My master smokes lungs because it is not good.
If it blows up, it will be troublesome. Or Sister Yu. Is this okay?
Huang Jiayu bit her lip, her face flushed a lot. Lu Sanxian's heart was beating violently, and it was the first time he encountered a story like artificial respiration, and he was immediately excited.
He didn't think that everything was ready, it was just a kiss. Song Jun said empathetically, what are you talking about?
Although he passed out, his breathing is still steady. Artificial respiration does not work at all, you guys.
Now he can only wake up slowly, or wait for the doctor to come over. It's okay, let's try it. If you try you'll know if it will work. Huang Jiayu whispered, but Song Jun shook his head, it's really useless. If you don't do it properly, it's easy to disrupt his original smooth breathing. It's all gone. Just leave Wang Song here to guard.
Lu Sanxian really almost exploded his lungs. Song Jun usually talks less like a stuffy oil bottle, but now he deliberately contradicts him with one sentence after another. His mood at this time is the same as that of Lao Wang eating pepper, but when everything came to this point, Huang Jiayu had no choice but to give up.
Cough, cough, cough.
Lu Sanxian simply pretended to cough twice, his eyes opened slightly, and he woke up as if he had just woke up from a big dream.
Chapter 053. What? Are you leaving?
Wang Vajra almost spewed a sip of tea, while Lu Sanxian sneaked away from the lighter on his desk.
Brother, you really can't get through your life, isn't it okay to stay here? Don't let the opportunity to become bigger and stronger.
You have to go and find sins.
You can't listen to someone chewing the roots of your tongue, right? Nothing. Lu Sanxian smiled and said, didn't I tell you a long time ago? I'm here to find someone. Now the person I'm looking for has already gone to Jiangcheng. I must find her again. Not coming back. Real? Really can't be true.
Lu Sanxian continued, but you have to take care of the other people.
I'm not here for this period of time.
I'm afraid they will cause some trouble, and if there are corpses attacking the city, you can just run away.
Listening to you, do you plan to not bring anyone? Otherwise, it's troublesome to take anyone.
I'll go alone, and I'll come back right away if I find someone. Lu Sanxian suddenly said with a serious face, now the gathering place is getting better and better, and you put on the big gold watch again, you can no longer use the set in the industrial park, otherwise the next Jiang Tao will have to appear.
I understand, you can go with peace of mind. I also need to go.
Suddenly a few guys who were eavesdropping outside immediately banged open the door and fell into a ball. Why should the people who followed him spread their hands and face helplessly, but Li Yajing quickly said, Uncle Lu, you need my sister for sure.
Take me. Yes, master, you can't leave me, I'm the only one of my relatives. Go. Go. What's the matter with you?
Lu Sanxian said in a huff, I have to be a nanny with you. I dragged a few oil bottles abruptly, and they all stepped on the horse to stay here for me. I'm not a kid anymore, so what are you doing with me?
Li Yajing frowned slightly, you just want to take the opportunity to go out and fuck. Auntie, where did I get so much effort? You think I'm really okay? That's it. Just stay here with peace of mind. I will find Gao Jia and come back immediately. No need to give it away, Roro, hurry back, why are you crying? Come and kiss first.
At the gate of the city, Lu Sanxian kept consoling Li Ro.
No wonder Li Ro was sad and finally reunited.
It didn't take long for him to separate again. What's more, Lu Sanxian still went to find a friend if he changed to someone else.
At least he had to be beaten.
Unexpectedly, Leroy wiped her tears, gently sorted out Lu Sanxian's clothes, and said, "Be careful, come back early, the Chinese New Year will be around soon, and I will wait for you to have a New Year's Eve dinner." "Okay, I will definitely come back." Lu Sanxian smiled and waved to everyone, turned around and left. One person slashed a motorcycle and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. However, as soon as he left, a group of children, big and small, were as happy as they were having summer vacation, and they wanted to set off 2 firecrackers, respectively, always in September. Memories are the sadness of missing the motorbike is fast, and the lyrics of Lao Lu Han become intermittent. There are fewer zombies on the road than before. Many survivors can still be seen poking out of the house every 3 to 5. Lu Sanxian pointed out to them. After showing the way, he drove in the direction of Jiangcheng non-stop. Fuck, how come there are black fog areas everywhere? Almost all walks are small roads, and the national highway can be open from time to time, but the black fog seems to be everywhere. When the terrain is open, there will be a black fog area. He can only detour, and he does not dare to go too far. Swagger, the modified subwoofer on the motorcycle, did not turn the volume to the highest level. If you don't want to save people, if you want to survive, go to the 3rd resettlement camp and follow the signs to get there. However, there are too many survivors, like cockroaches, who are tenacious survivors. If he saves one by one, he will not be able to reach Jiangcheng this year. At most he will save people just when he is resting. Dude, help me look at the map, where is this place? After running for 2 days, Lu Sanxian finally couldn't help but buckle the door of a room where the survivors lived. The man was also terrified. He opened it a little in fright, but he was still hung with an anti-theft chain. "You are the brother who just opened the ghost fire. What's the matter? I don't have any food here." "I'm just asking for directions. By the way, stay overnight. I wonder if the donor can make it convenient." Lu Sanxian's eyes were green. Who would have thought that there was a beautiful girl standing behind the guy, and Chu Chu said pitifully, "Brother, don't let him in, he doesn't look like a good person at first sight." "Don't tell me, brother, I can take you out." Old Lu quickly stopped the door with his hand, and licked the boy's hand with his mouth without being ashamed. The boy's disgusting expression changed, but old Lu took the opportunity to get Huya in. The firmness of Huya was not covered. When the guy wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door, it became a big problem. Old Lu threw in a lot of food and said, "Believe my eldest uncle, I am a very good person. If you don't believe me, take a look at my certificate. I am the captain of the number 1 Brigade of Dongshan number 3 Resettlement Camp." Real or fake? After a dazed effort, Lu Sanxian cut off the door lock with tiger teeth and got in, and said nonsense to the two of them. "Quickly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door, wait for the zombies to come in. You sit down for me, don't move." The young man took a baseball bat and said tremblingly to Lu Sanxian, while old Lu was already sitting on the sofa and picked up a few melon seeds. "That's the food we just found." The guy saw him take out a gun from his waist and put it on the coffee table, and the baseball bat fell to the ground in shock. "You're welcome, come and eat, I have a lot of things in my bag." Lu Sanxian laid out the food generously and said with a smile, "I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to stay here for one night. By the way, I would like to ask you, where exactly is this place? Does it count as Jiangcheng?" "This is Jiangcheng." The guy sighed and said solemnly, "Look where you want to go. Jiangcheng has become a dark fog area, but the Jiangcheng resettlement camp is nearby, but we haven't made it." "That's right, I am going there too, and I can take you with me by the way." "So many zombies, where are you sure?" "Isn't that simple? Whist can't take it with you, then change to another one." Lu Sanxian laughed and said, "Just leave me alone. Just sleep. I slept with a litter of zombies last night. The good guy stinks to me, so I still have to sleep in a living room. Sister, you go to bed first, I'll guard it for you." The guy looked at Lu Sanxian guardingly, but Lu Sanxian said innocently, No, you won't really treat me like that kind of beast, don't worry, I promise not to leave the living room for a step. If I lied to you, curse me for getting corpse poison, right? By the way, where do you usually take a bath, to save trouble and wash together?" "I don't mind." Fortunately, Lu Sanxian was considered a decent gentleman. Even if the boy fell asleep in the middle of the night, he didn't take the opportunity to do anything else. In fact, he fell asleep early for the purpose of meeting the old Zong in his dream. Old Zombie could talk to him freely in his dream, but if he had to spend a lot of energy in normal times, the two of them once again determined the location of the tomb, and planned to go to the field to survey again tomorrow.
I haven't gotten a good rest. Lu Sanqian, who woke up early in the morning, patted the boy's face.
The boy Haratsi left a place.
He was probably still in a dream. He finally woke up after being photographed.
When he woke up, he was a sharp spirit, and he crawled back on the ground.
It seems that the young girl in the season has met the Liuzi. What is your reaction?
Hurry up and call your sister, clean up, I will take you to the Jiangcheng resettlement camp.
Wait, let me discuss it with my little sister. Ma Lu's elder brother. Lu Sanqian was reluctant to give up a little bit of money to take advantage of.
He could call his uncle and never call his brother. He watched the two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door to discuss matters. He happened to go downstairs and sculpted an off-road vehicle with zombies, Grand Theft Auto. He dragged the zombies out of the car as if they were his own.
Why don't these zombies bite you?
The two men who looked down from the window had their eyes wide open, and wondered why the zombies wandering around looked like nothing.
Lu Sanqian winked his eyes and said, "Have you seen each other's baby?"
"Actually, I am a 6-baby invisible baby, no super do I dare to boast about my ability and take you away in Haikao?
Hurry up.
If you miss this village, you won't have this shop."
The guy naturally didn't believe it, but he thought about getting in the car again and again.
He took the cigarette passed by Lu Sanqian, took a few puffs, lay down in the back seat and relaxed and said, "My name is Zhou Liang, and my little sister's name is Zhou Linlin."
"What is Deja's name?" "Lu Sanqian, Lu Bang's Lu, Bell 3000's 3000.
Lu Sanqian smiled and said, "Your little sister is pretty. Your boyfriend should be dead, right? How old is this year?"
"She's 21, she doesn't have a boyfriend yet, it's a coincidence."
"I don't have a boyfriend phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme."
"Fasten my seatbelt. I'm going to start driving."
The old driver went on the road really extraordinary. Without saying a word, he killed a zombie with a big head to help cheer. The brain was splashed on the windshield and it was yellow and green. The wiper wiped for a long time. Because there was no glass, the more the water was scraped, the wider the range. Zhou Linlin did it immediately. "When I vomit," Lu Sanqian wickedly handed her a can of Wangzi's milk and said, "Sorry, it's okay, drink this jar of milk and forget the cub." After that, the off-road vehicle immediately resembled a running wild horse, galloping as fast as before. No matter how many wandering zombies in front of them, the zombies were also stunned, and they were crushed by the wheels accidentally, and what's more, it stuck directly on the tire and turned into a whirlpool.
The direction is reversed. To the right is the direction to the resettlement camp.
Zhou Liang thought he had confessed the wrong way and quickly reminded him, but Lu Sanqian said, "Wait first, I have something to do on the left, and I will take you to the resettlement camp later." After the off-road vehicle drove for half an hour, Lu Sanqian stopped the car suddenly, stood on top of a pile of dirt and frowned, and said, "It's not right, why is the black fog area so large?"
"Where are you going?"
"Except for the black fog area, there are mountains beyond sight."
"Written when I was drunk, I don't know if there is any problem, I'll see it tomorrow." "Old Zong, have you seen it?"
"It's really not that I don't want to go. I can't make it through riding a horse.
If you take a detour, the black fog shouldn't appear in the mountains."
Old Zombie hurriedly said, unable to take care of the wasting energy, but Lu Sanqian shook his head and said, "You take a good look, even if you are not in the dark fog area, I would not dare to rush in with such a number of zombies.
Advanced.
Besides, Zhang Cheng can just see what the official resettlement camp looks like." The old Zong stopped speaking, but Zhou Liang had a cold sweat on his back during the day. He couldn't figure out who Lu Sanqian was talking to when he tried to break his head. Look at the piece of soil on which he was standing.
Big grave pile.
What did you just hear? Lu Sanqian stared at him angrily, purely trying to scare him. Zhou Liang's lips were white, and he shook his head quickly. "No, I didn't hear anything, I'll go to the bathroom first." After speaking, he walked back to the tree without abandonment. Lu Sanqian returned to the car, spread his hands at the car, and Zhou Linlin, who came out to breathe, smiled and said, "Sister, I have a good body. Have you ever practiced yoga?" After hearing this, Zhou Linlin immediately retracted her hand, holding her bulging chest and pretending to be calm. "No, my brother, where did you get him? Didn't he want to create a space for the two of us?" The corner of Lu Sanqian's mouth hooked like Nike, but he suddenly pounced at him, and threw Zhou Linlin on the ground, making her breathless, like a little white rabbit held by a big bad wolf. Anxiously, Zhou Linlin could only take a bite. "Fuck!" Lu Sanqian jumped up like a spring, and was actually bitten on the tender meat on his neck, but fortunately, his skin was thick, and although it hurt, he did not bite. Zhou Linlin's red eyes slapped him again, but Zhou Liang, who was surprised to pee, suddenly shouted stop. Zhou Linlin was puzzled and afraid. Puff! Huya instantly pierced into the big mouth of a weird zombie torn apart. The zombie spit out acid, and the weeds on the ground were corroded into slag by the acid. If it wasn't for Lu Sanqian just to block Zhou Linlin's head was need to burn out the hole. "Hey, why do you still have this kind of zombies here, the whole gaping girl?" Lao Lu gasped with pain, his hair disappeared, and an Armani jacket he finally got was burned into a honeycomb. The girl with a normal appearance is definitely not a corpse clan, but even the self-proclaimed zombie expert has never seen this ghost stuff, and Zhou Liang has never been out, even more confused. Reluctantly counted as a second level. "Sorry, brother Lu, I don't know." Zhou Linlin immediately apologized, but Lu Sanqian said angrily, "Labor and management are kind to save you. You slapped me when you stepped on the horse." I apologized. If an apology is useful, why the police do it? Forget it, it's up to you. The two are also poor, it's better to pay for the meat. Brother Lu, don't be kidding, my sister really didn't mean it. Zhou Liang hurriedly stepped forward and said, "You adults don't care about villains, my sister is still young, forget it, hurry up and get in the car. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of people's dangers and gets ridiculous. But I have to say, sister, your mouth is really fragrant, and then let you bite. I'm happy with one bite." Lu Sanqian winked her eyebrows like an idiot. Zhou Linlin didn't dare to say anything and got in the car, and people like Lu Sanqian were humble and panicked. Even if she met a pretty girl, she had to babble even if she was not ready to go down. I have to say that he is clean and self-conscious. Two locals who knew the approximate direction showed the way, and they arrived at the Jiangchang resettlement camp in a short time. Even a few kilometers away, you could see all kinds of material teams and soldiers in military uniforms. The soldiers were prepared to see the zombies. Kill, for fear that the zombies gather together to form a tide of corpses. There are checkpoints every section of the road, in addition to professional. About how many people are in the resettlement camp? I don't know, but it wasn't long before the corpse poison broke out that there were hundreds of thousands. Now it can only be more. TSK, to be honest, I can't believe there are so many living people. Lu Sanqian was speechless, but Zhou Liang said with a smile, "Jiangchang is the capital of our province anyway. It has a large population and an army stationed there. There must be a lot of big guns, not to mention the surrounding counties and cities after the disaster. The first choice in the district is definitely here. It is not normal if there are few people." That's true. As a result, Zhou Liang's words became more familiar. The vehicles slowly slowed down, and there were astonishingly many vehicles coming and going. In the blink of an eye, I saw a magnificent city, situated on the plain like a fortress. Among them, it seems indestructible. My dear, it's really not an exaggeration at all. My God, this is too big. The walls of the resettlement camp are tens of meters high, even if the lowest point is more than a dozen meters. The whole world is so fast that our country can build such a tall city wall in such a short period of time. Brother and sister Zhou Liang can't help but admire, causing passers-by to sneer that have never seen the world. The car randomly found an open space to stop. Lu Sanqian carried a large bag of things and walked to the gate. Only then did the brothers and sisters discover that Lu Sanqian was really a good person, and even their share was prepared. Now, quickly put it up and followed up. Routine inspection. The two middle-aged men in overalls looked like arrogant, completely different from the resettlement camp in Hongsha County. and stopped the 3 people entering the city.
Put things here, come and check your body. My buddy, shouldn't I need to check this knife?
Just your toy knife, no one picks it up when you throw it on the ground. Besides, I don't care about it anymore, just walk away. The staff waved their hands impatiently, and the food was dragged into the house by carts. The 3 of them had checked separately. Who knew that there was a temperature measurement?
Lu Sanqian was afraid of something wrong and just wanted to slip.
But suddenly he heard the old zone's calm voice, "Don't worry, leave it to me."
Interesting little brother, you did this.
Lu Sanqian suddenly felt that the old stiff was really reliable, and the thermometer came over, and his body temperature was still a little low, and passed the test if he was surprised, and then a few sisters helped them to register, and they also had no good expressions. After all, they all have iron rice bowls, and a few ordinary people who have just entered the city, unless you are particularly awesome, you will never want to climb to a high place for the rest of your life.
This is your ID card. Don't lose it. You won't be able to make it up at that time. Sooner or later, you will be caught.
The girl shortened his money and said, "Go out from here to window C to get food coupons."
You can only use this in the resettlement camp. Fuck, you can't stand so much? The grain shrank immediately after putting it in.
If ordinary grain was equivalent, it didn't matter how much other canned foods were exchanged.
In the end, Lu Sanqian got only 250 caddies of food stamps. The other 2 add up to less than 150. But when I think about it, I'm relieved. I don't know how much food will shrink when I think about it. Zhou Liang looked at the food stamps stamped in his hand and the identification card with simple information, and asked Lu Sanqian blankly, "Brother Lu, what are you going to do next?"
"First find a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme, then find someone, but let's just leave here, it is not convenient for me to find someone to bring you."
Lu Sanqian said solemnly, "If it wasn't for your little sister's beauty, I wouldn't have brought you in at all. I'm good enough for you, so I will work hard in the future and try to get a mix of them. Come look like."
"Ah, just scattered here." Okay, Zhou Liang was a little disappointed at once. After all, old Lu chopped up zombies to cut tofu with ease. Who knows that he finally hugged his thigh, but his thigh ran so fast, and he was not good to follow with his face. If little sister was brutally killed, he has to regret it all his life.
The 3 separated. Lu Sanqian wandered around the resettlement camp while looking for a house.
After inquiring about it, he knew that the survivors called the resettlement camp Ronqing.
In Ronqing, the survivors' days were not so good, except for those who had iron.
Apart from the staff at the job, there are nothing more than 2 ways out. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme go out of the city to collect supplies or do physical work. Even the physical work may not fall on you.
There are too many people.
Ronqing looks big, but it actually accommodates 300,000 people. The slums, large and small, are connected to each other, and they are on the edge of Ronqing like a hidden dirt.
It's not easy to mess anywhere.
There was not enough money in his pocket, so Lu Sanqian had to find a rented house that looked broken and rotten.
Who knew it was full of Ying and Yen Yen?
The old bastard and the wolf saw their fleshy eyes straight up.
Fortunately, he runs fast. Otherwise, who can handle this test of cadres?
After wandering around, after some bargaining, Lao Lu finally rented a house at a fairly cheap price, went in without doing anything, didn't think the bedding was dirty, and went to sleep with his head up.
Gao Jia is really in Jiangqing resettlement camp.
Lao Zhang said excitedly, as if Gao Jia was his wife. "Wait, I'll draw a map for you.
Remember it first, and draw it later when you go out.
Don't make a mistake, I don't want to sleep several times a day." When he woke up, he found paper and pen and drew it again.
The approximate location was immediately figured out.
Without further ado, he hurried out, took the map and went out.
This resettlement camp is really big.
According to the map, when it was dark, Lu Sanqian finally reached the location where Gao Jia was. Unexpectedly, the surrounding environment had changed.
There was no one wandering around.
Both sides of the highway were full of luxury cars with clean roads.
There are no plastic bags. As he was walking, a security guard came over and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? What are you sneaking up here?" "I'm looking for someone. Can you help me see if it's here?
Lu Sanxian put the map phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the security guard's face.
Chapter 055 Mansion 1. What do you show me? Take it away.
The security guard glanced subconsciously, but suddenly realized why he was here, and quickly pushed him away and took out a rubber stick and said, "Stand up for me, do you know where this is?
Just look at you and know how to buy it.
Can't afford the room here, show me your ID card."
You don't have the right to see my ID card, do you?
Lu Sanxian put away the map and said with a smile, but when a patrolling policeman passed by, the security guard immediately snorted, "Okay, you kid asked for it." Then he ran to the policeman in police uniform and said, "Police officer, this man has been sneaking around here for a long time.
I suspect he is plotting wrong. Take out your ID card."
The police squinted his eyes, but lowered his hands to his waist, ready to take a gun.
The pistol Lu Sanxian brought from the gathering place was taken in as soon as he entered the city.
He quickly took out his ID card and said with a smile, "Comrade, sorry, I'm new here, I don't understand the rules, I don't know where this is. I got my relatives to make a mistake and came here, but the address she gave me is indeed here. If you don't believe me, take a look, I'm looking for relatives." No wonder the police spoke better than the security guards, took his ID card, looked at his face several times, and said politely, "Are you sure your relatives phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblib slash phoneme here? This is the wealthy area, number 1 mansion, where they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblib slash phoneme. People are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme rich or expensive, and ordinary people are not allowed to come in, especially if you still have a knife in your clothes, so let's go first and let me do you a favor."
"Thank you, officer."
"Wait, here is my business card." The police stopped him again and handed the business card to him. "You should see if you can contact your relatives. We are patrolling here and we don't know the information of the head of the household, but if you have anything, you can contact me."
"Help."
"Okay, I will definitely look for you after I find my third aunt."
After Lu Sanxian thanked him, he ran out quickly. No wonder this place was small.
It turned out to be a wealthy area. The young police probably let him go after hearing that he had relatives here. Of course, the most important thing was that his ID card was confirmed.
It's new.
If you have been to Rongqing long ago, and you still run here to find relatives, no one believes it. That business card, with the basic information of the young policeman written on it Hongziyu, was only 27 years old according to the date of birth.
Maybe it would really come in handy in the future.
He put the business card in his pocket. However, he was actually still outside the number 1 mansion and didn't go in. It was all blocked in there, and he could only show proof if he wanted to go in. Looking at it from a distance, there are constantly luxury cars driving in, beautiful women wearing cheongsams like a concubine from the Republic of China, getting out of the car with a swaying buttocks, surrounded by bodyguards.
Tsk Tusk, it's not easy to get in, but you can't get out after going over the wall. Lu Sanxian frowned and rubbed his chin.
There were guards, police officers, and soldiers with real guns and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme ammunition in the number 1 mansion a certain distance away. I don't even know how many secret guards there are.
Unless he is not discovered, he simply says no.
It is clear that he will also have conscience uneasy if he causes casualties for no reason. Why are the little fairies running here, the rich area? It's quite big. You can betray your hue and let those lonely and boudoir aunts and wives take you in.
Yeah, I will use idioms indiscriminately.
Lu Sanxian was not surprised when I heard the old zombie talking again, when there was still nothing serious, but Lao Diaoma was also a restless master, and no one talked except Lu Sanxian on weekdays.
"Oh, I think, but it's easy to get caught for doing this kind of thing."
Lu Sanxian sighed, and Lao Zong hurriedly offlined after saying a word. He could only return to the rental house the same way.
Guru ho tue.
Early in the morning, Lu Sanxian, who was shirtless and brushing his teeth in the house, bought a second-hand mobile phone. There is also no trace of floating flesh, and the skin is full of criss-cross scars, scratches and bites from zombies, shots or various weapons, scratches from girls, etc., which is by no means a level that ordinary people can reach.
What is noisy? What is the song in the early morning?
What about you? Deaf. The landlady opened the door angrily, but she was surprised by Lu Sanxian's scars and she didn't finish her words.
Lu Sanxian put on her inner armor and clothes, and she didn't have a good air. You also know how noisy, this place is so expensive, it is not soundproof at all, and the 2 rooms next to it are blazing. Why didn't you go in and let them keep their noise down? I suspect that the little note from last night was you stuffed it in. Ha, the best house you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in is as much as you want. If you don't like it, you can buy a house in the rich area. What kind of rent can I rent? What about my stuff? Don't order if you have the ability. The landlady raised her eyebrows and said angrily, as soon as I was full, I said that the food was poor, and the service was not good after wearing my pants. All good things were taken up by you. If you don't have sound insulation, what's the matter? Well, there is still a face to make trouble with me. Okay, I'll shut it down right away. You are too slippery. Lu Sanxian bowed to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme, quickly turned off the music, poured a cup of tea, and smiled for her. Sister, is that what I want to buy in the rich area? But I just came here and I really don't understand the rules here. Yesterday I went to Mansion 1. You are quite courageous. If you accidentally provoke the people in the wealthy area, it will make you worse off than death. The landlady drank a sip of tea and said with a calm expression, don't believe it. They want to kill you in here, just like squeezing an ant, but I don't think you are an ordinary person. You have so many scars before. Soldiers? No, I used to do massage, and all the scars on my back were pulled out by cupping. Lao Lu opened his eyes and said nonsense, and the landlady snorted coldly, you go to the grave and burn the newspaper, fooling you? I really know how to massage. Come and press it for me. It happens that my shoulders are sore these days. Then I have to charge, at least 1 or 2 days room rate will be deducted. Lu Sanxian walked over with a smile. The landlady looked pretty good, but the makeup was too deliberate, coupled with a little plump. The novice driver couldn't handle it at all. If you need, well, it's not bad. Don't worry about this. I am a well-known masseuse in Dongshan. My colleagues call me blind. Although I am not really blind masseurs have always been the highest honor of our industry. Lu Sanxian helped the landlady rub her shoulders like kneading noodles. His hands were so strong that the landlady's face changed because of the pain, but old Lu continued, you are too tired on weekdays, so I clicked you can't stand the pain, but don't worry, when I finish pressing, I promise to make you full of energy and rejuvenate. As long as a man sees you, he will never walk. Hee, just blow it. Hearing this, son and daughter landlord completely relaxed, she sighed. Actually, they all say that I have a very good foundation, but they just can't control their mouths. As the saying goes, I'm so fat that I'm so fat in face. My child has been fat for several laps. Unless you can just massage to make me lose weight, then I can still believe your nonsense, eh? Why didn't you press it? If I can make you lose weight, how are you going to repay me? Lu Sanxian suddenly came up with a good idea, but the landlady shook her head and said, forget it, the way you said is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme to keep your mouth shut or to move your legs away. Who doesn't know? Come on, I should go too. If you press it well, I will save you a day's room bill. After finishing speaking, he was going to leave, but Lu Sanxian put her on the sofa and said nonsense, who said that there are only 2 methods. I wonder if you have heard of ancient massage. Ancient massage? Yes, ancient massage, scientific weight loss, things that our ancestors researched, almost lost, but I happen to be one of the descendants. Lu Sanxian said sternly, it's just that the requirements for the massage subject are too high. Most people can't use this method. They can only be so fat in their lives. But you are different. You are a standard beauty embryo. As long as you cooperate, I can let you lose weight immediately. You're not fooling me, are you? I can tell you, you really lied to me. Don't want to rent this house. The landlady's eyes were shining, and she seemed to be a little doubtful, but Lu Sanxian smiled and said, do I have to lie to you? Come on, don't worry about the real and fake ones. It's not difficult to try, if you don't. Success, I know what you want to do. How should I do? Just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes. In this way, if you open your eyes and break the rules handed down by our ancestors, I learned the past secretly. I am going to pull a piece of cloth to cover your eyes. You know that I called yesterday. What do you do?
Good. The landlady's voice was a little trembling, her heart thumped and she closed her eyes as he said, and then he heard Lu Sanchen loudly saying, "Cover the landlord big sister with a white cloth."
Old Zong, help out, it's up to you if you can do it. With a grumbling, Lu Sanchen picked up Huya. When he was in the industrial park, he discovered that Huya can absorb grease. If he controls well, he can give the landlady liposuction under the banner of a massage. There are almost no side effects. Has it started?
The landlady, whose eyes were covered, was a little more flustered, but Lu Sanchen said softly, "Don't worry, it will be soon, let me take off your clothes first."
This kind of massage needs to be pressed tightly.
Skin, don't be nervous, what's the matter, I'll do it myself. The landlady took off her clothes very boldly, leaving only the underwear inside, her plump figure at a glance, but Lu Sanchen had a professional ethic, and she never touched her.
I'm going to start.
His large, calm and powerful hand pressed against the landlady's shoulder. Lu Sanchen's left hand massaged the same as before, but his right hand held the back of a tiger's tooth, leaning tremblingly against the landlady's skin. The landlady suddenly let out a soft snort, and the strange feeling made her face become ruddy. "Sorry, you are very comfortable and effective."
Don't talk, feel with your heart. Lu Sanchen simply didn't even need a massage.
With the help of Lao Zong, he became more comfortable with using Huya, but Lao Zong couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that a treasured sword with countless murders would be in Lu Sanchen's hands?
It has become a medical device for weight loss.
If the tomb of the craftsman who made this knife is still there, maybe everyone will jump out of the grave with anger.
Okay, I think it's enough, stop it.
A steady stream of grease was absorbed on the blade of Huya, and disappeared in a blink of an eye, and the skin was still as smooth as before losing weight. I don't know if this thing has special effects.
The landlady's complexion looks abnormal, as if she is ripe apple couldn't stop telling him to stop. Almost. Lu Sanchen put Huya aside and took off the white cloth from the landlady's face. Now I can put on the clothes. Do you feel like you're sweating a lot?
In addition to grease, Huya also brought out a lot of moisture and impurities, which remained on the surface of the skin, which was slippery and disgusting. According to the setting in the fantasy novel, it would be washing the muscles and cutting the marrow, and the landlady panted wildly. Angry, but suddenly ran out of the door, too late to say thank you. But Lu Sanchen knew that she was running home to take a shower, and took a cigarette and sat in a chair waiting.
As expected, the landlady ran back after waiting for half an hour. As soon as she walked in, she was overjoyed and said, "You are really my lucky star.
I actually really lost weight, and I lost more than 20 caddies. Look, I have lost my face, and the pants I just wore are a lot bigger, and I should lose weight.
The place is thin, and the place that should be fat is the same as before. You are really amazing. Didn't I tell you earlier, your foundation is here, you are originally a beauty."
This is because Lu Sanchen has restrained a lot, otherwise he can suck her alive, but 20 gene is still a bit exaggerated, so he has to look serious, that is to say, your physique is good.
Other people will lose half a caddy after being massaged by me. Don't brag about it.
Otherwise, others will come to me and find that you don't have the same effect as you.
I can't say it, sir. I can't do it myself. I know.
The landlady winked her eyebrows and said, "I said it took hundreds of presses to get the effect like today."
Thank you this time. You can ask for anything you want, and I promise to accept it all. Let's get the room free of charge first.
Lu Sanchen smiled and said, "This request is not too much, but don't be too happy too early.
After the massage, you must eat more and drink more water. Don't think about getting fat. I'll give you another press." "That's fine, otherwise you'll break down, don't blame me for not reminding you." Exempt, but are you really asking for that?"
The landlady bit her lip charmingly. Her body has changed a lot, and she is hooked up with the beauty. At the same time, she has the proud capital that ordinary people don't have. As the so-called butt is bigger than the shoulders, she has beaten the living gods.
Can't help it. 4,000 words.
Lu Sanchen punched the landlady on the bed with a smile and said, "The charter wife, why is there no water again?"
However, the landlady did not reply.
The door to the window was locked tightly, and the sound of a cat scratching in the room penetrates the bone. I don't know how long it took before the landlady put the quilt on and said in horror, "I can't do it anymore. It's really bad. It's really amazing. For the first time, I feel that my legs are missing. Forgive me, my lord." However, Lu Sanxian caught a post-event cigarette with both hands, and said amusedly, "You have a sharp mouth. It's only a few times and it won't work." "Oh, I didn't sleep last night, okay." The landlady lay on the bed and said in a daze, "Oh, you just reminded me of my husband, but unfortunately he has been dead for several years. There is a boyfriend here, but that guy is just thinking about my money and house all day long. If he really got the house in his hands, he would dare to bring a woman to the house immediately. You still have to find someone reliable who said no, but I also see that we don't have that life, and I can't force it. Some people have said that my husband was killed by me. Fart, it's your husband's bad life. I used to work part-time, you have a proper face." Lu Sanchen lay halfway beside her, dragged her smooth neck with his arm, and asked, "I'll tell you the truth, I actually came to see my wife, but she seems to be living in mansion number 1. I can't reach her for a while. Mansion number 1, that would be troublesome." The landlady frowned and said, "Don't think my words are unpleasant. Let me ask you, how long have you been apart from your wife?" You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in mansion number 1, unless she is very rich, or it's okay, she has relatives here, I know that. Lu Sanxian waved his hand and said, "But I'm an ordinary person, it's hard to inquire. You are so rich, are there any high-ranking officials or the like among the people you usually contact?" Don't look at me like this, in fact, no one can afford to look at it at all. There are a few sisters who have a good relationship, and they are all in the same situation as mine. At most, 1 or 2 are juniors of the city defense army. The landlady shook her head, and then said, "But 3,000, it's too easy to make money with your abilities. Think about it, there are too many people who want to be beautiful these days. If you know that you can lose weight with just a massage, there is absolutely an endless stream of people. Especially the original match of those high officials, they must not be able to fight for the younger lovers. You only need to help them lose weight, but you are just looking for someone, and their connections can't be easier. I want to do this, but I don't have the startup capital." Lu Sanxian spread his hands and looked helplessly at the wealthy landlady. The landlady was a sincere person and said readily, "It's just renting a shop, maybe even decoration is not needed. After all, it is an ancient massage. The older you are, the easier it is to bluff. If you have the conditions, you can even find a wooden house. Money is not a problem. I can invest. You pay for technology and I pay for the funds. We will both be bosses. Then I would like to thank the boss." Lu Sanxian raised his eyebrows. "Actually, funding is not difficult for me. In this way, you can help me release the news first. With your best example, I am not afraid that there will be no customers. Then, I will increase the charge a little bit, a few days later." I made it back. My sisters probably were shocked when they saw me, so they have to ask me without saying anything. The landlady chuckled, but suddenly she got out of the bed and put on her clothes as if remembering something. Her legs were soft and almost fell. "No, I'll go find them now, let them see. The more painful thing is that your girlfriend is thinner than you are getting fat again, and as soon as you lose weight, you have to change the person. You don't have to show off at all. Others are arguing about getting thinner like her, and in the afternoon they bring them all. Come," but Lu Sanxian said, "I charge a lot here. Think about it and pick someone out. I can only press one at a time." "What do you mean, don't you think we can't afford to pay?" A chubby big sister was the first to say, "Sisters, let me come first, you are all so thin and not in a hurry, I want to see if it's true." "Really, no discount? Then charge you 50. 50, how expensive should I be?" The fat big sister curled his lips dismissively, but Lu Sanxian said, 50 food stamps per caddy of meat, don't blame me for not saying it in advance, 10 caddies is 500. You robbery, 500. 500 caddies of grain can hold you alive. But the fat big sister changed his mind. If she could reduce her meat by 10 caddies out of thin air, 500 food coupons would not be too expensive. He immediately agreed, okay, I'll be the first to explore the way for the sisters. Others go out first, and no one can watch it by the rules. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door and the window tightly. Lusantian found a blindfold in the landlady's room to put on the fat big sister. At the same time, she put on a pair of gloves. First, she pressed the fat big sister a few times, but her broad shoulders were like planes. Generally, let him have no way to start. It started, it may be a little painful, but it's a normal reaction. Picking up the tiger teeth and moving it over as if performing an operation, he immediately sucked out a lot of grease and black impurities, and it was accompanied by a piss. The smell of smell and stinky socks fused together, almost made Lusan. Qianlian couldn't hold the knife firmly, and he couldn't help but retched. The fat big sister panicked, "What's the matter? Why do you still vomit by pressing a massage? Master, you are not good at it, right?" Lu Sanxian didn't get angry, and said in his heart, "Can't you smell it when you step on a horse?" He had no idea that this would happen. He had to take a sip of tea, and said embarrassingly, "Sorry, my professionalism needs to be improved. Let me flush you with water first." "Okay, don't be crooked." The fat big sister is in a different state from the landlady. Lu Sanxian hurriedly speeded up, and quickly let the fat big sister put on the clothes, opened the door, and the others crowded in, clutching their noses and exclaimed, "Sister Gua, you are really thin, and your face seems to be smaller." Yeah, your shoulders are not as wide as before." "I said that you still don't believe me. I have lost more than 20 caddies. I heard from Brother Lu that I can still reduce it further." The landlady secretly raised her eyebrows at Lu Sanxian, and the fat big sister happily said, "Really? I look in the mirror, no, you Tom, get your weight scale, let me see how much I lost." "It's here, I've already prepared it for you." "Gosh, I actually lost 7 pounds in just a while." The fat big sister couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme her mouth, and she was shocked when she stood on the scale. Although 7 pounds could not make her lose weight, she was still in the same figure from afar, but the difference between before and after the massage was very different for several sisters. Obviously, let alone Lu Sanxian specially sucked the fat on the fat big sister's face, and his face was thin and faintly turned into a melon face. "This Brother Lu, I don't have that much money with me. I will give you 90 food stamps first, and I will bring you the rest when I go back. 7 caddies, right? So, you and Yutong are so familiar with each other, and I will give you 200, anytime you give it." "Thank you Brother Lu, but I want to ask, can I continue to lose weight if I press it again?" "Of course you can, but you just lost a lot of water. Now you must drink more water." Lu Sanxian gave her an affirmative answer. The fat big sister smiled immediately. Others couldn't stand it anymore. They wanted to be the next one. Seeing that they were about to fight, Lu Sanxian felt his head buzzing. As if a fly got in, quickly refused, "Don't worry, I'm too tired today, and this room is not good for massage. You have seen the dirt in this place. Massage is actually a detoxification process. I'll find one in 2 days. After the storefront, you can make an appointment in advance and just pay a deposit. I'm so poor now that I can't afford the rent. I have 200 yuan here, I want to be the first massage client." "You have lost your skin and bones, so what can you grab with us, Brother Lu? I don't have a lot of money, it's only 80 yuan, you see don't worry, give me the money first, Yutong, help me keep the account, and then give them a few more discounts." Lu Sanxian hurriedly put all the money they had in his pocket, and promised to send them all away, but he was not stingy at all. He took out half of it and handed it to the landlady. "What are you doing for me? You deserve it. I guess renting a storefront should be enough. Other equipment will have to drag you to help. I'm not familiar with the land. I don't know where to go when I buy a massage table." The landlady also felt warm after hearing this. After all, Lu Sanxian could kick her out of the game as soon as he had money, but he didn't do that. Instead, he still planned to partner with her. "Let's go see the house, go now." The landlady held his hand and said happily, "Looking like your girlfriend who you talked about for a few years asked you to take her to the new house," but Lu Sanxian wondered, "It's getting dark, can't you go tomorrow?"
Do it early and make money early.
The landlady's eyebrows were bent, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. There are several vacant shops in the street in front.
Few people will rent them these days. Let's rent them as early as possible, and we can arrange them tomorrow. Good.
The two naturally hugged each other, and the thinner landlady seemed to have become much younger with her age, walking and jumping around.
What's the name of this street?
From our place to here, as well as the next few streets, are called Huajie.
Take a good look and see if there are any stores you like. Don't worry about not having enough money. The rent I collected is all useless. I think it's pretty good there. Go in and have a look. Lu Sanchen pointed to a shop at the end of the street.
There was a lot of traffic, and the first thing he saw when he came in from the outside, the location was good, and the price was certainly not low. It's really good, and it happens to have 2 floors. It's also very suitable to be changed to a massage parlor.
Man, how do you rent here? Lu Sanchen asked the man sitting there leisurely playing on his mobile phone.
The man glanced at him and said with a gentle smile, "It depends on how you plan to rent, whether it is weekly or monthly."
Is there still a week to rent a storefront?
Of course, this world is so chaotic, and there are a lot of people who collect it on a daily basis. Otherwise, if the owner accidentally belches, the rent is too long and it is not easy to transfer, but I still recommend that you rent on a monthly basis, so the price is relatively low. The man stood up and stretched out his hand and said, "I can show you around the 2nd floor." "What you mean is to change into a massage shop." There are indeed a lot of massages these days. After all, the scratches are not strict, and these things are almost ignored.
Don't be too much. This is a formal massage, we don't do those with colors. Who isn't it? Look at which massage shop on the street does not write a formal massage.
No one goes to the massage shop if it is not a formal one. The man said, amused, and suddenly stretched out his thumbs and little thumbs again, "Seeing that you are also honest people, 2 floors, 600 yuan a month, the price is not too high, right?
I can help you and get a business license in this street. We have channels. Killing, isn't it? Your broken place is good for 600 yuan a month?"
The landlady stepped forward and said with a small waist, 600 yuan a month, but you are embarrassed to shout out. Although it is 2 floors, the 2 floors of your store are not as big as the others.
I will say the number, 300 yuan, I love renting or not. Sister, then I won't make any money, you can't let me do it for nothing, anyway, add some more. The man's face was immediately pulled down.
Huajie was already less crowded and basically not rich.
Such a store would be difficult to rent out even if it had more traffic than other places. The landlady said, 302, no. More. Well, you really have found a treasure.
I heard that all the houses in Huajie will be ascending for a while. The man smiled and brought a contract, and he could move in after paying the money, but he had to pay the utility bill separately. He was an intermediary, and he could not get much on hand, but compared to collecting materials outside, this no life-threatening work is so much better.
Okay, I will find someone to help you decorate tomorrow, and it will open the day after tomorrow.
The landlady paced back and forth with satisfaction in the shop. She already had a rough plan in her heart. After looking at it for a while, the two closed the door and returned to the rental house. The next day the landlady immediately hired a large group of people to start the work. In fact, the decoration was simple. After all, they were just selling dog meat with a goat's head.
They only had that meaning.
The most important thing was the old massage room.
The room must have a shower room, all other conditions can be ignored. Ancient massage, scientific weight loss.
When Lu Sanxian came to see the shop, he even finished the advertisement above the door. The landlady was more concerned than anyone else, and she must have contacted the advertising company last night. As long as La Fangzi adds the word science, it seems that the credibility is much higher, but people nowadays are not stupid, and they will only laugh when they see this kind of advertisement.
How about it, okay?
The landlady smiled at him. My sisters can't wait, they even call me to beg me so that you can start business soon.
Let them come tomorrow, this thing still has to gain popularity. One day later, Lu Sanchen had nothing to do at all. He could only watch a group of people coming and going in the store.
The landlady was not only capable, but also capable, everything was well organized, and she helped him find 2 meetings.
Massage clerk, used to receive other people. Moreover, these 2 clerks couldn't ask for much salary at all.
They only cost 120 yuan a month. Hearing that, Lu Sanchen felt that he was a wicked capitalist.
However, these 2 clerks are very grateful to Dade. Even though they are skilled, they don't look good at all. Other massage shops don't need them at all. After all, people are basically poor now. It's impossible for anyone to have spare money just to get a ride. Even if it did, the shopkeeper wouldn't make much money, and in the end he couldn't pay the rent.
But it's not the same to look good.
You still have someone to pay the bill. Appearance has long been an important criterion. Since ancient times, fairness has been just a joke.
It officially opened.
Lu Sanchen specially bought 2 firecrackers and blew them up.
After hearing a bang, except for the landlady's sisters who couldn't wait to come here, the man came in and asked and slid away, and the woman didn't even look at it. Look, they all think that this is for big healthcare.
Should I take a shower first?
Well, everyone else can wash it first and massage directly after a while. Lu Sanchen hid his tiger teeth under the bed.
Otherwise, he was always carrying a knife.
Others would feel flustered when they looked at him. With the previous experience, he would be familiar with the motor, spraying with a shower and slashing with the knife at the same time.
After a while, I finished several of them. Gosh, I lost 8 caddies.
I also lost more than 6 caddies.
My husband always jokes that I am a stubborn waste.
If I press it a few more times, it's my turn to laugh at him.
What are you guys? I lost another 5 caddies.
Fat big sister happily touched Don's face, and lost 14 pounds in 2 days.
But if she becomes thin, I am afraid that her family will be ruined. Yutong asked me to give you another discount.
Let's do it. You have a good relationship with Yutong today. You have such a good relationship with Yutong.
You came to join me so soon.
I will give you a few caddies of meat, and a caddy will only count as $10 for you. Lu Sanchen said generously. The women felt distressed just now, and immediately after hearing these words, their eyes lit up. How ashamed of this! Even if you do me a favor, please help little brother publicize and promote the new store now.
Of course, that's for sure.
The group happily went to pay the bill, and they took a big advantage and said generously, "Don't look for it." The 2 female shop assistants were surprised and broken.
This kind of speed of making money is simply making money every day.
The manager, we have been massaging for so long. We have never heard of massage that can help lose weight.
Wouldn't you give them liposuction in it? The clerk plucked up the courage and asked tremblingly, saying that it was liposuction, and they didn't believe it.
They were worried about what Lu Sanchen was doing, and they were found to be hurting them.
You have little knowledge, and I don't blame you.
Ancient massage has long been lost.
How could you ordinary people have heard of it? We talk about science. Look at those ancient people. How many are fatty? Just because there are.
Ancient massage, it's hard for them to get fat. Lu Sanchen casually grinned, but there was a harsh sound coming from the door, and a man strode in with a bullet shaved and shouted, "Chen Yutong, come off for labor and management, and you're on horseback. Who told you to rent this ruined place to open a shop?
Get out."
"Brother, look here." Lu Sanchen said with a faint smile, "Brother, don't go the wrong way. This is my shop. If you want a massage, you can make an appointment in advance, but I think you are skinny like a monkey, so there is no need."
"Who is the monkey?"
"You swear at others, right?" The man immediately got anxious and pointed at Lu Sanchen and cursed, "I think you are the little white face raised by Chen Yutong.
Don't think that labor and management don't know. This place is all money from Chen Yutong. I am his boyfriend. Cuckold me, I'll run my horse to find someone to kill you."
This man had a low IQ, and the more he looked at him, the less he looked like a normal person, but Lu Sanchen smelled a smell of alcohol. Only then did he realize that this guy must be drunk and ran here drunk crazy.
"Well, I'll give you $1. Go out and continue drinking. Don't vomit me here anymore."
$1 is not a small amount,
it is also a caddy of grain at any rate, but the man's eyes revealed fiercely and said, you send a beggar, okay, rich, labor depends on how much money you have. After speaking, he went out furiously, thinking that he was just making a cruel remark. The landlady also happened to be out shopping with those girlfriends. After all, women have to show off when they lose weight. They can't wear clothes before. I can try it on my body. So Lu Sanxian didn't bother him. After half an hour, the man suddenly ran in, carrying a green gasoline can in his hand. The two female shop assistants were frightened, and immediately screamed. Chen Yutong, give me 1,000 yuan for labor and capital, or I will burn it all. With a barrel in his left hand and a lighter in his right hand, his posture is fierce. Lu Sanxian can't sit still anymore. He doesn't worry about anything else. Once the gasoline burns, it will easily wipe out the store he just built. Money, maybe you still have to owe a sum of compensation. Brother, you have to think about it. Arson can be more severe than murder. You are so young, it is really unnecessary. Lu Sanxian hadn't put down the melon seeds yet, so he could only chant while saying, I really rented this shop with my own money. Yutong just came over to help, brother, it's really unnecessary, forget it, let's see. You have been hard enough to chase, Yutong, I also have a hard time chasing. It took a few days, and I won it, brother, if it can't work, you can change it. The two clerks turned pale, and they wished to plug Lu Sanxian's mouth. Are you persuading others or arrogant? The more the man became more angry, the lighter in his hand trembled, and his forehead was blue, and he whispered. Angrily said, don't push me on your horse. How can I say that I'm anxious? Why don't you calm down with melon seeds? Old Lu stretched out a handful of melon seeds like a show. The man couldn't stand it anymore. He poured gasoline on the ground and lit the lighter without saying a word. What? The little clerk suddenly went under the cashier counter in panic, but Lu Sanxian sat in a precarious manner, knocking the sunflower seeds motionlessly, with a smile on his face as if he was indifferent to life and death. Unexpectedly, the explosion did not appear at all, and even the fire did not even start. It took a long time for the clerk to dare to emerge from the cash register, but the man looked embarrassed, his neck was red to his ears. Come on, are you still wondering why this thing didn't explode? Lu Sanxian put the melon seeds into his pocket, clapped his hands and jumped off, saying amusedly, are you too deeply into the play, you really think you bought gasoline? Impossible, I just got it on credit from the store. It's definitely real gasoline. The man was puzzled, and Lu Sanxian was immediately happy. You drank it so badly, and you haven't paid for it. If you can give you real gasoline, there will be a ghost. Stupid stuff. If you are drunk, do you even have a nose? It's broken, don't you know if it smells like gasoline? The two clerks suddenly realized that they did not smell the gasoline just now. No wonder Lu Sanxian was not afraid at all. He knew the details a long time ago. I beat you to death. The man was angry and annoyed. He took out a watermelon knife and rushed over. However, Lu Sanxian raised his leg high, kicked the knife off his hand like a movie, and kicked him away by the way. Got out. However, people who were drunk didn't feel the pain at all. He got up and threw his teeth and claws at Lu Sanxian. Lu Sanxian simply knocked him down and slammed his foot on his face. Chapter 058 The Golden Sun. Do you play knives on horseback? Lu Sanxian folded the watermelon knife in half, and the front end danced like a butterfly on the palm of his hand. After all, his skin was thick and thick, even if he made a mistake, he wouldn't cut off his fingers. Dage, let me go, I had a few cups of cat urine, I ate the bear heart and leopard gall, the lard was blinded by the lard, please also let me go for Yutong's sake. The man was beaten and most of his alcohol woke up. He stepped on his face before he knew that he would beg for mercy, but Lu Sanxian took out a wine bottle from his pocket, and he knew the words Hu Xiao Bai. This product has no money and bought fake wine. Fortunately, he can get real gasoline, otherwise he will definitely be forced to order him at the massage parlor. Fake wine hurts people. Old Lu shook his head and put his feet down from his face. It happened that the landlady had also finished shopping and came here, looking at the mess in the place, puzzled. Zheng Xiaodong, why are you here? Yutong, help me, I came here without finding you.
Zhang Xiaodong seemed to have seen a life-saving straw, and hurriedly climbed to the landlady's legs, grabbed her and said, "I really can't help it."
Beat it to death. You gambled again. Didn't you tell you earlier not to bet?
You have lost more than 2,000.
Who can wipe your ass now?
The landlady said angrily, "Sell your house, and see if you can get it back." "I have already sold it, and I owe a lot of money from the tenant." Zhang Xiaodong squinted his eyes with a guilty conscience. "Why don't you mortgage your house?" "I have asked, luck is more than 2,000, after all, it is not peaceful enough now. If it stabilizes, it will definitely go up 3,000. Are you talking human words?"
The landlady kicked him away with disgust. "Zhang Xiaodong, you have enough. I broke up with you 2 days ago. We have nothing to do with you. Think about it for yourself. You have been idle for so long. What did you do? You can't even guard the house left by your own family. Where will your mother phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the future? Yutong, only you can save me now."
Zhang Xiaodong pleaded with a madman. "I know what you are talking about is angry. Do you still love me, right? That way, I will change it in the future, and I promise you that when you help me repay the money, we will take it. With my mother renting a house together, I will go out to make money and I will never gamble again."
"No, next time."
The landlady said sorrowfully, "You will never be able to change it.
I don't have any confidence in you anymore. Let's go. Let's get together and relax." "Is it this man?" Zhang Xiaodong pointed at Lu Sanqian angrily and said, "Is it something to do with him? You would rather spend money to open a shop for him than to pay me back, right?"
"Brother, don't get involved with me when you speak up."
"You are really not convinced, are you?"
Lu Sanqian said in a bad mood, "Just eat soft rice by yourself."
"I thought that everyone else eats soft rice."
"Yutong and I are a serious partnership to open a store. If you are a bad gambler, hurry up and go and see your labor and management feel sick. I can still get hundreds of dollars in my hand, so I can take it to you in case of an emergency."
"I have done my best to you,"
the landlady said indifferently, but Zhang Xiaodong still shook his head. "No, if I can't make up so much money, they will really kill me." "Yutong, you won't just watch me die, right?
When did your eyes go blind? Do you like this kind of stuff?"
Lu Sanqian wondered, and said to Zhang Xiaodong, "If you are really afraid of death, you might as well run out of the city during this time. At least you have a chance to survive outside. If you can't get out, those of us who owe Golden Sun money can't get out of the city at all, and we will be blocked at the gate of the city."
"What's the origin of this Golden Sun? Can you gamble openly in Roncheng? The boss behind Golden Sun is powerful. There are several casinos open, and the monthly tax payment is incredible."
The female clerk explained on the side, "I heard that their boss has an unusual relationship with the prince of the city government. Just because of this, no one dares to manage even if they open a brothel on the bright side."
"It's pretty big." Lu Sanqian smiled and said, "Gambling does come in very quickly." "Zhang Xiaodong, did you borrow money from the casino to gamble?"
"Well, I was playing Texas Hold'em at the time. I lost my eyes in the first few hands. I happened to have a good hand and I was able to get 4 old kings. There is no reason why I can't fight for this kind of card. I don't have much money, I can only borrow money from the casino." Zhang Xiaodong said angrily, "Unexpectedly, my 4 old Ks were actually fucked by 4 As in the end.
This clearly shows that there is a problem, otherwise I will definitely win."
"Oh, you are all chi deviation. Even if you give you another chance, you still can't help but gamble. Go away, this place is my shop, and I will kill you here again."
"No one knows."
Lu Sanqian was too lazy to delay time with him. He lost dozens of dollars and sent him away.
In the afternoon, there were no guests.
He simply closed the door early and returned to the rental house, but the landlady ran away in a hurry at night. Came over and said in a panic, "After 3,000, my house certificate is missing. It must be Zhang Xiaodong who came and stole it for me."
"Why is he stealing that thing? Isn't he still able to mortgage it directly?"
"No, our current housing certificate was issued later.
It is completely different from before the corpse poisoning broke out.
He could use it to repay the debt first. When the time comes, the lawsuit will only turn into a personal dispute between me and Zhang Xiaodong."
The golden sun doesn't matter much, and the house won't be taken back. The landlady was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Lu Sanxian just soaked a bucket of noodles and didn't eat it. He didn't know the rules in the resettlement camp. He must have gone to the casino. When did you find the proof was missing? Just now, I just thought of this, so I went and took a look. Who knew the house was turned into a mess, but I heard from the tenant next to him that he hadn't been here long. Then go to the casino and have a look, maybe he can still be blocked. There was no time to eat the instant noodles. Lu Sanxian hurriedly added a coat. Although there was almost no possibility of jamming, he followed the landlady towards Golden Sun Entertainment City. That's it. He is betting money here. Even if it is a branch, the casino is still magnificent, and the gamblers will not rest on the big night. It is a good time to bet on the money. The door is full of customers, but the mouth is open at the top of the door. The golden lion, as if choosing a person to eat, swallows gamblers into the belly. Just looking at it makes people fearful. This lion is so white. Lu Sanxian said this wordlessly, but his eyes were staring at the bunny girl standing at the gate. The bunny girl welcomed the guests with smiles, and smiled more happily on the faces of the big guys who were driving. The white rabbit kept jumping out. Have you seen it? This is the lion's big mouth. The casino is exactly like this lion. It wants more than money, but also your life. Never deal with gamblers because they don't have a word of truth in their mouths. Lu Sanxian whispered to the landlady, and slowly walked into the casino. He used to travel to Macau and visited the casino. The casino over there was more than a star and a half bigger than the one in front of him. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a red carpet that looks like blood, and you pass through the hall full of gaming tables. Most people don't understand why such aisle is specially built. It is not beautiful and costly, but almost every casino hides the door. Get up so that you can't find it or get out of the gate. You may be attracted to gamble a few more. The whole hall also seems to be a huge birdcage, waiting for you to drill in, but you can't get out. Hurry up, what are you doing in a daze? It's really too late if you delay. Seeing Lu Sanxian stopped, the landlady hurriedly urged, but Lu Sanxian shook her head and said, I haven't seen him since I've been here. I definitely can't stop it. Then what shall we do? Go to the person in charge here. You must not see the person in charge. They are here. Of course, you have to bet too. Let's go. Let's go and change some chips. You. The landlady trembled with anger. When are you still thinking about gambling? Do you want to be like Zheng Xiaodong? That's different, at least I have money in my pocket. Lu Sanxian laughed. Several beautiful bunny girls came over and rubbed him generously. The angry landlady was furious and hurriedly pushed the bunny girl away. Go away, I didn't see him taking his female companion. Sorry miss. After the bunny girl apologized and left, the landlady held Lu Sanxian's teeth and gritted her teeth and said, it doesn't matter, I'll see the court in the big deal. I don't believe that there is no reason. You want to gamble, I'll bet with you. After changing the chips, the two randomly found a gaming table and leaned over. Many gamblers yelled and stared at the gaming table. The guests can't see it, but the onlookers are very clear. They can also tell who wins and who wins from their faces, but whether they are winners or losers, they are all glistened with excitement. Flowing gamblers, iron-plate casinos, there can only be one winner at the table, that is, the banker. Only if you don't bet, you really win. This is why the gambling kings are all casino owners, because they have no reason to lose. This light is so dazzling. The landlady squinted her eyes and looked at the crystal lamp above her head with some discomfort. The hall was rendered magnificent by the light, and there was no dark corner, but Lu Sanxian whispered, this is because I am afraid that someone will come out, and no one dares to do anything for such a bright light. Moreover, after being so bright for a long time, the gambler will become more stupid. The casino can earn enough. Episode 059. What are you looking at? Why are you stupid? The landlady stretched out her hand and waved back and forth in front of Lu Sanxian's eyes, and Lu Sanxian frowned in one direction. She didn't know what she was thinking. When she looked in that direction, she only saw a man in a black suit. Walking on the second floor, Lu Sanqian returned to his senses and broke the topic. It's nothing, look at the pattern on the top of your head again. Pattern? There were large circles on top of his head with staggered stripes in the middle.
Lu Sanqian smiled and said, do these patterns look like dustpans for bird catching, and the fishing nets and fishing rods at the door? You raise fish like water, and the casino pays more attention to feng shui.
There are so many things in it. Wow, Sanqian, you know a lot.
I have been a Taoist priest for a few years before, and feng shui also knows a little bit. Lu Sanqian said with a grin of not wanting face, and said, you are a raw face, quickly pretend to be a nouveau riche, and the casino will definitely give you a pig feed.
You are calling me a pig? The landlady said angrily, I understand what you said, but why do you pretend to be a nouveau riche? You silly, you, if the casino sees you as a poor man, wouldn't it be useless to give you bait?
We are too far away from the big boss, but the nouveau riche can do it.
Then how should I pretend? Simple, I also earned a few $100s today. You can find a table and don't care about the others. You can put up 50 and try the water first. The croupier sees that you are stupid and have a lot of money. Let's play this first, guess the size, everyone will play it.
Lu Sanqian stuffed her with all the chips in her pocket, and the landlady smiled suddenly, I understand, then I will buy it all. When the croupier saw them approaching, he smiled formulaically at them, and the landlady randomly threw 50 or 60 yuan of chips to the place where the big buy was bought. Staring at the dice in the croupier's hand, it was like a devil, but the landlady was indifferent, chatting with Lu Sanqian.
Little. Hey, I won again. Some people are happy and others are worried.
They are naturally happy to win money.
If they lose, they immediately scolded, and the landlady also said with a displeased expression, what, it's boring, let's go husband, there is nothing fun about gambling. Don't worry, just bet 2 more and just have fun. It won't cost much anyway.
Lu Sanqian hugged her like a good model husband, and a fatty smiled at her and said, it's the first time I played with this stuff, and it's not like you did. How can it be the first time to play so big? Sooner or later it will suffer.
Probability? Isn't it big and small? Is there any trick to this?
That's too much, you play slowly. Fatty turned her head back with a smile. The landlady again lost 50 betting big without believing in evil, but Fatty followed up and betting the small one, obviously using him as a lamp.
Fuck, it's still small, there are a few of these. Sure enough, the landlady lost again.
In the blink of an eye, the landlady lost 100 yuan. The landlady felt that all the flesh on her body was hurting, and she couldn't do it anymore. She was angry and said to Fatty, you guys don't even have to look down. You can bet something else if you look at what I bet.
Hee, this thing is probabilistic, you will understand if you play a few more. Fatty smiled again, sister, I think you play a little less well. It's really boring to play. I lost it in vain. It's better to go to the side and play baccarat. It's much more fun. Maybe the casino just opened its mouth today, and you made it back. Real? The landlady glanced at Lu Sanqian, and the latter nodded.
After all, the croupier would not play tricks in this way of guessing the size.
It would be difficult to give you bait. Baccarat is different. It is a casino and you. Right to bet, in order to hook you, it's normal for you to taste some sweetness. I actually won, and I won so much in one hand.
Unexpectedly, she won as soon as she passed by. The landlady who won the first bet looked very excited, and her eyes were a lot of enthusiasm.
Lu Sanqian laughed and said, gambling is interesting, right? Don't wait for you to become addicted too.
If you lose again, you will lose your fortune and be detained here as Mississippi. I still have this self-control. Then Fatty is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme a junket operator, or a partner for your money.
Wait, he will definitely come to you soon. What does the junket operator do?
The old bastard in the casino, the intermediary who stimulates you to gamble.
Lu Sanqian gave a brief and concise explanation.
As expected, after playing a few times, Fatty approached with a grin and said, brother, you have Dongshan accent. I traveled there last year, Dongshan. What a good place, the air is fresher than Jiangcheng, why don't you play, don't like to play this?
It's boring. I let my wife experience the experience. I didn't expect her to be addicted.
Lu Sanxian said helplessly, women, let her play for a while. It's better than letting her go shopping and decide how much it will cost in a day.
It's so boring to play. You don't have to rely on your brain. Or we can find a few people to open a table. Texas or fried golden flour will do. I think there is a table of staff in front of you. Play too? Lu Sanxian asked the landlady tentatively.
The landlady naturally understood what he meant, and got up and said, I want to play too, take me. Well, you take a look at the side first, and learn slowly. Following Fatty to the gaming table, the expressions of everyone at the gaming table were normal.
Fatty said a few polite remarks and went to the table. The game was played by the dealer. It's up to them to play, and they didn't take a big bet.
Dead, Fatty, you're here again, are you really afraid to lose all of your old things? A thin and tall man came to the table, tilted Erlang's legs and lit a cigarette, staring at him contemptuously as if he had hatred of Fatty. Fatty was not to be outdone, and yelled, labor and management just turned the panties around. Your kid is determined to lose all this time, wait and see, croupier, give you a reward and send out a few rounds of good cards. The croupier smiled and officially began to deal the cards. The thin and tall man still couldn't stop taunting, and his witty words were like a jingle. Fatty was upset when he heard several decks of cards. Several other bosses also started talking under the leadership of these two people, and got acquainted a lot.
Fatty also winked at Lu Sanxian, as if to cooperate to deal with other people. Good card, this will definitely follow me.
Fatty brags as usual, but Lu Sanxian made an A without showing his composure.
Fatty immediately understood, first deliberately lifted up, then suddenly folds, with a proud smile on his face.
Stop the loss quickly, and Lu Sanxian stole the chicken with a small A.
There is something Fatty.
The thin tall smiled grinningly, as if he had noticed that they were cooperating, and the next few dared not act rashly.
Fatty was happier than winning even if he lost money. He kept complimenting Lu Sanxian that he was lucky.
As a result, I played more than a dozen games.
Lu Sanxian won more and lost less.
Who knows that the next one is beyond his expectation? He has 2 kings and 1 9 in his hand. It stands to reason that such a big name must be more persistent. In a few rounds, there is a great chance of winning. However, Fatty took out a pack of cigarettes and handed him one. When he retracted it, it flashed extremely quickly. When he picked up the card again, the 9 in his hand had become a K, which means he had just happened to be a leopard with 3 Ks. Hee, look at the expression of the old man, this one is definitely not small.
Fatty spit out a mouthful of smoke and smiled, my card is not ordinary. It depends on who is bigger. I will definitely follow you to the end.
Yeah, that's a coincidence, I have never seen such a big card. The thin and tall man shouted unconvincingly, pushing a lot of chips in front of him, I don't believe who can be bigger than me today.
Fatty is going to steal chicken again, right? Labor and capital let you lose. Bottom pants. Who is bluffing, why am I so unbelieving? Fatty took another puff of cigarette, and the other hand tapped naturally on the table.
Lu Sanxian knew that this guy was reminding him to start the game first and make the bet bigger and bigger. I do not want it, I also gave up, you continue. Several other people lost their cards one after another.
One of them even lost a straight. Obviously, they couldn't bet that big.
Only Lu Sanxian, Fatty, and Thin Tall were left after a few rounds. As they got together, Lu Sanxian and the landlady exchanged a few hundred chips and all bet on the table.
I'm not following anymore.
What big cards are still being added, skinny monkey, you're not really going to steal chickens.
Are you? Fatty also lost the card, plus Lu Sanxian's 9s, it only made up a pair, but the landlady was very excited.
Of course she knew that Lu Sanxian's cards were almost sure to win. The more chips the better, of course, according to this progress, you can win thousands tonight.
Wait, labor and management will definitely let you lose as a dog today.
The thin and tall man had a fierce expression. He got off the gaming table and ran to the side to borrow money from the casino.
This person should have a good reputation.
He actually borrowed 2,000 chips and pushed all his brains on the gaming table, saying arrogantly, "Dare to bet, 2,000 yuan. I know you have no money when you look at it. If you don't have any money, get out. If you go now, you will lose a few hundred yuan. It's too big to play. Who would gamble with you when you play like this? Betting with him, he is stealing chickens from the looks of him, and you have to bet with him if you borrow money." The gamblers on the side are not afraid of the hustle and bustle. When they gamble to this extent, the site is full of people, but they are all a long way from the gaming table. Otherwise, if there are a few eyes in it, it will be troublesome. The landlady said anxiously, "Aren't you shameless? How can you bet like this? What's wrong with my bet like this? Which rule is broken? I wish to accept the bet, but don't play it if I can't afford it." The tall and thin man sat back on the chair with pride, and unexpectedly, a bunny girl came over with a set of chips, and got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Lu Sanqian with a sweet smile. "Hello sir, this is a gift from our manager. 5,000 chips, I wish you a lot of fun." Happy, so happy. Lu Sanqian put the chips in front of him, and smiled tall and thin. "The cap is 5,000, right? That's it, isn't this too much chip?" The onlookers took a breath, and even the gamblers opened their eyes in surprise. "Brother, bet with him that he's always stealing chickens these days, he's definitely cheating you." Fatty immediately said, "The three kings are almost a sure win situation." The thin and tall face changed, and he said in a panic, "Whoever stepped on a horse to steal a chicken, labor and management took 3 aces. If you don't believe it, try it. Drive him. Let this kid go bankrupt." "More than 2,000, dear, you won with one hand." Everyone offered advice and suggestions. Lu Sanqian held the own card, leaned forward, and smiled. "Well, let's cap 5,000. Let's add another 2,000 chips to it, so let's retreat and make up less. We can open it directly." "Okay, I have already pushed forward, it's up to you." The thin and tall one lay down on the chair and laughed contemptuously. Lu Sanqian pushed the 2,000 chips in without hesitation. Fatty and the thin and tall one unexpectedly widened his eyes, his throat throbbed, and he was done. Appearance. "Sorry, I was going to steal the chicken, 2 As and 1 K. Lu Sanqian suddenly smiled at the tall and thin, and at the same time decisively turned over the cards on the table, and it really turned into 2 aces and a king. "Your cards shouldn't be so small, right?" Fatty opened his mouth wide in surprise and couldn't figure out how he suddenly changed his cards, but the thin and tall one hadn't reacted yet, and he laughed loudly. "You dare to bet with me till the end, you were so courageous. The big one let you be convinced that you lose, mine is unexpectedly." The thin and tall expression suddenly solidified, looking at the card in his hand in disbelief. He dared not to open it. "Quickly turn it over, are you going to hide at this point?" "I don't need to watch, I lost." The tall and thin man quickly threw the cards into the discard pile. Fatty shook his head in disbelief. The tall and thin man was ready to slip away after throwing his cards, but a pair of big hands grabbed his neck like a duck, making him immobile. "It's over." Fatty immediately slumped down on the chair, and the croupier also lifted the card that was just thin and tall and dared to lift it. It turned out to be 3 aces. If he had just used the 3 kings that Fatty had just exchanged for him, he would have been thinned out. It can be said to be a deadly game. Fortunately, he had already noticed that Fatty was wrong, and he got 2 aces to seize the opportunity. The thin and tall man naturally didn't dare to show the cards in his hand, otherwise there were 5 aces in a deck of cards. The people who come to you for the game without knowing it are absolutely weird. There is a good saying, in a gambling game, when you don't know who is the waterfish, don't doubt, you are the waterfish. Fatty, it seemed like a tit-for-tat match with the thin and tall guy, but it wouldn't make Fatty temporarily partner with him. "Manager Jiang, I got 3 aces. I really don't know what happened. Maybe the croupier dealt the wrong card." The thin and tall one argued quickly, but Jiang Wan sneered, "The bright lights in the place have been eyeing you too long ago. If you are not convinced, you can follow me to the back to check the monitoring. According to the rules, you have to leave one hand and choose your own." "Choose." Lu Sanqian smoked a cigarette and said amused, "Choose the left hand, you can still use your right hand, and you will never have a chance with a woman in the rest of your life anyway." "Manager Jiang, I am not in the same group with him, I am also a victim."
Fatty spread his hands and brushed his face white, and the thin and tall man immediately furiously said, "Die Fatty, if you step on a horse to harm me, labor and management shouldn't partner with you." Manager Jiang, I recognize, but this horrible person has to chop a hand. The borrowings in the yard will also be counted on both of us. Don't worry, neither of you can escape. Zhang Huan released his hand, and several security guards immediately dragged the two to the back room, but the bunny girl brought a bunch of chips and gave each of the other gamblers 100 chips. Zhang Huan sat in a tall and thin position. He smiled politely at them. "I'm sorry everyone, there was a discordant episode today. I am sorry for everyone. These chips are my heart. Although it is not too much for the bosses, I hope that a few can take care of it. It's easy to talk about, let us watch such a scene for free, we are too happy to have time, it is also good for everyone, after all, without the old 1,000, we are not happy to play, isn't it?" The bosses did not say that Lu Sanqian and the landlady were busy collecting the bargaining chips on the table. Zhang Huan coughed, "Brother Lu, I don't want to play too inside." "Okay, return the 4,000 chips to you, and I will take the remaining 2,000 more." Lu Sanqian found a tray to pick up the chips, followed Zhang Huan to a private room on the second floor. Zhang Huan smiled bitterly, "Brother Lu, why did you really find here? Where's Gao Jia? What is she doing in Mansion 1? You guys are doing well, the casino is all up." "She lives in Mansion 1. Zhang Huan said, "After the Dongshan resettlement camp was destroyed, we came here. This casino was not ours originally, but the boss behind it was not very obedient, so Yuan Bin killed him and replaced him with his own. These casinos came. Money is fast, and we can get so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the people of ZF. It all depends on money to buy the road. Listen to what you mean by planning to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme for a long time?" The bunny girl brought a few plates of fruits to eat. The fruits were fresh as if they had just been picked from the tree. The landlady couldn't hold back, so she quickly took one and ate it, but Zhang Huan didn't answer Lu Sanqian's words. Instead, he took a piece of paper from a staff member and handed it to the hostess. "This is the proof of your house. The person who stole your things was also detained by us. It's up to you what you want to do with it." "Thank you, but let him go since he got it back. There is a sick mother in his family. If he is gone, his mother will starve to death." "Okay, I'll tell you right away." Zhang Huan whispered to the staff, and soon a beautiful woman walked in and smiled at the landlady kindly. "Little sister, let's not delay men talking about things. There are a lot of good things in Big Sis, let's for women, you should focus on cosmetics and dress yourself up beautifully. Men, don't you have to be obedient? You go with her, it's okay, it's all your own here." Lu Sanqian nodded, and the landlady had no choice but to go out under the leadership of the beautiful woman. Zhang Huan poured the tea and smiled. "I feel more and more that I used to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in vain, fake, and serious. In fact, what I thought was not like that at all. Look at it now, just now, women like that just lined up for me. It's different if I have money and power. You have changed too quickly, and you have been suppressed for too long to rebound, right?" Lu Sanqian threw a grape in his mouth, and said in a bad mood, "It's the end of the world. Sometimes you really have to indulge, otherwise you will lose a lot of money if you die suddenly, but your mentality is not good. You can't take this as a thing. As it should be, it's like me, even if I did that, but I knew what I did was wrong." "Ha ha ha, stop talking." Zhang Huan respectfully handed over a cup of tea. "Ceremony, it's all my own, and I won't hide it from you. Yuan Bin wants to have a big wave. He wants to control the entire Rongqing completely in the hands of owner, so as to have the capital to negotiate with other people." "Other people, what do you mean?" Lu Sanqian was confused, and Zhang Huan explained, "You don't think that there are only a few upgraded people. There are so many upgraded people in Dongshan alone, especially in densely populated places. There are too many black fog stones. The government is now vigorously studying, but there are a few resettlement camps in the east that have changed dynasties a long time ago, and our speed has been slowed by many times. I'm too lazy to worry about you all twists and turns." Lu Sanqian waved his hand. "Just tell me what kinds of black fog stones are there, and what is the blue black fog stone?" "The blue one?
I haven't seen it before, nor among our group.
Jiang Huan frowned and said, the black fog stone has no special abilities.
The green black fog stone was given to Gao Jia, and the ability is to recover. You also saw it in the shoe factory.
Yuan Bin was eating the black fog.
After the stone was upgraded, he just slaughtered the injured head of the scorpion, and at the same time ate his red and black fog stone.
The ability is symbiosis. We have never seen other colors. The most common is black. It is impossible that you have blue in your hand.
No, a buddy of mine has eaten it, and then my brain is whatless.
Nothing can be cured.
I suspect that the thing has expired. Lu Sanxian ran the train with his mouth full, and continued, but I still advise you not to play with fire.
Now the purpose of the Corpse Clan is not clear enough.
If you have that free time, don't think about internal fighting all day.
Of course we know this, but the internal disunity is just a mess.
Jiang Huan shook his head and said, we just want to hold the decision right in our own hands. In Rongqing now, even a wave of millions of corpses may not be able to defend. The high levels are also intrigues between several companies. I just came here and don't understand this.
Lu Sanxian interrupted him and said, I'm here only for Sister Gao.
Okay, it's not too early today. I'll talk to you in 2 days.
You can come to mine if you have nothing to do.
Sit in the massage shop and I will massage your concubine. Packed a lot of fruits and replaced the chips with food stamps.
Lu Sanxian went out with the landlady, who also packed a lot of cosmetics. The landlady said excitedly, 3,000, where did you know such a rich man?
He is the general manager of the casino.
It seems that you should be good brothers before. Do not know.
Lu Sanxian said uncertainly, the good brother will definitely not talk about it, let alone talk about it now, but he can take as much money as he can get. Don't be polite with him, you can take you with you if you have nothing to do.
My girlfriends used to pretend to be forced and make friends with celebrities.
In these days, the relationship is said to be important and not important, and it is also very important to say that it is not important.
You have to grasp this degree. Understood.
The landlady hee-hee-gila, but suddenly asked, by the way, how did you change those 3 cards?
Is it possible that you have also been 1,000-year-old?
You are stupid, the croupier is his own. At that time, everyone was distracted by the 4,000 chips.
Isn't it easy for the croupier to change 2 cards? The croupiers in the casino have something, otherwise how dare he bet against gamblers?
Oh, no wonder. The landlady looked at him deeply, then took his hand. Her face flushed like a little girl, while Lu Sanxian's face was expressionless, her eyes were empty, as if thinking about something. Jiang Huan definitely has something to hide from him, so it's not known what it is. 061 The mayor's woman. Fuck, this job is really not done by humans. The popularity has started, and the customers of the massage shop are endless, but Lu Sanxian feels like a male doctor in the obstetrics and gynecology department at this time, and he is about to have a psychological shadow.
He originally thought that massaging a girl would be incredibly fragrant.
It's a good thing, but only after doing a lot of work did I realize that I regret it. No matter how beautiful the little fairy shit, it also smells bad. The dirt that is absorbed is absolutely impossible to smell, not to mention that the big fat women who come in and spend money are basically fat girls who take off their clothes and are covered in fat.
Lu Sanxian, his heart panicked.
Manager, or you can find an apprentice, I'm really afraid you can't afford it if you go on like this. The female clerk didn't know whether to laugh or cry, said that every time Lu Sanxian walked out of the massage room, he looked like Heplitz, but Lu Sanxian said, I think, but this thing is not something ordinary people can learn.
Alas, make more money.
If you make enough, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the broken shop. Actually, it is not fruitless, the prices are getting higher and higher. The card holders here are all Mrs. Qua, who can coax them with just a few words. If it weren't for the old Lu Jia's self-improvement, the massage room would become a battlefield in a flash. The artillery fire continued, and of course there were still those who were beautiful and active, and he couldn't refute other people's wishes. It's hard to open a store, Shelley, go to the store last time and buy me a few bunches of pork kidneys. You can take the more money by yourself.
Lu Sanxian was not generally good to these 2 shop assistants.
After making money, he immediately gave them a salary increase. As usual, Lu Sanxian gave himself a short vacation and got a folding chair to lie outside the door to enjoy the sun. On the table were the freshly bought pork loin and the fruit that came from the casino from time to time. He was at ease, but after a while he took off the black sunglasses on his face and said in one direction wonderingly, "Zhou Linlin?" At this time, Zhou Linlin, who came into the city with him, was actually selling roasted sweet potatoes. Even though she was all in tatters, she couldn't hide her appearance. Several hooligans walked towards her blowing the hooligan's whistle, and the foul language came and opened their mouths. She was going to take her away by herself. A young guy was still planning to save the United States by heroes, but when one of the first-rate gangsters stared, half of the barrel of the gun was exposed from the sleeve of his shirt. The young guy's face instantly turned pale, and he hurried away. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Linlin back again and again, panicked, but the leading gangster smiled lustfully. "Of course it's fucking you. Let's go with us obediently, and promise not to hurt your hair. If you cooperate, you can earn a big fat kid." "Fuck, you are not wanting face than me." Lu Sanxian walked over with her hands in her pants pockets and walked over. Zhou Linlin immediately burst into tears as if she saw her father. She rushed over and almost fell. Fortunately, she bumped into Lu Sanxian's body. Old Lu Jie hugged her quickly, but Zhou Linlin, who seemed unremarkable, was actually swelling under the waves. Her chest was bulging like an old newspaper. Lu Sanxian laughed and said, "Sister, don't you see that you are quite minded? Your fall has nothing to do with your slip. It should be regarded as weightless. Boy, the hero saves the beauty, right? Be careful to lose your life here." The rogue leader said coldly, and at the same time the barrel of the gun was exposed from the sleeve of his shirt, but Lu Sanxian frowned and looked in as if he was short-sighted. Angrily, he simply took out the pistol, but Lu Sanxian still squinted his eyes. "I advise you not to wade in this muddy water. This woman is attracted to this woman, and it has nothing to do with you. According to you, the crowd of labor and management has gone." Lu Sanxian arrogantly said, "Just you 3 melons and 2 dates, holding a broken gun, you are here to show off your power. Do you know who I am, Dage? Golden Sun Yuan Bin. Get out of here if you know me. Who is fooling? Brother, if you are not afraid of the big things, let's go inside and talk. Let you see if what I have in my hands is the real one." The rogue leader said viciously, who expected Lu Sanxian to slap his face with a slap, and he didn't even react to the speed. "Pretend you are paralyzed without opening the insurance?" He handed over his gun in twos, and the rogue leader said in a panic, "Dude, we are doing things for Wu Xiangyu and Wu Gongzi. Don't try to do stupid things, this woman is the one he wants." "Fuck you, damn it, if he likes it, let him come over to propose marriage and engage in kidnapping. Those who don't know think he is degenerate." Lu Sanxian kicked them fiercely, waved them and let them go, but Zhou Linlin shed 2 teardrops and said with a grey face, "Finally, Brother Lu, Wu Xiangyu is the mayor's son, what can we do now?" "You believe what he says?" Lu Sanxian rolled his eyes and said, "If the mayor's son really ordered you, you would have been in someone's bed now, and it would be useless to find such a few fools to come and tie you. Besides, what about the mayor's son? Have you ever seen a girl? To be honest, you are an ordinary girl in Rongqing. Then who else sent them? Maybe it is the boss with too money in his hand, or the small officer in the army. The gun he is holding is a real thing in the army, but the police station seems to be equipped with this model. You can follow me first. Come in the shop, don't worry about your grilled corn, sell grilled corn here, you can think of it there's no way, the other places are the city management and the police, so I won't let me sell it at all, I can only do so sneakily." Zhou Linlin gravely said that she followed Lu Sanxian into the massage shop. The female clerk brought water to her and watched her relax before Lu Sanxian asked, "Why did you start selling grilled corn? Where is my elder brother?" "My brother went outside the city to collect supplies, and I didn't have much work to do. The landlord lent me a car with roasted corn. I like roasted corn, so I thought it would be very good. Who knows the corn I bought? It was not delicious at all, and the price was expensive. I realized that I was cheated by the landlord. The corn seller was her relative, and she could get a commission from there." Zhou Linlin said that her eyes were red, and Lu Sanxian said, you don't know whether to laugh or cry.
You have no IQ anymore.
We plant a lot of corn here, and the price of corn is dying.
Most people in the city take corn as their staple food.
Unless it is those rich ladies who eat grilled corn, it is definitely impossible for Mrs. Ko to come here to shop.
I don't understand this.
Zhou Linlin said with a mournful face, my brother is not around, and I still want to help him lighten his burden. Who knows that all the money he left for me is in it, and part of it is still fined.
You will stay here to roast corn in the future.
Maybe there are some rich ladies in my massage shop.
Lu Sanqian wondered. Zhou Liang came out of the city alone. He is quite courageous. Is it possible that he joined which material team? No.
Zhou Linlin drank a sip of water, wiped the drops of water from the corner of her mouth with the back of her delicate hand, and said softly, after we separated that day, my brother and I found a place to stay. I didn't expect that he would meet his old classmate. His old classmate was a member of the newly formed unit in the resettlement camp, and he was still a small team leader. Under his introduction, my brother also entered the new barracks. Recently, he has been cleaning out zombies and collecting supplies during this period, but he has not returned until now.
Your brother will not be fooled?
Lu Sanqian frowned and said, the new barracks in Rongqing, to put it bluntly, is to find a group of ordinary cannon fodder that has been simply trained.
Individuals can enter.
When performing tasks, it is to make up the number of people.
You have to think about it this way.
Real soldiers have already accounted for a minority, and most of them were recruited later.
The new barracks are even worse.
Only those who perform well can be inserted into other troops.
Those who perform poorly will stay in unless they die.
Inside, if your brother's old classmate is really good for him, he should be arranged elsewhere.
Then what to do? My brother hasn't been back for a few days, so there is nothing wrong with it. Brother Lu, you are so capable. Can you help me find out what is going on with my brother now?
Zhou Linlin was so anxious that she couldn't sit still, as if she was about to break the cup with both hands.
Then I can't help. Lu Sanqian shook his head, then comforted, but recently, Rongqing hasn't made any major moves.
Your brother should be safe outside. Unless someone intentionally harms him, besides his old classmate is also inside, he will definitely take care of him.
I hope so.
Zhou Linlin nodded in despair, and the landlady at the door, Chen Yutong, also walked in with a smile. There was also a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a pair of unique earrings on her ears. It was a pity that she wore sunglasses on her face, as if she couldn't be too far away.
Outside. Is the grilled corn sold at the door? Can you bring me one? I haven't eaten it in a long time. Mine, it's cheap, I'll bake it for you.
Zhou Linlin stood up in a hurry, and the dark clouds between her eyebrows also disappeared.
The woman with earrings put on sunglasses like a blind man, looked at Lu Sanqian with her nostrils, and said, is it right here?
Then she massaged herself.
Walked between. Chen Yutong, who followed happily, pulled Lu Sanqian away in a low voice. Sanqian, do you know who she is?
Mayor's woman, I met him in Golden Sunday. He thought I was Yuan Bin's little sister. Just talked, she must have a lot of money as a junior, and she can also introduce you to a large number of customers.
I thought it was a celebrity. I didn't expect to be a junior. How old is the mayor?
This woman is definitely not moisturizing. Lu Sanqian touched his chin, but Chen Yutong said, then you guessed wrong, he is really a star, but he is not well known. When he was the hottest in the past, he could be considered a second and third line. Later, he fell down. Her name is Tong Wenwen, so she is definitely different from the average junior. Tong Wenwen, she's familiar, and the mayor can enjoy this old thing.
Yutong, why hasn't it started yet? Hey, right now, the master is preparing something.
Chen Yutong replied and helped Lu Sanqian to adjust his collar and whispered in a low voice, Sanqian, hurry in and get a massage.
I won't talk about anything else. I know you are the person doing big things.
She is not important, but the connections behind her are sure.
It is helpful for you. Silly girl.
Lu Sanqian smiled from the bottom of his heart. If I want to accumulate contacts, I might as well let Zhang Huan save me a game, but maybe it will come in handy in the future.
I won't say thank you. I will give it to me in the evening.
stay at the door, I'll come to you. Okay, go in quickly. Chen Yutong's face suddenly flew red, and his smile was as sweet as candied fruit. Chapter 062 The Sisters, I can't handle you after you're so thin. If you reduce it, it won't be symmetrical. Tong Wenwen's figure has nothing to say, the S-shaped curve, the chest, and butt are not too big, it is within the normal range. I don't know where she came so fast, I guess she washed it before, just put it on after a while. With the bathrobe, the snow-white skin looks like smooth jasper. I still have some fat on my stomach, and Yutong didn't mean that you can remove the impurities on the skin surface by massaging? I want to see if it's true. Tong Wenwen said while lying on the bed. She didn't seem to take his advertising slogan seriously, just came over and tried it under Chen Yutong's strong recommendation. Tummy, right? Yutong should have told you that you need to blindfold your eyes for a massage here. The blindfold is right next to me. I'll start when I prepare the essential oils for the massage. Lu Sanxian said politely. Unexpectedly, Tong Wenwen glanced at him, picked up the earmuffs on the table and said coldly, I hope you don't do some foolish things. This clearly put him down. How could Lu Sanxian bear such contempt? Since he said that, even if he didn't mean it, he had to eat her 2 pieces of tofu. It's getting started, it might be a little itchy. Put the essential oil on Tong Wenwen's abdomen, and put her hands phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme to her moisturizing skin. Such a good thing can't be asked by ordinary people. Lu Sanxian also secretly started to exert her strength, but Tong Wenwen said angrily, will you get a massage? I have never seen you press this way. Knowing that the own technique was wrong, but Lu Sanxian was still cheeky and said, sisters don't do much massage. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme you meet young masseurs. If you find a few masters, the technique is absolute. Just like me, I'm about to take the next step, to make sure you've never experienced this feeling before. After talking about Lu Sanxian, he took out the tiger teeth wrapped in foam board. Only a part of the blade was exposed, so that even if someone sees it from the gap in the earmuffs, it will not be scared. After all, earmuffs are not very safe. In Dongshan, there were many special function training courses in Dongshan, where the children just put on earmuffs to recognize the color. Huya absorbed the grease at a speed visible to the naked eye. As soon as he leaned up, Tong Wenwen suddenly snorted. However, Lu Sanxian took advantage of her full attention to the belly, and the other hand gradually began to move upwards, which happened to be on the towel. On the edge, you can touch the delicate Yufeng up. Yeah, it's impossible to think that Tong Wenwen's body is so sensitive that she hummed a sound. 2 blushes appeared on her face immediately, and she subconsciously tightened the towel on her chest. Lu Sanxian quickly laughed and said, don't be nervous. It is very common to massage these acupoints to feel sore and tingling. It means that you are in good health. It's just that your work and rest are irregular recently, and the quality of sleep is not good. Lu Sanxian flickered casually. In this era, 80% to 90% of normal people have irregular schedules and poor sleep quality. As expected, Tong Wenwen nodded, well, I haven't really slept well in the past few days, so I thought that massage can relax. In fact, I phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme massage in another massage shop. Your location here is too remote. You use your technology to open a shop here. Buried. She was really fooled. She thought it was Lu Sanxian's sophisticated techniques, but Lu Sanxian claimed to be a decent gentleman, so he couldn't take advantage of her too much, so he cleaned her face with a knife. Wrap her body with a bath towel. Your technology is very good. Tong Wenwen said with satisfaction, went into the shower room to rinse for a while, and immediately chased it out in surprise. How did you do it? It's impossible. How did you disappear the fat on my stomach in just such a while? Sister, are you planning to smash my shop? I have all this advertisement here. Ancient massage and scientific weight loss. What if I can't reduce my bragging rights? Lu Sanxian laughed and said, rather than caring about the fat on your stomach, it is better to take a good look at the skin on your face. Does it feel softer and smoother than before? I know. Tong Wenwen walked over hard, as if to give him a wall, eagerly asked, I ask you, is this ancient massage you said is effective for acne? Don't be kidding, I told you, but it's a big deal.
It should work logically, but I have never tried it. You reminded me that there seems to be another market. That's good, I can tell you, you'd better find someone to try first, and if this is done, you can make sure you will be successful. Tong Wanwan only returned to the room and changed her clothes. Chen Yutong greeted her happily when she saw her coming out, and said with a smile, "How about it, not bad. Even if you don't lose weight, using ancient massage can also beautify your face. It's all old things passed down from our ancestors." "Well, very good." Tong Wanwan made a few perfunctory sentences, then took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Lu Sanxian. "When you have tried it and succeeded in coming to this address, call me. The benefit is indispensable to you. It is definitely better than you open this shop." Powerful. Definitely. Lu Sanxian blinked at her, but Tong Wanwan didn't look in his direction at all, took the roasted corn from Zhou Linlin, turned around and went out. Chen Yutong also followed, and didn't forget to turn his head and wink his eyes before leaving the house and said, 3,000, I will send Sister Wanwan home first. Wow, Brother Lu, your customers are so rich. They directly gave me so much money and got a grilled corn. Zhou Linlin was so happy that the food stamp in her hand was broken. Lu Sanxian said in a bad mood, "Look at you, I don't just have to pay for a bowl of fried liver, so hurry up and continue roasting corn. I will roast a few more. Please eat the three of you together." Sitting back on the recliner, Lu Sanxian remembered to look at the business card. It was really hard to see. The address was written as Mansion Number 1 in the front of the address. Yeah, I tried it. It's okay. Absolutely. Don't worry. I can't cure a few pimples? So I'm already outside. Come and pick me up or say hello to the security guard. I'll go to you and talk to you in detail. Lu Sanxian was holding his mobile phone and yelling outside the east gate of Mansion Number 1 when he happened to ran into Hong Ziyu, the young policeman he had met before. Hong Ziyu was stunned in astonishment, and then smiled. "Brother found you. Relatives?" "Yeah, let her come out to pick me up later." Lu Sanxian smiled and gave him a cigarette. At the same time, he handed him a business card that hadn't been printed for a long time. "After get off work, you can come to my place and sit down. Thank you for the last time. I invite you to dinner for 2 days. Thank you, it's all trivial." Hong Ziyu glanced at the business card twice, widened his eyes and said, "Brothers are really good at it. I opened a shop in such a short time. Small business, it's nothing, it's you who are really capable." Lu Sanxian was about to say a few more words. Unexpectedly, the security booth suddenly answered the phone. After answering, he smiled respectfully and said, "Boss, Miss Tong has notified us, let us send you in. Next time talk about brothers, I still have business here, remember to come to my shop to find me." Waved to him, Lu Sanxian went into Mansion Number 1 under the leadership of the security guard. There were also several shops inside. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme 4 life products or selling luxury goods. There were even dogs running and pulling on the lawn. Without putting on the rope, several security guards looked ugly and said, "Sorry boss, can we make a detour? If we accidentally run into a dog, we won't be able to keep our job here." "What a big deal, I understand, you can go around anyway, as long as you send me to the place." Lu Sanxian said favorably, "The law in the last days has become a decoration. There are more powerful people, and even dogs are more expensive than others. This is the boss, if nothing happens, then I'll go back first." "All right." The security guard took him to the door of a building. According to the information on the business card, Tong Wanwan lived on the 5th floor. The rich people lived in a different place. Even when the materials were scarce, the elevators in this building were still able to operate normally, in a blink of an eye. So he went upstairs and rang the doorbell. "Come in." Tong Wanwan opened the door expressionlessly and wore ordinary home clothes, but her temperament was very outstanding. The special scent that came on her face when she entered the room refreshed her heart. Lu Sanxian opened the door and said, "As soon as you left yesterday, I made a special trip to find a young man to try it. Hey. Guess what, it really blocked my old nose. That face is as clean as it has never been used before. Sisters, just tell me, which of your relatives wants to treat acne? This is the money I prepared for you." Tong11 didn't reply, but pulled out a pocket from under the sofa. The neatly sized inside were all food stamps, and it was roughly estimated to have a small amount. What do you mean, Sister Wen? I don't sell my body but don't sell my body. It's not, I'll tell you straight. Tong11 said coldly, our commander in Ronqing has a daughter under her knees. She has a face full of pimples and has been reluctant to come out to see more people. It will be her 18th birthday in a few days. I want you to help. I will cure her, and as long as you agree, you can take the money today. TSK Tut, but I'm not interested in money. Lu Sanxian shook his head and said, besides, what can I do with this little money? There is no first person in my craft in the world. There is a steady stream of customers. There is no reason to fancy this little money. You might as well give me some practical points. Children's stuff. What do you mean? Tong11 frowned and backed away. Lu Sanxian hurriedly waved his hand and said, that's not what I meant, don't worry, I don't have a cold with your model, and you are more attractive to me as a star. Double update tomorrow. What the hell do you mean? If you have something to say, don't be circumspect. Tong11 raised her eyebrows angrily, but Lu Sanxian casually picked up the teacup she was holding, took a sip and asked abruptly, I'm 29, how old are you this year, and how you look like this is also 25 and 66. Right? 28. As if humming from her nostrils, Tong11 is not like some women. She has to keep her age secret. Lu Sanxian smiled and said, well, let me do you a favor, but I don't want your money. You just need to introduce it. When I said I was your brother, it's fine. As for what Big Brother is, it's up to you to make up, even if it's a half-parent. What on earth do you want to do? Tong11 suspiciously said, could it be that you want to borrow my relationship? But I can tell you that there is a tigress next to Wu Shihua. Even if you borrow my relationship, you can't climb that high. Don't worry about this, we can be mutually beneficial. Lu Sanxian waved his hand, and Tong11 nodded in thought. Unexpectedly, the door was knocked suddenly, but Lu Sanxian's eyebrows were open and laughed like a lively person. Only Tong11 panicked. It must be Wu Shihua who is here, so you can hide quickly and let him see it and you will be in trouble. What are you afraid of? I am not afraid of shadows, and he is not my husband. What am I afraid of? Lu Sanxian looked excited, and Tong11 hurriedly pulled him to the window. Lu Sanxian said with an aura, big sister, this horse is on the 5th floor, and the labor and capital will definitely be gone. Tong11 said sternly, what else can you do? Don't gloat, let Wu Shihua see you and you won't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, he is very small-minded, even if you say you are my brother. I'm going under the bed, don't I go to the closet as a king? No, he will definitely find out. Wenwen, hurry up and open the door. The door at the door was smashed a few times, and a voice of an impatient man came in. Tong11 hurriedly agreed, wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom. Then he whispered to Lu Sanxian with a fierce face, it's too late. Now, get in quickly. Then he kicked and pushed Lu Sanxian under the bed, tidying up his hair and clothes in a panic, and hurriedly ran to open the door with small steps. The world, why are you? Why are you here? Tong11 asked with some surprise. The man who came in from outside the door smiled and said, why, can't I come? Wenwen, I want to kill you when I step on a horse. Why are you opening the door now? There will be no one in the house, right? As if he was aware of something wrong, the man was half joking and half serious. He didn't expect that Tong11's mental quality was not generally high. She immediately cast her face and said angrily, yes, of course, there are wild men coming in every day in this room. Okay, I'll just make a joke, don't be angry, the big deal, I will make up for you. The man laughed lewdly. Lu Sanxian could only hear the sound of rushing high heels stepping on the wooden floor. Tong11 was obviously being pushed up and down by the man and walked towards the bedroom. Fuck, it's really exciting. He watched a pair of big white legs interlaced in front of his eyes, and only flashed a sentence like marriage in his mind. Not long after, Tong11 was pushed onto the bed, and the mattress squeezed immediately. He quickly turned the phone to silent, otherwise if someone calls suddenly, even if they haven't done anything, it's impossible to make it clear.
Tong Wenwen, who was kissed by the wolf, suddenly reacted, and quickly pushed the man away, panting and begging, "Don't be so fast, please let me take a bath first, and I will do whatever you want to take a bath." "That's what you said, we will wash it together." The man with the idea of bath for mandarin ducks immediately agreed. The two entangled and walked towards the bathroom. Lu Sanxian, who stuck out his head, just saw the disorderly clothes Tong Wenwen gestured at him and told him to leave quickly. But Lu Sanxian took the opportunity to take a picture of the two of them who were hugging each other. This man is naturally not Wu Shihua. Hearing his voice and appearance, he should be about the same age as Tong Wenwen. She must be the concubine she looked for when she was hungry and thirsty. The green grass in the world needs watering. Lu Sanxian shook his head and listened to the sound of the water coming from the bathroom and the red-faced sorrows of the two of them. He couldn't help but put the first BGM in his mind for Mayor Wu and opened the door with his hands and feet. Lu Sanxian, who came out of Tong Wenwen's house, glanced at the patrolling police and slowly walked towards the gate. He didn't know the exact location of Gao Jia. Zhang Huan didn't tell him, so he could only determine which building he was in. Inside. Hong Ziyu? Who knew that Hong Ziyu, who was still outside just now, changed shifts and entered into mansion number 1? Lu Sanxian walked over quickly, and Hong Ziyu also pretended to check his ID card. "Brother, can you find someone for me?" Lu Sanxian whispered, "Gao Jia, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the building where I am pointing, but I don't know the specific house number. Can you ask me to check it for me?" "It doesn't matter if you don't find it, my brothers. The relationship is still here. Let me try." Hong Ziyu watched Lu Sanxian stuffing a stack of food stamps into his pockets, and said in a panic, "You know, some residents have hidden personal information." 4. If you have this sentence, you can come to the massage parlor to find me if you have news. After Lu Sanxian finished speaking, he pretended to be okay and walked out the door, but Hong Ziyu came down in a cold sweat. He stretched out his hand and squeezed the stack of food stamps. It was roughly estimated that it would cost at least 1,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, once back to the massage shop, Zhou Linlin rushed over as if the sky was falling, crying in grief, "Brother Lu, my brother, he can't come back." Lu Sanxian patted her back lightly and asked, "Don't worry, what's the matter, where did you hear the news?" "I just returned to the rented house. Several people found me and gave me money." Zhou Linlin, whose face was crying, couldn't help sobbing. "They told me my brother he accidentally fell into the group of corpses when he was on the mission, and there were no bones left." "What about your brother's old classmates, has he come back?" "I don't know, I haven't seen him." Zhou Linlin's eyes recovered a little, and she grabbed Lu Sanxian with both hands and said, "Yes, Brother Lu, he must know the news of my brother. I don't believe my brother died like this." "Do you know where he lives?" "I will accompany you to find him." "Of course I know, he lives not far from the house we rented." Zhou Linlin wiped her tears and walked quickly with Lu Sanxian to where he lived. "This is where his old classmate lives." Zhou Linlin pointed to a room and said, "His classmate's name is Zhuang Qian, and I don't know the others." "Anyone there?" Lu Sanxian patted the door vigorously, but no one in the room responded. He repeated the pat for more than a minute, and finally picked up a nearby brick and smashed the window. "Brother Lu, what are you doing? There are people in this room." Lu Sanxian didn't explain too much, he immediately jumped in. After hearing a scream, he threw a man out of it. The man quickly begged for mercy. "Dage, who are you from? We should have no grievances or enmity." "Zhuang Dage, why are you silent in the house?" Zhou Linlin was furious, but Zhuang Qian explained, "Nonsense, I don't even know him, who dares to open the door for him?" "Speak well, let me ask you, where is Zhou Liang now?" Lu Sanxian squatted on the window with the brick just now in his hand, and Zhuang Qian replied with dodgy eyes, "Didn't you send someone to tell his sister?" "And I was not with him at the time, I heard it was on a mission. When I fell from the soil slope into the pile of zombies, what is wrong with me? It was not me who killed him." "Don't tell the truth, right?" Lu Sanxian directly picked up a brick and threw it on top of his head. Zhuang Qian's head immediately saw red, wailing strangely, and threatened, "You dare to do something to me when you step on a horse? You are attacking a soldier and can be sentenced to death." "Fuck you, damn it, are you embarrassed to be called a soldier?" Lu Sanxian didn't treat him as a human being, and kicked him viciously again. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Qian's cell phone suddenly lit up, and he knew who was calling him.
Be honest, pick me up.
Good. Zhuang Qian's eyes turned squeaky, and as soon as he was connected, he quickly said, "Someone has come to the door, hurry up and bring someone to rescue me, otherwise Lin, you go first.
There is a casino next to it. Just find the manager and tell me my name."
Good. Lu Sanxian smashed his phone to a smash and grabbed Zhuang Qian's hair and said, "Lastly, I will give you a chance. If you don't explain it honestly, you can just confess your last words directly. I don't even have to sit in jail for killing you, a bunch of brothers. Help me confess my guilt." I said, Zhuang Qian said anxiously, "I really didn't expect him to die.
It really has nothing to do with me.
I need a group of new people to go out and perform tasks.
Someone finds me and asks me to get him in. Who knows? He was so lucky that he really died there."
"What task?" "It seems to be asking them to find a research institute, where there is a forest of ghosts." Zhuang Qian coughed twice and said, "I don't know about the others, and I have no access to deeper information. There is still a wave of people fighting on Zhou Linlin's idea."
"Is that the same person you were talking about?"
Yes, someone wanted to get Zhou Linlin, so I was asked to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme Zhouliang out.
You helped him so much, so there should be a lot of benefits, right?
Lu Sanxian squinted his eyes and asked. Zhuang Qian quickly explained, I didn't expect him to die, and if Zhou Linlin followed that person, he would definitely not worry about food and clothing.
I would consider it for their good, otherwise they couldn't get along in Rongqing at all. Tusk.
Lu Sanxian shook his head and said, "Anyway, he is also your old classmate. I sold him for some food stamps. You have a face to say, so let me interrupt you. At least I can continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme.
Dage don't."
Before he could talk more, Zhuang Qian had his eyes split in pain, holding his own leg and yelling. At the same time, more than 20 little hooligans also appeared at the entrance of the alley, with steel knives in his hand. There will be a chapter later.
Cut him.
The gangsters rushed up, and the patrol policeman who had just revealed his head hurriedly left, pretending that he hadn't seen it. Killing in this street is commonplace, and the tenants also locked the door tightly. People who die this time must be severely cracked down for a few days.
Lu Sanxian was also taken aback.
He was originally here waiting for the Black Hand behind the scenes. He didn't expect that he waited for more than 20 people. There was no tiger's teeth, and he looked a little frightened. Knock him to death, hack him to death. Labor and Capital's legs are gone. Zhuang Qian screamed loudly, but Lu Sanxian suddenly took out an ear pick, picking up earwax like no one else. The guy who ran in the front with a knife was immediately stunned. He had never seen anyone picking earwax before a fight in his life. He didn't understand what Lu Sanxian was playing, and the people behind him stopped one after another.
Whisper to the ear canal, "What should I do? Why not chop?"
"Of course you have to chop. Wait a while, let him dig it out and then chop." Family education from a young age made them follow a rule: as long as someone is digging their ears, they should never touch him, otherwise it will cause a big problem.
Anyway, he can't run after waiting for a while.
Hurry up, all are waiting for you. It's coming soon, I haven't paid for it in a long time. Lu Sanxian squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth, picking the ear spoon and turning it round and round. One of the gangsters finally couldn't help it, and said angrily, "Treading horses, we are here to hack people.
When he picks up his earwax, isn't he sick? Give them all to me. I definitely want to hack him to death."
Lu Sanxian flicked their ear picks on their faces, rubbed oil on the soles of their feet, and immediately got into the broken window. The bastards hurriedly followed up, but Lu Sanxian took it because the window was not big. Each leg of the table sticks one by one, like a gopher.
Chisel glass, a bunch of idiots.
Sitting on the ground like a dead dog, Zhuang Qian pulled his throat and cursed, but all of these bastards were Blood Qi Fang gang. When he scolded Blood Qi like this, he surged upwards. When he turned his head back, Zhuang Qian was incredibly wide. He closed his eyes, and his head fell to the ground. The window was smashed clean, and the charterer couldn't help but feel distressed by hiding in the house. The gangsters rushed in, but Lu Sanxian had already gotten out of the window at the other end, and finally waited for them to get into the alley. Lu Kei crawled on the third floor to pee underneath, just to pour a raised mouth. F***CK, labor and capital must cut you off. The gangsters immediately resembled Dian Wei, who had gone mad. No one could stop them, but it was really impossible to stop them, but a huge sheet was laid down to block their sight, and Lu Sanxian disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. "How is brother Lu, my brother?" Zhou Linlin asked quickly. Jiang Huan stood beside her winking, probably thinking that he had another girl. Lu Sanxian shook his head helplessly. "Your brother is really gone." Zhuang Qian said that he performed a task of finding a research institute and died in a ghost forest. "Impossible, my brother has a natural appearance, how could he die? He must have lied to you, my brother just disappeared, right?" Zhou Linlin said madly like a madman, and Lu Sanxian nodded. "Perhaps, he just said that your brother did not come out, maybe he is still alive now, so you go to rest first, and I will let Yutong accompany you." Arranging Zhou Linlin to a room in the casino, Lu Sanxian smiled and said to Jiang Huan, "Why, are you also making the idea of the institute?" He just said this in Jiang Huan's face just to see his reaction. Sure enough, Jiang Huan's face changed slightly. He knew that this guy must know a lot of inside information. "How is it possible, the research institute? Isn't there a research institute in Roncheng? What are we doing with the idea of that stuff?" Jiang Huan shook his head, and Lu Sanxian laughed and said, "I really thought I didn't have any news channels here for so long. The research institute is very important to you, otherwise you won't pay that much attention. Hey, brother Lu, I advise you not to get involved with the institute." Jiang Huan solemnly said, "We really value this research institute, but we can't get in there at all. Needless to say, the zombies standing in front of me can't come out. Not many people can come out of the ghost forest in the middle. What on earth is there in the research institute that is worth looking for so many of you to spare no effort? I didn't tell you before, I didn't want you to lie down in this muddy water." Jiang Huan stood up and checked the door lock again, and said seriously, the institute had made great progress in research before it lost contact. They even developed a virus serum. You know this thing is good for us. What is it? Whoever has the virus serum will have the capital to rule. It's not that easy. What we are worried about right now is not infection. What we are worried about is the Corpse Clan. The Corpse Clan has come out, and the virus serum can be used for eggs? Of course it's not that easy, but they can create upgraded people through virus serum. Jiang Huan said solemnly, "I couldn't tell you about these things, but since you already know it, it doesn't matter. I told you before that Yuan Bin's ability is symbiosis, which is equivalent to his other half. It is the Corpse Clan, so he can also access more Corpse Clan information than us. He knows that the Corpse Clan will run out sooner or later, and humans can't resist it if they are still like this. So the best way is to create an upgraded army. The number of black fog stones is too scarce. We can only hope that the virus serum of the Research Institute." The several major forces in the entire Roncheng have all paid their attention there. "Brother Lu, you really should join us, only we are the last hope of mankind." "Forget it, I don't have the ambitions of yours, I'm just the hope of my family." Lu Sanxian waved his hand, took out his phone and cropped a part of the photo taken before to show Jiang Huan. "Do you know this person?" "Wu Xiangyu, why do you have a picture of him?" Jiang Huan said in amazement. Lu Sanxian casually said, "Someone sent it to me." He was secretly surprised. Tong Wenwen is Wu Xiangyu's mother anyway. The two of them actually got together. It seems that it is not once or twice. After thinking about it, a real story came out. Lu Sanxian said again, "You have a lot of people, help me investigate who is beating Zhou Linlin's idea." Jiang Huan naturally nodded and agreed. In a blink of an eye, he came to the room where Zhou Linlin was. Chen Yutong put his index finger on his mouth and hushed to remind him not to make a noise. It turned out that Zhou Linlin fell asleep after crying, curled up like a small wildcat in the jungle. "Let's go back first, she is safe here." After a tiring day, the massage parlor basically hasn't opened yet. A group of returning customers can't wait long ago.
Lu Sanqian has been busy for a lot of time and slept in the massage parlor before returning to the rental house. I found it, 305 is the room she lives in. Early in the morning, Hong Ziyu, who had just been on vacation, came to the massage shop. Lu Sanqian found a rare restaurant and invited him to a meal. Hong Ziyu said while eating, "Brother Lu, I risk losing my job to investigate for you, in case, if you are accidentally discovered by then, don't confess me. Don't worry, you do this for me. Not only will you be rich, you will also be able to ascending officer at that time." After eating, Lu Sanqian called Tong Wenwen. Tong Wenwen didn't say much, put him in, avoiding a few policemen. Old Lu came to the door of room 305 mentioned by Hong Ziyu and knocked gently. Knocked on the door. 3000. Gao Jia, who hadn't seen it for a long time, opened the door and said with great surprise, "Why did you come to Rongcheng?" "No, you actually found it here." "I don't really want to welcome me after hearing what you mean." Lu Sanqian joked, "What are you doing in a daze? Don't you plan to let me go in and sit?" "I didn't expect you to find it here." Gao Jie said in surprise, "It's rare for me. No, you won't really like me, it's really disgusting." F***ck off. Lu Sanqian said irritably, "I came from Dongshan all the way to see you, not to listen to you, Xiao Wangya, see how comfortable you are now, how is it, and I mean to go back." "Of course I'm going back," but Gao Jie said, "But, it's not enough now." 3000. Give me some time. The whole Rongcheng will become ours. Compared with Rongcheng, the resettlement camps in Dongshan are just children. Every family. You were brainwashed by Yuan Bin, right? Lu Sanqian's eyebrows were twisted together. What kind of ecstasy did Yuan Bin give you? One by one, he changed his personality. Oh, 3000, you think about it, such a big resettlement camp, no matter what you do in the future is not so much easier? You will have children in the future, you will not find a school in Dongshan, here is different. Even now, there is a school in normal school. Gao Jie sat next to him, clinging to each other, and said with a grin, "In fact, Yuan Bin is not a bad person. If you have more contact with him, you will know it. Speaking of him, I still think of one thing, look at it." This unexpectedly, Gao Jie called up a blurry photo from the phone. Lu Sanqian glanced at it and immediately furious, and resisted, "Okay, Gao Jia, I really didn't see it, show me you too. What do you do with your intimate photos, show affection in front of us? I mentioned it to you last time, did you forget it?" Gao Jia said nonchalantly, "You take a good look at who the people here are. Why does Yuan Bin look like a high school student? Isn't this a picture of him and the fuck?" Lu Sanqian suddenly realized, Gao Jie nodded, unexpectedly, his mother actually looks like me. When I was in the mall, I wondered why this guy secretly called me to my mother. It turns out that he really regarded me as his mother. Fuck, you're too fucking like a fucking mother, right? Lu Sanqian was shocked and said a tongue twister. Gao Jie sighed, his mother died of illness when he was in high school. His dad never looked after him. I heard that he had good grades in his studies before. After fighting, he dropped out of school, opened a barbecue stall and was bullied by someone. He was young and stabbed with a knife and went in. It was also very pitiful. Oh, there must be pity in the hateful. Lu Sanqian hugged her, gently stroked the skin on her wrist and said, "Little Huang Ah, let's go back to Dongshan. I will come and find you alone, just to take you back." Xiaoye gave a deadly order. "I don't want to go back without you." "I see." Gao Jie looked at him moved. 3000, why don't you come with us? You will surely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and hiding in the future, and I don't want my future children to be like us. You just made up your mind to stay here, right? Lu Sanqian stood up angrily. "Just answer me, would you like to go with me now?" "I'm not unwilling, but okay, no more talk." Lu Sanqian suddenly fell ill and said angrily, "The surname is Hai, I will come here as a tourist this time. From now on, you will walk on your Chenghua Avenue and I will walk on my second immortal bridge. No need to send it. Goodbye." 3000, Gao Jia hurriedly chased out. Lu Sanqian shut the door on the first floor with a boom.
A patrolling policeman rushed over when he heard the sound. Lu Sanchen broke the door lock without thinking that the incident was too serious. Use 3,000, so good. Why are you suddenly angry? You listen to me to explain. Gao Jie simply chased him from the back door. Lu Sanchen strode towards the policeman and stretched out his hand. Take me away, for nothing else, I just don't have money to eat. My buddy, are you okay? The police were at a loss and could only take him away for sabotage of public property, but Lu Sanchen made a phone call and said to the other side, Tong 11, I'm fast into the game. No matter what method you use, get me out immediately. It's nothing serious. I just go in a bad mood. Yes, I'm sick. You'd better hurry up. So much effort, well, you are such a lunatic. Tong 11 on the other end of the phone pressed her temple with her hand. If it weren't for Lu Sanshian's request, he would have liked to find someone to kill him in the bureau now. However, it will be the birthday of the daughter of the Rongqing commander in a few days. There can be no mistakes on the knots. Hey, Director Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you and help me find someone called Lu Sanxian. It should be at the Huahua Road branch now. What, has been sent away? Well, thank you, I will invite you to dinner in 2 days. Tong Wenwen's temple hurts even more when she hung up the phone. She can see it, this guy is deliberately looking for fun to test her bottom line. You have news about what you asked me to do. In the casino, Zhang Huan said slowly to Lu Sanxian, it was a little fatty, Feng Man, and Wu Xiangyu's subordinates who made her idea. What this person likes most is to seduce women who have just entered the city, and he is different from ordinary people. He likes it is to let women be controlled by him spiritually. His original plan should be to let a few gangsters kidnap Zhou Linlin, and then create a scene where a hero saves the beauty. What will happen to him if he succeeds? That's not necessarily true, Feng Man is very abnormal. Zhang Huan said solemnly, if you are lucky, your body will be destroyed at most. Poor luck may not even be able to save your life. Before, a woman was tortured and went crazy. She sat on the street all day, even the homeless go. The woman died not long after, and I heard that even the body was taken back by Feng Man after her death. Tsk Tusk, this thing is not a thing. Who would say no, if it weren't for him and Wu Xiangyu to play together when they were wearing open pants? According to him, I don't know how many times he died. Zhang Huan worried again, but Brother Lu, Feng Man is also a character that Yazi must report. He knows that you have broken his good deeds, and he will definitely try his best to retaliate against you, or I will help you block it? No, and it's inconvenient for you now, after all, aren't you and Wu Xiangyu still in the honeymoon period? Lu Sanxian waved his hand nonchalantly. Zhang Huan smiled and said, oh, you, Brother Lu, you just like to be nosy. Zhou Linlin is not relatives to you, what are you doing to protect her? You don't understand, I've always been a Virgin Mary, and I don't want someone to bully a woman. When I see the weak, I want to protect. Ha, just blow it, you are showing someone else's body, nasty. Zhang Huan laughed and asked, did you meet Gao Jie yesterday? She called and told me that you were angry. What's your madness? I won't leave after seeing you and stay there for the night? Lu Sanxian said angrily. Suddenly Zhang Huan's cell phone rang, and then his eyebrows were twisted, and he smiled bitterly at him. It's broken, what's the matter? Feng Manjin found a group of gangsters to treat you. The shop is broken. What, anyone at my location dared to smash the shop? Are my two clerks injured? The person was not injured. I guess it was not lightly scared. The police caught a few gangsters and went in. After compensation, they can only be shut down for a few days. Feng Mansuan is definitely not just smashing the shop. Labor and management are waiting for him to continue coming. Lu Sanxian furiously said, I can't deal with such a small fatty, so I've been in a massage shop in Huajie for so long. Labor and management let him know what is a friend of women. He was not in a hurry to go back, but dialed a phone number. Hey, is it Sister Wang? Yes, I am Xiao Wang, I can't tell little brother. A group of gangsters smashed my shop. Yes, you think it's convenient for you to do me a favor. Give me a few more days of detention. It's better to tidy up. No one will let you go. Little brother, I'm wronged. Where is the person? Of course I'm in the hospital now.
I'd been stabbed twice. You wouldn't see me if I hadn't ordered Big Sister. Yes, next time I'll bring you a full body package to ensure that you are supple and tender from head to toe. Yes, at least 10 years younger. Hey, Hong Hong, you heard that? I almost lost my face. It was the little fatty named Feng Man who did it. The water in Rongqing is too deep. I didn't provoke anyone when I stepped on a horse and ended up like this. I'm ready to go after the game. Nothing can be better than here, what?
You must not trouble him. I heard that he is a gangster, and he has a few thousand brothers. Oh, you say that, brother? Why am I embarrassed? 2 days later I will come to your house. Oh, Mrs. Chen, why are you calling here?
I have nothing serious about it.
I'm afraid I can say bye-bye in the massage business with this hand. So fast, so good, then but thank you so much, no problem, little brother, I really don't know how to thank you. Lu Sanxian made a few calls and answered a few calls in front of Zheng Huan. Some of them had improper relationships between men and women.
Zheng Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Brother Lu, how long have you been here?
All the rich women nearby have been hooked up by you. The red in your mouth just now is the wife of the director of the Municipal Development Bureau. We ate at the same table, and she was in front of us. It's very serious.
What do you know, it's still slow.
If it wasn't for my old age and my body could not keep up, I would have hooked up the entire Rongqing rich lady.
Where is this?
While hanging up the phone, Lu Sanxian drank a drink to moisturize his throat, righteously said, But don't you think I am like a beast like you that only looks at someone else's body? Although I have a lot of contact, but I know this is wrong.
Isn't it no way? I want to hang out in Rongqing. Without these rich women, who can't step on your head? Aren't you busy going back?
People who listen to me say that your shop is basically smashed.
No hurries?
The light and windy Lu Sanxian lighted a cigarette and said, Don't tell me, these rich women are really amazing.
How long is this?
The decoration team has found me, together with the side.
I also bought the store in, and they smashed my storefront.
The rich woman is relieved to do things. In an instant, a construction team was transferred. When Lu Sanxian got there, only the master was smashing the wall, and the 2 shop assistants were sitting under the parasol to rest.
The all-black bodyguard behind the jeweled Mrs. Chen, Lu Sanxian quickly trod over and smiled. Oh, Mrs. Chen, you were here, and I was so anxious that I pulled all the drops.
Look, this gauze is still bleeding. When she said that, she shook the gauze she had prepared.
Mrs. Chen immediately took off her sunglasses and said distressfully, Does it still hurt? Feng Man is really getting bolder now. You can rest assured that I will give it this time. You will explain.
Oh, if you don't explain it, I'll thank God if it's okay. Lu Sanxian shook his head and said, I heard that the forces behind Feng Man are intricately intertwined.
How did my little common people get offended? Or Mrs. Chen, save me around.
I will pay him some protection fee and treat it as a disaster prevention.
NS. It's just a little bastard. Someone has seen him uncomfortable for a long time. Don't be afraid. Leave it to me.
The store next to it can be used tomorrow if you change it slightly.
You can open the store as usual.
Mrs. Chen looked domineering and leaked, and when he finished speaking, he took the bodyguard and left. At the same time, the people from the police station also sent compensation. Lu Sanxian did nothing, and made a lot of decoration expenses in vain.
Sister, you two are not hurt. If you are afraid, change your job. I will give you no, we won't go.
The clerk quickly interrupted him and said firmly, Brother Lu, if you dislike us, we will leave immediately, but if it is for this reason, we must stay.
With our ability, where can we not be bullied in Rongqing?
I still feel scared all day long, but here we are not afraid at all. At least some people here will speak for us.
Well, then 1 more month's salary will be given as your spiritual compensation.
Lu Sanxian laughed and said, after buying the shop next to him, he doesn't have to go back to the rental house at night, so he just sleeps here.
Someone is outside the window. Get up quickly.
Lu Sanxian, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by the old zombie. He was a soul body, and he couldn't escape his perception if there was any trouble.
He was a living alarm at night.
As expected, when he wakes up, a person was found lying on his stomach outside the window.
Roar!
The window was suddenly opened, and a zombie with a mouthful of blood jumped in from outside, bringing a gust of fishy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, which was disgusting. Lu Sanchen hurriedly turned on the light, only to find that the zombie had just changed and its appearance was clearly visible, but after a few roars, it shook its head in confusion, and prepared to run back as if it didn't know the road.
Quite cute. Come here for you.
The zombie was stunned by him, but he didn't know what Lu Sanchen meant.
Lu Sanchen walked over and closed the window.
The zombie got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to him and sniffed, but he still couldn't tell what he was.
Thing.
Although the people who came to cast the corpse did not know that the zombies would not bite him, it is obviously impossible to just let in ordinary zombies.
Any adult can easily kill a zombie, not to mention that they have seen it a long time ago. His skill. This person must be special.
Old Zombie said, maybe it is the son of a high-ranking official.
Even if you can't bite you, you can't explain the corpse here. After the corpse is transformed, the difficulty of an autopsy is more than a little bit higher. Nonsense, do you think I can't tell? Lu Sanchen rolled his eyes and said, you don't waste your energy, save it for later life-saving.
Actually, I never told you, but talking doesn't cost much energy at all.
I didn't expect you to be a fool to believe it.
The old Zong said contemptuously, but Lu Sanchen knew that he was talking nonsense all the time, and he must have almost recovered during this period of time.
Feng Man must find a chance to find it tomorrow on the dog day. Now there are a lot of eyes around. I can't just send it out like this, right?
Lu Sanchen frowned and said, those rich women have already begun to put pressure on Feng Man.
This guy seems to be looking for an ally.
I don't know whose son was killed and blamed on me.
Aren't you awesome? Why are you at a loss now?
The old zombie Yin and Yang said strangely, you don't have to rely on your ancestors at the critical moment, so let's kill it first, and then put the tiger's tooth on his face, and then you will go to sleep, tomorrow morning.
He is gone. Huya also has the effect of destroying corpses?
Lu Sanchen said in surprise, but Lao Zong said in a bad mood, this knife was used by you as a medical beauty device.
It's really a mess. Let labor and management teach you how to use this thing.
066 The general. But in the middle of the night, the zombie turned into pus, but the bones couldn't help but turned into ashes. Lu Sanchen found a shoebox to put it in, leaving only the clothes and pants of the zombie on the ground. He had to make a pot of fire and put his clothes in it to burn.
No one noticed the black smoke during the night.
After doing this, he fell asleep. Sure enough, a large group of people came into the house at noon the next day to search. Lu Sanchen went with them, and found nothing in the whole room, but Lu Sanchen smiled and shook his phone. Brothers, don't be too busy to go trespass into private houses.
According to the laws of Ronqing, detaining you for 1 or 2 days is not too much, right? Not too much.
The leader snorted and led the people to the police station. Lu Sanchen also understood who they were, and quickly asked Zhang Huan to release the news that Feng Man's death was related to Feng Man. Feng Man's reputation was already stinking. Furthermore, he was the person who provided the information, and naturally the biggest suspect was him. Hearing Zhang Huan's news, the zombie was led to a broken chicken coop across the street and found a few to accompany him to take drugs.
At night, I didn't know where to go.
If the corpse was there. When Lu Sanchen was found in his house, he definitely couldn't tell. After all, the product was not a good thing. He was used to being domineering.
He didn't do anything less to fight if he didn't like it.
Feng Man can be regarded as picking up a rock and hitting his own feet, and finding a good opponent for himself. He is not at all having a good life now. A few rich women are stuck with him. He has built up an old house and has not been able to start construction for a long time.
It was ruined, and only Wu Xiangyu could be found.
Fuck, if I don't provoke him a little bit, I really treat him as if I have no temper.
Lu Sanchen, who was bullied to this point, didn't want to be verbose anymore, so he directly dialed Tong Wenwen's phone.
When Tong Wenwen saw that the note was him, she immediately hung up and called several times before answering.
Hey, what's the matter?
You know, my relationship here can't help you deal with Feng Man. Besides, you have already taken him to this point. I advise you to accept it as soon as you see it right.
I understand, Wu Xiangyu is your concubine. Lu Sanxian smiled and said. Tong Wenwen on the other end of the phone immediately bit her red lips, and said coldly, "What do you mean, you want to use this to blackmail me?" "I can't talk about threats." Lu Sanxian said slowly. Wu Xiangyu protects his dog's life. This scourge can't die. If he can't die, I can't sleep well. Who knows if he will find someone to kill me in the middle of the night. I stopped seeing his head. Go ahead, what do you want me to do? Tong Wenwen sighed for a long time.
Lu Sanxian could imagine how ugly her face was, but still smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's very simple.
You come to me tomorrow. Let's talk about how to do it. It's just fine. Talk about things for a few days."
Good. Tong Wenwen hung up the phone eagerly, and arrived as scheduled the next day, but Lu Sanxian said with a hippie smile, "Sister, go to the Golden Sun to play with my brother. I heard that phone man was in a bad mood today and played all night."
The brand, you tell me he has been drinking now?
Which store?
It's not Jiang Huan's, right?
Of course not, Phone Man is a good guy in the center of the city, how dare he come here? Lu Sanxian frowned suddenly and said, "But you should change your clothes. When the big brother is high and low, you have to give you a whole set that looks better." Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian gave her a coquettish style. I didn't know that he thought it was a Mississippi. Someone would definitely come to ask the price when standing on the street at night.
Tong Wenwen was full of black lines and finally knew what he was going to do.
Just received the tip, Phone Man just entered the toilet.
I asked someone to give him a small dose of medicine.
This guy is absolutely excited. You can put your butt in the toilet and put on makeup in front of the mirror later. Keep it taller. When he arrived at the first Golden Sun in Roncheng, Lu Sanxian first checked his mobile phone, and then took Tong Wenwen straight to the bathroom.
I warn you, this is the last time.
Tong Wenwen said angrily, putting on makeup according to his plan. Phone Man happened to pee and his eyes straightened.
Snapped.
A crisp but slap immediately attracted the attention of a large group of people. Phone Man piled up fat on his face and smirked, "Little girl, sit in there with me, I promise to make you cool."
Phone Man, you are so bold.
Tong Wenwen turned around furiously. Phone Man immediately drooped with a fat face like a frosted eggplant, as if struck by lightning, exclaimed, "Sister One, why are you here?"
It's okay if he doesn't shout.
When he shouted, all the people nearby looked over, but his fat hand was still on Tong Wenwen's buttocks, and Tong Wenwen said with a cold face, "Don't take your paws away yet."
Sister One, I didn't mean it.
Phone Man anxiously defended with a pale face, "Even if I gave me 100 courage, I wouldn't dare to do that.
I really didn't recognize you.
I saw this dress, I thought, oh.
You mean I'm like Miss?"
Tong Wenwen's eyes were cold. Phone Man realized that she had said something wrong, and quickly waved her hand, but at this time, the more people gathered. Wu Xiangyu unexpectedly appeared here, right next to Golden Sun's behind-the-scenes boss Yuan Bin. Seeing this, Lu Sanxian simply put down his phone, and it didn't matter whether it was recorded or not. Seeing Wu Xiangyu's expression on his face, he knew that Phone Man was fierce, but he would definitely not kill Phone Man himself. Knowing that Phone Man had broken up with him, Phone Man would definitely not survive tonight.
Let's go.
Lu Sanxian shook his head, as if feeling something. Yuan Bin looked at him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile exclusively for Dragon King, as if watching a good show. The riot subsided not long after Phone Man hurriedly asked Wu Xiangyu to apologize.
Unexpectedly, Wu Xiangyu's backhand was just a slap and turned away.
This slap would be regarded as defeating Phone Man's only hope. Lu Sanxian still felt that the matter was not big enough, so he stopped and clapped again and again, but it was a pity that it was difficult to sing a lone poem.
Phone Manli looked at him viciously and walked over with his eyes narrowed.
"Brother Phone, don't get excited, I didn't clap my hands on purpose, I just thought of something happy suddenly. My wife is about to give birth, triplets." Lu Sanxian waved his hands with a smile on his face, but Phone Man still listened to him trolling his calf, and he smashed his fist without saying anything. Lu Sanxian didn't return his hand and was hit in the cheek by him, but Phone Man, a pampered young man where fatty has any strength, the posture is quite good, but it doesn't hurt at all.
If you hit me again, you'll fight back.
Lu Sanchen kindly reminded, but Feng Man got more and more vigorous, beating and scolding. He could see that all of this was Lu Sanxian's ghost, otherwise he would appear here so coincidentally.
Puff!
Unexpectedly, he was punching and kicking to relieve his chi, and suddenly he felt cold in his stomach.
Lu Sanchen didn't know where he took the fruit knife.
At this moment, it was covered with own blood. He opened his eyes and subconsciously covered his wound and mouth.
But he also vomited blood. After all, he was still weak and fell to the ground.
Lu Sanxian threw away the fruit knife, pretending to be flustered, and said, "He got here by himself. I didn't kill him. You have all seen you can be regarded as a legitimate defense.
We are all beaten like this. We are not blind. Yeah, besides, there is also monitoring. Even if it doesn't, I will testify to you." A group of people made a lot of noise.
It is estimated that Feng Man was not pleasing to the eye. Lu Sanxian also followed up and said in annoyance, "Oh, I was here to gamble, and I have no grievances with him.
Son, I was almost beaten to death by him.
Even if I was unlucky, I ran to surrender."
You are reasonable. What are you afraid of? I am a policeman. This is my police card.
Hong Ziyu didn't know what came out, and said blankly at him, "Take me back to the police station and record a statement."
Don't worry, I have witnessed everything.
I suspect that the deceased had taken the medicine before his death. Of course, I have to wait for the autopsy results to come out.
Thank you, Comrade Police.
Lu Sanxian hurriedly stepped forward and shook his hand in gratitude to Dade, and it was not surprising that the police went to the casino to gamble. After all, in Rongqing, gambling is a legal industry.
Relax after work. Relaxation is normal.
The two came out of Golden Sun in tandem, but Hong Ziyu let him go, saying, "The tree fell over Sun San.
No one will go into this matter. There is no need to leave the scene. There are people from Golden Sunday.
The method is clean.
Come to Route Huazi."
Lu Sanxian handed him a pack of cigarettes and said with a smile, "I will get you through the relationship.
If you work hard, you should be promoted in a few days. Don't rely on me. Don't give gifts.
Save that little money. The food stamps are prepared for you in the cigarette case, and you will be indispensable to follow the brother." "Thank you, brother." Lu Hongziyu expressed his gratitude with a complicated expression. Lu Sanxian walked to the massage parlor after speaking, but Tong Wenwen made a call and said displeasedly, "I have done everything you asked me to do. If something goes wrong in 2 days, you know the consequences."
Understand, my little sister, don't you worry about my character?
Hang up, the signal here is not very good. I hear you talk with an electric tone. The various forces in Rongqing have formed a state of balance. Any mistake in one aspect may cause a major change in the situation.
The biggest force is naturally Rongqing's Commander Zhong.
He always comes to get a girl, just such a precious daughter. Naturally, he cares very tightly. Even if he doesn't get in the oil and salt, his daughter is undoubtedly the best breakthrough.
Everyone has a ghost. Lu Sanxian shook his head as he walked. Gao Jie's main task here is also to please Commander Zhong's daughter.
He watched Yuan Bin and the others are in the same group with the mayor.
In fact, the two parties are secretly competing. Which one is stronger? Everyone has to panic. Grass, Lu Sanxian, let's see where you go today, brothers copy guys.
Unexpectedly, before he got home, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. It was the gangsters who chopped him down before.
There were a few of them.
It is estimated that they are still in the game and are tortured by Lu Sanqianchua's relationship.
Not light.
Guys, why are you bothering you? Your boss is all done, and who will kill me at that time to settle the bill for you? Fart your mother, don't listen to him bragging, I will kill him. The knives were shining brightly in people's eyes, and more than 20 gangsters surrounded the alley. The front and the back were dead ends.
It was hard to run out if he put wings on him.
Seeing all the knives were cut over, Lu Sanxian was unarmed.
My heart is cold. Wow.
Unexpectedly, Lu Sanxian suddenly threw a large stack of food stamps into the air. The food stamps flew around the sky like flowers and butterflies. The denomination of each one was not a dollar bill. Gu could cut him, all robbed him, and threw the knife on the ground to avoid accidental injury, lying on the ground completely disregarding brotherhood. Lu Sanxian squatted in the center with a cigarette in his mouth, fearing that standing would hurt their self-esteem. By this time, he was basically sure that he was safe. These gangsters just took money to do things, and of course they won't have enough benefits. Embarrass you. Xian Nai is outside, he has never cared much about this. After all, the massage shop opened there is a cash cow, and it is not a big deal to come to a rich woman to give a tip. Throwing out nearly 1,000 yuan is nothing. It took a long time for the gangsters to pick up all the food stamps, and the leader said with a complicated expression, "The surname is Lu, don't think it is great if you have money." "What did you just say? Our boss is dead." "Where are we from the boss?" Lu Sanxian said depressed, "It is your employer Feng Man, he was killed by me with a single knife, and his intestines are coming out. If you go early, you can still pick up a bowl or two of blood. Now the body is cold. I guess he hasn't settled the bill for you yet, so he just made a special trip to wait for you. I didn't expect that you would just hack it. It almost scared me to pee. This time you are fortune-telling. We are also very careful about people. If we take your money, we will save your life. Brothers will go." The leader waved his hand to greet everyone to leave, but Lu Sanxian stopped them, and the leader asked displeasedly, "What do you mean, you have to cut you twice to make you feel comfortable? I'll just ask about the price of your business. You should know that apart from knowing a few rich women in Rongqing, it's the duckweed that is rained on by the rain." Lu Sanxian said with sorrow, "Otherwise, how could I be bullied by that little fatty? It's not easy for anyone to go out. Who wants to cause trouble? But people are hitting our door, so I can't just watch. He bullies people. Look at which one left me a phone number, so I can contact you when there is a life. Row." The leader handed him a piece of paper with only a long list of phone numbers written on it, "Nothing else, we'll leave." After sending away this wave of people, Lu Sanxian finally returned to the massage shop. Unexpectedly, the leader of the gangsters came here surreptitiously, straight to the point. "Dage, I want to discuss a business with you." "What kind of business, money laundering and killing pigs or selling drugs?" Lu Sanxian said blankly, but the middle-aged man took a 180-degree turn and shook his head respectfully. No, we never do these things. Our group of people can be regarded as professional thugs on this street. Whoever has the money will listen to whoever has the money. I mean to see if you are interested in hiring us for a long time, the boss. A bunch of people, we can see that you are not short of money at all, and you are very righteous. Don't put gold on my face, I won't eat this one." Lu Sanxian said in a bad mood, "You tell me that there are a lot of people in your group, why didn't you think about going out together to collect supplies? Hacking people so badly, it's impossible to hack zombies. It's not that we don't want to, but it's not a good job to get out of town." The middle-aged man said with a bitter face, "Basically all the materials in this area of more than 10 kilometers have been searched all over. If you are lucky, you can get some leftovers. If you are not lucky, you can easily fold it there. Finally, you can get food. You have to scrape a few % off when you enter the city. It's different when you are a thug. Don't look at our aggressive posture, but at most people are slightly injured, so they won't be dead. But you guys don't seem to have any professional ethics." Lu Sanxian smiled playfully, "I'm afraid whoever gives you a sum of money then you can kill me. This is absolutely impossible for you to rest assured." The middle-aged man said firmly, "In fact, today we were not here to stop you because someone hired us, but to avenge those who got into the game. Besides, you gave us a pee at the time just now. I let you off for the sake of money. Although we are mixed, we are still more disciplined. If I am unreliable, they will not follow me all the time. It's pretty reliable to come and find me without telling them." Lu Sanxian smiled and nodded. "I had already thought of getting a few security guards to come and see the store. Since you have come here, everyone is the same, but I have something to say first. I can't take all of you. Even if you want it all, it's not now. You can find about 10 brothers who are trustworthy and decent. Once you get to work under me, you should know what to do if you are doing things underneath me." "I see.
The middle-aged man laughed and said, "We people have always wanted to find a backer. Those who hire us are not a thing. They all use us as condoms. I'm afraid they won't be used when they are used. If they are used up, they will be thrown away. It's disgusting. What we fear most is being sealed and killed." The last time the brothers went in, Fongman hadn't taken care of it. Even if he gave the money again, we wouldn't dare to help him. Go back and discuss it with your brothers. Come to me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and report. You can handle other things by yourself. I can't control it. By the way, what do you call it? Tang Gue, you call me your son, and Xiao Tang will be successful. You are a lot older than me. Let me call you your brother. If you go back, you'd better find a restaurant to have a meal with them. If you don't have enough money, you can get it in the store. No need, no, I took so much money today, it won't be much to ask them for a meal. Tang Gue waved his hand quickly, he was more sensible, and left here without saying more. The past 2 days have been calm and calm. No one troubled Lu Sanxian. He was also happy and seized the opportunity to collect money. It can be said that the money comes in quickly and the money goes out quickly. Now 10 security guards have been added. A lot of extra expenses. I know, didn't I get up? Did you drive the car? Can you pick me up at the door of my shop, isn't it my good little sister? Hurry up, get the address sent to you, wait for you to die before 12 o'clock. This little lady, her temper is getting hotter and hotter. Lu Sanxian opened and took a look. Tong Wenwen sent him an address, probably a villa. He changed his clothes, and the trustee made a white shell to cover the tiger teeth. It looked like a special beauty instrument. Or let him carry a knife on his back, I guess he won't even be able to get in the door. Brother Gue, help me take good care of my home, I'll go out. Good boss. Lu Sanxian is also a rich man now, but oil is more expensive than gold. There are no renters on the street, so he can only walk over, hurry up and arrive at the agreed place before 12 o'clock. Tong Wenwen is in the villa. The 3 words grass mud horse were written all over the door, and he said angrily, the pinch point is quite accurate, it's only half a minute before 12 o'clock. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry in, my good little sister, don't you know how to go in first and wait for me to come out to pick me up? Without further ado. Tong Wenwen was upset when she saw him, but fortunately, there was only 1 day left. After this critical time, she never wanted to have anything to do with Lu Sanxian. The two entered the villa very easily. Commander Zhang is not an extravagant person, nor does he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here. This time it was rented specifically for his daughter's birthday. Not many guests came this time. Basically they are all relatives and friends. Wait later, be careful not to cause trouble. It's not easy for people to come here, and I won't be able to protect you then. Tong Wenwen instructed in a low voice. Lu Sanxian naturally nodded and agreed. Walking inside is the villa hall, the decoration is pink, and the air is full of creamy scent. Why didn't your husband come? He is the mayor, how can he come to the junior's birthday party? Tong Wenwen rolled her eyes, and most of the halls were young people. Tong Wenwen continued, you can find a place to sit here first, and I will find Zhong Lingling. Lu Sanxian had to find a place to sit. Unexpectedly Yuan Bin appeared suddenly, sat next to him and smiled. I didn't expect you to even get Tong Wenwen, but let me remind you that this person is not easy. Beware of getting into trouble with your upper body. Don't get me wrong, Wenwen and I are long-lost cousins. If you spread rumors here, then I can only tell my brother-in-law Mayor Wu. Lu Sanxian raised Erlang's legs arrogantly, and the scars on Yuan Bin's face were clearly visible, but after putting on a suit and tie, he actually added a special temperament, like a suit thug, and he doesn't look good anymore. Bad, the little girl couldn't resist seeing it. Gao Jia won't go back with you. It's useless for you to stay here. Go back to Dongshan as soon as possible. I know, your mother, I can't bear you so big. Lu Sanxian squinted and smiled. Yuan Bin was not angry or annoyed. He had a good temper and was different from the previous one. He raised his head and said in one direction,
then Commander Zhong, our biggest official in Rongcheng.
Lu Sanxian looked for his reputation. Commander Zhong didn't wear military uniforms. He was awe-inspiring only in casual clothes. He smiled heartily, chatting and laughing with a few relatives.
Standing next to him should be his daughter, a pretty girl, but her face was covered with pimples, and the concealer couldn't cover it. Even if she covered it, she could see small bumps one after another, slightly flushed.
Gao Jie is also behind.
She has a very good relationship with Zhong Lingling. Like a commentator, Yuan Bin took a glass of red wine and put his hand on the chair. There were several girlfriends near Zhong Lingling.
Gao Jie and Tong Wenwen were among them. Lu Sanxian couldn't help shaking his head.
You can't make friends independently, and the few remaining good friends have different plans. Chapter 068. Brother, come here. Don't know how long it took. Tong Wenwen suddenly beckoned to him with a smile on her face. Lu Sanxian quickly got up and walked over.
After all, it is a public place. He didn't know anyone besides Yuan Bin.
On the contrary, Yuan Bin was chatting and laughing with other people, and he couldn't tell that this guy was a gangster before.
Sister, what's the matter?
Lu Sanxian leaned forward with a hippie smile. His expression was natural.
Only a bunch of their best friends were left in this corner.
The few guys wanted to come over to say hello and were all driven away by Zhong Lingling. Gao Jie was dumbfounded when he said that, and said amusedly, "Your sister?"
"Just talk and don't swear, I don't know you well."
Lu Sanxian said irritably. Tong Wenwen was also taken aback, but Zhong Lingling said, "So you all know each other, Sister Wen. The birthday gift you said is not to introduce your brother to me?"
"I don't like it. Mature. Lingling, see if my skin has become smoother recently?"
Tong Wenwen smiled and said, "Actually, I used to have acne on my face, but thanks to my brother, he learned from an old gentleman in our hometown. It's all his credit for my skin to be so good, only the corpse poison. After the outbreak, my brother and I lost contact and didn't find him until recently."
"Sister Wen, didn't I say that I don't want to talk about this anymore?"
Zhong Lingling's face sank, slightly angry. Lu Sanxian also secretly smiled bitterly. Tong Wenwen, a fool, didn't know secretly telling Zhong Lingling which pot was opened or not. It was like your brother was bald, and you still introduce hair growth factors or wigs in front of other people.
"It's strange that your brother is not angry."
However, Tong Wenwen continued as if the situation was under control, and continued, "Since I dare to mention this today, it means that I am definitely not kidding, Lingling. My brother is not using drugs, but using massage to remove toxins.
Come out, and it will take effect immediately. Massage to remove acne, it will be effective immediately. Your brother is not squeezing acne, right?" A sharp chin next to him immediately chuckled and laughed.
After laughing, he realized that he had said something wrong. Sure enough, Zhong Lingling's face became heavier and he was about to curse. Lu Sanxian hurried forward and said, "Sister, I have been practicing medicine for many years, and I have been more questioned. Many people don't believe me when they hear that the first reaction is the same as you, but I can guarantee that if my ancient massage is not effective, you will cut me with a knife.
Don't hide. Actually, it's best to cure someone like you. Little sister is right. Give me 30 minutes and the cure will be effective immediately. I have a video here.
It's a 17-year-old girl.
During the whole process of my treatment, there was no editing, only the glasses were mosaic.
This is also to ensure the privacy of the guests. You see, Lu Sanxian took a mobile phone to play a video and handed it over. In the video, he was massaging the blindfolded girl with a disguised tiger tooth. The dirt was sucked out bit by bit. It was because he controlled the speed.
The speed is too fast, most people can't stand it.
Fast forward to the end, the pimples on the girl's face disappeared without a trace, leaving only a few scars that had been broken before the treatment. Everyone was surprised to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme their mouths, even the genius who knew him was full. It was stunned and couldn't figure out where he learned this hand.
The video behind this?
Don't worry about these, those are my diagnostic records. Old Lu Sanxian blushed and quickly grabbed the phone, but Zhong Lingling, who had an ugly face, couldn't restrain his joy at this time. He grabbed Lu Sanxian's arm and said impatiently, "You follow me to the bedroom, hurry up."
"I can't wait, I will do it now."
Such obviously ambiguous remarks immediately attracted a large group of people to look at him. Even Commander Jean couldn't help turning his head around, but the little girl took care of this, so she took Lu Sanqian and walked up the carved wooden stairs. Lu Sanqian smiled helplessly at Tong Wenwen. "Little sister, then I will follow her up."
Tong Wenwen smiled with satisfaction.
Lu Sanqian was a man who did not forget to dig a well, but Gao Jie stared at Tong Wenwen with a weird look, just like staring at Xiaosan.
"Should I wash my face before removing my makeup?" Zhong Lingling was not afraid of what he did.
He locked the door when he entered the room, and ran to remove his makeup after asking for nonsense. The girl's boudoir did smell good, and there was a faint fragrance in the air, but Lu Sanqian was not abnormal, and stopped after taking a few sips at most.
"Let's start."
After removing the makeup, Zhong Lingling lay straight on the bed, petite and exquisite. Lu Sanqian politely covered her eyes with a white cloth, took out the beauty instrument behind her, and gently touched her face. The dirt in the acne breaks out of the ground. It looks a bit decompressed, but it is more disgusting, and it is nothing to Vuya. After all, this knife has been soaked in the pit before. Lao Lu had to wipe her face with hot water while he was treating. He said that 30 minutes was shortened to 10 minutes by him.
Zhong Lingling almost fell asleep with enjoyment, and the first thing he did when he stood up was look in the mirror. "What?" Seeing his clean face, Zhong Lingling couldn't help but yelled, holding his face in disbelief, touching and pinching, and asked Lu Sanqian, "Hey, the pimples on my face shouldn't recur again, right? First, I don't call hello, you just call me Brother Lu." Lu Sanqian laughed and said, "As for the recurrence, I can't control it. If you grow up, you can keep looking for me. This is my business card. You can call me if you need it."
"I didn't see it, you have 2 brushes."
Zhong Lingling smiled openly. "You don't know how hard this acne is."
"I have used countless acne removal methods to no avail, and it is even getting worse. I didn't expect it to be cured so easily by you."
"What's the matter with you? Does it have something to do with this?" Speaking of Zhong Lingling's use of his beauty instrument, Lu Sanqian naturally couldn't let him touch it.
He turned his back and shook his head and said, "It's okay with this. I'll tell you the truth. I'm the only one who knows this in the whole world. Because of this, Kung Fu has to be practiced since I was young, and the old man who taught me Kung Fu has already driven to Hushi. Don't be so stingy, let me see." Zhong Lingling stretched out his hand to grab it.
Naturally, there would be no pity for Yu Sanqian in Lu Sanqian's dictionary.
He grabbed her by the shoulder and put her down on the bed. Unexpectedly, there was a commotion at this moment.
Boom! There was a big hole in the middle of the room. "My God, what did you do?"
Zhong Lingling's face paled in fright, thinking it was the hole he made, but Lu Sanqian looked down from the hole, and he could just see a big flesh-colored monster and jumped vigorously.
"Run!" Lu Sanqian pulled Zhong Lingling off the bed like a little chicken. The monster couldn't get through the hole for a while. Lu Sanqian quickly opened the door and ran out. The bottom suddenly cracked like firecrackers.
"Get up," Lu Sanqian said in a bad mood. "Why are you so courageous to step on horses and raise zombies in your own home?"
"I have no idea,"
Zhong Ling said without his soul, grabbing Lu Sanqian and not letting go. There was not only one monster, but a dark muscle ripper ran out of the aisle. The team leader of a serious corpse clan was striding towards them.
"Rush over." "Impossible. How could there be a corpse here?" Lu Sanqian shook his head as if taking medicine, but Lao Zong followed. "This is an illusion.
There must be other upgraded zombies here."
"Don't be afraid, there is nothing in front of you." "The beast behind is also an illusion?" "Well, it's all fake. I'll remind you when it's true, but I can feel that there is a ruthless character here. You'd better escape quickly." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme your eyes. Lu Sanqian yelled at Zhong Lingling and pulled her to bite the bullet and ran forward. The muscle ripper was indeed a fake, and there was no feeling of hitting it. Day. Why did he want to shoot at the opponents with a gun? Luckily, Lu Sanqian reacted fast enough, but Zhong Lingling didn't have that luck. He was shot in the calf during the process of being pulled into the door. Brother Lu, am I going to die? I don't want to die yet, please help me.
Zhong Lingling shook his head in panic, but Lu Sanqian looked at the wound on her leg and said solemnly, "Don't worry, it's just a bounce, and the blood doesn't flow much."
You are afraid of being a chicken. What the hell is going on, with so many soldiers around here, who has the courage to come here? You ask me, who do I ask?
Lu Sanqian said in a huff. Labor and capital really got offended by blood mold. This must be your father's opponent's hand. He found an upgraded zombie and sent it in. The purpose is to kill all the people here. Think about you. Who is the most advantageous when dad is dead? Your father is dead. Zhong Lingling wiped his tears and said, how can upgraded zombies come in? Are all the people you are checking out blind? Shut up, you. Lu Sanqian was too lazy to talk to her more, took advantage of the people outside, and hurriedly led him out of the aisle. There was a mess underneath. Most of the people who died were killed by mistake. However, this illusion is easier to expose. Be real when it first appears. The upgraded zombie didn't know which corner he was hiding in. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about Gao Jie's comfort. Yuan Bin's kid would definitely protect his mother, not to mention Gao Jie ate the green black fog stone. I'm here, come and save me. A few soldiers ran in. Zhong Lingling waved in quickly. The soldiers dared not fire their guns for fear of injuring others. Seeing that she was leaning against her immediately. Well, but Zhong Lingling's eyes suddenly widened, and he saw a woman covered in blood walking out like a pan, and a thread that seemed to be made of blood grew under her feet, stabling at the soldiers quickly. The bloodline was nailed to the soles of the soldiers' feet, and the soldiers screamed again and again, but no matter how they ran, the line was firmly nailed. In the blink of an eye, a few lively lies ended, and the soldiers' bodies seemed to be sucked. As if they had dried blood, withered and twisted, they could still see their painful and struggling expressions before death. Chapter 069. Believe in science, it's just true. Don't you say it early? Lu Sanqian ran away in fright, but the bloodline quickly climbed up the stairs and stabbed them directly. He had no other choice but to knock the beauty instrument heavily on the ground and take out the tiger teeth inside. Cut on the bloodline severely. You actually hide a knife in there? Zhong Lingling suddenly felt stabs and scratches on his face, but at this time it was obviously not the time he cared about this. The bloodline was cut in half by him, but the back end was wrapped in tiger teeth, and he crawled over his hand as he watched. Hurry up! Zhong Lingling was as anxious as an ant in a hot pot, but she didn't finish her words, and the bloodline suddenly disappeared. When she took a serious look, it turned out that she was sucked in by the black knife. F***ck off. Lu Sanqian yelled, and urged Huya to chop the blood woman, and a small blade light hit the blood woman's face, but the power was less than a slap, and he just used a false move. Turn around and run with the oil bottle. Why are you stopping here? It will be too late if you don't run. The blood girl was aroused by his insulting trick, but Lu Sanqian took Zhong Lingling and stopped behind the marble pillar, staring at the wooden staircase. Wait first, let me see how to walk up the stairs like this woman. Are you sick? Zhong Lingling immediately cried. The blood girl first moved to the front of the stairs, and then stopped pursuing demeanor, and stepped up the stairs. Why cry? Shut your mouth. Lu Sanqian yelled angrily, believe it or not, I'll just leave you here, idiot. Anyhow, you're also the commander's daughter, don't you have 1 or 2 personal bodyguards by your side? Yes, there are, but they are brought only when they go out. Who would have thought that this kind of thing could happen in your own home? Zhong Lingling cried and said, for fear that Lu Sanqian would leave him alone and hug a dead body, but Lu Sanqian suddenly pinched her arm and said, hurry up and call someone to save you, hurry up. What? Zhong Lingling's facial features were distorted, and he immediately shouted in pain, come here, I'm here, Dad, I'm here. Several soldiers ran out of the aisle after hearing the consequences. After a few seconds of confirmation, they raised their guns and shot. The blood girl was beaten again and again, and a large group of blood was shot out with a terrifying face, but Lu Sanqian was conscious of it. Opportunity rushed out like a big black mouse, picked up the tiger's teeth and collected all the bloodlines. Good suck. The old Zonqing couldn't help giving him a thumbs up, and now it was faster than whether he sucked or made blood. However, the blood girl did not play the card according to common sense and gave him a slap.
The Pangrin did not dare to continue shooting for fear of accidentally injuring him.
Seeing the blood girl was ready to bite someone, Lu Sanqian was just a roll. He rushed out and said loudly, "Hurry up and shoot him." At this time, there were more and more people, and the dense bullets hit the blood girl, and her bloodline was almost sucked by Lu Sanqian, and the speed slowed down. Even if there is steel and iron bones, it is hard to carry. It took 10 seconds to burp and cool. The hallucinations have just disappeared. It is estimated that another upgraded zombie has also been resolved.
What is it? There is another one. Lu Sanqian asked in surprise, and the old zombie replied contemptuously, "Otherwise, you thought this zombie was so versatile just now, what can he do?" "Who are you talking to? Don't scare me."
Zhong Lingling scrambled to hide, thinking that he had seen something ghost again. After examining the blood woman's body, the soldiers rushed over to help Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling asked with a cry of voice, "How about my dad?"
"The chief is in the backyard, it's okay."
A soldier waved back, and the hygienist trot over carrying a small white box. Tong Wenwen only realized that she was injured at this time. Suddenly, the injury on her leg hurt so badly that she started to cry.
"Hey comrade, let me inquire." Lu Sanqian stopped one person and said, "Did you see a little sister with long hair? There are English letters on the back of the shirt. The length is very beautiful and conspicuous. Is she injured?" "No, alive and kicking. Isn't your girlfriend?" "I didn't see it."
The soldier squinted at him, but Lu Sanqian shook his head and said, No, he is my goddess. I'm just a little licking dog of one of her many suitors. Since she is fine, then I can rest assured. May I ask, can I leave here now?"
"Of course not.
I don't know how many people will suffer if such a big thing happens." The commander said, "Everyone is not allowed to leave half a step without authorization.
If there is an offender, he can be shot regardless of his identity."
The soldiers kindly reminded that Lu Sanqian quickly thanked him and followed a few soldiers to the backyard.
Zhong Lingling cried in Commander Zhong's arms after treatment on his legs.
Commander Zhong also received some minor injuries.
Feeling distressed, and then angrily said, "Who brought the zombies in? You guys are fucking vegetarians? If you don't give a result today, I don't think you will have to be soldiers anymore. Get out of the city and plant the land as soon as possible." Nothing happened to Gao Jia. Tong Wenwen was really dead. She didn't hurt a single hair.
Wu Xiangyu was standing next to her.
One of her hands didn't know what trick she was playing with.
Only Tong Wenwen's cheeks twitched from time to time. Also gradually rosy. In front of so many people dare to play this, the story of these young couples is quite rich. Lu Sanqian slandered secretly, but there was a monster's corpse on the ground. The big head seemed to have drunk San Lu too much. Several people took knives and chopped off the monster's head, and took out a black mist stone from inside. "Commander, these corpses all contain black fog stones. Someone must have used the black fog stones to make them upgraded zombies after killing people in the villa."
"Not bad. After spending so many black fog stones, people who want to kill me are very caring."
Commander Zhong said angrily, "Please check the surveillance carefully, and then carefully count which people are missing." It has been counted, and the number of people who disappeared is exactly the same as the number of zombies.
The adjutant continued, "But the surveillance video doesn't have much value.
Moreover, taking advantage of the chaos, most of the surveillance video was artificially deleted. We found the relatives and friends of the disappeared, but they all died without exception."
"Stop your mouth, right? Very good." Commander Zhong looked like a torch and said, "Continue to investigate. Don't go on horseback unless you find it out. Everyone has to be censored one by one.
Labor and management can still be injured while staying in their own homes. Rongqing is really going to change.
Who can benefit after he died?
He felt like a mirror in his heart, but if he died like that, many people on the scene would not be willing to accept it. The troop has no leader, and who will take over is the biggest problem.
It is the common people who are suffering. Ha! Come here."
Commander Zhong suddenly pointed at Lu Sanqian. Lu Sanchen looked from left to right, all the people beside him drew away. He also hurriedly followed to hide. Commander Zhong squinted his eyes and put his hands down and said, "Just don't hide, the little brother with a knife on his back, come here." "Chief, you have something to say well, but I have to tell you in advance that I saved your daughter. Without me, she was shot to death by someone else." Lu Sanchen walked over cautiously. "I don't know what kind of medicine the big guy Calabash sells. Now the 3 and 3 floors of the villa are full of soldiers. Even if he is possessed by the old zombies, he dare not pack a ticket to escape. You, if I hadn't followed you to treat pimples, I wouldn't have been shot, and you would pinch my arm." Zhong Lingling wiped his tears and said, as expected, "A woman is made of water." After crying for so long, the tears still cannot stop flowing. Lu Sanchen felt that this was not good, but fortunately Zhong Lingling also had a conscience, turned his head and said, "However, he did save me. If it weren't for him, I must have been sucked by a female ghost." "Sister, don't pant when you bother to talk in the future. You just didn't come out for a long time, and you almost made me dead." Lu Sanchen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Anger. Commander Zhong smiled and said, "Are you interested in being a soldier? I think you are a good soldier. Don't fool me when you are old. If you get me to the new barracks, you won't know how to die." Lu Sanchen waved his hands again and again, but Commander Zhong shook his head and said, "The new barracks you mentioned are not the same thing as our new barracks. It shouldn't be a good thing, but I'm very interested in the knife behind you. Where did you get it?" "My ancestor uploaded it, you don't know it. My surname is Lu, Lu Bang's Lu. My mother said that our ancestors used this knife to cut white snakes before." "Nonsense, Lu Bang uses the Qishao sword. What does it have to do with your sword?" One person interrupted in disgust. Lu Sanchen gave him a white look, and stared at him as if he was mentally retarded and said, "Did you see when my ancestor killed the white snake? When he broadcasted Lao Tai 666, you used the rocket? Or did he say he did it specially? Have a dream for you? Don't understand, don't talk nonsense, can my mother lie to me? This is the sword used to kill the white snake in the uprising. What you hear is the artistic processing of later generations. Qishao also listens nicely. Isn't it me? If the knife is called long and thick, it won't cut the white snake? Ah, it makes sense." Commander Zhong smiled heartily. "Your knife is definitely not easy, but it's certainly not as bluff as you said. Show me, this is the first time I've seen such a knife. You always be careful, it's easy to scratch your hands when it starts." Lu Sanchen respectfully handed it over, but Zhong Lingling suddenly said, "Dad, this knife must have a problem. When he helped me treat the acne on my face, he hid the knife in a plastic shell. Who can't guard against it when going out? Besides, this knife was uploaded by my ancestors. Apart from other things, it is at least an antique. It is a golden one. I have to hold him in the toilet. Otherwise, what if I was stolen? Manage?" Lu Sanchen calmly said. Commander Zhong took the knife but shook his head. "This knife is not suitable for carrying around. The killing intent on it is very heavy, and it will affect your body for a long time. Chief, we have to believe in science." Lu Sanchen was happy immediately. Chapter 070. Although I don't know the knife, but I also know that this knife is stained with a lot of blood. It is like a soldier on the battlefield. Even if he is retired from the army, you can still see the spirit of killing in your eyes. The annual National Day military parade, I've seen it before, although the imposing thing is vague, it is still easy to feel. Commander Zhong said that the old god was very kind, and then he pulled the tiger tooth out of the scabbard, a cold light flashed, and the black and patterned tiger tooth was not like a fake toy at all, it seemed even yours. The eyes can be sucked in. It really is a good knife. Commander Zhong smiled, took the knife back the scabbard and handed it to Lu Sanchen, and said, "Okay, you go, you have no problem, there have been people here to prove your whereabouts, if you have an idea, come. Look for me. It's no longer what it used to be, and the door of the army is always open for you." "Thank you, Chief, then I'm really gone. Lu Sanchen can't wait to leave here soon." After thanking him, he left the villa and returned to the home of the massage shop. Tang Gue asked anxiously, "What happened to Brother Lu? I heard that Commander Zhong was attacked."
Yeah, your news is pretty good.
Lu Sanqian sat on the chair and took a bottle of water and drank a big sip. Don't mention it, I'm just lucky, and there are people who dare to do something on the head of Commander Zhong.
Who would think of this horse riding? Cruel people, it must be the people of Golden Sunday.
No one except them has such courage.
That's not necessarily true, they don't need to do it so early.
Lu Sanqian shook his head. Think about it, who will take his place after Commander Zhong is dead?
Who knows, we don't know anything about the army.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. It is the adjutant or the battalion commander of those big battalions. Once he dies, the whole Rongqing will be messed up, but it's not necessarily.
Here you can still receive instructions from the eastern region.
After Tang Guigang finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his head. According to this, someone can get a bargain.
Who? Wu Shihua.
Tang Gui lowered his voice and said, Wu Shihua was approved by the eastern part to be the mayor. I heard that his relationship in the eastern part is not ordinary. If Commander Zhong is really dead, Wu Shihua will make a connection with the eastern part.
As soon as a cronies or someone cooperates, won't the troops become his too? It makes sense.
Lu Sanqian nodded and smiled, but it has nothing to do with us.
No matter what they are, we should still make money. I don't think it is very good.
Mayor Wu's well-dressed person is not a good person. He was told that he was a real estate businessman before he became mayor.
I don't know whose relationship is so powerful. It really gives him power. All the luck, it's us.
Tang Gui said helplessly. Lu Sanqian wanted to talk more with him. Who knew that the massage shop had another group of customers for massaging? Even if he adjusted the price to a sky-high price, the rich women who love beauty are still rushing to come, for fear that he is not in the shop. Here, the husbands of rich women are naturally not stingy on this point. After all, they still make money if they lose weight. It was more than 20 days in a flash. Rongqing was calm and the waves were calm, but Lu Sanqian pinched the calendar and found that the new year would be more than half a month away. He and Li Ro had agreed to celebrate the new year together, and now they can only work hard. He makes money, and plans to return to Dongshan after a while. At the same time, Tang Gui was not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Lu Sanqian invested a large sum of money to let them set up a security company, which was a way out for his big gang of brothers. There are a lot of security companies in Rongqing. In this industry, it depends on who is the most important person. The service content is not the same as before. Simply put, it is a group of legal thugs.
Lu Sanqian has a wide network, and Tang Gui also rises with the tide.
Everyone knew that he belonged to Lu Sanqian's family, and the security services in the nearby streets were fully covered by them.
Those little gangsters still look good in their uniforms. They don't need to be idle. Lu Sanqian doesn't have to spend too much money to raise them.
It's just that the initial investment is a bit big, but the chickens lay eggs and the eggs lay the chickens. It has nothing to do with him at all, and the team under him has grown in size over time. Wang Zhai, there is only one left. Lu Sanqian played poker with Chen Yutong and Zhou Linlin in the office on the second floor of the massage shop. Where did the two young girls beat him, one after another, and when they lost, they were fined to drink water.
Their bladder it's all suffocated. Brother Lu. Unexpectedly, Tang Gui knocked on the door and walked in. He was very energetic while wearing a straight suit. Lu Sanqian shuffled the cards while talking. Guy brother, very high-spirited, what's the matter?
This a little thing. Tang Gui's eyes flashed to the left and then, Lu Sanqian said directly, it's okay, these are all my own, just say anything.
It's not a big deal. Tang Gui respectfully said, isn't this the company has expanded more and more recently?
I just wanted to take my brothers to open up the business to Xinjia. It was planned recently, and we were afraid that the relationship there would not be in place.
I won't use this little thing to find me. Lu Sanqian said in a huff, what does it matter if you do this? Just put the flag. If someone grabs business, you can fight. If you win, talk again. If you don't win, then continue to fight. Brothers, don't let them go in.
I'm worried, it's a big deal for a few days, I will lose, but you will have to wink a little when you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the team. You should know in your heart which people in Rongqing will not be able to touch. I know actually, I want to say, can our company make a few firearms? Tang Gue asked tentatively. Lu Sanxian frowned. Firearms, why do you want that stuff? Rongqing's investigation of this is no ordinary strictness. Strictly strict, but Tang Gue leaned over and whispered, but I happened to find an old brother recently. He is the one who made this thing. We have a firearm in our hands and we are a little more stable? At least in Huajie, even if we are holding guns. No one dared to care about running on the street. The security companies I contacted basically all had so many noises. Then buy it, there should be a lot of money in the account, right? Lu Sanxian suddenly became interested and said, in this way, when you leave later, you will pay in the store and see if you can buy more than 100 more. But I said in advance. If you want to refund the money, you have to invite him to dinner and let him think about it before picking up our order. Don't worry about this, things must be good things, I'm afraid there are not so many. Tang Gue said puzzledly, but what are we doing with so many firearms? You can open one eye when there are few things, and it's hard to tell if there are too many things. You just do what I said, then you will know, 1 to 2. Lu Sanxian drew the playing cards on the table hard. Chen Yutong and Zhou Linlin were all ashamed. Lu Sanxian quickly filled their cups with water, turned his head and said to Tang Gue, be careful, don't hit me. Into the cage. Yes. When Tang Gue strode away, Lu Sanxian naturally didn't care and continued to play cards with the two of them, but unexpectedly at night he suddenly received a call from the police station. The chief of the police station he had made with him was sorry on the phone. Said to him, Brother Lu, it's really not that I didn't help you this time. It's really that people came and pressed me several times. A special team was set up to investigate the issue of buying and selling and carrying private guns. Your Xiaotang hit someone with a gun. Isn't this stupid? It's over, it's really a cage. Lu Sanxian smiled bitterly, and the director continued, you still have to come before you can find your place. What should you do now? The legal person of the security company should not be you, so you should understand that. Don't mention Chief Ho. Lu Sanxian hurriedly asked, which one is on this, the chief of the city police department? Is it possible to give gifts? Much taller than him. The one who established the special team is the leader of Rongqing. Let's do it for yourself. The posture this time is quite aggressive anyway. It's a bit of sweeping away evil. I know my brother, you have a wide network of contacts, but these people are in Rongqing. He still has the final say in terms of it, so hurry up and prepare. I can't help much. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, Psy Director Ho sighed and hung up the phone. After a while, Tang Gue also called and said, Brother Lu, I did something wrong. That person lied to me. Now all my brothers have been killed. It's deducted. I called you from outside the company. The police have come to the company to find me. Think about it, what on earth to do? Tang Gue was a wise man. Lu Sanxian got a word and he immediately got it through. However, there was silence on the other end of the phone for 10 seconds, and only the sound of tappa smoking was heard. Tang Gue squatted and said, Brother Lu, I want to save them. I really want to condemn them for this crime. Don't even think about it. They are all my brothers, you have to think about it. I'm fine. It doesn't matter if someone bites me. Lu Sanxian said in a deep voice, but you are different. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, you treat them as a few, or you have to take it all down, and the security company will be thoroughly investigated. So many days of hard work will be wasted. I have to get myself in. I will consider again. Tang Gue hung up, struggling extremely. Oh, it's all fate. The security that was set up really had nothing to do with Lu Sanxian. He just gave money, but there was no written evidence to prove that he invested the capital. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, it would be no problem to keep his own life. But now he is not sure who is going to deal with him. It stands to reason that he has no contact with Wu Shihua, and a major mayor of other people can't make such a big battle to deal with him.
Is it possible that the blind cat and the dead mouse just happened to hit him? NS? Hey, little sister, it's me, Lu Sanxian. Didn't I miss you anymore? Just call and ask for safety. Chapter 071. I am fine, thanks.
Due to unexpectedly, Tong Wenwen hung up the phone as soon as he said a word.
Lu Sanxian didn't need to call. Tong Wenwen would definitely not help him this time, and she might not be clear about other things.
After making several calls in a row, the people on the other side could only speak their best. In Rongcheng, Wu Shihua was the sky. Even if he knew many rich ladies and ladies, it would be useless.
Oh, let it be your fate.
Next, you can only look at Tang Gui's character.
If Tang Gui wants to pull him into the water, he can only admit it.
Anyway, he is idle, he is just like a okay person. After eating, he watched.
I went to bed after a movie. What is Li Ro moving towards us?
Unexpectedly, Lao Zhang suddenly told him such a news. Lu Sanxian asked in confusion, "It's not that she can't wait to come and find me, it's a whole thing, it's all together."
Surely not.
Old Zombie shook his head, stretched out his hand, and several light spots appeared like a map. You know that these photoelectrics are all simulated by me with approximate directions. Not only Li Ro, but several other auras are also moving here.
They are only married for one night with you, it is impossible to come over to find you on a special trip, right?
Fuck, it must be the corpse tide attacking the city again. I told the King Vajra to let him run away when he encounters the corpse tide. It should be. Dongshan is really not very kind. The corpses there are crazy, they have to push people on the road to the extreme, and they have beaten all the large and small settlement camps.
Lao Zhang said with a laugh, it's different here. The corpse clan is so pitiful.
You haven't even touched the corpse tide a few times.
You should be happy when they come. Don't say anything else.
Only when there are more people do you have the right to speak here. In Rongcheng, Wu Shihua hits whoever takes the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme.
If there are too many people, isn't it a gift?
Lu Sanxian said irritably, you can help me keep paying attention. After dealing with this mess, I can go out and pick them up. No one came to him to investigate, it means that Tang Gui's people didn't talk too much. At noon the next day, he personally found Director Ho and had dinner in a small restaurant. The current small restaurant is too expensive, but for them,
the rich is nothing. 3,000, your little brother doesn't talk too much.
Director Ho kept a small beard and said while eating, I heard that Xiao Tang took everything on himself. In special times, I don't know how much this thing can convict, but Xiao Tang's family there is also an old man, please be nice to his old man then I know, Tang Gui is a good person.
Lu Sanxian shook his head slightly, and then asked, did the firearms guy catch him?
No, this is obviously a trap. Director Ho looked directly at him, and whispered, I don't know why, but the person above seems to be coming for you.
I will give you an address.
It is probably the hiding place of the firearms boy, your brother, I can only help you this last favor. Interesting brother Ho, Dean doesn't say thank you, see you on the matter. Don't be polite, I didn't help you much, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme of us or who. Your sister-in-law just asked me to ask you to go home and try her craft. Director Ho stood up with a smile, and suddenly touched his whole body, patted his head and said, it's broken, my ID card is missing. It must have been lost when I went to the toilet.
Wait for me, I will go back and look for it. This is my car key.
Help me get out of the car by the way, thank you. Hurry up and find it, and be careful to let others pick it up. Lu Sanxian waved his hand, watched Director Ho go to the bathroom, and helped him to turn the car out, but when it fell, a lot of food stamps had to be stuffed in the car seat.
Golden Sun Casino.
Zhang Huan, help me find out where this place is.
This is a slum, why are you asking this?
Zhang Huan seems to be busy with something, but it seems that the person is Lu Sanxian. He still stopped his work and said solemnly, Yuqian Street, most of this place is filled with poor people who eat relief. In short, it's just one word chaos.
Nothing, I just ask, lend me something, do you have a pistol or something?
Yes, I have been investigating these 2 days.
You are not looking for someone to seek revenge, are you? Zhang Huan smiled and said, I heard about your security company. I advise you to stay calm these 2 days and don't hit the gun again. That's not true. I'm a man who cherishes his life, and I can't do things that I'm not sure about. After borrowing things, Lu Sanqian searched for the address and went all the way to Yuqian Street, worried that someone would follow him around. Yuqian Street is indeed a veritable slum area. The streets are lined with dilapidated houses made of iron sheets. The iron sheet houses are not bad. What's more, they only put up some plastic cloth to keep out the rain, and wear rotten old clothes. Used as a bed, compared with the kennels in the wealthy area, one is on the ground and the other is in the sky. There are still people shit in the stinking ditch on both sides of the road, and they don't shy away from pedestrians. It is even more unlikely that there will be street sweepers here. Anyone who encounters them will be yellow and thin. ZF's relief food is not enough to feed these people. Lu Sanqian had to be cautious when he walked in, for fear that these people could not help but snatch him. Although the environment here is terrible, I can barely survive. After all, I don't need a single cent of rent here. You can just find a place to register and you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. Give me some money, please give me some money. I haven't eaten for several days. Several children rushed over to surround him, their faces dirty like a beggar, but their eyes were extremely clear, and they begged him pitifully, "Big brother, why don't you buy us something to eat, whatever you want, we are really going to starve to death." Although Lu Sanqian is not a good person, he is still a little moved, frowning, and taking out a large stack of food stamps worth a caddy from his pocket, and giving it to the eldest child. "Take it? Mine. Give it to me." The child jumped very happily. Lu Sanqian smiled knowingly, but before he laughed long, a large group of people on both sides of the street surrounded him, men and women of all ages, staring at him with greed. "I beg you to do it, look at me at such an age, pity me. Dage, if you give $1, $1 will become I saw it all, he still has a lot of money in his pocket. You are so rich, can't you give us alms?" These people surrounded him and grabbed his feet. The chattering people had pain in their eardrums, and even prepared to grab them. Both hands kept digging into his clothes. That is, Lu Sanqian was very strong. Was overturned. "Get out of labor." Lu Sanqian pushed hard and pulled out the tiger teeth directly behind him, and cut a middle-aged man casually. The man immediately cried and yelled at his father and his mother, and the others hurriedly drew a distance. "Bring me the money. This horse is my son's. Didn't you see that the money was handed to him?" The children were divided up well, but a man snatched all the food stamps from the other children. With a fierce face, the children immediately started crying with a wow. The parents of the child must not be watching, they have to fight when they see it. Everyone stepped on the horse to stop me, and give the money to the children. "What's the matter with you, do you want to force your face?" Lu Sanqian pointed at them with a knife and said, unexpectedly, these people turned a deaf ear and ignored him, so even if they didn't dare to go out and get supplies, they were pretty stubborn. Lao Lu wanted to find someone to stab him. Who knows that the most murderous parent suddenly lay on the ground and yelled, "Oh, I'm murdered, I won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme anymore, bullying honest people, who can I provoke? Who is it? Good fellow, you can't do that if you want a little face." Lu Sanqian laughed angrily, and suddenly heard a beep whistle in his ear. Everyone was honestly like a little sheep. Only the children were still crying. Lu Sanqian looked at the voice and looked at it. It was two policemen who ran over while blowing their whistle, pointing at the group of people with no surprise, "There are endless riders, get out, and if you don't be honest, I'll catch them all." As soon as the words came out, everyone rushed away, and the leading policeman said angrily, "If you have more money, bite your hand, right? One person here dares to reveal money. Are you afraid that others won't rob you or what? I didn't know the rules when I first came. If you know the rules, I really have to invite you to have tea." The leading policeman waved his hand at him and said, "It's okay, don't go around alone. This place is no better than other places. Do you think they are really afraid of entering the game? They really rushed up to snatch you, even if they killed you in the chaos. It's not easy to convict, and it's not like this happened before, so you can do it for yourself. Going inside will make you messy, eh?
After saying this, the leading policeman turned his head and left. Lu Sanqian wanted to give him some money, but he didn't expect the two of them to not want it. On the contrary, he treated a gentleman like a villain.
This is really a good place to hide on horseback.
Lu Sanqian shook his head and smiled, and continued to walk inside. At this time, he also had a look at him.
No matter who came up, he wouldn't give him a good face. If he was in a hurry, he would make a stab.
He had no idea that he saw an acquaintance.
Zhang Xiaodong?
As soon as he said it, the man hid in the house quickly. When he walked over, he found an iron plate on the ground with a row of unfinished rice porridge. Zhang Xiaodong was obviously preparing to store the rice porridge in the sun.
What are you doing here? See me making a joke?
Zhang Xiaodong squatted on the ground with his back to him and said in a cold voice, "The house is not big, maybe it should be called a shed." He didn't expect that there was another person inside, a woman coughing, and asked, "Ahemdage, just let Xiaodong go.
He has nothing now. You have seen it too. We have ended up like this. Aunt, you misunderstood, I am Xiaodong's friend."
Lu Sanqian smiled and said, but his mother shook his head. "Friend? Well, it's a former friend, go out and talk." Lu Sanqian posed his head outside the house. Zhang Xiaodong followed out and sat on the self-made wooden stool, his throat trembling, and he kept asking, "Yutong, how is she doing now?" "Very good, playing mahjong with a group of old ladies all day, very comfortable." Lu Sanqian turned his head and asked, "Tell me about you. Why did you come here? Even if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in a slum, you can't run so far, right?"
"Ha, do I have the right to choose?"
Zhang Xiaodong smiled bitterly. "There are too many people who have offended. Those alcoholic friends who used to call me brothers and sisters don't say help, and don't forget to step on my face.
What can I do?"
But it's not bad to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here.
These days, it's my life. The best time ever. Chapter 072. I'll give you a sum of money. Lu Sanqian suddenly said, "At least stay in another place.
Living here may only become poorer and poorer.
It is impossible to keep the people here, or I can help you find a job. I miss you now. I won't go gambling anymore.
I won't bet anymore in my life, look at my hand." Zhang Xiaodong raised his left hand, only half of his little finger and ring finger remained, and the fracture was uneven with a child's bite. "I made up my mind to chop it, and I will chop it from the wrist next time.
Gambling is harmful.
Myself, my mother is so old, and she has to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in such a shabby house with me. Now thinking about it, it's not a thing to ride a horse. But I also appreciate your kindness. I don't need you to be pitiful.
I will naturally go out to find something to do.
I haven't been there for these 2 days.
It's just because I'm worried about my mother."
Zhang Xiaodong shook his head, quite a little like the prodigal son would turn his head back, but he said nonchalantly, "If you can help me say sorry to Yutong, no, she probably doesn't remember you. Yutong is good at everything, but she always likes to kick the quilt when she sleeps at night." Lu Sanqian said improperly. Zhang Xiaodong felt as uncomfortable as a dead mosquito got stuck in his throat after listening.
Lu Sanqian then asked, "By the way, I would like to ask you something.
You have lived here for a while.
Know this person?"
When he said that, he handed him a photo. After he glanced at it, he immediately shook his head.
Lu Sanqian turned up another photo and asked, "Then you always know this person, his name is Zhu Chang."
"Coincidentally, I don't know many people here, I happen to see this person." Zhang Xiaodong whispered, "He is richer than anyone on this street, and he lives in a house that is different from other people. It is equivalent to the leader here, but he is usually not here. He has more houses in other places. All are illegal transactions."
"Then get it right."
Lu Sanqian smiled and said, "So it seems that they are in the same group.
You can show me the way."
"Okay, I'll go in and explain, otherwise my mother really thought you came to me to seek revenge." Zhang Xiaodong turned and entered the house. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Sanqian secretly placed a stack of food stamps under the iron sheet of the cake.
"That's it. It's not far away. The houses in this area belong to them.
After walking with him for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaodong suddenly stopped and pointed to the brick house in front of him, and kindly reminded him, if you talk about business, it doesn't matter. If you ask him to trouble me, I would advise you to forget it, even though I know you.
Very good at fighting, but no matter how you say it, you are just a person. Who said I am alone?
Old God Lu Sanxian smiled and said, once you are done, go back, or your mother should be worried.
Thank you this time.
Zhang Xiaodong squinted his eyes and looked at him.
He actually whispered thank you and left here quickly. Lu Sanxian sighed and walked closer to the brick house like a stroll. Brothers are walking.
The yard of the brick house in the middle was full of voices, so it was so lively. Lu Sanxian walked in quietly. A large table was filled with good wine and food, and the poor people outside the house who were waiting for relief and food. The situation was quite the opposite, and it really complied with the sentence Juman stinks of wine and meat, and there are frozen bones on the road. The headed Zhu Chang was eating a pile of fat, his mouth full of oil. Sitting next to him was the person in the first photo in his pocket, that is, the good brother who sold firearms to Tang Gue. Keep on drinking, brother, if you didn't play with you like this, why are you going? Lu Sanxian grabbed a swaying little brother and asked the man pretending to be familiar. The man had also drunk some wine and the weather was getting late. He didn't recognize him, so he just walked out with his head. Said without lifting, don't make trouble, my crotch is almost showing up, wait until I come back from the toilet to drink. Then I'll wait for you to come back, your kid, don't piss on a horse.
You still don't know who I am?
The little brother hurriedly went out.
Lu Sanxian suddenly heard a puff sound. It was like a bursting bank, and the stench followed.
Lu Sanxian realized that this product was not an exaggeration, and it was actually riding a horse.
The outcropping quickly held his breath and pulled away.
Brothers, eat and drink well, there is still the second half after this time, wait a while to find a group of women to make the big guy happy. Zhu Chang picked up the wine glass and took a sip.
He probably didn't expect anyone to come here at all.
Lu Sanxian didn't know whose wine glass he took, and walked up to him and said with a smile on his face, Brother Chang, I toast you a drink.
Who are you?
Zhu Chang was stunned, not knowing which ignorant little brother ran to him to toast, and the glass of wine was raised subconsciously. Hula, a glass of wine poured on Zhu Chang's smooth brain door, and the wine dripped down his head to the ground.
Everyone on the table stared straight.
The firearms seller immediately picked up the beer bottle and pointed it towards Lu Sanxian's head. On the way up, someone also exclaimed, Lu Sanxian.
That's right, you still know my name, which means that the cover is to get me here, right?
Lu Sanxian grabbed the hand of the firearms seller and smashed Zhu Chang's head with the beer bottle in his hand. The beer bottle burst instantly and the liquor splashed.
My buddy, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. The firearms seller was dragged around by Lu Sanxian, like a waltz. He began to beg for mercy with his big tongue. Lu Sanxian also knew his name, and laughed coldly, Gao Hai, right? I heard that you used to have a good relationship with Tang Gue. Why did you get involved with others?
Innocent. Gao Hai hurriedly explained, at that time, all the people came.
I would definitely have to catch him if I didn't run away.
I have been in friendship with him for so many years, so how could I harm him? Naturally, Lu Sanxian would not believe his nonsense, and said with a smile, you will lie to others by this, but your courage is quite big. You dare to eat and drink here with so many people arresting you.
It's all done, right? Brother, we have something to say. Zhu Chang was smashed by a beer bottle before he recovered, but Lu Sanxian's neck was held against his neck.
The people could only watch and dare not move rashly. Zhu Chang shook his head in disgust. Well, let's help you get people out, and give you some compensation for them by the way.
Do you think this is the case? Are you talking about crosstalk here?
Lu Sanxian gave him a sullen look and smiled at the others. My brothers are so happy today, should I chop off your boss's head for everyone to cheer up?
Ha!
Suddenly a dazzling light shone in the yard, and a big lamp was turned on by no one knowing who turned on. A large group of people walked in from outside the house. One of them was holding the guy who had just gone to the bathroom in his hand, and pushed hard to make him kneel down.
On the ground. Director Ho, you are not slow in coming.
Lu Sanxian said without a smile. The visitor was Director Ho Junlei, who had met him at noon, but he didn't wear a police uniform, and the men behind him were all dressed in casual clothes. Ho Junlei smiled heartily. My brother's business is my business. No matter where you are, I have to help the place, otherwise I will have to talk about me again when I go back. Hey, my sister-in-law is good everywhere. It's just too hospitable. Every time I pass by, I have to let me sit in the house. Isn't this a test of cadres? Lu Sanxian deliberately irritated him. Ho Junlei narrowed his eyes, and said with his anger, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it, here I will bear it for you. If you don't do it, I will do it for you." Day. As soon as the voice fell, the gunshots followed. Everyone on the table was shot and furiously resisted. However, Ho Junlei had a large number of people and could only be slaughtered unilaterally, and the rest was Zhu Changgao. The three of Hai and Lu Sanxian. Papa Lu Sanxian put down the knife and couldn't help but clapped his hands. He laughed and said, "Fortunately, I always carry a small camera. Otherwise, I really can't tell." The police chief took someone to shoot ordinary people. This is a story. Go out, it will definitely make the headlines. Lu Sanxian, do you really think I will let you go? Ho Junlei laughed and said, "You haven't figured out the situation so far? I know that you have a wide network of contacts, but even if you kill you in this place, no one will pursue me. At best, it's just that you have failed to find revenge and died together. The big deal is to set a fire here. You are dead, those concubines who step on horses will avenge you? So there is no special team at all. You have worked so hard to get me here?" Lu Sanxian sat down and asked. Ho Junlei shook his head and said, "Then actually is not, the special team does exist, but it hasn't come to me so soon. The above survey just gave me such a chance, but I didn't expect you to come here alone, but I have arranged so many manpower, so I'm going to die, right? Isn't it time to confess the last words?" Lu Sanxian grabbed a piece of meat and ate it, as if he didn't take him seriously. Ho Junlei laughed immediately. "You really should eat more, otherwise you will never have a chance again in your life. If you have any last words, please explain it quickly. For the sake of giving me gifts, I can still make you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a little longer. There is no need for the last words. I just want to ask, what kind of hatred or grievance is it that makes you have to kill me, or is it that you were instigated? Since you have asked all the questions, then I will let you understand." Ho Junlei approached, leaving only a few cronies around, and said angrily, "I stepped on a horse to call you brother and brother, you actually played with my wife behind your back and gave me a cuckold. If I hadn't found out, I would still be deceived in this life. In the dark, I don't care about that bitch, but I can't bear this tone. After killing you, I won't let any of the women in your family go, making you feel uneasy as a ghost, huh? Lao Ho, you made a mistake." Lu Sanxian shook his head at him and took a sip of beer. Chapter 73 Hardening. First of all, I met your wife first, and then you. After all, she is getting a massage at my place, and she will be familiar with it once and again, but I dare to swear to God, I can't guarantee others, but your wife has never slept. Lu Sanxian said solemnly, but Ho Junlei snorted coldly from his nostrils, and said amusedly, "By the end of the day, you are still talking nonsense. Is it possible that you thought I would let you go by just listening to you fooling around? No, I just don't want you to be kept in the dark, and just slap me such a big hat casually. I can't explain it unless I explain it." Lu Sanxian said solemnly, "If you did it, you did it. I will definitely not admit it if you didn't do it. Even if you shoot me now, I still haven't fucked your wife. I can't suffer this loss, right? Okay, then I will listen to you explain. Who is the man that bitch is stealing outside? Let's do this, brother Ho. I advise you not to trace it to the end, otherwise it is you who are embarrassed." Lu Sanxian looked like a brother be stronger and said, "I admit that my sister-in-law is indeed very beautiful. The first time I gave her a massage, she wanted to get it inside with me. There is no reason why I could not get the meat delivered to my mouth. I ate, but I panicked after she took off her pants. Brother Ho is your wife. You should know better than anyone else. I really don't want to do it. It's the video on my mobile phone, just the monitor installed for fear of someone tampering with me.
Come and see if she seduce me?
Ho Junlei glanced a few times, his face was instantly green, and he became angry and said, "You must have been drugged when you stepped on a horse, otherwise how could she become like this?"
Lu Sanqian spread his hands and said, "I didn't do anything."
Believe it or not, no one knows how sorrowful my sister-in-law is. The 2 times when you went to your house, she started to spread her thighs as soon as you left. I'm afraid of long needle eyes, but there is one thing I said, my sister-in-law is quite reasonable, at least it didn't force me you fart. Ho Zhanglei overturned the table angrily, but Lu Sanqian's mouth still couldn't stop, and he continued to say that he was not angry enough. Brother Ho, I advise you to rot in your stomach for this matter.
It is a blessing to suffer a loss. It is difficult for you to find an adulterer.
With the ability of your sister-in-law, there is definitely more than one adulterer.
Maybe the 2 next to you there are problems.
The 2 of them immediately opened their eyes, looked at Lu Sanqian and then at him, pointed at Lu Sanqian and said anxiously, "Ho Ju, you know me.
I can't do this kind of thing, this kid."
The dog jumped over the wall and started biting people.
To shut up.
However, Ho Zhanglei was not pleasing to the eyes at this time. He took out his gun and opened the insurance and pointed at Lu Sanqian with a sneer, "Forget it, I can't make any more delays with you. After you die, I will take care of your woman and you.
This black knife in my hand.
Don't get excited, let me pretend to be forced in the end, okay?" Lu Sanqian stood in front of him with one hand, holding a tiger tooth with the tip of the sword in one hand, and shouting loudly like a god tier, "I have a sword.
I can move mountains, fall into the sea, lower demons, suppress demons, boom."
I think Ho Zhanglei didn't talk about martial arts, and he shot Lu Sanqian several times before he finished speaking, but it seemed to pass through. Then Ho Zhanglei realized that he didn't know when there was a thin layer around him. The mist made people feel dizzy when he smelled it, his eyelids were first stage, and he almost fell to the ground, but Lu Sanqian had already ran into the house, and the others shot quickly, but couldn't keep up.
Old Zone, can this level of corpse energy make them corpse? Lu Sanqian opened his clothes.